Qin Tianming, a humble courier, unexpectedly acquires the divine eye of insight, granting him the power of X-ray vision, leading him into the realms of jade antiques, where he unearths riches, and shares a flat with two stunning beauties. Chapter 1. A delivery encountering a trap. Madama, your Dongfeng Express has arrived, dressed in the attire of a courier. Qin Tianming knocks on the door of a basement apartment, the recipient being Ma Xiaorong. This dimly lit basement houses numerous rooms, inhabited by many individuals, embodying the plight of countless low-wage workers in Zhonghai City. When Qin Tianming first arrived in Zhonghai, he too resided in a modest basement, and it was only after securing a position with Dongfeng Express that he earned a stable income and moved into a shared apartment. A soft feminine voice emanates from within. The door isn't locked, just bring it in. Pushing the door open, he observes the small room cluttered with various items, revealing a certain disorder. A young woman sits on the edge of the bed, clad in a revealing neck camisole, her eyes still heavy with sleep, seemingly just awakened. Qin Tianming's gaze is drawn to a peculiar pendant she wears, resembling an eerie eyeball, large and white, impossible to conceal. Indeed, it is conspicuously large and white. As for what else Qin Tianming perceives, that remains solely his secret. Noticing that Ma Xiaorong shows no intention of standing, he steps inside, presenting the package. This is your delivery. The packaging is damaged. Please check for any damage. Xiaorong lazily accepts it, tearing open the tattered bag to reveal 3 outfits. However, these garments are rather unique. A nurse's uniform, a flight attendant's attire, and a maid's costume. Without hesitation, she unveils each outfit, laying them out on the bed, and suddenly looks up to ask, "Hey, which one do you think looks best on me?" "That's easy, you'll try them on, and you can help me choose the most appealing one." Ma Xiaorong smiles seductively, her voice sweet enough to melt hearts. Such an enticing offer. Qin Tianming is taken aback, instinctively nodding before quickly shaking his head. "I'm here to deliver your package. Your clothes are fine. Please sign for them." "I can't sign yet. If the outfits don't fit, you'll need to return them." "Let me try them on first." "You wouldn't want to stay and watch me change, would you?" Having delivered packages for over 6 months, Qin Tianming has encountered a share of peculiar clients. He refrains from arguing and promptly exits, shutting the door behind him. "This woman seems quite carefree. Isn't she worried I might peep?" He silently muses but resists the temptation to spy, adhering to his moral principles. After a few minutes, Ma Xiaorong's voice calls out, "All right, you can come in now." Upon re-entering, Qin Tianming finds Ma Xiaorong donned in the flight attendant outfit, clad in fishnet stockings, holding a small whip. One must concede, while Ma Xiaorong may not be conventionally beautiful, her figure is stunning, accentuating all the right curves, and the flight attendant uniform ignites boundless imagination. She coyly inquires, "Do I look good in this outfit?" "Yes, you look good," Qin Tianming stammers, nodding fervently. "Take a good look and be honest, don't lie to me," Ma Xiaorong teases, playfully tossing a flirtatious glance and twirling on the spot. Qin Tianming nearly loses his composure as a 22-year-old single man. He finds it challenging to maintain his composure. Oh dear. Just as Ma Xiaorong prepares to stop, she suddenly stumbles, as if twisting her ankle, and falls into Qin Tianming's arms. "Be careful." He instinctively reaches out to catch her, embodying the spirit of chivalry. To his surprise, Ma Xiaorong takes advantage of the situation, collapsing into his embrace, her eyes shimmering with a mix of shyness and reproach. However, this budding moment of intimacy is abruptly shattered by a furious shout. "Bastard, let go of my girlfriend!" At that moment, a young man with long hair and a rebellious demeanor bursts in, delivering a swift kick to Qin Tianming's side. Caught off guard, Qin Tianming yelps in pain, tumbling onto the bed with Ma Xiaorong. "How dare you take advantage of my girlfriend?" The long-haired youth, seething with rage, lunges forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. One of those punches lands squarely on Qin Tianming's nose, eliciting a sharp pain and causing blood to spill forth. Some droplets of blood fall onto the eye-shaped pendant on Ma Xiaorong's chest, which absorbs them instantly. A strange glow then envelopes Qin Tianming, penetrating his mind. He suddenly feels a refreshing current flowing through his forehead, enhancing his clarity of vision and dulling the pain from the beating. Divine eye of insight, shattering all illusions, capable of discerning all things in the world. Simultaneously, an enigmatic phrase echoes in his mind. "You scoundrel, how dare you assault my girlfriend? I'll make sure you're left toothless." The long-haired youth continues his relentless assault, throwing another punch. In Qin Tianming's perspective, the youth's fist appears to slow to a crawl, allowing him to instinctively evade and rise to his feet. "Please, don't misunderstand." Qin Tianming attempts to explain, but the sight before him renders him speechless. The clothing of both Ma Xiaorong and the long-haired youth has inexplicably vanished, leaving them utterly exposed, devoid of any modesty. While seeing Ma Xiaorong unclothed might be bearable, the sight of the long-haired youth in such a state is undeniably shocking. Darling, he assaulted me seeing me in the flight attendant outfit. He turned into a rogue. You must stand up for me. Ma Xiaorong, appearing gravely wronged, dives into the long-haired youth's embrace. The long-haired youth glares at Qin Tianming, his expression fierce as he bellows, "You scoundrel! How dare you invade my girlfriend's privacy? You won't leave without compensating me for at least 10,000 for emotional damages. If you refuse, they'll call the police and ensure you're out in jail." "Please, I did nothing." Qin Tianming hastily defends himself. "You filthy rogue, you've groped me and still deny it. Either pay up or I'll have you arrested." Ma Xiaorong's demeanor shifts entirely, her anger palpable. Qin Tianming, not foolish, quickly understands that Ma Xiaorong's previous flirtation was a ruse, a pretext to extort him. Damn it, in such a vast world, there exists every kind of villain. Is it so difficult to earn a meager living as a courier? To fall into such a deceitful trap? "You scoundrel, still trying to argue? He'll not only beat you to a pulp, but also ensure you pay. You want to escape without at least 10,000. With a menacing glare, the long-haired youth raises his fist, preparing to strike again. "Dog and woman, do you think I'm easy to bully?" In Qin Tianming's eyes, the long-haired youth's movements remain in slow motion, granting him the opportunity to retaliate with a swift kick. Chapter 2. The Awakening of the Third Eye. The young man with long hair was struck squarely by a kick, clutching his groin in agony and letting out a wail. "I did nothing wrong. You cannot extort me. I am not afraid of calling the police, nor will I pay you a single cent." Qin Tianming exclaimed in fury, preparing to leave. He knew that lingering would only invite further trouble. Shi or Ing interjected, "You scoundrel! Halt! You have assaulted me and attacked my boyfriend, and now you think you can escape? This is far from over. How shameless! Utterly disgusting. Stop spouting lies and harassing me." Qin Tianming retorted, delivering a sharp slap as he recognized Shi or Ing's malicious intent. He no longer felt any sympathy for such a wretched woman. After striking her, he strode out of the room and made a hasty retreat. Fuming like a shrew, Shi or Ing assisted the pained young man and stumbled after him. By the time they emerged from the basement entrance, Qin Tianming had already sped away on an electric tricycle, leaving no trace behind. "You bastard! You dare strike us? You may flee, but the temple cannot escape the monk. Just wait." The long-haired youth seethed, his rage palpable. He had instructed his girlfriend to sacrifice her charm and orchestrate a scheme to extort money, hoping to resolve their immediate financial woes. However, the plan had backfired, leaving him unable to swallow his humiliation. "Quick, investigate where that brat works at the courier service. We shall confront the company for reparations. If they refuse to compensate us, he won't even keep his job." Shi or Ing, dressed as a flight attendant, appeared transparent to him. Could it be that his vision had been enhanced, allowing him to see through? As he pondered this, he caught sight of a passerby and, upon closer inspection, felt a refreshing energy flow through him. The individual's clothing swiftly morphed into a mere illusion and vanished from sight. He was truly able to see through. He realized he had been gazing at an elderly gentleman, reminding himself to avert his eyes from inappropriate sights. A phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind. "The divine eye can penetrate all illusions, discerning the essence of all things." Having narrowly escaped the scam, he had fortuitously awakened this extraordinary ability, a blessing in disguise that had yielded great fortune. Excitement coursed through Qin Tianming as he envisioned the limitless applications of his newfound power. Henceforth, no beautiful woman would harbor secrets before him. Just as he was lost in these delightful thoughts, his phone abruptly rang, displaying a call from Qin Yujin. "Qin Tianming, our store needs to dispatch a batch of parcels urgently. Could you come to collect them now?" "Of course. I'll be there shortly." Qin Yujin was one of Qin Tianming's housemates, a striking beauty endowed with both grace and talent. She worked at a jade shop, not only selling exquisite jade, but also hosting live broadcasts. The shop was located on Jade Street, within a short distance from where Qin Tianming was. It was a perfect opportunity to deliver the parcels. Jade Street is renowned in Zhonghai City for its bustling jade market, filled with numerous shops that attract both local and visiting jade enthusiasts. 20 minutes later, Qin Tianming arrived at a shop named Lianyuan Jade. The spacious establishment, measuring a generous 150 square meters, showcased an array of jade and gemstones, boasting a thriving business. At that moment, there were 5 or 6 customers inside, and several attractive female sales associates were diligently attending to their tasks. Qin Tianming surveyed his surroundings, his gaze settling upon a young woman clad in a flowing blue dress. Her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, exuding an air of refined elegance. He approached the counter, rapping lightly on its surface, and with a smile declared, "Miss, I wish to purchase some jade. Who says a courier cannot indulge in such luxuries? I genuinely intend to buy." Noting the earnestness in Qin Tianming's expression, which suggested he was not jesting, Qin Yujin responded, "What kind of jade are you interested in? I can offer you a discount. I've heard tales of fortune in gambling stones. Thus, I plan to acquire a few to test my luck," he replied. On his way here, Qin Tianming had resolved to make good use of his newfound ability to see through objects, seeking a pathway to wealth. Qin Yujin, with a tone of gentle caution, advised, "As a novice, I would not recommend engaging in stone gambling. Many seasoned veterans can discern quality with a mere glance, let alone a beginner. I'm merely dabbling, hoping for a stroke of luck. Is there anything affordable, suitable for a newcomer, yet with the potential for significant returns?" Qin Yujin, wishing to spare Qin Tianming from substantial losses, gracefully raised her delicate hand and pointed toward the secluded corner of the shop. "Those are the jade roughs being sold at a discount. You may wish to inspect them." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Tianming made his way over. Coming from a modest background with a diploma from a vocational college, he had never before encountered jade and was entirely inexperienced. His confidence in gambling stones stemming solely from the extraordinary ability he had recently acquired. The shelves displayed numerous jade roughs of varying sizes, some cracked, others partially stripped of their outer skin, while a few retained their untouched natural state. In essence, these were the selections deemed unsatisfactory by the shopkeeper and thus offered at reduced prices. Qin Tianming focused intently on one particular rough, his vision piercing through its surface as it became ethereal and translucent, revealing the interior. A wave of delight washed over him. He truly could see through jade, a potential avenue to wealth. However, he was utterly uninformed about what constituted quality. It was said that the greener the jade, the more valuable it was, and he searched with this principle in mind. After inspecting several pieces, he began to feel lightheaded, the refreshing sensation he had experienced diminishing. He sensed that this cooling aura was linked to his ability to see through objects, likely a form of spiritual energy. Unsure whether this energy replenished itself or required some means of restoration, he worried about exhausting it, which would lead to the loss of his vision. Thus, Qin Tianming refrained from reckless use, selecting a few aesthetically pleasing pieces before employing his ability again. Ultimately choosing a rough about the size of half a palm and approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick. This particular piece exhibited a notable amount of green, unlike the others he had examined, which bore not a single trace of jade. At that moment, Qin Yujin, engrossed in her work, observed that Qin Tianming was lacking even the most basic equipment, such as a strong flashlight for scrutinizing stones. Instead, he merely craned his neck in vain, hardly surpassing the capabilities of a novice. The likelihood of him finding a jade of decent quality was exceedingly slim. She glanced at the rough in his hands, noting its coarse exterior and lackluster appearance, which suggested it would not yield a fine jade. Cutting it would be a futile endeavor, a mere waste of time. Yet, she hesitated to dishearten him, thinking perhaps it would be beneficial for him to learn a lesson through experience. 50 will suffice. Once it is cut, make haste to return to your deliveries, she instructed. After completing the transaction, Qin Tianming followed the graceful Qin Yujin to the entrance of a shop. There, a small cutting machine awaited them, and with her extensive experience with jade, Qin Yujin effortlessly took the rough stone and sliced it in half. Chapter 3. The Pathway to Prosperity. Your luck is extraordinary. You've struck gold, Qin Yujin exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Qin Tianming raised his gaze, and there it was, the raw stone's cut surface glimmering with a radiant green light, crystal clear. I had a premonition that this would yield great results. What kind of jade is this, and what is its worth? As a professional, could you assist me in analyzing it? After a brief examination, she replied. The jade within is of the icy apple green variety, with minimal impurities. The quality of the color is commendable. It can be fashioned into 2 jade ornaments, estimated to be worth around 20,000. 20,000? Qin Tianming was elated, grinning from ear to ear. A mere 50 had transformed into 20,000 in an instant, a staggering 400-fold increase. I'll take it. Let me consult the shop owner. Please wait a moment. Qin Yujin, a sales associate at the store, could not make decisions independently. With the jade in hand, she gracefully strode away to find the owner. At that moment, Qin Tianming's phone rang, displaying a call from Manager Li at the delivery service. Manager Li was clearly irate, as soon as the call connected. He unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Qin Tianming surmised that Ma Xiaorong and her boyfriend had likely caused a scene at the delivery center and retorted, "Manager Li, I am innocent." That Ma Xiaorong colluded with her boyfriend to stage a scam, attempting to defame and extort me. I didn't even touch a hair on her head. Manager Li, indignant, countered, "Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. If there was no misconduct on your part, why would she come to the delivery center to complain, causing such a ruckus? Otherwise, she would have contacted the police. You not only risk termination, but also imprisonment." Qin Tianming felt more wrong than Do-yi, realizing that in cases of alleged misconduct, a woman's word could be deemed absolute. Nonetheless, he would never apologize or compensate. "Manager Li, I am in the right. The innocent will clear their name. Let them create chaos. I still have deliveries to make. I must hang up now." Chun Yujin approached with a smile, saying, "I have already consulted the owner. The jade piece you discovered is priced at 20,000. If you wish to sell, you can settle the payment now." Without hesitation, Qin Tianming agreed. Chun Yujin remarked, "It's remarkable that you managed to find such a treasure among the discarded stones. Your luck is truly exceptional. Let's go to finance and collect your earnings. I owe this fortune to your guidance. Without your insight, I would not have realized this gain. Tonight, I must treat you to dinner." Qin Tianming chuckled, deliberately omitting any mention of his ability to see through the stones, lest he be subjected to curious examinations. "Dinner is unnecessary. I have to work late tonight to live stream the sale of jade." Chun Yujin politely declined. "Then we shall postpone the meal until you have time. Consider this dinner a future obligation." Soon after, the transaction was completed, and Qin Tianming received a transfer of 20,000. It was the first time in his life he had earned such a significant amount in one go, filling him with joy and a broad smile. He had confirmed that utilizing his extraordinary vision to gamble on stones was indeed a path to prosperity. With that, he gathered the parcels he needed to deliver, humming a cheerful tune as he departed. Manager Li mistakenly believed Qin Tianming was feeling guilty and, eager to dismiss Ma Xiaorong, vowed to terminate Qin Tianming and impose severe penalties. Qin Tianming attempted to explain himself once more, but Manager Li refused to listen, insisting on his dismissal. In the face of adversity, one must forge their own path. Disillusioned with his job as a courier, Qin Tianming discovered a newfound passion for gambling on gemstones, a pursuit he found far less taxing than his former profession. On his inaugural venture into this realm, he struck fortune, earning 20,000 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' salary as a courier. Relishing his success and having uncovered a lucrative avenue, he resolved to abandon his job entirely. To celebrate, he sought out a restaurant, ordering a couple of dishes and a bottle of beer, indulging in a hearty meal as a reward for himself. Qin Tianming resided in an antiquated community known as Longjing Garden, where each building stood 6 stories tall, devoid of elevators. His rented abode was situated on the 2nd floor, originally a 2-bedroom apartment, but the landlord had repurposed the living room into a bedroom to maximize rental income. Thus, he occupied the converted space, while the other 2 rooms were inhabited by enchanting women. Upon entering his dwelling, Qin Tianming cast a glance around and spotted a stunning beauty, dressed in a casual long dress, exuding an allure that rivaled that of Chun Yujin, seated at the dining table. The air was filled with the aroma of instant noodles, the kitchen-esque gas stove flickering as it boiled water for his meal. This captivating woman was another tenant, named Song Qingxi, engrossed in an old, yellowed book, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Am I not mistaken? Even the Ice Queen can smile?" Qin Tianming mused, recalling that Song Qingxi had always maintained an aloof demeanor, rarely engaging in conversation. "Are you having instant noodle for dinner?" He casually initiated a dialogue. Despite sharing the same roof, their acquaintance was limited, their interactions scarce. He only knew that she worked at an antique shop. Feeling slightly awkward, he glanced at the ancient tome she held, curious about what could captivate the attention of this icy goddess. Yet, to his astonishment, the book emanated a faint yellow glow. Intrigued, he pondered whether this was a result of his newfound ability to perceive beyond the ordinary. The ethereal light seemed to possess an inexplicable allure, compelling him to approach. "What book are you reading? It appears to be an ancient text," he inquired as he stepped closer, instinctively reaching out to touch the soft, yellow light. The moment his fingers made contact, the glow surged into his body, vanishing in an instant. A wave of refreshing coolness coursed through him, quickly flowing down his arm and settling in his eyes. His vision became strikingly clear, inducing an involuntary sigh of pleasure. However, this sigh struck Song Qingxi as rather peculiar. "Don't touch my ancient book," she exclaimed, Her face contorted in disgust as she grasped a pair of chopsticks from the table and struck Qin Tianming's hand. Yet, as he gazed at her, his eyes widened in shock. His ability activated unexpectedly, revealing her in a state of undress. An exquisite sight that sent his heart racing and blood rushing to his cheeks. Qin Tianming was not a rogue. He held certain moral boundaries and dared not to linger, hastily retreating to his own room to avoid any further embarrassment. With a cold huff, Song Qingxi resumed her careful examination of the ancient book before her. This book was procured by her at a roadside stall on her way home from work, and it is estimated to be worth 30 to 40,000. Yet it must remain completely undamaged. A transgression indeed. I did not intend for this to occur, and I can only blame my lack of proficiency in the art of clairvoyance. After a considerable effort to calm his restless spirit, he sensed a replenishment of the spiritual energy within his eyes. It appears that the faint yellow glow emanating from that ancient tome is indeed a manifestation of spiritual energy. This revelation filled him with delight and excitement. Since the energy could be replenished, he need not worry about depleting it and losing his ability to see through objects. But why does this ancient book possess such energy? Concerning this question, Qin Tianming found himself at a loss for an answer, with no one to consult. He could only rely on his own gradual exploration. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly rang. It was his sister, Qin Yunxia, calling. "Brother, uncle just came asking for money. Yongquan is getting married, and the dowry is insufficient. Do you have any money on hand?" "Yes, I will transfer 15,000 to him right away," he replied. "I have recently discovered a lucrative opportunity, and I intend to repay all our family debts as swiftly as possible." Last year, at the beginning of the year, Qin Tianming's mother was diagnosed with lung cancer, undergoing surgery and chemotherapy, which cumulatively cost over 300,000. His hometown is in the countryside, and his parents are farmers scraping by with limited income, utterly incapable of raising such a sum. His mother's illness was akin to a devastating blow. To fund her treatment, most of the money was borrowed from relatives and friends. He had borrowed over 100,000 from uncle's family and had yet to repay it. The weight of the family's debts only intensified his desire to earn money quickly. After transferring 15,000 to his family, he reserved the remaining 5,000 as initial capital for gambling on stones, inquiring about his mother's condition before ending the call. Subsequently, Qin Tianming took to his phone to watch videos online regarding jade and gemstones. Having lost his job as a courier, he aimed to amass wealth through gambling on stones and needed to quickly bolster his knowledge of jade. Otherwise, he would be utterly ignorant. And even with the ability to see through, he would not discern which types of jade were valuable, potentially falling prey to deception. He continued this endeavor until the late hours of the night, finally succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a restless sleep. The next day, Qin Tianming rose early, took a bus, and made his way to Jade Street to continue his stone gambling, eager to settle his debts with uncle. His uncle's son, Qin Yongquan, had, through a matchmaker, expressed interest in a young woman from their village and intended to marry her, yet the bride's family demanded an exorbitant dowry of 180,000. Without the dowry, the marriage would be jeopardized, and he was in urgent need of funds. Upon arriving at Jade Street, Qin Tianming entered a bustling jade market, where various types of jade were displayed in abundance. He first wandered into the finished goods section, feigning intent to purchase jade, while observing closely and asking salespeople questions, all with the aim of sharpening his discernment and expanding his knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, he spent over 2 hours gathering fundamental insights into jade before finally arriving at the stalls selling rough stones. He disregarded those that had been partially polished or opened. His focus lay solely on the unprocessed rough stones, which bore no openings. These rough stones, being uncut, concealed their contents, making it impossible to assess their quality and characteristics. Winning in this endeavor relied entirely on luck and experience. Even though the window opened to reveal exquisite jadeite, it remained prohibitively expensive for him. After utilizing his X-ray vision to scrutinize over 20 rough stones, Qin Tianming began to feel somewhat dizzy, his spiritual energy significantly depleted. He ceased his observation and selected a rough stone about the size of 2 fists, irregularly oval in shape. Among the stones he had just examined, this one exhibited the most vibrant green, somewhat reminiscent of the icy apple green jadeite he had acquired yesterday, though larger in size. Having diligently studied jadeite knowledge, Qin Tianming had learned a valuable adage: prioritize color over price, and if devoid of color, then consider the quality. Stones lacking both color and quality bear little value. While jadeite can manifest in a spectrum of hues, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Green remains the most prized, particularly imperial green and vibrant green. Regarding the quality of jadeite's texture and clarity, he was still somewhat inexperienced. Thus, he prioritized stones rich in green. How much for this rough stone? Qin Tianming inquired. Can you sell it for a bit less? He was prepared to haggle. You're trying to negotiate on a 2,000 yuan jadeite rough stone? If you can't afford it, don't buy it, came a derisive voice from a nearby young man, around 25 or 26 years old, with a slick hairstyle. With a look of provocation, he glanced at the rough stone Qin Tianming held, then declared, I've got my eye on this stone, and I'm offering 2,005. Who left their pants undone, exposing you like that? Qin Tianming muttered, feeling quite irritated. Hey, do you understand the concept of priority? I saw it first. What you want doesn't matter if you haven't paid. It's not yours until then. Now that I'm interested, the highest bidder wins, understand? If you're capable, raise your offer. If not, it's mine, the young man retorted disdainfully. Qin Tianming's anger flared. He longed to slap the man. Yet he was intent on acquiring the stone and unwilling to concede. Who do you think you're looking down on? You barged in here without reason. And you think you're justified? I'll offer 2,501. Just a measly increment of 1 yuan. It's clear someone like you will never strike it rich. I'm offering 3,000, the young man proclaimed, oozing arrogance. Feeling exasperated by the encounter, Qin Tianming pressed on with the bidding. I'll offer 3,001. 3,005. 3,501. Qin Tianming suppressed his fury, each time merely increasing his bid by 1. Bargaining with such a miser was utterly tiresome. It felt like a waste of energy. I'm no longer interested. The young man sneered, suddenly abandoning the contest, casting a sly glance at the stall owner, a smirk tugging at his lips, as if a conspiracy had succeeded. Qin Tianming sensed the underhandedness, feeling a jolt of realization. Had he stumbled upon a scam? Were they intentionally inflating the price to swindle him? Chapter 5. Just earn 100,000, not short on cash. Seeing the young man exchange knowing glances with the stall owner in a conspiring manner, Qin Tianming understood that they might be working together to drive up the price, forcing him to spend excess money. What could have been purchased for 2,000 had been inflated to 3,501, an additional 1,500 wasted. Even a single extra yuan was unacceptable to him, let alone 1,005. Fuming, Qin Tianming knew he had to buy this rough stone. It contained valuable material, and he was confident it would yield a profit. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. After scanning the code and completing the payment for the jadeite rough stone, he intentionally remarked, Boss, I've spent an extra sum, and it cannot go to waste. You must assist with the stone's unveiling. The unveiling of the stone is indeed a skilled task. Improper cutting could severely diminish the jade's value. Qin Tianming, a novice in this realm, lacked the knowledge to unveil the stone himself and thus sought assistance. Very well, I shall help you cut it open for free. The stall owner replied, rising leisurely. Having operated in the jade business for years, he was well versed in the art of unveiling stones. Beside the stall stood a small cutting machine. The owner took the rough stone, examined it, and proceeded to slice it along its natural lines, splitting it in two. The young man who had tried to inflate the price remained, craning his neck to watch the spectacle. The rough stone purchased by Qin Tianming was roughly the size of 2 fists, not overly large. As the gears whirred, the stone was soon cut in half. The stall owner gazed at the cut surface, his expression shifting dramatically. He hastily grabbed a powerful flashlight to inspect it further. On the cut surface, a bowl-sized patch of apple green was clearly visible, glowing brilliantly under the light. Having made a concerted effort to educate himself, Qin Tianming understood that jadeite is categorized from high to low quality as glass type, high ice, jelly type, ice type, milk ice, lotus type, milk type, and bean type. He felt that the jadeite within this rough stone surpassed the ice type he had purchased the day before, exhibiting more green and a larger area, its value surely far exceeding 20,000. Boss, what is this jadeite fare? What might it be worth? The stall owner exclaimed, Young man, you are quite fortunate. This has turned out to be ice type with floating flowers. Sell it to me for 10,000. And I could easily turn a profit of over 6,000. The owner had observed Qin Tianming's selection process closely, noting that he had not used a flashlight, but merely his eyes, deeming him a novice who could be easily deceived. Qin Tianming smirked. Thankfully, he had supplemented his knowledge of jade, or he might have been easily misled. I 1T sell. I will consult a knowledgeable friend for an appraisal instead. The envious young man, who had been watching, could hardly conceal his jealousy, inwardly cursing the luck that had befallen Qin Tianming. Such quality jade was bound to appreciate significantly. You need not seek others for an appraisal. I can still offer you more, 12,000, the stall owner continued. Qin Tianming resolutely shook his head, recorded a short video, and sent it to Chun Yujin before making a phone call. Sister Chun, I've stumbled upon another treasure at the adjacent jade market. Could you assist me with an appraisal? Another good find? Your luck is remarkable, Chun Yujin replied. The video I sent very clear. I'm not busy at the moment, so I'll come over. The jade market was merely a few paces from the back door of Chun Yujin's shop, and she arrived swiftly. After personally examining the cut rough stone, Chun Yujin exclaimed, "This material is ice type, reaching the standard of true ice. It is overall clean and exquisite, suitable for 2 bangles, with the remainder usable for rings or pendants. Far superior to the jade you unveiled yesterday." Qin Tianming, grinning, asked, "What price do you estimate it could fetch?" Chun Yujin assessed, "Approximately around 100,000. Once fashioned into bangles or finished products, the price could rise even higher." 100,000? Qin Tianming's eyes lit up, and he could hardly contain his joy. Through his insight, he had discerned that this material was indeed superior to the previous day's find, and he was astonished by its remarkable value. The stall owner curled his lips in disdain, initially intending to purchase it at a low price and deceive the inexperienced Qin Tianming. To his surprise, Qin not only knew the trade, but was accompanied by a stunning beauty. The young man in a crew cut was filled with envy and regret, pondering why he hadn't raised the price further to secure the purchase himself. What could have been 3,500 had suddenly skyrocketed to 100,000, a 30-fold increase, and he had let it slip through his fingers. He glanced at the stall owner, and they exchanged knowing looks, both shaking their heads in lament. Chun Yujin could not hide her astonishment, exclaiming, "Qin Tianming, do you truly know nothing about jade? You've managed to acquire excellent jade over the past 2 days. Your luck is simply extraordinary." Qin Tianming chuckled, understanding that he must keep his ability to see through objects a secret. He laughed it off, saying, "I've been incredibly fortunate lately. I need to sell this jade quickly for some cash." "All right, let me take it to the shopkeeper. Come with me," the stall owner replied. As Qin Tianming walked away, the young man in a crew cut remarked to the stall owner, "Brother Min, that guy is just lucky. He turned a piece worth 3,000 into one worth 100,000. He truly struck gold." The stall owner raised his hand and slapped the young man on the back, expressing his frustration. "You have no discernment. Why'd you stop at 3,005? You let that kid take advantage of the situation." Just as Qin Tianming suspected, the young man was indeed a plant the stall owner had brought in to target novices. The stall owner's demeanor changed dramatically, now brimming with enthusiasm as he addressed Qin Tianming. "Congratulations, young man, on your substantial profit. My stall is a place of fortune for you. Would you like to purchase a few more pieces?" "Absolutely. I believe this place brings good luck," Qin Tianming replied with a hearty laugh, casting a pointed glance at the young man, teasing, "Why haven't you left yet? Are you envious of my fortune and hoping to snag a good piece for yourself? It's just 100,000. What is there to be jealous of? I've previously cut jade worth 1,000,000. Back then, you didn't even know where you were. Keep boasting. I hardly believe you." Qin Tianming scoffed. "There's no need for hostility. After all, one doesn't truly know a person without a proper introduction. Let us focus on selecting some materials. I wish you both great fortune." The stall owner interjected diplomatically. Qin Tianming nodded, casually glancing around before pointing to a stone the size of a human head. "This piece catches my eye. I have a strong premonition it will yield something significant." "How much is it?" "I just made 100,000, so money is no object." The stall owner had never witnessed someone select stones so casually, but he appreciated it. With a smile, he replied, "This piece is not expensive, just 20,000. 20,000 isn't too steep. I genuinely want it, but could you lower the price a bit?" Qin Tianming feigned a negotiation, deliberately glancing at the young man again, as if to challenge him to raise the price. "Young man, you just claimed you weren't short on cash, yet here you are haggling over 20,000 piece?" The stall owner teased with a smile. 20,000 it is. I'll take it," Qin Tianming declared resolutely. Qin Tianming feigned nonchalance. Yet his true intent was not to engage in the stone gambling, but rather to vent the grievances he had previously endured. "Wait a moment. You just made a fortunate catch, but this time I shall not let you off so easily. I bid 25,000. The young man with a divided hairstyle hastily interjected. A smile crept onto Qin Tianming's lips, for the fellow had indeed fallen into his trap. "Let us see how you fare when I return the favor," he thought. "You dare to raise the price with me? Do you not realize I have just made 100,000? I shall bid 26,000. Qin Tianming's increase was modest, merely 1,000, to disguise his intent from the two men. "I am determined to acquire this piece. 31,000. Qin Tianming feigned a resolute stance, not lacking in funds, yet only daring to increase by 1,000? How shameful! I bid 36,000, the young man taunted. This price escalation drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who shook their heads, deeming the two young men overly impulsive. A piece worth 20,000 had been inflated to 50 or 60,000. If it turned out to be a poor quality stone, they would surely incur significant losses. The stall owner, already animated, began to rub his hands together, eagerly anticipating a higher price. Encountering a novice, he felt it would be a disservice to himself if he did not exploit the situation. Qin Tianming continued to follow the bids, and the young man remained unsuspecting, raising the price further. 60,000. I am equally intent on this stone. If you have the capability, continue to raise the bid. You truly dare to raise it? A fool with too much money. I refuse to compete with imbeciles. This piece is yours. Qin Tianming suddenly relinquished his pursuit, a mocking expression on his face. He had purposely raised the price to toy with his opponent. Both the young man and the stall owner were taken aback. Young man, are you conceding? The stall owner asked, bewildered. I am not foolish. 60,000 is enough for me to purchase numerous stones. It's not worth it for this raw piece, Qin Tianming retorted. Do not be hasty. Fine materials are priceless. This stone is substantial, and if it yields quality jade, it could net at least several 100,000. Are you truly willing to let it go, thereby allowing another to reap the benefits? The stall owner urged. Qin Tianming, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, why the urgency? Are you a businessman, truly selective about your customers? Even if I do not buy, someone else will. Sell it to him. It dawned on the stall owner and the young man that they had been outmaneuvered by Qin Tianming. Yet, with the crowd encircling the stall, if the stone did not sell that day, how would they conduct future business? Very well, I shall sell it to you. What's the difference? The stall owner gritted his teeth and feigned compliance. He thought to have the young man pay first, gloss over the transaction, and later refund him discreetly. However, the young man, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Minggu, where am I to find such funds? We agreed that I would solely raise the price. You never mentioned I would have to pay. His words inadvertently betrayed the stall owner. Qin Tianming, incensed, declared, only responsible for raising the price? So you are merely a hired trickster. No wonder you raised the bid with me. Everyone, witness this unscrupulous merchant employing stooges to deceive. It is utterly despicable. Henceforth, do not purchase jade from him, and we must report him to ensure that he faces justice for his wrongdoing. In a fit of righteous indignation, Qin Tianming raised his voice, determined to tarnish the reputation of the stall, for his hard-earned money was not to be squandered. The onlookers quickly grasped the situation, directing their ire toward the stall owner and the young man with the slick-back hair. Yusher Street was a place that adhered to conventions, and the stall owner's unscrupulous practices of inflating prices and deceiving customers had ignited public outrage. Before long, law enforcement arrived in response to the complaints, imposing fines and confiscating the business license. Little did the stall owner dream that his years of operation would be undone by a mere novice like Qin Tianming. With a sense of vindication, Qin Tianming not only released his pent-up frustration, but also earned a handsome sum of 100,000 yuan, lifting his spirits considerably. However, he refrained from extravagant spending. He prudently divided his newfound wealth into two portions. 85,000 he transferred to his sister to settle debts, while the remaining 15,000 was reserved for further ventures in stone gambling. Coupled with the 15,000 he had sent the previous night, he had just enough to repay the 100,000 borrowed from his uncle. In a mere 2 days, he managed to clear 1/3 of his debts, astonishing his sister. Qin Yunxia, she called him, inquiring, brother, what on earth are you doing in Zhonghai City that brings you such swift fortune? It wouldn't involve any illegal activities, would it? Adopting a brotherly tone, he admonished her, do not concern yourself with such matters. I have discovered a legitimate path to wealth. You focus on taking care of her mother, and I shall handle the debts. Knowing her brother to be a smooth talker, yet not one to stir trouble, she chose not to press further. After hanging up, Qin Tianming felt a pang of hunger. It was noon, and he resolved to treat himself to a nice meal after the substantial earnings of the morning. Having dined well, he noticed a slight discomfort in his eyes, likely a result of excessive strain from gambling earlier. He recalled his experience from the previous night, where ancient texts had replenished his spiritual energy, and decided to seek out similar tomes in the antique street. The antique street, not far from Yusher Street, was bustling with life. Riding a share bicycle, he arrived in just over 10 minutes. With its rich history and myriad antiques, the street was a lively hub, drawing crowds comparable to a commercial center, and stood as one of Zhonghai City's iconic landmarks. Flanked by shops and designated stalls, the street dazzled with an array of antiques. From porcelain to jade, paintings to curiosities. Exercising caution, Qin Tianming refrained from using his ability to see through objects indiscriminately, as the energy was precious and ought to be conserved. Strolling leisurely to the heart of the antique street, he entered a shop named Qianbao Jai. Spanning an impressive 150 square meters, the shop boasted shelves brimming with an eclectic assortment of antiques, ceramics, jade artifacts, calligraphy, paintings, and more. Gazing around, his eyes were drawn to a familiar face among the staff, a beautiful shop assistant named Song Qingxi. As the embodiment of an ice queen, she rarely acknowledged Qin Tianming, despite sharing the same roof, and had never mentioned where she worked. However, during casual conversations, he had learned from Chen Yujin that Song Qingxi was indeed employed at Qianbao Jai, which was why he had sought her out. He tapped on the counter, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he said, "Beautiful lady, I wish to purchase some antiques." Song Qingxi, engrossed in appraising a piece of porcelain, looked up to find it was Qin Tianming. With a cool tone, she inquired, "What kind of antique do you seek?" "I'm also interested in acquiring a similar ancient text to the one you viewed last night." Qin Tianming had a specific purpose in mind. Rather than wasting energy, he preferred to seek out comparable ancient texts, hoping they might possess some ethereal quality. Chapter 7. The Joy of Freebies. I was perusing ancient texts from the Ming Dynasty last night, rather pricey, starting at no less than 50 to 60,000. "Can you afford that?" Song Qingxi questioned skeptically. Qin Tianming, undeterred, replied, "As a salesperson, your role is to promote antiques to customers. Whether I can afford them is not your concern." With his slick tongue, he continued, while Song Qingxi, uninterested in further banter, turned to retrieve 4 ancient texts from a shelf, all from the Ming Dynasty. The pages were already yellowed, inscribed in the distinct regular script of the era, with authenticity in 8 out of 10 cases. Qin Tianming pretended to examine the ancient texts, flipping through them. Although he could not comprehend the classical Chinese, he casually commented, "The words here are splendid, conveying the essence of both mind and body, so profound in meaning." Song Qingxi rolled her eyes, saying, "You're reading it wrong. Classical Chinese should be read from right to left." This line states, "Contemporaries fail to grasp the will of heaven, inadvertently investing their mind and body into futile endeavors, from Awakening the World's Constant Words, Volume 1. Qin Tianming's face flushed with embarrassment, and he coughed awkwardly to ease the tension, saying, "You are truly a scholar, possessing both beauty and intelligence. I was merely testing your knowledge." He then dropped the pretense and activated his clairvoyance to discern any spiritual essence within the 4 ancient texts. After a thorough examination, he discovered a faint yellow aura emanating only from the manuscript of Journey to the West. Without hesitation, Qin Tianming seized the manuscript, absorbing its spiritual energy, and felt his previously dull eyes brighten with clarity. The 4 books Song Qingxi had presented were, in truth, not particularly valuable, being mere copies from the Ming Dynasty, each worth only a few thousand yuan, a sum not exorbitant for Qin Tianming. However, his intention was not to purchase books. Having extracted the spiritual energy, he saw no reason to waste money. The joy of freebies was indeed delightful. Song Qingxi was aware that Qin Tianming was a courier with a limited salary, surely lacking the funds to buy antiques, and she anticipated that he would only look without purchasing. "You've read the books. It's time for you to leave. I still have work to do, so please do not cause any further disturbances." Although Qin Tianming had absorbed the energy from the manuscript, he understood that his clairvoyance had not fully returned and required more spiritual essence. Reflecting on the 4 ancient texts, he noted that the one with the most yellowed and worn pages possessed the energy. Could it be that spiritual essence correlates with the age of the antiques? "Who says I'm causing trouble? Your service attitude leaves much to be desired. Do you have any even older ancient texts? Perhaps I might find something appealing." Qin Tianming insisted, unabashed. Song Qingxi, taken aback and inwardly seething, recognized that Qin Tianming was clearly toying with her, leveraging her role as a salesperson to make unreasonable demands. Frustration bubbled within her, and she sharply retorted, "No, you must leave at once. If you continue to disrupt, I will summon security." Qin Tianming persisted, "Do not deceive me. The shelf clearly displays ancient texts from the Song and Yuan dynasties. Do you think I am illiterate? I am indeed a hidden major client. Perhaps in a moment of joy, I might make a purchase. Should you fail to comply, be wary of my potential complaint to your superiors." Upon hearing the word complaint, Song Qingxi lost her temper and reluctantly retrieved 6 ancient texts from the Song dynasty displayed on the shelf. 3 were from the Song era and 3 from the Yuan, all of considerable value. After examining these 6 ancient tomes, Qin Tianming confirmed his suspicions. Each tome emanated a faint yellow aura, with the energy from the Song Dynasty text being more potent than that of the Yuan, which in turn surpassed the energy of the Ming Dynasty texts he had seen earlier. Indeed, the aura correlated with the antiquity of the artifacts. The older the relic, the richer the aura. Qin Tianming discreetly absorbed the energy from one of the texts, feeling his vision return to clarity, an extraordinary comfort washing over him. With 5 volumes remaining, it would be a waste to overlook them. He methodically picked each one up, absorbing their essence in turn. He sensed that the excess energy did not concentrate in his eyes, but rather gathered in his lower abdomen, akin to being stored. With a mere thought, he could summon this energy to replenish his sight. This discovery filled him with secret delight, a smile gracing his lips, as he estimated the energy in his dantian would suffice to sustain his enhanced vision for several days. This excursion could be deemed a tremendous profit, entirely free of charge. As Qin Tianming closed the book before he could speak, Song Qingxi teased, "Are you going to ask me to put these away again?" Qin Tianming chuckled. "You truly understand me. Though these texts are magnificent, they do not capture my interest. However, witnessing authentic ancient works has elevated my spiritual state, proving to be immensely beneficial." In high spirits, Qin Tianming was unaware that Song Qingxi's face had paled with anger. He was merely causing trouble, and she had to endure it, which was entirely contrary to her nature, leaving her irked. Had it not been within her workplace at the antique shop, she would have already expelled Qin Tianming. At that moment, a well-dressed, middle-aged man entered the shop, cradling a half-human-sized grandfather clock, making his way directly to Song Qingxi's counter. "Miss, I have unearthed a treasure. Come and assess its value." This man was a regular at Qianbao Zhai, frequently seeking Song Qingxi to sell antiques, and he was a significant patron of the establishment. Song Qingxi, not daring to be negligent, picked up a magnifying glass to scrutinize the piece. The Western clock was exquisitely crafted, standing approximately 1 meter tall, divided into 3 tiers. The top tier featured intricate gilded carvings, while the lower 2 tiers were adorned with silk-painted floral and landscape motifs, with the clock body embellished in lapis lazuli patterns. Recognizing the blend of Eastern and Western craftsmanship, along with the unique gilding techniques of the Forbidden City, Song Qingxi identified it as a late Qing Dynasty palace clock, valuable indeed. Setting down the magnifying glass, a rare expression of delight graced her typically composed features. "Mr. Zhou, you have stumbled upon a treasure. This is a palace clock from the Qing Dynasty." The middle-aged man beamed with joy and inquired, "Miss, could you provide an estimate of its worth?" Qin Tianming, also intrigued, examined the clock. Having just absorbed the aura and still possessing his enhanced vision, he witnessed an oddity. The mechanism of this clock, purportedly from over a century ago, was electronic. Although Qin Tianming lacked expertise in antiques, he possessed a fundamental understanding of common knowledge. How could electronic components exist in the Qing Dynasty over a century ago? Suddenly, he remarked, "This clock seems rather suspect." Song Qingxi paid no heed to his comment, yet the middle-aged man beside them turned to inquire, "Young brother, do you have a different perspective?" "Indeed, I do. The exterior of this clock is quite impressive, but it harbors deeper complexities," Qin Tianming replied confidently. Song Qingxi, believing that Qin Tianming was merely being disruptive, retorted, "Do not feign knowledge. Otherwise, I shall summon security to escort you away." Chapter 8. The city's intricacies are too profound. You cannot grasp them. Who is feigning knowledge here? Let me be frank. The clock's movement is electronic. Could the Qing Dynasty have had electronic components? Qin Tianming countered assertively. Song Qingxi, having previously acquired Qing Dynasty clocks, understood that the true value lay not in the appearance, but in the movement itself. The intricate mechanical craftsmanship from over a century ago is something modern clockmakers cannot replicate. A good mechanical clock, even if slightly worn, holds considerable worth. Conversely, even the most exquisitely crafted counterfeit is worthless. If what Qin Tianming asserted were true, even if this clock employed imperial craftsmanship from the Qing Dynasty, it would merely be a subpar imitation. How do you know there is an electronic movement inside? Do not speak nonsense, Song Qingxi admonished. Having been immersed in antiques since childhood and considering herself an expert, she found it implausible that an outsider like Qin Tianming could discern what she could not. "I can see it with my own eyes. If you do not believe me, simply open the clock face and verify for yourselves," Qin Tianming asserted. The middle-aged man remained skeptical, yet he had invested a substantial sum in the clock and could not afford to be mistaken. "Let us open it. I need to be assured." Song Qingxi nodded. "Mr. Zhou, If you agree, I shall hand it over to a professional appraisal department to obtain a certification. Once they reached an agreement, Song Qingzi sent the clock for appraisal, with the middle-aged man and Qin Tianming accompanying her. When the appraiser opened the clock face and examined the internal structure, both Song Qingzi and the middle-aged man were left dumbfounded, for the movement indeed consisted of electronic components. What a scam. They deceived me with this electronic movement. I spent 200,000. I must confront the seller. The middle-aged man was livid, having thought he had discovered a treasure, only to find it was a counterfeit. He stormed off, clutching the clock in frustration. Song Qingzi's expression darkened. She had nearly acquired the clock herself. Had it not been for Qin Tianming's warning, Qian Baozhai would have faced losses amounting to hundreds of thousands, which would have ultimately fallen upon her shoulders. In essence, Qin Tianming had inadvertently rendered her a significant favor. At that moment, gratitude swelled within Song Qingzi for Qin Tianming. Though, as the aloof ice queen she was, she did not express it. I told you the clock was fake, yet you refused to believe me. Qin Tianming proclaimed with pride. The clock face of a Qing dynasty clock employs a fully bonded structure. Without disassembly, one cannot discern the internal mechanisms. How could you know it has an electronic movement? Song Qingzi queried. Qin Tianming refrained from revealing that he possessed X-ray vision. To disclose that he had inadvertently seen Song Qingzi's delicate form the previous night would be to expose himself. Instead, he concocted a casual excuse, saying, "My grandfather was a clockmaker, and I learned from him since childhood." Song Qingzi, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "Even if you have learned to repair watches, it's impossible to discern anything without opening it, right?" In an attempt to avoid revealing his true knowledge, Qin Tianming feigned annoyance, saying, "I have assisted you immensely. Yet instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to question me. How ungrateful!" Though Song Qingzi maintained her aloof demeanor, she was reasonable enough to acknowledge. "Thank you for helping me avert a loss. I owe you a favor. Is that all? Can't you articulate my intelligence and wit a little more?" Qin Tianming pressed, unwilling to relent. Understanding that Qin Tianming was playfully teasing her, yet recognizing the significant aid he had provided, she reluctantly conceded, "You are truly remarkable, with exceptional insight." "Will that suffice?" Qin Tianming, with a tinge of narcissism, nodded appreciatively. "Now, that's more like it. It suggests a modicum of humility on your part. You, on the other hand, shouldn't push your luck," Song Qingzi retorted defiantly. As a student from a prestigious university's archaeology department, she found it difficult to swallow being lectured by Qin Tianming, a dropout from vocational school, who was pushing their luck. "You are, after all, a so-called professional. Yet my discerning eye is sharper than yours as a mere delivery person. I was merely trying to offer you some friendly advice." Song Qingzi wished to counter his remarks, but found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had failed to identify the watch's electronic movement, conceding in this regard to Qin Tianming. Her innate pride, however, made it difficult for her to accept defeat. "All right, I was just teasing you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Qin Tianming said with a smile, choosing to exit the conversation amicably. Following this encounter, Song Qingzi's perception of Qin Tianming shifted somewhat. Back at his residence, Qin Tianming delved deeper into learning about Jade. Recognizing that if he were to profit from stone gambling, he needed to expand his knowledge to avoid losses. As evening approached, Qin Tianming received an unexpected call from his cousin, Qin Yongquan, a few months his junior. Qin Yongquan had dropped out of high school and was working the land in their village. "Brother Tianming, I heard you made a fortune in Zhonghai City, repaying the 100,000 you owe my family in just 2 days. Could you perhaps guide me?" Qin Yongquan said, filled with envy. Qin Tianming suspected that his sister, Qin Yunxia, had informed Yongquan of his fortunes. However, as his success stemmed from his unique ability to see through stone, he found it impossible to mentor others. "I'm merely engaged in small ventures. My recent earnings were purely fortuitous. You are about to become engaged, right? With a bride price settled. Living a simple life in the village would be much more comfortable. The schemes in Zhonghai City are far too intricate for you to navigate." Qin Yongquan sighed, his tone noticeably dimmed. "After receiving your repayment, I delivered the bride price this afternoon, only to find that the other party added a condition. My family must purchase a house in the county before the marriage can proceed. The housing prices in the county have soared to over 10,000 per square meter. Even for a 2-bedroom, the down payment will be 200,000 to 300,000. My parents have already sacrificed their savings to gather the 18,000 bride price. I've heard about your newfound wealth, so I hope to borrow some money to cover the down payment." In the past, when Qin Tianming's mother underwent surgery, Qin Yongquan's family had selflessly provided 100,000 without hesitation. Had it not been for this life-saving support, Qin Tianming's mother would not be alive today. Grateful and mindful, Qin Tianming felt compelled to assist his cousin in his time of need. I shall ponder a solution and request a few days to gather additional funds for you. The following day, in a bid to expedite the collection of the down payment for Qin Yongquan's new home, Qin Tianming returned to the Lianyuan Jade store where Chun Yujin was employed. Intent on acquiring 2 exquisite pieces, he deliberately avoided the jade market to evade any further encounters with unscrupulous vendors. Upon entering, he spotted a dapper young man standing at the counter, persistently engaging with Chun Yujin. This individual, named Ma Shang, was a suitor of Chun Yujin, hailing from a family engaged in the jade business, and was undoubtedly a wealthy heir, frequently visiting the store to pursue her. With fervent affection, Ma Shang addressed Chun Yujin, saying, "Xiao Yu, I have showered you with countless gifts, yet you seem disinterested. My heart is devoted solely to you. I shall marry no one but you. Should you choose to be with me, I promise a life of sumptuous feasts and opulent comforts." Qin Tianming felt a wave of revulsion wash over him upon hearing such nauseating declarations. Chapter 9. Pretending to be my boyfriend for a while. Chun Yujin was well aware of Ma Shang's character, idle and prone to causing trouble. Hence it was inconceivable for her to consider a relationship with him. Although Ma Shang felt a twinge of frustration, he maintained a facade of calm and remarked, "It's all right. A slap is pain, and a scolding is love. Your earlier rebuke can be taken as an expression of your affection for me." Chun Yujin rolled her eyes, thinking she had never encountered someone so audacious. She resolved to devise a plan to dismiss him. At that moment, she noticed Qin Tianming approaching and an idea struck her. She greeted him warmly, "Tianming, what a delightful surprise. I knew you would come to see me." She feigned intimacy by linking her arm with his and spoke in a playful tone. Qin Tianming was taken aback, sensing something amiss, and quietly inquired, "Sister Chun, what is going on?" Observing their closeness, Ma Shang glared at them, mistaking Qin Tianming for a rival suitor. "This man is my pursuer, and he bothers me daily. Please pretend to be my boyfriend for a moment to help me dissuade him." "Thank you, sister," Chun Yujin whispered. Qin Tianming's heart leapt with joy. Being the boyfriend of such a stunning beauty as Chun Yujin felt like a tremendous fortune. Even if only for a brief moment, it was an unparalleled happiness. Ma Shang, feeling indignant, retorted, "Xiao Yu, surely he cannot be your boyfriend. Your taste is deplorable if you settle for such a misfit." Qin Tianming shot back sharply. "Who are you to speak? Chun Yujin is my girlfriend, and anyone who dares to oppose her shall face my wrath." Chun Yujin's cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated Qin Tianming's bold proclamation of their fabricated relationship. The surrounding female staff cast curious glances upon hearing his declaration. Fuming with anger, Ma Shang rolled up his sleeves, ready for confrontation. "Ma Shang, cease your foolishness. My choice of boyfriend is none of your concern. I insist you leave at once." Chun Yujin, not wishing for a brawl to ensue, hurriedly pulled Qin Tianming aside. To Ma Shang, this scene appeared as though Chun Yujin was defending her boyfriend, further igniting his fury. After months of diligent pursuit of Chun Yujin without success, how could he accept that an unsightly rival has stolen the lead? Moreover, he had not heard that Chun Yujin had a boyfriend. How could one suddenly appear today? Could it be that Chun Yujin had summoned a counterfeit? Ma Shang, suppressing his fury, resolved to eavesdrop on their conversation to ascertain the true nature of their relationship. Chun Yujin cast a glance at Ma Shang, who lingered unwillingly, and softly remarked, "Tianming, I apologize for dragging you into this." Qin Tianming replied with a smile, "It's no trouble at all. You let me play the role of your boyfriend. I couldn't be happier." Chun Yujin's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly clarified, "I merely asked you to pretend for a moment. I never intended for you to truly be my boyfriend. Please don't misunderstand. Dear Chun, you are so stunning. Even to be your boyfriend for a fleeting moment would be a blessing." Chun Yujin playfully rolled her eyes at his flattery. "Aren't you supposed to be delivering packages? Why are you back in our shop? Surely, you're not here to gamble on stones again?" Qin Tianming nodded. "I resigned from my delivery job. A few days ago, I had a stroke of luck gambling on stones, and I intend to try my fortune once more." Chun Yujin kindly advised him, "You can't just quit your job. Even if you've been lucky recently and won big, you shouldn't become addicted. There are countless stories of those who gambled on stones and lost everything." Qin Tianming refrained from revealing that he had been wrongfully accused and dismissed due to his setup. "It's all right. A little gambling is just for fun. I don't have much money now, so I won't lose much." Seeing Qin Tianming was resolute, Chun Yujin reluctantly acquiesced and led him to the area with jade stones. Observing Qin Tianming's intention to gamble, Ma Shang thought this was his chance. With confidence, He stepped forward and mockingly challenged, "You, an unsightly fellow, dare to gamble on stones? Do you even know what you're doing? Care to compete and see who has better gambling skills?" His taunts were a tactic to provoke Qin Tianming into a contest. He only made money the last 2 times due to sheer luck. Gambling on stones is simply that, gambling. Long-term betting leads to inevitable losses. Listen to your sister, don't gamble today. Qin Tianming understood that Chun Yujin was looking out for him, but having promised to assist his cousin Qin Yongquan financially, he felt compelled to respond to Ma Xiang's ridicule. "Sister Chun, if I don't gamble with him today, he'll continue to harass you in the future. As your boyfriend, I must protect you." His words deeply moved Chun Yujin. Normally, she viewed Qin Tianming as a charming young man, but at that moment, she saw him as a reliable figure, a man worthy of trust. "Let us gamble on the raw stones. If I win, you must immediately break up with Xiaoyu and cease all contact. If I lose, I will gift you the jade we cut from it, along with an additional 200,000 as a token of goodwill." Qin Tianming's heart leapt with joy. He initially intended to use the gamble to drive Ma Xiang away, yet this man was offering him money. With such a generous wager on the table, Qin Tianming saw no reason to decline. "Very well, if you insist on giving me money, I shall gladly accept the 200,000. Their wager drew the attention of numerous onlookers, among whom some recognized Ma Xiang and could not help but express their regret. Once again, someone has fallen into the pit. It is evident that Ma Xiang is orchestrating another scheme to swindle money. Previously, he employed pre-prepared decoy materials in a gambling setup, deceiving a wealthy merchant and nearly facing legal repercussions. It is likely that he will resort to the same tactics this time. The gambling game has already been arranged, and any further discussion is futile. We might as well watch the spectacle unfold. Though Ma Xiang possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding stone gambling, he is not particularly adept. His repeated victories in these games stem from meticulous planning. He intentionally transforms some raw materials into decoys, deceiving the unsuspecting in order to swindle them, a ruse he has executed numerous times with great success. This time, although he has not orchestrated the setup in advance, he believes that his experience in stone gambling will allow him to easily triumph over Qin Tianming. Chapter 10. You still owe me 200,000. With the gambling stakes set, the two began selecting jadeite rough stones. Ma Xiang wielded a powerful flashlight, examining the raw stone closely. Meanwhile, Qin Tianming, unfazed, discreetly employed his X-ray vision to ascertain the quality of the stones Ma Xiang was selecting, knowing that he could choose at his leisure. Seeing Qin Tianming standing still provoked murmurs among the onlookers. Why is he still selecting stones? Has he conceded? They speculated, suspecting he was feigning depth due to uncertainty. Qin Yujin, equally perplexed, whispered, "Why are you still choosing? What if he takes the good materials? How will you win then?" Qin Tianming replied with a confident smile, "Sister Chun, rest assured, I have plotted my course and will surely prevail this time." As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Qin Yujin, momentarily forgetting he still had his X-ray vision activated. The sudden visual onslaught was overwhelming, causing his heart to race and his face to flush. He quickly covered his nose. "Go for it. You must win," Qin Yujin encouraged, patting Qin Tianming on the shoulder. However, from Qin Tianming's perspective, the scene became even more exhilarating, and unable to contain himself, he felt a warm liquid trickle from his nose. "Tianming, why are you bleeding? Are you all right?" Qin Yujin inquired with concern. Flustered, Qin Tianming hastily deactivated his X-ray vision and awkwardly responded, "I'm fine. Perhaps I just got a bit too excited." Without further thought, Qin Yujin quickly fetched some tissue, gently helping him clean the blood. Their affectionate interaction did not escape Ma Xiang's notice, igniting a furious jealousy within him. He vowed to humiliate Qin Tianming and claim Qin Yujin for himself. Before long, Ma Xiang selected a piece of decoy material, roughly the size of a human head. Priced at 8,000. This piece is of exceptional quality. It is bound to appreciate significantly, he proclaimed confidently, believing victory was assured. Upon activating his X-ray vision, Qin Tianming could not help but chuckle. The anticipated appreciation was clearly a figment of Ma Xiang's imagination. It was merely an ordinary icy jadeite, lacking in quality and riddled with impurities. Avoiding a loss would be a stroke of luck. "I expected you to be a master, yet after all this time, you've chosen such garbage," Qin Tianming scoffed dismissively. "Enough of your nonsense. Even if I pick trash, it's still better than your cowardice in selecting anything at all." "It's not too late to concede," Ma Xiang retorted without hesitation. Qin Tianming curled his lip and leisurely picked up a rough stone of similar size to a human head, declaring, "I've already chosen this piece. I assure you, it is far more valuable than yours." This stone, long scrutinized by Qin Tianming's discerning eye, was of the highest ice quality, adorned with a vibrant spring green hue. Even surpassing the apple green he had unearthed yesterday. It could yield 2 exquisite bracelets, valued at well over 100,000. Yet to outsiders, it merely appeared as if Qin Tianming had carelessly selected an unremarkable stone priced at 6,000. You're even less competent than a pure novice. You don't even need a flashlight. Should I teach you? Ma Xiang jeered, convinced of his impending victory. The onlookers shook their heads, echoing the sentiment that Qin Tianming was outmatched and destined to lose. Chen Yujin anxiously advised, Tianming, you must not act recklessly. Take your time to choose wisely. You cannot change your selection once made. Hurry and unveil the stone without delay. Ma Xiang immediately intervened, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Qin Tianming cast a disdainful glance at Ma Xiang, asserting, I will use this stone to defeat you, and I shall not change my mind. Prepare to wager and accept defeat, for I shall claim 200,000 from you. Chen Yujin, filled with apprehension, could not fathom how Qin Tianming could be so confident in a seemingly random choice of stone. As they bantered back and forth, they approached the cutting machine at the shop entrance, ready to unveil the stones. Qin Tianming graciously allowed Ma Xiang to go first, yet to Ma Xiang, it seemed evident that Qin Tianming was merely afraid to cut his stone. Now that you are frightened, it is too late. Once I slice open this rough stone, you will have no time for regret. Ma Xiang boasted. Indifferent to his taunts, Qin Tianming believed the outcome was already predetermined, unchangeable even by the mightiest of beings. The crowd gathered around eagerly, their necks craned in anticipation. Ma Xiang expertly operated the cutting machine, slicing through the rough stone. The stone split in two, revealing a fist-sized piece of jade amidst a mass of waste rock. This cannot be right. Ma Xiang felt a wave of unease wash over him as he grabbed a flashlight to inspect the stone. The quality appears subpar. It barely qualifies as a glutinous ice type, a knowledgeable observer remarked. Its size is unimpressive. It cannot yield even a single bracelet, and selling it for 10,000 would be fortunate. The surrounding crowd murmured in disappointment, and Ma Xiang's face darkened, though he feigned composure, stating, regardless, I have extracted jade. Defeating an amateur will be effortless. I refuse to believe that his random choice can surpass mine. However, lacking expertise in stone cutting, he had to rely on Chen Yujin for assistance. Chen Yujin, with her delicate hands, skillfully operated the cutting machine, following the stone's natural lines to split the rough piece in two. The cut surfaces shimmered with a harmonious interplay of purple and green hues. The stone skin thin and abundant with jade. An experienced gambler from the Lianyuan Jade shop exclaimed, without even using a flashlight. The purple and green light is visible. This is of ice quality. We are about to uncover a treasure. Chen Yujin, both astonished and elated, sensed the potential for a significant find and quickly fetched a flashlight. Under the beam of light, the jade appeared crystalline and luminous, exhibiting remarkable clarity, and, most impressively, it bore both violet and green colors simultaneously. Chen Yujin swiftly discerned that this was a piece of spring green jadeite of the highest quality. The interplay of violet and green hues was a natural marvel, leaving even her, a seasoned connoisseur who had encountered countless jade pieces, in awe. Spring green refers to jadeite that exhibits both violet and green colors, with spring denoting violet. Furthermore, this spring green jadeite bore none of the dreaded cracks typical of dual-colored jade, making it suitable for at least 2 pairs of bangles and some accessories. With a value exceeding 250,000. Tianming, you truly are favored by fortune. The material you casually selected has yielded such exquisite jade. Chen Yujin exclaimed repeatedly, feeling somewhat incredulous. The outcome left the onlookers utterly astonished. Ma Xiang could hardly believe it. As someone knowledgeable in the field, he understood the vast disparity between the glutinous ice jade and the true ice jade of spring green. He had been completely defeated. So, are you convinced now? Qin Tianming taunted. Ma Xiang's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself unable to retort. He shoved the glutinous ice material towards Qin Tianming and turned to leave. As per their wager, this was his loss to Qin Tianming. Upon noticing Ma Xiang's attempt to flee, Qin Tianming refrained from mentioning the 200,000 compensation stipulated in their wager, clearly intending to evade accountability. Stop. You think you can resolve this with just one piece of material? You still owe me 200,000. Qin Tianming shouted. The onlookers swiftly encircled Ma Xiang. Having long harbored disdain for this arrogant young man, today they were determined to make him pay dearly and teach him a lesson. Chapter 11. A Profit of 500,000. Ma Xiang seethed with frustration, immediately resorting to deceit. What 200,000? I don't recall that being mentioned in the wager. Ma Xiang, are you unable to accept defeat? When we established the wager, many witnesses were present. Do you intend to go back on your word? Qin Yujin scolded playfully. Being reprimanded by a girl he admired left Ma Xiang feeling exceedingly embarrassed. To avoid humiliation before Qin Yujin, he gritted his teeth and transferred the 200,000 to Qin Tianming. His heart bled. How many people had he deceived to earn that sum, only to lose it to a novice? Such misfortune. Once the transfer was completed, Qin Tianming grinned with delight. If you ever wish to gamble again, come find me. I'll give you a 50% discount on the stakes. Kid, I'll remember this. We'll see what happens next. Ma Xiang muttered through clenched teeth, utterly humiliated, leaving with his tail between his legs, cursing inwardly. Damn it, my money isn't so easily obtained. However you got it, I'll make you return it in full. This gambling episode also began to establish Qin Tianming's South reputation on Jade Street. You truly are fortunate. You've managed to select quality stones for 3 consecutive days, each day yielding greater profits. Perhaps you do possess a talent for gambling. I'm not sure whether to encourage you to continue or to dissuade you from it. Qin Yujin remarked thoughtfully. Making money is secondary. Today, playing your boyfriend was incredibly exhilarating. If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as you, I wouldn't mind living a life of poverty. Qin Tianming replied with a smile. Qin Yujin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly responded, Stop speaking nonsense. Once you have the means, you'll surely find someone far better than me. What do you plan to do with these 2 pieces of jade? She hastily shifted the topic, anxious that Qin Tianming might mention his pretense of being her boyfriend again. Perhaps I should sell it to you. Could you inquire about the price? Just as Qin Yujin was about to consult the proprietress, a middle-aged beauty clad in a striking red qipao descended the staircase with an enchanting gait. She appeared to be in her early 40s, and her name was Li Sulan, the owner of the Lianyuan Jade Shop, and Qin Yujin's aunt. Despite having entered middle age, Li Sulan maintained an admirable figure, and her alluring visage drew the attention of countless men. Xiaoyu, I have heard that we have procured some exceptional goods at our store. Who is the fortunate one? Li Sulan inquired with a melodious voice akin to silver bells. Aunt, do you recall my mentioning my roommate Qin Tianming? It was he who made the find. Qin Yujin introduced Qin Tianming to Li Sulan, who acknowledged him with a polite nod. Li Sulan expressed her surprise. This young man is truly remarkable. Xiaoyu informed me that you cut the ice-type apple green jade purchase for 100,000 yesterday. You possess quite the talent for jade gambling. She was quite impressed by Qin Tianming's first impression. Tall, handsome, and adept at jade gambling. Having such a promising young man as Qin Yujin's roommate reassured her. Thank you for the compliment, Aunt. Qin Tianming replied with a smile. He also referred to Li Sulan as Aunt, causing Qin Yujin's cheeks to flush as memories of Qin Tianming pretending to be her boyfriend resurfaced. You should address her as Auntie instead, Qin Yujin suggested. Li Sulan interrupta. Calling me Auntie makes me sound too old. Aunt is just perfect. With her insistence, Qin Yujin had no choice but to acquiesce, though her rosy cheeks deepened in color. Subsequently, Li Sulan examined 2 pieces of jade and purchased them for 300,000, primarily attracted to the ice-type jade with green hues, while acquiring the other piece as a secondary choice. Including the 20,000 earned from the gamble, Qin Tianming had amassed 500,000 in just one morning. The speed at which he earned money astonished him, filling his heart with excitement. Tianming, in the future, should you come across any fine jade, feel free to sell it to me. I assure you, the price will be satisfactory, Li Sulan declared. Recognizing Qin Tianming's talent in consistently selecting quality jade over the past 3 days, making him a worthy ally. Very well, I shall rely on you then, Aunt. Qin Tianming expressed his gratitude. After bidding farewell to the 2 women, he left the shop in high spirits. However, he hadn't ventured far from the Lianyuan Jade Shop when Ma Xiang, accompanied by 2 towering youths, blocked his path. You little rascal, how dare you set me up and make me lose face in front of Xiaoyu? You've cost me 20,000. I not only want my money back, but I'll also teach you a harsh lesson. Hand over the cash, and you might spare yourself some pain. Ma Xiang growled menacingly. Regardless of whether Qin Tianming had indeed deceived him, he was determined to pin the blame on him. Yet, Qin Tianming stood unafraid and replied, You can't handle a loss, can you? Bringing 2 lackeys. What is that supposed to mean? Dare you face me one-on-one? Very well, today you shall take us all on. Ma Xiang was not swayed by the provocation and launched a punch at Qin Tianming. In response, Qin Tianming quickly activated his vision enhancement ability. To him, Ma Xiang's punch moved in slow motion, allowing him to effortlessly evade it. With this newfound power, he could keenly perceive his opponent's movements, as if time had decelerated, an ability he had discovered upon acquiring his enhanced vision. Immediately, Qin Tianming retaliated with a punch, inadvertently channeling the spiritual energy stored in his dantian. This energy rapidly coursed through his arm and converged in his fist. He instantly felt the force of his blow amplify significantly as it struck Ma Hang's face with tremendous impact. With a pained cry, Ma Hang fell backward to the ground, his cheeks swelling with bruises. Qin Tianming was both astonished and elated, realizing that spiritual energy could not only enhance his vision, but also bolster his physical strength. Ma Hang, in excruciating pain, howled in fury, "You dog, how dare you strike me? Bring him down." Two burly youths surged forward at his command. However, with the advantage of his enhanced vision, Qin Tianming reacted swiftly, his fist, now fortified by spiritual energy, displaying extraordinary ferocity. In a matter of moments, he had dispatched both youths to the ground. The scuffle attracted the attention of passers-by on Yusher Street, as several employees from the nearby Lianyuan Jade shop emerged to witness the commotion. "Oh no, Xiaoyu, your boyfriend is fighting with Ma Hang." Upon hearing this, Chun Yujin rushed over, only to find Qin Tianming and Ma Hang engaged in combat. She immediately intervened, scolding, "Ma Hang, you must accept the consequences of your bet. It is utterly disgraceful to send someone to attack Tianming after losing." Ma Hang, having regained his footing, was infuriated. He had brought two strong henchmen with him. Yet here he was, bested by Qin Tianming and exposed in front of Chun Yujin, a humiliation beyond measure. He hastily shielded his battered face and retorted, "This brat set me up. He deserves a severe lesson. Step aside." Chun Yujin not only refused to move, but stood protectively in front of Qin Tianming, exuding an air of defiance. Ma Shang's fury ignited further, and he shouted, "Hiding behind a woman is no sign of strength. Do you have the guts to face me one-on-one?" Qin Tianming scoffed, "You weren't saying that earlier. Now, in front of Chun Yujin, you suddenly want to act tough." With spiritual energy still surging within him, he was unfazed by Ma Shang's taunts. Pushing Chun Yujin aside, he provocatively suggested, "Very well, let us not engage in a one-on-one duel. Instead, let us each take a punch. Whoever falls first loses. How does that sound?" Chapter 12. Not only a beating, but a duel as well. Ma Hang, now acutely aware of Qin Tianming's prowess after suffering that significant blow, realized he had underestimated him, especially after witnessing his henchman being effortlessly taken down. He surmised that he might not be a match for Qin Tianming, but for the sake of pride, he could not back down in front of Chun Yujin. "All right, one punch each is acceptable, but since I am injured, I should strike first for fairness," he cunningly proposed. Yet, Qin Tianming was not one to be easily outmaneuvered. He taunted, "You brought your men to attack me. Why should you get the first strike? Indeed, Ma Hang, you initiated this confrontation, which clearly makes it your fault. Tianming should strike first." Chun Yujin chimed in supportively. Ma Hang, seeing Chun Yujin continuously defend Qin Tianming, became even more enraged and argued. "Earlier, Qin Tianming broke the rules of combat by launching a sneak attack on me. Thus, I must strike him first." Qin Tianming regarded him with disdain, recognizing the absurdity of his claims. It was clear to him that this fellow needed a thorough lesson. He was also reluctant to waste his breath on pointless arguments. His eyes flickered with cunning as a sly smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Ma Shang, you worthless fool, even if you throw a punch, it won't harm me." "No way, what if he injures you?" Chun Yujin immediately protested. However, Ma Shang's eyes gleamed with determination. Only by ensuring he struck first could he exact revenge and release his pent-up frustration. A man of honor must stand by his word. Since you have agreed, you cannot go back on it. The impending fight had attracted a crowd of onlookers, many of whom believed Qin Tianming was far too arrogant, certain that taking the first punch would result in dire consequences for him. Yet, the spectators reveled in the escalating tension, eager for a spectacle. Chun Yujin wore a worried expression, silently chastising Qin Tianming for his foolishness in allowing Ma Shang to strike first. "Sister Chun, fret not. I have my strategies." Qin Tianming replied with a reassuring smile. "Stop dawdling, let's begin. Stand firm and take my first punch." Ma Shang urged eagerly, swinging his right fist to gather momentum. "Ma, teach this brat a lesson. Let him cry for mercy and kneel in defeat." The two towering youths, previously injured, stood nearby, harboring resentment towards Qin Tianming and shouting encouragement. Qin Tianming stood resolute, provocatively beckoning Ma Shang with a finger. "How dare you be so arrogant? I shall bring you down with a single blow." Ma Xiang's expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he charged forward, unleashing a vicious punch aimed directly at Qin Tianming's nose. The nose, one of the body's most vulnerable areas, was his target. He aimed to flatten it and mar Qin Tianming's appearance irreparably. He envisioned Qin Tianming's pitiful state, blood streaming from his nose, helpless and defeated, burdened with a disfigured visage, leading to Chen Yujin's inevitable disdain and their certain breakup. "Watch out!" Chen Yujin gasped in alarm, her complexion draining of color as her heart raced, but it was too late to intervene. In a swift moment, Ma Xiang's powerful punch whistled through the air, missing Qin Tianming entirely and striking only emptiness. With a deft tilt of his head, Qin Tianming easily evaded the blow. "You scoundrel, who told you to dodge?" Ma Xiang fumed, his missed punch igniting his fury. "No one said you couldn't evade. Now it's your turn to take my punch." Qin Tianming's face was alight with mockery. He had anticipated dodging Ma Xiang's attack, relishing in the opportunity to toy with him. As his words fell, he summoned his inner energy and delivered a swift, powerful punch to Ma Xiang's abdomen. A blood-curdling scream erupted from Ma Xiang, more pitiful than that of a slaughtered pig, as excruciating pain radiated from his stomach throughout his entire being, as if his very insides were shattering. He spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his midsection as he collapsed, writhing on the ground, utterly unable to control his bodily functions. Chen Yujin could hardly conceal her astonishment. She had never anticipated such a turn of events, where Ma Xiang, having struck first, would end up grievously injured by Qin Tianming. Nevertheless, one could hardly pity Ma Xiang for his bullying. This outcome was nothing short of deserved. The spectators looked on with disdain, some eagerly capturing the scene on their phones to share online. Now, not only had Ma Xiang's reputation in Yusher Street been tarnished, but he had also become a societal pariah. With a single punch, I rendered him incapable of standing. How could he dare to challenge me again? "Sister Chen, you should step back quickly." Qin Tianming expressed his disdain as he pulled Chen Yujin away. "Tianming, you are truly impressive," Chen Yujin exclaimed in admiration. Qin Tianming chuckled modestly. "Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. It's merely a result of being contrasted by someone like Ma Xiang." "Brother Ma, how do you feel?" The two young men were taken aback, suppressing their disgust as they hurried to assist Ma Xiang. "You dare to injure Brother Ma. You shall not escape unscathed. Just wait." They glared fiercely at Qin Tianming, uttered a threatening remark, and hastily assisted Ma Xiang away for treatment. Chen Yujin, having previously been troubled by Ma Xiang, understood his character well. Having suffered a significant loss, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. She warned with concern, "Tianming, you must be cautious. I suspect Ma Xiang will retaliate. Let him come. I can handle 10 of him." Qin Tianming replied nonchalantly, having discovered another marvelous application of spiritual energy that could enhance strength and improve physical condition, which bolstered his confidence. The skirmish had not been in vain. He had not only taught Ma Xiang a lesson, but also uncovered the utility of spiritual energy, planning to accumulate more for future needs. As noon approached, Qin Tianming took the initiative to say, "Sister Chen, I made a significant fortune today, and I owe much of it to your assistance. Let me treat you to a grand meal. Please don't decline." "All right. I'll take advantage of your good fortune this time," Chen Yujin replied with a beaming smile. The two walked side by side, departing from Yusher Street. Qin Tianming purposely sought out an upscale restaurant nearby, ordering 4 dishes for a delightful feast to celebrate his earnings of 500,000. His spirits soared as he engaged in cheerful conversation with Chen Yujin, reveling in their camaraderie. Previously, Qin Tianming seldom took taxis, except in urgent situations. However, now that he possessed 500,000 and had found a lucrative path through his newfound ability to see through things, he no longer cared about taxi fares. He also didn't rush to transfer money to his cousin, Qin Yongkuan, having made hundreds of thousands in just one morning, explaining it would be cumbersome. So he decided to wait a few days before sending it. Upon arriving at the antique street, he halted in front of the Qianbao studio. Yesterday, his mere spectating had angered Song Qingxi, and returning there seemed inappropriate. So he set his sights on the adjacent Jinhong antique store. This store was comparable in scale to Qianbao's studio, adorned with an antique charm and brimming with a variety of antiquities. A strikingly attractive female sales associate welcomed him warmly as she noticed a customer. Her name tag read Luzina. "Do you have any genuine ancient texts from the Tang or Song dynasties? I would like to see." Qin Tianming feigned an interest in purchasing antiques, smiling amiably while secretly intent on enjoying another free viewing. Chapter 13. The Disdain of Free Riders. Luzina scrutinized Qin Tianming a few times. He was somewhat handsome, dressed plainly, lacking the demeanor of a wealthy patron, indicating he was likely new to the scene and easily deceived. With this thought in mind, her smile widened further. Our Jinhong antique store is never short of ancient texts. Not only do we have items from the Tang and Song dynasties, but we also possess artifacts from the Qin and Han periods. Qin Tianming, intrigued, exclaimed, "You even have items from the Qin and Han periods? Please bring them all out." Lu Xina turned from the shelf, retrieving over 10 yellowed ancient texts, and casually selected one, stating, "This volume, Lu Tao, is a unique addition from the Tang dynasty." Qin Tianming, growing impatient, waved his hand in interruption, declaring, "No need for an introduction. I shall peruse it myself." He was indifferent to the title of the book, primarily concerned with whether it possessed spiritual energy and discreetly activated his clairvoyant vision. However, upon inspection, he discerned that none of the ancient texts radiated any spiritual essence. Though he lacked the expertise to authenticate ancient texts, he understood that genuine items would undoubtedly exude spiritual energy, while those devoid of it could not be easily classified as authentic or counterfeit. His thoughts churned as he feigned indignation, stating, "Are you attempting to deceive me with forgeries? Do you take me for a fool?" Lu Xina's expression shifted slightly. She was taken aback by his swift discernment of the fakes. Could he possibly be pretending to be naive? Caution was imperative. She feigned a mistake, apologizing. "My apologies, I grabbed the wrong one. This is merely a replica we use for honing our discerning skills." Qin Tianming rolled his eyes, realizing he had successfully exposed a ruse. Did she truly believe him to be so easily duped? Nonetheless, as he was not there to purchase ancient texts, he chose to overlook the matter and urged, "Quickly produce the genuine article. Your fakes cannot elude my keen perception." Lu Xina nodded repeatedly, gathering the over 10 ancient texts, and turned to retrieve a delicate redwood box from the shelf. Upon lifting the lid, it revealed an old tome marred by wormholes. "This is the prized possession of our shop, a genuine relic from the Tang dynasty," she asserted confidently. Qin Tianming continued his inspection, and this time the book emanated a faint yellow spiritual energy, albeit less potent than that of Ming dynasty texts. Based on his experience, he knew the older the text, the richer the spiritual aura should be. Yet this Tang dynasty edition fell short, suggesting it might be problematic. A wave of disappointment washed over him, but he thought, even the tiniest morsel has its value, so he would absorb what he could. Noticing the slight raise of Qin Tianming's eyebrows, Lu Xina's heart raced. This ancient text could not be definitively classified as either authentic or counterfeit. It was, in fact, a late Qin dynasty imitation of a Tang dynasty work. The craftsmanship in aging it was masterful, and coupled with its age, it could easily deceive the untrained eye. After absorbing the meager spiritual energy, Qin Tianming waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Put it away. I have no interest in this volume." Lu Xina feigned confusion and pressed, "But this is a unique edition from the Tang dynasty. How can you find it unworthy?" With a wry smile, Qin Tianming replied, "Do you not know why I regard this ancient text with disdain?" Lu Xina, somewhat taken aback, mistakenly believed Qin Tianming had discerned the text's Qin dynasty origins and recognized his keen insight. Immediately, she retracted the book, awkwardly laughing. "The other ancient texts in our shop are currently stored away. These are all we have on display for now. If you genuinely wish to purchase, I can retrieve more from the warehouse." Aware that ancient texts were challenging to preserve, she explained that valuable volumes were kept in storage, while the displayed items were merely replicas. Seeing that there were still ancient texts on the shelf, Qin Tianming utilized his clairvoyant vision again, scanning the remaining items and discovering that they too lacked any spiritual energy. He mused inwardly, could they all be mere deceptions? While contemplating, he casually examined other antiques on the shelves. The Jinhong antique shop boasted a diverse array, with shelves adorned with various porcelain, renowned calligraphy, exquisite paintings, and bronze weaponry, resembling a miniature museum. Qin Tianming's keen perception caught sight of several porcelain pieces shimmering with a cerulean spiritual aura, leaving him perplexed. Why does it emanate blue spiritual energy? Was it due to the porcelain? Can it absorb? Qin Tianming raised his hand to point at a black porcelain bowl shaped like a conical hat, from which the azure spiritual energy emanated most richly. "Do not bother fetching the ancient text from the warehouse. Bring me that porcelain bowl instead. I wish to examine it." Lu Xina, somewhat taken aback, marveled at Qin Tianming's discerning eye, for it was a floral porcelain bowl from the Jizhou kiln of the Song dynasty. A true treasure of the Jinhong antique shop. She donned white gloves and cautiously lifted the bowl, placing it on a designated cotton base, and with a hint of concern, advised, "Sir, this porcelain bowl holds considerable value. so please exercise utmost care when handling it. Qin Tianming nodded, curiosity piqued, and gingerly reached towards a small bowl. Upon contact, the azure spiritual energy immediately surged into his arm, converging in his dantian. Indeed, it could be absorbed. He was overjoyed, stifling a smile, and pointed towards several other pieces of porcelain, commanding, "Bring me those as well." Lu Xina was even more astonished. It appeared that he was not merely playing the fool. With just a glance, he identified genuine antiques from the shop. Having worked there, she was well aware that most of the displayed relics were forgeries, intended to deceive the untrained eye. Yet Qin Tianming's keen perception saw through them all. Mistakenly believing she had encountered an expert, she proceeded to retrieve the porcelain pieces one by one, placing them on the cotton bases without directly handing them to him. In the antique trade, there exists a custom that forbids the direct exchange of fragile items, such as porcelain, jade, and glassware. Instead, one must wait until the other party places the item on a secure surface before taking it for inspection, to clarify responsibility in the event of damage. Qin Tianming merely touched the items to absorb the spiritual energy, then gestured for Lu Xina to present another, showing no intent to purchase, nor even inquiring about the prices. After retrieving 3 more pieces, Lu Xina began to realize that Qin Tianming was not there to buy antiques, if he truly intended to purchase. Why did he not ask for the prices? Moreover, his attire was unremarkable, suggesting he was not wealthy. Growing impatient, she remarked, "Sir, are you planning to buy or not? If you cannot afford them, please refrain from touching. What if something gets damaged? Can you afford the costs?" Qin Tianming, thoroughly enjoying the absorption of spiritual energy, was abruptly interrupted and felt quite displeased. "How can you presume to know what I can afford? Should I find something to my liking, I would not hesitate to purchase genuine items below 500,000. At that moment, his vision, enhanced by his ability to see through objects, inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lu Xina's alluring figure, causing a rush of blood. This was not my fault, but rather hers for interrupting my absorption of spiritual energy. Lu Xina removed her white gloves and tossed them aside dismissively, saying, "What pretense is this? Your entire outfit amounts to less than $100. How could you possibly have 500,000? She then pointed at the porcelain jar she had just retrieved, with a tone laced with sarcasm. "This Ming Dynasty floral pattern jar. I can offer you a discount at 490,000. Will you buy it?" Qin Tianming felt even more irked by her disdain. He was tempted to purchase the jar to prove his wealth. However, he was neither a collector nor a frivolous spender, and he retorted sourly, "Spending 500,000 to pick up a bargain would yield me a profit of millions. I refuse to buy this worthless porcelain jar valued at 500,000. Lu Xina scoffed, "Do not speak of bargains. I see you cannot afford it. If you're not buying, kindly leave and do not cause a disturbance." What kind of service attitude is this? Do you look down on people? Today, I must purchase an antique to show you. Qin Tianming was quite infuriated and decided to use his X-ray vision to uncover any hidden treasures, intending to teach this contemptuous clerk a lesson. Chapter 14. Unmasking the Trick. Determined, Qin Tianming scanned his surroundings with his X-ray vision. He noticed a collection of antiques awaiting processing at the counter by the entrance, accompanied by a sign indicating low prices. Among them was a singular piece emanating a faint yellow aura, appearing to be a crude clay pot, standing over 20 centimeters tall, with several minute cracks on its surface, looking utterly worthless. However, within the clay exterior lay a wooden carved pot, adorned with intricate reliefs, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Judging by the richness of the aura, it seemed to possess a bit more than the energy he had absorbed from Ming Dynasty texts, suggesting it might indeed be a Ming antique. Qin Tianming felt a surge of delight as he approached, pointing at the clay pot and inquiring, "How much for this broken pot?" Lu Xina looked up, regarding the clay pot as mere trash, something no one would want even if offered for free. She thought to herself, "I expected you to have some real capabilities, yet you are nothing special. I must take advantage of you and make this endeavor worthwhile." Resolute in her decision, Lu Xina suppressed her irritation and replied, "What do you mean by broken pot? Do not underestimate it. This is an heirloom from our boss's family. A porcelain blank from the official kiln of the Mid-Qing dynasty. If it weren't for the cracks, it wouldn't be up for sale." Qin Tianming frowned, impatiently asking, "Are your ears not functioning? I asked you how much this item costs." Lu Xina, now more irate, decided to seize the opportunity and boldly declared, 1,500. "No negotiations. I'll buy it, bring it here." Qin Tianming said without batting an eye, waving his hand to complete the payment. Lu Xina's heart leapt with joy. Had she not managed to outsmart him after all? She hastily retrieved the pot and placed it on the table, emphasizing the transaction is final, no returns. This item is now yours. Qin Tianming smiled, lifting the pot and gingerly flicking his fingers, preparing to shatter the clay, encasing it. Lu Xina couldn't help but wonder if something truly valuable was hidden inside the clay. Could he have actually stumbled upon a treasure? However, upon seeing that the clay revealed yet another layer beneath, she felt reassured and mockingly remarked, "The most valuable part of this pot is that layer of clay you're about to break. You'll be the one losing out." Qin Tianming rolled his eyes, disinterested in arguing with someone so short-sighted. He was eager to reveal the true form of the artifact and see if she would still have the audacity to speak. As he continued to strike the clay, each layer fell away, unveiling the concealed wooden pot, which gleamed with a yellowish-brown hue. The sides of the pot featured a pair of handles, and its surface was adorned with exquisite lion pattern reliefs, ancient and elegant, in impeccable condition without a single flaw. Lu Xina's mouth fell agape in astonishment, unable to believe what she was witnessing. It turned out to be a wooden sculpture made of Wangwali, and the intricacy of the lion reliefs clearly indicated a late Ming style. Given its pristine condition, it was worth at least several $100,000. Just moments ago, she had thought he would incur a loss, yet he had struck gold instead. What a slap in the face. She couldn't let him benefit from this find without a fight. Lu Xina, still reeling from the shock, feigned nonchalance and said, "You are fortunate to have stumbled upon a small treasure, crafted from elm wood, with rather mediocre workmanship. Judging from its style, it appears to be a common container used by ordinary families during the Republic of China period for storing food, thus holding little value." Qin Tianming, engrossed in absorbing the spiritual essence from the wooden jar, paid no heed to the conversation. Lu Xina continued unabated. "If this were placed on the market, most collectors would overlook it. It would be quite difficult to sell. Instead, why not sell it to us and make a handsome profit?" Qin Tianming lifted his head, intrigued, and inquired, "A handsome profit? And what price can you offer?" Lu Xina felt a surge of excitement, sensing an opportunity to profit. She feigned hesitation, as if reluctantly stating, "5,000. I'll allow you to earn 3 times that." Qin Tianming scoffed lightly, asserting firmly, "I refuse to sell. That price is far too low." Lu Xina frowned slightly, realizing that this individual had high expectations and would require a higher offer. After all, this was a relic from the Republic period, with limited collectible value, perhaps at most 6,000. Qin Tianming chuckled and shook his head in refusal, unwilling to let such a significant opportunity slip away. Lu Xina begrudgingly increased her offer. Yet, even when she raised it to 7,000 or 8,000, Qin Tianming remained resolute, declaring the price inadequate. Lu Xina, now seething with frustration, pretended to grit her teeth and proclaimed, 10,000. "This is the highest I can offer. If you choose not to sell, then keep it and let it gather dust." Qin Tianming, unfazed, scoffed derisively, mocking, "With your condescending attitude, do you truly believe you can deceive me? How could a Qin dynasty clay jar possibly contain a Republic-era item? Your logic is utterly flawed. Not even for 100,000 would I part with it." Only then did Lu Xina realize she had been played for a fool, erupting in anger as she scolded, "How dare you toy with me? If you refuse to sell, then leave and do not disrupt my business." Observing her flustered demeanor, Qin Tianming laughed heartily, relishing the moment. He picked up the wooden jar, preparing to depart, and upon turning, he spotted Song Qingzi exiting Qianbao's studio. He waved his hand vigorously, calling out, "Qingzi, what a coincidence! Come over and lend your expertise." Song Qingzi glanced around and, upon noticing Qin Tianming beckoning, raised an eyebrow, remembering how he had identified a customer's counterfeit clock the previous day and had offered assistance. She stepped into the Jinhong antique store. Taking the wooden jar in her hands, she examined it closely for a moment before declaring, "This is a double-handled jar made of lion-patterned Wangwali wood, an antique from the late Ming to early Qin period, and it was once used by the royal family. Its condition is remarkably well preserved, making it quite rare." Qin Tianming's spirits soared with each word. For to receive such a rare appraisal from the knowledgeable Song Qingzi indicated that the wooden jar was indeed of considerable worth. He eagerly asked, "How much is it worth?" Song Qingzi estimated, "Previously, we sold a similar Wangwali jar, albeit in lesser condition, for 400,000. Yours could be valued around 500,000. 500,000? What a remarkable windfall." Upon hearing the appraisal, Qin Tianming's face lit up with joy. If sold, combined with the profits from his stone gambling, he could indeed become a millionaire. Meanwhile, Lu Xina, seething with indignation, remarked sarcastically, "Don't celebrate too soon. This jar may not be worth that much after all." As the truth began to unravel, Lu Xina realized her chances of profiting had slipped away, her expression shifting between shades of green and white, filled with uncontainable rage. She slammed her hand on the table, hands on her hips, and sternly reprimanded, "Song, are you here to start trouble? My business was flourishing until you disrupted it." Qian Baozhai and Jin Hong Antique Shop were neighboring establishments, and as competitors, they had long harbored animosity towards each other. Qin Tianming glared and angrily retorted, "Clean up your mouth. I will give you a slap." He added, "You still think you can deceive me in various ways? Even without Xingxi's discerning eye, I would sell to someone like you." Lu Xina, utterly exasperated, shouted, "Get out, all of you, just leave." Ironically, the more furious the other party became, the more delighted Qin Tianming felt. "Come on, Xingxi, let us go to your shop. I'm selling this treasure to you." Song Xingxi said nothing further and turned to leave. Qin Tianming burst into laughter as he exited Jin Hong Antique Shop, heading towards Qian Baozhai under Lu Xina's furious gaze that seemed capable of murder. Chapter 15. Seeking Revenge Only to Get Beaten. Once outside, Song Qingxi inquired, "How much did you pay for that Ming Dynasty late-period Wang Wali double-handle jar?" Qin Tianming grinned smugly, teasing, "Why don't you guess? You wouldn't even come close." "What a lack of charm." Qin Tianming scoffed, chuckling as he replied, 1,500. Even someone as aloof as Song Qingxi couldn't hide her astonishment, exclaiming, "You, who know nothing of antiques, managed to strike such a fortune. Your luck is simply extraordinary." She had not witnessed the exact process of his fortunate acquisition and was momentarily baffled as to how Qin Tianming obtained the Wang Wali jar, especially since Jin Hong Antique Shop had overlooked such a valuable piece, which explained Lu Xina's extreme frustration. Proudly boasting, Qin Tianming declared, "How about that? Surprised? Aren't you? I have my own capabilities." Song Qingxi lightly huffed and replied coolly, "Luck does not equate to skill. The antique trade is fraught with hidden depths. Without genuine talent, you will eventually lose all your money." Unfazed, Qin Tianming replied, "I possess a clairvoyant eye. I will have plenty of opportunities to find treasures in the future. If I'm uncertain, I want to make a purchase. How could I possibly lose money?" As they spoke, the two entered Qian Baozhai. Song Qingxi approached an elderly gentleman in the resting area, dressed in a gray coat, who was leisurely enjoying a cup of tea while fiddling with a pair of dark red, polished walnuts. "Manager Chun, my friend wishes to sell a Ming Dynasty late-period lion-pattern Wang Wali double-handle jar and would like to request your appraisal." Manager Chun, with his graying hair and appearing to be around 60, had small eyes that sparkled with keen intelligence. "Ah, since it's your friend, I shall offer a fair price. Let me have a look." Qin Tianming stepped forward and handed the jar over. Manager Chun examined it closely for a moment, a smile appearing on his face as he remarked, "This is a fine piece with considerable collectible value. I'll offer you 510,000. Qin Tianming felt a rush of excitement. Combined with the 500,000 he earned from gambling on stones, he had become a millionaire in a single day. Such a thought would have been unfathomable in the past. It seemed that finding treasures in antiques could indeed lead to great wealth. He would need to swiftly enhance his knowledge of antiques. After receiving Manager Chun's promise, the transaction was swiftly completed, and Qin Tianming received a transfer of 510,000, his heart brimming with joy. He turned to Song Qingxi with a warm smile and sincerely said, "Since that jar fetched a good price, I must thank you properly. How about I treat you to dinner after work? I'm busy, let it be." Song Qingxi coldly declined without a second thought. Unbeknownst to them, darkness had fallen, and after finishing his takeout, Qin Tianming continued to watch videos. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, a sudden and vehement knocking on the door was accompanied by a furious roar. "Qin Tianming, come out. We know you live here." The voice was familiar to Qin Tianming, prompting him to activate his X-ray vision. Outside stood Ma Xiaorong and her boyfriend, an unknown long-haired youth, followed by 4 ruffians exuding a menacing aura. The group entered with an aggressive demeanor, hurling profanities. Qin Tianming, seething with anger, flung open the door and stepped outside. The long-haired youth flashed a glint of malice in his eyes and shouted, "You little brat, we finally found you. You molested my girlfriend. You must compensate 20,000 yuan." Clenching his fists, he threatened, "You've already been fired by the courier company. If you don't admit to your misdeeds, you'd better pay up, or I'll make you wish you hadn't T-crossed me." Qin Tianming's fury intensified. Wrongly accused and dismissed, he had already been harboring resentment. Now, the audacity of these individuals demanding money was utterly intolerable. They were oblivious to the truth, thinking that if he were innocent, he wouldn't have been confronted. If not for Qin Tianming's alleged wrongdoing, how could he have been fired by the courier company? Their judgment was clouded, failing to grasp the reality of the situation. Both Ma Xiaorong and her boyfriend cast disdainful glances at Qin Tianming. Chen Yujin shook her head repeatedly. Initially, she had developed a favorable impression of him for defending her against Ma Shang's harassment, but now she felt misled. Song Qingxi seemed to empathize, condemning him with disgust. To molest a girl, you are truly despicable. Sharing a roof with such a person is a humiliation to me. Suppressing his anger, Qin Tianming retorted. Justice lies in the hearts of men. They have set a trap to wrongfully accuse me. The long-haired youth impatiently barked. Stop your excuses. Either you pay up, or I'll have you picking up your tea from the ground. The four ruffians behind him moved forward, swaggering and preparing to strike. Qin Tianming, unperturbed, declared, if it's money you seek, you 1 tea, get a single cent. If it's a fight you want, I will stand my ground. Don't whine. He exhibited no fear. The 2 thugs accompanying Ma Shang were seasoned fighters, but these brash youngsters posed no threat to him. You're asking for it. I'll teach you a lesson. With a sneer, the long-haired youth swung his fist, and the 4 ruffians, unwilling to lag behind, raised their fists to strike at Qin Tianming. However, their movements appeared slow to Qin Tianming, who seized the opportunity to evade their punches. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful kick to the long-haired youth's abdomen. The impact of Qin Tianming's kick was tremendous, enhanced by his spiritual energy, sending the long-haired youth crashing into the wall before collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach and moaning in agony, unable to rise. Yet, he continued to curse, damn it. Teach him a lesson. The remaining 4 ruffians, momentarily stunned, charged at him, throwing punches and kicks. Qin Tianming, seizing the moment, retaliated relentlessly, targeting their noses specifically. After a flurry of strikes, all 4 ruffians were left with blood pouring from their noses, covering their faces and wailing in distress. Ma Xiaorong had already hidden to the side, witnessing Qin Tianming single-handedly triumph over 5 opponents, leaving her utterly astonished. Chen Yujin and Song Qingxi were equally taken aback, unable to fathom Qin Tianming's remarkable prowess, which had previously eluded their notice. With a sinister grin, Qin Tianming approached the long-haired youth who was struggling to rise. Without uttering a word, he seized the young man's hair with his left hand and delivered 4 resounding slaps with his right, causing the youth's cheeks to swell grotesquely. Resembling a toad, having vented his frustrations, Qin Tianming's anger subsided significantly as he demanded, did I violate your girlfriend? Speak the truth, or I will leave you searching for your teeth, crying for your mother. In pain, the long-haired youth grimaced, his mind clouded, and upon realizing Qin Tianming's formidable strength, he trembled in fear, incoherently whimpering, no, it was just a prank. Speak clearly. I couldn't catch that. Qin Tianming retorted, delivering 2 more forceful slaps. Had he remained an ordinary person, falsely accused and trapped in this predicament, he would have had no way to clear his name, not even by plunging into the Yellow River. Such treachery would not go unpunished. The long-haired youth, battered and bloodied, his face bruised and swollen like a pig's head, lost 2 teeth in the process. Realizing the severity of his situation, he finally capitulated, confessing, it was my idea with Ma Xiaorong to lure you under the guise of delivering a package, intending to extort money. We were wrong and will never do it again. Qin Tianming then turned his menacing gaze upon Ma Xiaorong, scolding, and you, vile creature, apologize to me, or you shall meet the same fate as your worthless boyfriend. Trembling in fear, her face pale, Ma Xiaorong hurriedly stammered, yes, it was our fault. I was blinded by greed and tried to frame you for money. We will never dare again. With a disdainful snort, Qin Tianming admonished, considering your acknowledgement of wrongdoing, I shall let you off this time. Now be gone. The long-haired youth, not daring to utter another word, covered his face and nose, hastily fleeing with Ma Xiaorong and the 4 petty thugs. Upon learning the truth, Song Qingxi and Chen Yujin felt remorseful for their misunderstanding of Qin Tianming. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, forget it. Just don't be so quick to believe one-sided stories in the future. Chen Yujin felt a sense of relief for not having spoken against Qin Tianming earlier, thus avoiding embarrassment. With a bright smile, she approached him, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries taking on 5 at once? Does your hand hurt? I have some ointment I could lend you. Qin Tianming shook his head, responding casually, I'm fine. It was merely a tussle with some thugs. I hardly felt a thing. His words were not mere politeness. Thanks to his spiritual enhancements, his pain tolerance and resilience had significantly improved. He succinctly recounted the events, omitting any mention of his ability to see through things. Should they discover his power, it would expose his privacy, causing the two women to view him as a monster, distancing themselves from him. After hearing his account, Chen Yujin expressed her indignation and outrage on behalf of him. The following morning, Qin Tianming was awakened by the ringing of his phone, which was on a video call. Upon connecting, he beheld his sister, Qin Yunxia, with a troubled expression. 18 years old and freshly graduated from a Gaokao, she awaited her examination results. With her delicate beauty and youthful charm, she spoke with a hint of bitterness. Brother, Aunt Li is asking for money. She was genuinely concerned, unaware that Qin Tianming had already achieved considerable success. She perceived her brother merely as a courier, and believed that repaying the 100,000 borrowed from their uncle was a challenge in itself, leaving little room for any additional funds. Before Qin Tianming could respond, the phone was taken by a plainly dressed middle-aged woman who expressed her dissatisfaction. Tianming, I heard you repaid your uncle S100,000 a couple of days ago. It's time to settle the 30,000 you owe us. Isn't it? With a smile imbued with regret. Qin Tianming adhered to his principle of repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. His mother's surgery had been supported by the goodwill of their neighbors, and he felt deeply appreciative. Now that he had the means, he was determined to repay the debt, even with interest, as a gesture of gratitude. Rest assured, Aunt Li, I will transfer the money immediately, along with an additional 3,000 in interest. Aunt Li was taken aback and questioned with skepticism. Aren't you just a courier? How did you acquire such a sum? Qin Tianming evasively replied, I've been quite lucky lately. I won the lottery. He could only offer this superficial explanation, as the notion of gambling was frowned upon by his family, and he could not reveal the truth about his fortune. Winning the lottery. Your luck is astounding. How much did you win? 5 million, perhaps? Aunt Li believed him, her face full of envy. Qin Tianming chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, Not much, Aunt Li. Please hold on a moment while I initiate the transfer. After calculating, he realized that the family owed around 250 to 60,000. He decided to send his sister 500,000 and instructed her to repay everyone, adding 10% interest to each lender, while the remainder would be used to enhance their living conditions and fund their mother's treatment. Before long, Aunt Li received a transfer of 33,000, her face lighting up with joy. I'll bask in your good fortune. I'll gladly accept the interest. Meanwhile, Qin Yunxia furrowed her brow, filled with doubts. Just the other day, her brother had claimed to have found a legitimate way to earn money. How had it now turned into a story of winning the lottery? Yet, out of respect for Aunt Li's presence, she refrained from questioning further. Once Aunt Li departed, Qin Yunxia could no longer contain her curiosity. Brother, did you really win the lottery, or are you making money through something else? I feel so uneasy. Please don't engage in any illegal activities. Qin Tianming smiled gently, reassuring her, Have no worries. The money I possess comes from legitimate sources. Focus on preparing your college applications, aiming for universities in Zhonghai City, where I can look after you. Diligently studying, Qin Yunxia was unlike her brother during his academic years. Her grades were among the top in the school, making her admission to a university a certainty. Observing Qin Tianming's earnestness, she nodded, choosing not to press further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she ended the video call. Although Qin Tianming's wealth had halved, he felt no sorrow. It was only natural to repay those who had shown him kindness and to provide for his family. He resolved to work harder, honoring his parents by purchasing them a home and a car, bringing them to the city for a better life. Moreover, he aspired to elevate his own status, striving to become a person of means and completely escape the lower echelons of society. Moreover, my mother has undergone surgery for lung cancer, during which a portion of her lung lobe was excised, and she must continue with medication and chemotherapy. Although her condition is currently stable, the risk of recurrence remains exceedingly high. I must save diligently to afford her the finest treatment to prolong her life. Rising early, Qin Tianming prepared himself and, after breakfast, headed directly to Jade Street. Today, Jade Street was particularly bustling, teeming with people, including some who spoke with accents from distant regions. The streets were adorned with numerous banners and colorful ribbons, the most striking of which proclaimed the Third Jade Conference of Zhonghai City. Merchants along the street had set up stalls at their doorsteps, displaying an array of jade and emeralds to entice customers. The annual Jade Conference had commenced, extending over 5 days this year, a duration longer than ever before. Alas, we are merely here to enjoy the spectacle. The fine jade pieces are prohibitively expensive, beyond our means. I heard that last year someone spent over 20,000 to unveil a piece of imperial green. Perhaps we might have such good fortune. Hearing the discussions of those around him, Qin Tianming felt a surge of excitement. The Third Jade Conference presents a golden opportunity for me to amass wealth. Chapter 17. The Master of Stone Gambling, Ma Jinyan. Qin Tianming rubbed his hands in eager anticipation, ready to utilize his ability to see through stone during the Jade Conference and make a substantial profit. He moved forward with the crowd, seeking stalls that sold raw jade. Qin Tianming, you scoundrel, how dare you return to Jade Street? You have quite the audacity. Suddenly, a voice filled with vitriol rang out. Qin Tianming looked up to find it was Ma Shang, standing in front of his own jade shop, Ma's Jade Store, wearing a mask to conceal the bruises on his face. His eyes were wide, filled with a fierce animosity, as if he were facing a sworn enemy. Qin Tianming scoffed disdainfully, retorting, Jade Street does not belong to you. I shall come and go as I please. Are you attempting to act as a gatekeeper, barking at anyone you deem unworthy? He had already inquired with colleagues of Chen Yujin and learned that Qin Tianming was merely a courier, sharing a rental with Chen Yujin, and they were not in a romantic relationship. Ma Shang, stung by the truth, felt an overwhelming urge to pounce on Qin Tianming and beat him to a pulp. But he knew that merely thrashing him would not suffice to quench his anger. He erupted, Qin, you are indeed a miserly wretch.
As if you've never seen money before. You win 200,000 and suddenly forget your own name. Do you dare to gamble with me again? Qin Tianming,
with a mocking expression, replied coolly, I shall gamble, and I fear not a wretch like you. Ma Shang, sensing his nefarious scheme taking shape, shouted menacingly, as per our last wager, the loser must surrender their raw material to the victor, along with a compensation of 500,000. A pauper like you surely cannot afford such a sum. Qin Tianming retorted with derision, if you wish to part with more of your money, I shan't object. Ma Shang, fuming yet amused, responded, you insolent brat, today I shall leave you destitute, begging for mercy. Their previous grievances and lack of accord culminated in a renewed wager. Ma Shang smugly introduced, this is my third uncle, known as Ma Jinyan, the acknowledged master of stone gambling in all of Tianhai City. Since entering the jade business, he has never made a misjudgment. Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and inquired, what does that mean? Ma Shang, displaying his cunning nature, slyly remarked, today, let my uncle Ma Jinyan gamble with you. I never claimed that I would choose the stone for this bet. Qin Tianming regarded him with disdain, possessing the gift of clairvoyance, rendering him utterly fearless. Ma Jinyan cast a scornful glance at Qin Tianming. Wagering against an unknown individual was beneath him. Regardless of the outcome, it would be a disgrace. Were it not for his inept nephew's plea, he would not even consider it. With Ma Jinyan's appearance, a throng of curious onlookers began to gather. Ma Shang, still dissatisfied with the crowd's size and fervor, bellowed, everyone, come and see. A poor courier dares to gamble stones with my uncle Ma Jinyan. On one hand, he sought to humiliate Qin Tianming before a larger audience, ensuring he would feel utterly ashamed and never return to Jade Street. On the other hand, he aimed to promote his family shop, attracting customers to sell more jade during the upcoming Jade Stone Convention. As Ma Shang's proclamations echoed, the crowd grew denser, with spectators whispering and speculating. This young man is utterly deluded. Ma Jinyan has long been renowned on Jade Street as a master gambler, an unparalleled expert in stone betting. This fool is destined to lose. Indeed, it was baffling how this reckless youth dared to challenge Ma Jinyan. He is in for a harsh lesson. The spectators unanimously believed that Qin Tianming would certainly lose. Disregarding the murmurs around him, Qin Tianming remained unfazed as he refused to indulge Ma Shang's whims, stating, since this is a stone gamble, it must be fair. I cannot trust your family selection. Who knows what tricks you may employ? We must choose a different establishment. As Ma Shang opened his mouth to contest this, Ma Jinyan proudly interjected, you may go wherever you wish. Choose freely. Without hesitation, Qin Tianming declared, let's go to Lianyuan Jade Store. This was where Chen Yujin worked, and he trusted no other place. Fury surged within Ma Shang. How dare Qin Tianming ruin the popularity he had tirelessly built? Once his uncle triumphed, he would ensure that Qin Tianming received a severe reprimand, at the very least, breaking both of his legs. However, going to Lianyuan Jade Store would also provide an opportunity for him to embarrass Qin Tianming in front of Chen Yujin. Ma Jinyan nodded in agreement. Thus, the trio of Qin Tianming, Ma Shang, and Ma Jinyan, surrounded by the eager crowd, made their way to Lianyuan Jade Store. Inside, Chen Yujin was attending to customers when she suddenly noticed the throng outside and overheard their discussions, realizing that Qin Tianming was gambling stones with Ma Jinyan. Concern washed over her. Seizing the moment before the stone selection began, she pulled Qin Tianming aside and warned, Ma Jinyan is the acknowledged master of stone gambling on Jade Street, possessing exceptional insight and vast experience. Your previous victories were mere strokes of luck. You are being overly confident, and you will certainly lose. Qin Tianming smirked, teasingly replying, You, with your ominous words, are predicting my loss before the gamble has even commenced? Chen Yujin furrowed her brows, urgently imploring, I am merely worried about you. What will happen if you lose? With a chuckle, Qin Tianming assured her, Do not fret. I am confident. I cannot possibly lose. My luck has always been splendid. Nearby, Ma Shang glared at the two with a venomous intensity, a surge of unbridled rage igniting within him. How dare you? Once my uncle wins, I shall break your third leg. Ma Jinyan said impatiently, Kid. Can you refrain from wasting time? You wouldn't rely on women to gamble on stones, would you? Qin Tianming retorted. Do you think I am like your worthless nephew, depending on others to gamble on stones? Enough chatter. Ma Jinyan assumed an air of superiority, stating, Don't say I'm bullying you. This time, I won't even use a high-powered flashlight. Trying to show off? You'll regret it soon enough. Qin Tianming smirked and replied proudly, Since you won't use a flashlight, I shall do the same and let you choose first. A flicker of anger crossed Ma Jinyan's eyes, feeling humiliated. You insolent brat. Today I shall teach you a profound lesson, so you understand what it means to be a master. Ma Shang, seething with pent-up frustration, disdainfully remarked, Qin, what level do you think you are at, to let my uncle choose first? Be careful, or you might get struck by lightning for showing off. Chapter 18. The Emergence of Imperial Green. Struck by lightning. Qin Tianming scoffed. Your uncle is the true, pretentious dealer. Let's see who gets struck by lightning. You pathetic little man, you don't even dare to gamble against me. You lack the right to speak. Start choosing your stone. Ma Shang was infuriated, his eyes ablaze with rage, exclaiming, Uncle, do not hold back against this arrogant fool. Teach him a harsh lesson. Chen Yujin, seeing the futility of persuasion, shook his head in resignation, feeling that Qin Tianming, being young and brash, was bound to face a significant setback. Ma Jinyan, self-proclaimed master, unwilling to waste time, turned his gaze to the array of stones displayed on the shelf. Despite his confidence in his skills, the matter concerned his reputation, so he was cautious. After careful consideration, he finally focused on a piece priced at 100,000, a sizable block of rough jade measuring half a meter in length, width, and height. The surface of the stone revealed some green streaks that spread from one side to the other, appearing quite translucent. Based on his experience, he believed this rough stone contained a significant gem, certain to yield substantial profit. This one, Ma Jinyan, painted decisivity. Qin Tianming activated his X-ray vision and scanned the stone. After days of intensive study on jade knowledge, he had gained a preliminary understanding of jade's quality and color. Generally, jade quality is classified from highest to lowest as glass type, high ice type, glutinous ice type, lotus type, glutinous type, and bean type. The color grades, also ranked from high to low, include imperial green, true sun green, apple green, yellow sun green, onion green, parrot green, and bean green, among others. Typically, the value of jade is assessed based on these two aspects. Of course, compared to color, quality plays a more decisive role in determining the value of a piece of jade. The rough stone selected by Ma Jinyan contained high ice type being green jade, with fairly good quality but average color. Yet, its significant size made it quite valuable. Noticing Qin Tianming staring intently at the stone he had chosen, Ma Jinyan could not help but feel pleased, mistakenly thinking that Qin Tianming was intimidated. With a joyful expression, he taunted, Kid, why are you dazed? It's your turn to select a stone. Qin Tianming ignored him and stepped up to the shelf, using his X-ray vision to observe the stones. Previously, due to a lack of spiritual energy, he had refrained from using his X-ray vision lightly, quickly shutting it off each time he had employed it. In this moment, the situation was markedly different. With a sufficient reservoir of spiritual energy within his dantian, there was no concern about scarcity. Thus, he scrutinized each piece of material with patience and meticulousness, determined to select one that would guarantee victory. After a full 2 minutes, he finally chose a piece the size of 2 fists, its surface a deep black devoid of any trace of green, priced at a mere 8,000. In comparison to Ma Jinyan's piece, it was less than 1/10 the size. The onlookers, witnessing this selection, could not help but ridicule Qin Tianming. There is no contest. Based solely on size, this young man is already defeated. One scoffed. I expected someone bold enough to wager against Master Ma to possess considerable skill. Yet it turns out he is nothing but a fool. This youth truly lacks discernment. He is merely setting himself up for humiliation. Qin Yujin, overhearing the discussions around her, felt an increasing sense of worry and urged, Tianming, perhaps you should consider choosing another piece. Qin Tianming remained non-committal, responding with a smile. Should I heed their opinions? If they had any real ability, they would have already amassed wealth instead of standing here pointing fingers. The crowd grew increasingly incensed, their mockery of Qin Tianming intensifying. Meanwhile, Ma Jinyan and his nephew Ma Shang reveled in their triumph, their smiles barely contained. Exasperated, Qin Tianming waved his hand dismissively and admonished, is this incessant chatter never-ending? Has the material been opened yet? Or are you merely here to prattle on? The crowd exchanged disdainful glances, their amusement at Qin Tianming's expense palpable. Ma Jinyan feigned benevolence, proclaiming, ladies and gentlemen, we must show some tolerance towards a young man. Let us not be overly harsh. After all, he has the courage to face defeat. He adopted an air of an esteemed elder, earning the crowd's approbation. Qin Tianming retorted mockingly, enough of this charade. The weasel has come to pay respects to the chicken. Your intentions are hardly noble. Hurry and open the stone. Soon enough, your face will be the one that resonates with slaps. With a grand gesture, Ma Jinyan signaled for Ma Shang to have the material carried to the cutting machine. Before long, the material was revealed, closely aligning with Qin Tianming's assessment. Inside lay a high-grade icy green jadeite, valued at around 1 million. The spectators erupted in cheers, surrounding Ma Jinyan like moths drawn to a flame, incessantly showering him with compliments. Ma Jinyan and his nephew displayed no concealment of their arrogance, laughing uproariously, especially Ma Shang, who pointed at Qin Tianming and taunted, you, surnamed Qin, should promptly admit defeat and prepare to pay up. Qin Tianming, with a dismissive air, stated, the ones who should concede and compensate are you. Let us see after I unveil my piece. With that, he took his own material, and under the derisive gazes of the crowd, approached the cutting machine to hand it over to the cutter. The cutter casually remarked, let us cut it straight down the middle. It will save time and effort. Qin Tianming quickly objected, no, do not. That would ruin my piece. Just peel the skin. Hearing this, Ma Shang laughed derisively. With a piece as worthless as yours, cutting it would be a waste of money. Spare us the peeling nonsense. The crowd erupted in laughter, relishing the moment. The more arrogant you are now, the louder your slap will sound later. Qin Tianming, glancing at the increasingly impatient cutter, insisted, just do as I say. The cutter, surrendering to his request, replied, all right, you are the boss. Your wish is my command. The machine roared to life, its cacophony drowning out the jeers of the crowd. The master stone cutter meticulously maneuvered the blade against the stone, swiftly revealing a thin layer, which unveiled a stunning jadeite displaying a vibrant green hue tinged with yellow. Observing the extraction, Ma Shang jested, ah, it has turned green. It can barely be classified as ice-type Huangyang green, but pales in comparison to the piece my uncle possesses. In high spirits, Ma Shang continued to mock, well, regardless, the loss is yours. I shan't stoop to your level. As the master cutter persisted, the color of the stone abruptly transformed into a lush, verdant green. Yet it remained an ice type, inferior to the value of Ma Jin's material. It had shifted to Xinjiang green, but its diminutive size rendered it incomparable. Both Ma Jin and Ma Shang remained relaxed, as the disparity in value was insurmountable. Qin Tianming was undoubtedly destined to lose. Surely the color cannot change again? Someone pondered aloud. Ma Shang scoffed confidently. I have never seen a stone with 3 colors. Xinjiang green is surely the limit. Ma Jin nodded in agreement, asserting, indeed, it is likely just a mixed jadeite of Huangyang green and Xinjiang green, with little value to boast. However, just as his words settled, the master cutter suddenly gasped in astonishment, his excitement causing him to stutter, Imperial green. The crowd, which had previously harbored expressions of mockery, now stood wide-eyed in disbelief. Particularly struck were Ma Jin and Ma Shang, who approached in a daze, eyes widened as they beheld the rich, dripping emerald hue of the Imperial green. Chapter 19. The Discovery of Imperial Green, renowned on Jade Street. Qin Yujin, a silent observer, was equally astonished by the Imperial Green, beginning to question whether Qin Tianming was truly just lucky. A stroke of good fortune might be forgivable a time or two, but to consistently uncover exceptional jadeite without a single misstep could not be attributed solely to chance. Could he be a gambling expert masquerading as a fool? Ma Jin's face flushed with embarrassment as he fixated on the Imperial Green, which, although only about 10 centimeters in size, was remarkably rich and vibrantly green. qualifying it as an extraordinary rarity. Its value far surpassed the high ice-type green jade he had extracted, and he realized he had lost. To be outdone in front of so many by an unknown youth was utterly humiliating. Casting a fierce glare at Ma Xiang, Ma Jin inwardly cursed, "What a troublesome affair. You've caused me to stumble into disgrace and tarnish my reputation. It infuriates me." Without waiting for the results to be announced, he lowered his head in shame and stormed away. Qin Tianming observed Ma Jin's hasty departure, unyielding in his scornful demeanor, taunting, not ready to concede. "Yet you wish to flee? That is hardly the conduct of a master. Your reputation must be fabricated." Upon hearing this, Ma Jin, who had reached the door, froze momentarily, fury igniting within him as he retorted, "You arrogant brat, don't get too pleased with yourself. Winning one match means nothing, merely a stroke of luck." With a heavy huff, he felt that further argument would only bolster Qin Tianming's arrogance, and hastily exited in a fit of rage. Qin Tianming turned to Ma Xiang, ridiculing, "Your uncle has already conceded. You should accept your fate." Masha was infuriated, unable to fathom that his uncle, a master of stone gambling, could possibly lose to Qin Tianming. He bellowed, "Qin, do not be so arrogant. There will come a time when you stumble." Qin Tianming, dismissive, retorted, "Whether I stumble or not is of no concern to you. Hurry and pay up as per our wager." In the midst of a crowd, Masha found it impossible to renege on the debt. Embarrassed and indignant, he transferred 500,000, leaving behind the piece of jade and storming off in fury. At that moment, the onlookers buzzed with excitement. As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. A new generation replaces the old. I had long believed in this young man, while others remained skeptical. The lad is indeed formidable, managing to triumph over Ma Jinyan. It is remarkable. This wager has made quite a stir, and he is bound to gain renown on Jade Street. Regarding the flattery from those around him, Qin Tianming remained non-committal. The very individuals who had once derided him were now the loudest in their praise, mere fair-weather friends, unworthy of his attention. "Qin Tianming, might I inquire if you are willing to sell that piece of jade?" "I offer 8 million. A distinguished elder clad in traditional attire approached, solemnly posing the question. Following closely, a portly middle-aged businessman, adorned with gold teeth and a jade ring, squeezed through the crowd. With a haughty snort, he declared, "Brother, do not be swayed by this old man's tricks. For that piece with Imperial Green, I shall offer 9 million, and for the high ice-type pea green, I will take it for 1 million. The elder's face contorted with anger, yet he was powerless. The rule of the highest bidder wins could not be altered. The total for both pieces amounted to 10 million, which genuinely tempted Qin Tianming. Just then, Chen Yujin's aunt, Li Sulan, the proprietress of a Liangyuan jade shop, approached. With a smile, she glanced at the two bidders and gently said, "Tianming, for that piece with Imperial Green, I shall offer 10 million. For the high ice-type pea green, I will also bid 1 million. How about selling it to me?" The previously bidding men fell silent, recognizing that further bids would not be worth it. "On Lang, we are familiar with one another. I will certainly prioritize selling to you," Qin Tianming replied, beaming upon noticing that no one else was willing to bid. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, he received a transfer of 11 million, instantly transforming him into a millionaire, filled with elation. Just a day before he had become a millionaire, and now his fortune had multiplied tenfold. It felt surreal. As the onlookers witnessed the transaction, they erupted into chatter. Yet many stayed, flocking into the shop to select jade pieces, hoping to strike their own fortune with Imperial Green. Business at Liangyuan jade shops surged, with the staff overwhelmed. Chen Yujin found herself too busy to congratulate Qin Tianming. The news of Qin Tianming's victory over Ma Jinyan and his acquisition of Imperial Green spread rapidly. On the first day of the Jade Convention, someone had already unveiled Imperial Green, and such sensational news circulated swiftly, causing Qin Tianming's name to echo throughout Jade Street. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Sulan, Qin Tianming felt it was inappropriate to intrude on her business and took his leave. He wandered around Jade Street for the rest of the day, unable to endure the incessant pointing and whispering directed at him. As noon approached, the famished Qin Tianming decided to leave, heading straight for the Grand Hotel, Hongfu Building, not far from Yusher Street. Having earned over 10 million, he felt it was time to indulge himself with a splendid meal. Just as he was about to place his order, his phone rang with a video call. His sister, Qin Yunxia, was calling. Upon connecting, he was met with the sight of Qin Yunxia's swollen eyes, glistening with tears, appearing utterly pitiful. A pang of concern gripped Qin Tianming's heart as he hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Yunxia, don't cry. Your brother is here." To his dismay, his attempt to comfort her only caused her to weep more profusely, her sobs resembling a rain-soaked flower. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to explain through her tears. Kong Jiqiang has come to demand money, claiming you won the lottery and must repay 6,000 yuan with interest. A surge of anger welled up within Qin Tianming, and he cursed silently. Kong Jiqiang had gained notoriety in their hometown as a notorious bully, thriving on usury and violent collections. During their mother's dire illness, they had no choice but to borrow 30,000 yuan from him at exorbitant interest. They had signed an agreement specifying a 1-year term with a 10% interest rate, totaling 33,000 yuan due at maturity. Now, knowing of Qin Tianming's newfound wealth, he audaciously demanded 60,000, effectively doubling the debt. Was this not akin to robbery? It was utterly despicable. With only his mother and sister at home, and their father away for work, Qin Tianming feared for their safety. Without delay, he ended the video call and rushed away from Hongfu Building, gradually regaining his composure. As the saying goes, it is only right to repay debts. But there was no way he would pay 60,000. If he conceded this time, Kong Jiqiang would undoubtedly become even more relentless in the future. He needed to devise a plan to ensure they would no longer dare to provoke him. Evil must be met with equal evil. Qin Tianming swiftly made up his mind. If they were bullies, then he would respond with strength and subdue them. Chapter 20. The bullies become subservient. The high-speed train departed at 1:30, and by the time he arrived in his village, it was already around 5 o'clock. 100 meters from home, he spotted a black car blocking the entrance, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Through the lowered window, he could see 5 unruly thugs inside. The young man in the passenger seat, bald with tattoos adorning his arms and exuding an intimidating aura, was none other than Kong Jiqiang. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tianming's fury ignited. How dare they block his family's entrance? They would pay dearly for this insolence. The thugs, upon noticing Qin Tianming beside their vehicle, swaggered out, their demeanor brazen and contemptuous, clearly dismissing him entirely. Their tone was as if they were old acquaintances, their feigned familiarity utterly revolting. Qin Tianming scoffed and barked. I wouldn't dare be associated with scum like you. Move your car immediately. Kong Jiqiang, insulted, turned ashen with rage. He threw his cigarette but to the ground and stomped on it, ominously threatening, Kid, I called you brother out of respect. Don't push your luck. The 4 thugs nearby appeared eager to pounce, flexing their fists, ready to strike at any moment. Son Jiqiang paused for a moment before continuing. If you wish for me to move my vehicle, that is acceptable. However, you must first repay your debt, according to the rules of the road. You owe me a total of 60,000, principal and interest included. After you insulted me, do not expect a peaceful resolution. If you wish to avoid a beating, you must add an additional 40,000, bringing the total to 100,000. Upon hearing Kong Jiqiang's outrageous demands, Qin Tianming chuckled coldly. Who established these rules? Which road's rules are you referring to? I only acknowledge the written loan agreement, which clearly states 33,000, not a penny more or less. If you intend to extort me further, consider this. You are the one who is beneath contempt. Kong Jiqiang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd joke, threatening with malice. What I say is the rule. If you do not pay me 100,000, you will regret it. Qin Tianming remained unperturbed, disdainfully smirking. You want me to regret it? Then come try. The debt is only 33,000. If it comes to a fight, I will stand my ground. Kong Jiqiang, furious, shouted, You ungrateful wretch, attack him. Beat him until he is willing to pay. Immediately, 4 thugs rushed forward, prepared to assault him. Rather than cower, Qin Tianming gently set down the local delicacy he was holding, mindful not to ruin it in the ensuing scuffle. Today, I shall show you why the flowers bloom so red. The most audacious thug, leading the charge, raised his fist high and leapt down to strike. Without even activating his supernatural vision, Qin Tianming effortlessly sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to the thug's ribs. After days of continuous enhancement to his physique, his strength now surpassed that of an average young man by more than double. With a sickening crack, the sound of a fractured rib echoed as the thug fell backward, crashing to the ground, clutching his side in agony. The remaining 3 thugs, taken aback, continued their assault, unleashing a flurry of attacks. They were Kong Jiqiang's trusted henchmen, seasoned fighters accustomed to brawls, and they struck fiercely. Qin Tianming quickly activated his supernatural vision, slowing their movements to a crawl in his perception, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. He executed an uppercut that connected with the chin of the thug directly in front of him. The thug felt a sharp pain as his jaw dislocated, attempting to scream in frustration but only managing to groan while clutching his face. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tianming dashed out of the encirclement, swiftly positioning himself behind the last two thugs. Grabbing their hair, he forcefully slammed their heads together with a resounding thud. The two thugs were left dazed and in excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Kong Jiqiang watched in shock as his four most formidable subordinates fell victim to his adversary, astonished and even feeling a twinge of fear. Did Qin Tianming truly defeat four of them so effortlessly? This was beyond comprehension. Having dominated the surrounding area for many years, Kong Jiqiang, a ruthless individual, spat contemptuously on the ground and cursed, "A bunch of useless fools, and I still have to rely on them." After cursing, he brandished a dagger over 10 centimeters long, charging menacingly at Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming stood his ground, a cold smile on his face, unwavering and resolute. "Calm down and lie down." Kong Jiqiang's expression was fierce as he brandished a dagger, aiming for Qin Tianming's abdomen. Just then, his wrist was unexpectedly seized. Qin Tianming's powerful grip caused Kong Jiqiang immense pain, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Seizing the moment, Qin Tianming twisted, sending waves of agony coursing through Kong Jiqiang's body, forcing him to crouch down before delivering a kick to his knee. Thud! Kong Jiqiang collapsed to the ground. Howling in anguish, feeling it insufficient, Qin Tianming struck him repeatedly across the face, leaving him bruised and battered. "Trash! You dare wield a knife against me? Today, I will teach you the true meaning of pain." Qin Tianming's countenance was icy as he picked up the dagger, gliding it slowly across Kong Jiqiang's neck. "Tell me, if I plunge this knife into you, will it sever your carotid artery and take your wretched life?" The chill of the blade intensified Kong Jiqiang's terror. He feared that in a moment of impulse, Qin Tianming might indeed take his life. Yet, the coldness of Qin Tianming's expression was far more chilling than the dagger itself. Trembling, Kong Jiqiang stammered, "Please, brother, it's not worth it. Put the knife down. It's just a few thousand yuan. Truly not worth it." Qin Tianming replied coldly, "I have said before, scum like you are unworthy of calling me brother." In a panic, Kong Jiqiang quickly changed his tone, fearing he would further inflame Qin Tianming's wrath. "Master Qin, you don't need to worry about the money. Consider it my tribute to you. How's that sound?" Qin Tianming's face twisted in disdain as he retorted, "I have no need for your filthy money. I will repay what I owe, but remember this lesson today. If you dare to harass my family again, I will slit your throat." With the dagger pressed against his neck, Kong Jiqiang felt as though he was teetering on the brink of death. Not daring to make a move, he hastily agreed, "Rest assured, Master Qin, I will never act foolishly again. If anything happens to your family, just call on me. I will certainly help. That won't be necessary. Just remember how it feels today. Killing you would be no different than slaughtering a chicken. You owe me money, and now we are square." Qin Tianming remarked with a cold demeanor before discarding the dagger onto the ground. He then pulled out 33,000 yuan in cash, hurling it onto Kong Jiqiang's head. The crisp bills fluttered down, littering the ground. In truth, he only intended to intimidate Kong Jiqiang and impart a profound lesson, without any intention of murder. Afterwards, Qin Tianming gathered his belongings and headed towards home, leaving Kong Jiqiang crumpled on the ground, pale and nearly paralyzed with fear. The first thug to be struck regained his composure and approached, defiantly saying, "Brother, let us gather more people and deal with him. With numbers, we can surely take him down." Kong Jiqiang nearly leapt up, delivering a resounding slap to the thug's face, angrily cursing, "Dare to mention dealing with Qin Tianming again, and I will end you." He was genuinely terrified, having recently brushed against death, and he had come to a profound realization. Qin Tianming was no longer the man he once was. He had effortlessly triumphed in a 1 versus 5 confrontation, nearly costing him his life. If he dared to provoke Qin Tianming and his family again, he would surely meet his demise. As these thoughts echoed in his mind, Qin Yunxiao rushed out of the house. Upon seeing Qin Tianming, the tension she had been holding on him melted away, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Qin Tianming quickly approached, gently ruffling his sister's hair, and spoke soothingly. "Yunxia, I am so sorry for the distress you've endured. I dealt decisively with son Jiqiang outside and resolved the debt. He will never dare to trouble us again." Qin Yunxia appeared incredulous, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Brother, is it true? Have you truly resolved it?" She believed that although her brother had acquired some wealth, a bully like Kong Jiqiang would not be so easily subdued. With a reassuring pat on his chest, Qin Tianming confidently declared, "Rest assured, dear sister, I possess the skills necessary to ensure that Kong Jiqiang will never dare to cause us trouble again. Now stop crying. Let's head inside and see what delightful gifts I brought you." As he spoke, he waved a large bag filled with local specialties, along with a newly acquired Huawei smartphone and a laptop, tokens of his affection for his sister. Qin Yunxiao wiped her tears and playfully scolded, "Brother, why'd you buy all this? It's such a waste of money. I am capable now and do not need these extravagant gifts." As they conversed, they made their way into the unfinished house. The dwelling had been constructed prior to their mother's illness, originally intended for Qin Tianming's future marriage. However, just as it was completed, their mother was diagnosed with cancer, plunging the family into debt to afford her treatment, leaving them unable to afford the necessary renovations, forcing them to endure uncomfortable living conditions. In the living room stood a middle-aged woman, modestly dressed with graying hair and a frail physique, a smile gracing her face. She was Qin Tianming's mother, Zhang Sufan, whose long-term chemotherapy had left her emaciated and weary. With her father away working to repay debts, she had become the heart of their home. Upon seeing his mother, who was suffering from illness, Qin Tianming felt a pang of sorrow and gently remarked, "Mother, you have lost more weight. Why haven't you taken the nutritional supplements I bought for you?" He glanced at the corner where several unopened boxes of nutrients lay. Zhang Sufan waved her hand dismissively, smiling weakly. "I am eating them. I weigh more than before, though I may appear thinner." When she was first diagnosed with lung cancer, she had adamantly refused treatment, fearing the cost and preferring to wait for death. It was only through the insistence of Qin Tianming and their father that she was taken for treatment. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Gong Zhiqiang, do you truly believe the Qin family is defenseless? Do you dare block my uncle's door? Do you want to fight me?" Qin Tianming recognized the voice of his cousin. "Qin Yongquan." Zhang Sufan immediately grew anxious and urged Tianming, "Quickly, go stop Yongquan. He cannot stand up to Gong Zhiqiang." Qin Tianming nodded resolutely and swiftly made his way outside, with Qin Yunxiao following closely behind. At this moment, Gong Zhiqiang and his companions had collected the money lying on the ground and were preparing to leave in their vehicle, only to be confronted by Qin Yongquan, who was pedaling furiously on his bicycle, wielding a kitchen knife. Qin Tianming could sense the fear emanating from his earnest cousin, yet he bravely faced the bullies, displaying commendable courage. As he aspired to strive in Zhonghai City, having such a supportive cousin reassured him about his family's well-being. "Yongquan, let them go. The matter has been resolved," Qin Tianming declared, nodding solemnly as he cast a menacing glance at Gong Zhiqiang and his gang, warning, "Do you see? We of the Qin family are all fearless, just like me. If you dare to provoke us again, prepare for dire consequences." Gong Zhiqiang clasped his hands together in a gesture of submission, repeatedly bowing as he pleaded, "Master Qin, I truly dare not. We have fought to a draw and can consider ourselves friends from here on." Witnessing Gong Zhiqiang's obsequious demeanor left both Qin Yunxia and Qin Yongquan utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. How had the bully become so compliant? Although the exact reasons eluded them, they understood it was undoubtedly linked to Qin Tianming. Moreover, Gong Zhiqiang bore visible bruises, a testament to his recent altercation. With a cold snort, Qin Tianming commanded scram. Gong Zhiqiang nodded vigorously and instructed his subordinates to accelerate away rapidly. Filled with admiration, Qin Yunxia exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to subdue Gong Zhiqiang?" As dusk settled, Zhang Sufan called for Qin Yunxia, urging her to help with dinner preparations. After some pleasantries, Qin Yongquan scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Brother, regarding the loan for a house I mentioned earlier, if you still have some spare funds, could you lend a hand? I can cover the entire payment. Let's go house hunting tomorrow." Qin Tianming replied readily. Having made a fortune of 10 million from a rare Imperial green jade, he was indeed in no shortage of funds. Considering the significant matter of his cousin's future marriage, he felt compelled to assist without hesitation, refusing to be like those who forget their roots and forsake impoverished relatives once wealth is attained. Chapter 22. Lavishing $1 million, Qin Yongquan took Qin Tianming's offer to pay in full as a jest, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Brother, if you have money, just lend me the down payment." As the topic of purchasing a house arose, Qin Tianming's thoughts turned to his mother. "Mother, I plan to buy a house in Tianhai City to bring you and Dad there to enjoy life," he announced. Zhang Sufan shook her head in disapproval. "Houses in Tianhai City are far too expensive. Our family cannot afford it. Besides, it's unfamiliar territory. We wouldn't adapt well. Tianming, the money you won from the lottery should not be squandered. Save it for your future wife." Thanks to Aunt Lee's previous solicitation for money, word of Qin Tianming winning a 5 million lottery prize had spread throughout the village, leading his family to mistakenly believe he had struck it rich. Qin Tianming did not seek to clarify, as the misunderstanding conveniently concealed the true origins of his wealth. He pondered for a moment. His parents had lived in the countryside for most of their lives and had grown accustomed to it. Moving to a bustling metropolis would likely prove challenging for them. Then I shall buy a house in the county. Mother, you need to return for chemotherapy and checkups, and it is indeed inconvenient in the village. Qin Yongquan chimed in. Auntie, my brother has become wealthy. Purchasing a house in the county for you is well within reach. We can buy together and reside in the same building for mutual support. Zhang Sufan continued to advise, renovate the house at home. Living there is quite sufficient. No need to purchase. However, Qin Tianming had firmly resolved to buy a house in the county, regardless of his parents' opinions. The house in the village had also been renovated, allowing his parents the freedom to choose where they wished to reside. After finishing their meal, Qin Yongquan took his leave, agreeing to meet the next day to view properties. Qin Tianming spent the remainder of the evening chatting with his mother and sister until they retired for the night. The following morning, Qin Yongquan arrived in a van to pick up Qin Tianming. Inside the vehicle sat an ordinary-looking girl who appeared diligent and home-oriented, along with a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Qin Yongquan introduced her, saying, Brother, this is my girlfriend, Cui Xiaoli. We were classmates in middle school. This is Xiaoli's mother, accompanying us to oversee the house viewing. Upon realizing he was meeting his cousin's fiancée and future mother-in-law, Qin Tianming politely greeted, Sister-in-law, good day. And good day. Cui Xiaoli blushed slightly, feeling shy, while Cui's mother adopted a stern demeanor, stating, Do not call me that indiscriminately. My daughter's engagement to Qin Yongquan is not yet finalized. If you wish to marry my daughter, you must have a house. Cui's mother continually exhibited her materialistic tendencies, complaining about Qin Yongquan's family being impoverished. Had it not been for Cui Xiaoli's affection for him, she would have vehemently opposed the union. Qin Yongquan, feeling helpless, could only endure her nagging, while Qin Tianming silently scoffed, thinking, Do not look down upon others. I must make my cousin's future mother-in-law aware of our Qin family's strength. After nearly an hour, the van finally arrived at the county, halting in front of a real estate office. The office occupied a shop front facing the street, with a series of buildings behind it, named Yuan Lifu Community. Through the iron fence, the environment appeared pleasant, with verdant trees and clean, tidy pathways. Qin Tianming surveyed the surroundings and smiled. The community environment is quite nice. Have you set your sights on this one? Scratching his head, Qin Yongquan shyly replied, Yes. I viewed several properties, and I am most satisfied with this community. However, it is rather expensive, at least 11,000 per square meter. If I wish to purchase a small 3-bedroom apartment, the down payment would exceed 300,000. Cui's mother interjected sarcastically, What a lack of ambition. Why settle for a small 3-bedroom? If you're going to buy, it should be a spacious one, at least 140 to 150 square meters. Furthermore, no loans. Do you expect my daughter to share loan repayments with you? That is out of the question. It must be a full payment. Previously, matchmakers introduced suitors to Cui Xiaoli, and they all purchased properties outright. Concluding her remarks with a threatening tone, Cui's mother added, If your family cannot afford to buy a house outright, the marriage is off. I will have Xiaoli wed someone who can pay in full. Cui Xiaoli, feeling embarrassed, interjected, Mom, please say less. I am not marrying for the house. Qin Yongquan felt increasingly awkward and powerless. Even securing a loan would require borrowing from Qin Tianming for the down payment, as outright purchase was beyond his means. A thought he dared not entertain. Qin Tianming found Cui's mother's materialism excessive, yet knowing the importance of his cousin's marriage, he resolved to assist wholeheartedly, interjecting, Let us first view the properties. We shall determine what to buy once we see them. Upon entering the sales office, a tall, graceful woman with a radiant smile, dressed in a professional suit, approached to assist them. Is this Qin? I recall you visited to view properties before. Have you decided to purchase from us? The saleswoman greeted Qin Yongquan with a warmth characteristic of a small town. Qin Yongquan, feeling slightly awkward, replied, I'll take another look. What types of 3-bedroom units do you have? The saleswoman led the group towards the model display, enthusiastically elaborating on the options available. Qin Tianming surveyed the model of the community. Aside from the high-rise buildings, there lay a grove of trees encircled by an artificial stream at the back of the complex, with over 20 villas nestled within. The villas appeared quite appealing, their environment idyllic, resembling a natural oxygen bar, which would be beneficial for his mother's health. Suddenly, Qin Yongquan pointed to a building on the model and exclaimed, Brother, there's a 3-bedroom unit on the 8th floor of Building 6, measuring 125 square meters. The size is suitable, and the floor number is auspicious. What do you think? Qin Tianming could sense his cousin's earnestness in purchasing a home for marriage and nodded in agreement. All right, if you like it, we shall buy this one. He then inquired of the saleswoman, is there a unit available on the 9th floor of Building 6? I intend to purchase 2 units. The saleswoman's eyes brightened as she cheerfully responded, yes, there's a unit available on the 9th floor east side. Before she could finish, Mother Chui interjected loudly. I said we should buy the house outright. With the down payment for 2 units, you could almost purchase one in full. You're not in a hurry to marry. So what is wrong with buying a full-priced house for your brother first? Mother Chui paused, taken aback, and then, irritated, retorted, why are you shouting at me? Do you even understand the importance of respecting your elders? In any case, it must be a full payment. Otherwise, don't even think about marriage. Qin Tianming exchanged glances, thinking, if you weren't my cousin's mother-in-law, I wouldn't hold you in such regard. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, aiming to avoid complicating his cousin's marriage prospects. He then addressed the saleswoman. For the 8th floor unit, I'll make a 50% down payment. For the 9th floor unit, I'll pay in full. The saleswoman was utterly astonished. The audacity of Qin Tianming, who had merely glanced at the model, yet was prepared to spend a fortune on 2 properties, left her in shock. Sir, are you truly intending to purchase both units? She couldn't help but ask. Without hesitation, Qin Tianming nodded. Indeed, I can make the payment now. Please expedite the paperwork. He instructed, Yongkuan, write your name for the 8th floor, and I'll keep the 9th for myself. Qin Yongkuan was both surprised and thrilled. The total for both units approached 2 million, and his cousin didn't even blink. He had indeed struck a 5 million jackpot. Qin Tianming then provocatively glanced at Mother Chui. Originally, he had intended to buy a house outright for his cousin and Shaoli, but her unwarranted interference had dampened his mood. So he decided to only cover their down payment. Mother Chui stood frozen in disbelief, filled with regret. Had she not spoken out, Qin Tianming would have made the full payment. However, she quickly rebounded, defiantly asserting, don't just talk big, anyone can boast. If you have the ability, show me the money. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Tianming produced his bank card, feigning extravagance as he declared, watch closely and see if I have the funds. Let us swipe the card. Qin Yongkuan could not help but interject, and perhaps you should say a little less. My brother truly possesses considerable wealth. After all, the marriage had not been definitively settled, so it would be inappropriate for him to address her as mother. Chui's mother let out a disdainful huff and provocatively remarked, if he were genuinely affluent, he ought to pay the full amount. How can one claim to be wealthy yet turn their back on kin? I hold individuals like you in the utmost contempt. Qin Tianming rolled his eyes in disdain, thinking to himself that he, too, held her in contempt for her snobbishness. It was imperative to teach her a lesson to prevent her from looking down on the Qin family and meddling in Yongkuan's marriage. I respect you enough to address you as aunt, yet do not let it go to your head. My money is mine to spend as I please. You have no right to dictate how I should use it. Chui's mother, momentarily taken aback, felt her face flush with a mix of red and white, rendered speechless. Chui Shaoli, being more straightforward, interjected, Mother, please cease your remarks. It is already commendable that Brother Tianming can cover half of the house payment to assist Yongkuan in purchasing a home. Qin Tianming then turned, gesturing towards the villa area on the sand table, inquiring, what are the prices of these villas? Are any of them fully renovated? I would like one as well. The young saleswoman was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. Ignoring her astonishment, Qin Tianming continued, I will pay in full for the villa. Are there any that are exquisitely renovated? Please provide me with the most favorable price. The saleswoman's eyes brightened, and she quickly retrieved her phone, opening her gallery to present the options. All our villas are beautifully renovated, designed by renowned architects, using only high-quality materials and furniture from prestigious brands. We currently have 2 remaining, each featuring 3 levels and a basement, totaling over 500 square meters, with a small courtyard included. If you are indeed purchasing in full, I assure you the best price. Qin Tianming took the phone, browsing through the photographs. One villa featured a new Chinese style with luxurious mahogany furniture, exuding wealth and grandeur. The other villa showcased an elegant European design, more suitable for the young rather than the elderly. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Tianming expressed interest in the villa with the new Chinese DCOR, asking, how much is this one? Qin Yongkuan, astonished, exclaimed, Brother, you cannot be serious about buying a villa, can you? What about the apartment on the 9th floor? Only a child would make such choices. I desire both the villa and the apartment. Qin Tianming chuckled, adding, the apartment will serve as an investment, while the villa shall be for my mother's recovery. He possessed over 10 million in his bank account, intending to convert it into property that could serve both as a residence and an investment. Most importantly, he had the ability to see through stone, allowing him to profit from gambling on stones, ensuring he would never lack for money in the future. Chui's mother, having overheard, retorted sarcastically, "You certainly have a way with words. 2 apartments plus a villa, totaling 6 or 7 million. How do you intend to achieve that?" Qin Tianming cast a knowing glance at Chui's mother and replied with a playful tone, "If I can indeed produce the funds to purchase both the villa and the apartment, would you then consent to Yongquan's marriage and cover the remaining balance on their house?" Chui's mother paused, then, with resolve, replied, "You cannot possibly afford it." "What will you say then?" Qin Tianming smiled calmly, responding, "Then I shall cover their remaining payment." Observing the unwavering confidence of Qin Tianming, Chui's mother inwardly pondered, could it be that he truly possesses such wealth? Although she was from a neighboring village, she had heard of Qin Tianming's mother's battle with cancer, which had led to substantial debt from medical expenses that had only recently been repaid. As for the rumors of Qin Tianming winning the lottery, she had yet to come across such news. She firmly believed that he could not possibly produce 6 to 7 million, deeming it mere bluster. An empty boast without any substance. With this thought, Mother Chui felt her composure return, dismissively stating, "Very well, I agree. Let us see how you intend to justify your grand claims." Noticing Mother Chui's reaction, Qin Tianming responded with a playful tone, "Yongquan and Xiaoli will bear witness. Do not deny it later." Mother Chui retorted defiantly, "Whoever reneges is the fool." Qin Tianming chuckled a few times before handing the phone back to the saleswoman beside him. "For this new Chinese-style property, along with those 2 high-rise units, please calculate the total cost, and let's proceed with the payment." The saleswoman was taken aback and elated. She was astonished that the seemingly ordinary-dressed Qin Tianming was, in fact, a concealed affluent buyer, and that he was so straightforward about his purchase. She was thrilled at the prospect of earning a commission of 50 to 60,000 from selling 3 properties at once. Her face beamed with joy as she became extraordinarily courteous, leading Qin Tianming and his companions to the VIP lounge, serving them tea. Subsequently, she hurried to fetch the purchase agreement, fearing that Qin Tianming might change his mind. Though Qin Tianming was determined to buy the properties, he was not inclined to overspend and engaged in a vigorous negotiation. Ultimately, the sales manager approved the most favorable price. Each of the 2 high-rise units, measuring 125 square meters, was priced at 9,800 per square meter, a reduction of 200 from the usual minimum price of 11,000 per square meter, saving a total of 50,000 on the 2 units. The villa was priced at 4 million. Once the prices were settled, the saleswoman beamed as she said, "Mr. Qin, please enter your password and sign." Qin Tianming promptly completed the payment for all 3 properties in one go, resulting in a swift transaction. The saleswoman was overjoyed, her smile widening to the point of disbelief. Yongquan and Xiaoli stood in stunned silence, their minds swirling at the spectacle of spending nearly 6 million to purchase 3 properties, a sight they had never witnessed before. Meanwhile, Mother Chui's face turned ashen. She had not anticipated that Qin Tianming could indeed muster such a sum, and she was filled with regret. With a smirk, Qin Tianming remarked, "Aunt, you have witnessed with your own eyes my purchase of 3 properties. Do you have anything to say?" Chapter 24. The arrogant mother-in-law bows down. Mother Chui's expression shifted dramatically, and with a forced smile, she stammered, "Tianming, I must admit that I was blind to your fortunes. Had I known you were so wealthy, a true magnate, I would have been more accommodating. Alas, it seems the flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple, and family ties are now in question." Qin Tianming coldly replied, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. As previously agreed, Yongquan's remaining balance for the house is only 600,000. You should settle that now." Mother Chui felt an overwhelming embarrassment. Her family was merely ordinary farmers, and managing 60,000 was already a significant feat. 600,000 was beyond her wildest dreams. She stuttered, struggling to find her words. Yongquan interjected, attempting to ease the tension. "Brother, it was just joking. Let's let this go. I will handle the loan myself." He harbored a lingering doubt. Wasn't it said that Tianming had won a 5 million prize? How could he produce 6 million? Was it possible he had won a 10 million prize? Yet, given the current situation, it was not the right moment to inquire. Qin Tianming cast a glance, inwardly thinking, "Foolish lad, I am aiding you. If I do not teach your mother-in-law a lesson, who knows how she might meddle with your marriage?" He cleared his throat and said, "Since Yongquan has brought it up, I shall honor his request. The final payment shall not be taken from you, but his marriage with Xiaoli must be settled. Modir qui rididi acquiesced, nodding repeatedly. Very well. I have no objections to the marriage. In truth, my insistence on Yongquin purchasing the house outright was merely verbal posturing. As long as there is a house, a mortgage is acceptable. Having witnessed Qin Tianming's financial prowess, she believed that with such a cousin, Qin Yongquin would undoubtedly be well taken care of and his future would flourish. Thus, marrying her daughter into the family would ensure prosperity. With Mother Cui relenting and agreeing to the marriage, Qin Tianming had achieved his objective and saw no need for further discussion, resuming the signing of the contract. Qin Yongquin was elated, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The marriage was finally settled, allowing him to feel secure. He discreetly gave Qin Tianming a thumbs up. Acknowledging his cousin's capabilities, one man could indeed support an entire family. Mother Cui's demeanor had shifted remarkably, her attitude transforming completely, adorned with smiles and incessant flattery. Tianming, you truly are affluent. Spending 6 million without a blink is unparalleled in our vicinity. A young and accomplished entrepreneur like you is a rare sight indeed. Once Xiaoli and Yongquin are wed, you must lend them your support. Qin Tianming inwardly scoffed. Such sycophants could only be silenced with wealth, for otherwise they remained unrepentant. Once the property purchase contract was finalized, the saleswoman displayed exceptional courtesy, stating, "Brother Qin, there are still some formalities to complete regarding the house. I must trouble you to return at your convenience." Qin Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. He had placed the villa under his mother's name, but had not brought her identification. Planning to return the next day to complete the paperwork and bring his mother and sister to view the property, Qin Yongquin made a special call home to excitedly relay the news of the house purchase and Mother Cui's approval of the marriage. He intended to seize the momentum and finalize the engagement, lest the mother-in-law concoct any unforeseen complications. In the afternoon, he accompanied his parents, the matchmaker, and Qin Tianming to Cui Xiaoli's home to formalize the engagement. With that, Qin Yongquin's marriage was definitively secured. He felt an immense gratitude towards Qin Tianming and treated him to a hearty dinner that evening. Due to the enhancement of his physical condition from spiritual energy, Qin Tianming consumed over half a gin of liquor with ease, as if it were nothing. Had it been in the past, he would have been tipsy long ago. As he lay in bed, he pulled out his phone and discovered a message from Chen Yuqin, promptly sending her a video. Chen Yuqin had just finished her bath. Clad in sleepwear, her damp hair cascading over her fair shoulders, resembling a beautiful lotus emerging from water. Qin Tianming replied, "The earliest would be the day after tomorrow." Ever since Qin Tianming had cut the Imperial Jade, Chen Yuqin had recognized his genuine talent and was eager to witness his brilliance at the auction. "I must attend. Who knows, I might stumble upon a great opportunity to profit." The two engaged in casual conversation for a while before ending the call. Qin Tianming slept soundly, despite the simplicity of his home, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. The following day, after breakfast, Qin Tianming feigned mystery and teased, "Mom, sister, I'm taking you to the county town. A grand surprise awaits you." "Brother, what surprise?" Qin Yunxiao inquired curiously. "I bought a house. Let's go take a look." Qin Tianming replied. Zhang Sufang, whose health was frail, initially hesitated to join, but upon learning it was to see her son's new home, she joyfully agreed. Qin Tianming summoned a car online, escorting his mother and sister to the sales office of Yuyuan Lifu community in the county town. The saleswoman had been waiting, her enthusiasm palpable. "Mom, I've put this villa in your name. Please sign here." After settling down, Qin Tianming slid the purchase agreement before his mother. "Villa? ISNT at an apartment?" Zhang Sufang exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Yunxiao was equally taken aback, having assumed her brother had bought an apartment all along. The saleswoman beamed. "Auntie, you have such a dutiful son. He is quite wealthy, having paid in full for both a villa and an apartment, and even placed the villa in your name." Upon hearing this, Zhang Sufang and Qin Yunxiao were further shocked. Qin Yongquin had posed similar questions the previous day, but Qin Tianming had brushed them off with laughter. He replied in the same light-hearted manner, "I've never admitted to winning 5 million. Could not be 10 million instead? Rest assured, my money comes from legitimate sources. Mom, please sign quickly, then I'll take you to see our grand villa." Zhang Sufang felt immensely gratified, regardless of the lottery amount her son had won. He had not forgotten her, and she eagerly signed the contract. After receiving the keys, the family of 3 went to inspect the villa. Zhang Sufang and Qin Yunxiao were exceedingly satisfied, ecstatic and thrilled, utterly astonished that they could reside in such a magnificent villa, feeling as if they were in a dream. Chapter 25, Opportunities Await. The family was thoroughly pleased with every aspect of the villa, its decor, space, and surroundings, lavishing praise upon it. After the tour, Qin Tianming cheerfully said, "Mom, you and Yunxia explore around. I'll go buy some daily necessities. You can come back to the county town later and stay in the villa. Brother, I'll accompany you," Qin Yunxia offered eagerly. "No need. You stay with Mom. I'll handle it myself." With that, Qin Tianming stepped outside. He learned from the saleswoman that there was a grocery market nearby, selling hardware and daily items. Upon arriving at the market, he noticed a nearby antique market adjacent to the small county town. "I wonder if there are any treasures to be found that can offset my housing expenses," he mused with a grin, leisurely entering the antique market to browse. The market featured several stalls selling various secondhand goods, antiques, and jade, though its scale was modest compared to larger cities, resulting in a sparse flow of customers. As he passed one stall, a middle-aged vendor waved enthusiastically, saying, "Young man, I have something exceptional here. Would you care to take a look?" The stall owner, adorned with a thick beard and long hair tied casually at the back, donned an aged trench coat, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. However, his eyes sparkled with keen interest as he surveyed the bustling market aisle, seemingly akin to a lion on the prowl for its prey. Qin Tianming chuckled lightly and remarked, "I'm merely wandering aimlessly. If you have something of worth, I will be glad to take a look." The middle-aged vendor responded, "You've come at the right time. I assure you, you will discover something remarkable today. I shall present my treasured heirloom." With that, he opened a box and began to search through its contents with great care. Qin Tianming discreetly activated his ability to see through objects, scanning the various items displayed on the stall to seek out potential treasures. As he surveyed the collection, his attention was drawn to a brown, patina-covered brush pot. The brush pot emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, suggesting its origins were close to the early Ming dynasty. Elated, Qin Tianming was pleasantly surprised to find such a gem. Antiques from the Ming era could fetch a substantial sum, and acquiring it at a low price would indeed be a significant windfall. Although he was not an expert in antiques, his previous experiences had equipped him with a basic understanding. He was certain that items radiating spiritual energy were genuine, while those lacking such a presence were often dubious, and he dared not make a purchase without due diligence. Fearing exposure, he merely cast a hurried glance at the brush pot before shifting his gaze elsewhere. Soon, the middle-aged vendor produced a shallow, square inkstone, cradling it in his hands as if it were a precious treasure. "Young man, this is a family heirloom passed down through generations. It possesses great collectible and investment value. Were it not for the fortunate connection we share, I would not so readily part with it," he proclaimed. Qin Tianming could not help but feel that the vendor's words were merely a ruse. Having encountered antiques before, he was not easily deceived. At that moment, a young man clad in a floral shirt hurriedly approached, his exaggerated expression betraying his urgency. "Old Huang, you're being unreasonable. This ancestral inkstone was promised to me. You said you would hold it until I could gather enough money. Why are you attempting to sell it to someone else?" His tone was filled with indignation, as if Old Huang had truly wronged him. Old Huang looked at the newcomer with an expression of regret and explained, "Xiao Lu, I apologize. My mother is ill and hospitalized, and her medical expenses exceed 3,000 a day. I simply cannot bear the burden any longer. If you could provide 20,000 yuan now, I will sell it to you immediately." The young man, identified as Xiao Lu, responded with visible distress. "I am currently strapped for cash and cannot produce that amount. Otherwise, I would not have asked you to reserve it for me until I could gather the funds." Old Huang, assuming a posture of righteous indignation, replied, "If you cannot procure the money, do not blame me for selling it to someone else." Xiao Lu sighed heavily, expressing his deep regret. "Alas, it seems that fate has separated me from this treasure. What a pity." Old Huang then turned to Qin Tianming, boasting, "Young man, as you can see, my ancestral inkstone is a sought-after item. Were it not for my mother's illness, I would never consider selling it." Having already used his ability to see through the inkstone, Qin Tianming noted its faint spiritual energy, which was so subtle it barely registered, likely indicating it was not even from the Qin dynasty. Moreover, he felt as though these two individuals were merely performing, engaging in a duet to deceive others. Nonetheless, he was determined to purchase the inkstone and patiently inquired, "What era does this inkstone belong to?" Huangshun? The name resonated with Qin Tianming, evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet he could not place it. A glint of cunning flashed in old Huang's eyes as he proudly proclaimed, "Huangshun is a distinguished ancestor of my family, who lived during the Qianlong period of the Qin dynasty. He excelled in calligraphy and painting, renowned for his poetry and wild cursive script. Celebrated as one of the 8 oddities of Yangzhou, and had a close relationship with Zheng Banxiao." Suddenly, Qin Tianming understood. No wonder the name sounded familiar. It was indeed one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. Little Lu, standing nearby, teased, "Old Huang, spare us the show-off routine. It's as if no one knows your ancestor is Huang Shun. You bring it up with everyone. If you're not buying, stop causing a ruckus." Old Huang waved his hand dismissively, noticing that Qin Tianming remained silent, eliciting a sense of triumph within him. Perhaps this young man was a novice. "One of my ancestor Huang Shun's representative works is the scholar washing inkstone. I wonder if you have seen it. Coincidentally, I have a photograph." He then produced a large, pre-printed photograph from his stall. The image depicted a painting featuring an elderly gentleman in a long gown, standing proudly while holding an inkstone, exuding an air of elegance. Holding the photograph in one hand and the inkstone in the other, Old Huang smugly remarked, "Young brother, observe closely." The elder in the painting, known as Su Shi, was a common scholar of the Qin dynasty. "The inkstone he holds bears an uncanny resemblance to my own, does it not?" Qin Tianming, intrigued, scrutinized the image. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The inkstone depicted in the painting became vividly clear, as if it were right before him. Upon comparing it with the inkstone in Old Huang's grasp, he noticed certain discrepancies. However, he chose to conceal his observations, feigning surprise. "Oh, it truly is identical. Could it be that the inkstone you are selling is indeed the one held by the figure in the painting?" To his astonishment, Old Huang unexpectedly shook his head, stating, "Not at all. This inkstone is a replica crafted by my ancestor Huang Shun." Qin Tianming was momentarily taken aback. The stall owner's extravagant claims were clearly intended to deceive him, yet he had so openly admitted to selling a counterfeit. What was his game? Chapter 26. A great find once acquired. "Young brother, I never deceive in business. I speak truthfully and fairly, with no intent to mislead anyone." Upon hearing Old Huang's words, Qin Tianming silently rolled his eyes. "I would be a fool to believe you. Let us see what further embellishments you can conjure." Consider it an opportunity for enlightenment. Old Huang, feigning sincerity, continued, "Although this inkstone is a replica based on the one depicted in the painting, it was crafted by the hand of my ancestor Huang Shun, making it a rare treasure indeed. Just look at the quality, the intricate patterns, the uniform stone texture, the luster. It is undoubtedly of superior quality. And observe the patina. Could something of such richness have been achieved in less than a century?" Old Huang's words flowed forth with fervor. Had Qin Tianming not already discerned the man's deception, he might have been swayed. "Is it truly as remarkable as you claim? I must examine it closely." Qin Tianming feigned skepticism, taking the inkstone and pretentiously inspecting it. His mind was preoccupied with devising a scheme to acquire that Ming dynasty brush pot without raising suspicion, given the cunning nature of the other party. Should he express an interest in purchasing the brush pot, one could only imagine the exorbitant price he might demand. "I assure you of its authenticity. If you have doubts, I possess a certificate of appraisal from a national-level cultural relics authentication center," he declared, producing a document that claimed the item was a mid-Qin inkstone. Qin Tianming held little faith in such certificates, regarding them as mere tools of deception. If antiques could be forged, how much easier would it be to counterfeit a piece of paper? Little Lu, who had lingered nearby, lamented, "An old inkstone from the mid-Qin period, left behind by Huang Shun, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou, is worth every bit of 20,000. Were it not for my financial constraints, I would have purchased it long ago." Old Huang grimaced, recalling, "At one point, someone offered me 50,000 for it, and I regret not selling it. Who could have foreseen that my mother would suddenly fall ill, leading to expenses that drain my finances? Otherwise, I would never sell it at such a reduced price." Little Lu sighed again and subtly signaled to Old Huang. In truth, he was but a pawn, assisting in the art of persuasion. Just then his phone rang, and after hastily answering, he prepared to depart, not forgetting to add, "Old Huang, if this brother does not buy it for 20,000, remember to save it for me. I will certainly gather the funds." Qin Tianming chose to disregard Little Lu's remarks. From the faint aura emanating from the inkstone, he discerned it was indeed an antique, albeit not from the mid-Qin period. The stall owner's entire narrative reeked of deception. Without a credible provenance, how could it command such a high price? He saw through the ruse without exposing it and countered, "My good man, if you are in need of money, I shall purchase the inkstone. But 20,000 is far too steep. A discount is essential." Old Huang, noticing Qin Tianming's interest, concealed a fleeting smile. Yet, he feigned resolute denial, responding, "That is not feasible, young brother. You are well aware of the inkstone's provenance. 20,000 is already a price that cuts into my profit, not a penny less." With that, he turned to leave. Seeing the fish he had hooked attempting to escape, old Huang hurriedly interjected, "Young brother, wait. Haggling is the essence of a buyer's approach. Why not offer a price?" He could tell the inkstone was an old piece, unsure of its exact worth, and suspected even 5,000 might be too generous. Yet, his true intent lay with that brushpot. 5,000. Old Huang exclaimed. "Young brother, you are not merely trying to buy. You are attempting to rob. Such a discounted price is unacceptable. My mother is depending on this money for her recovery. You cannot take advantage of my predicament. If you are sincere, present a fair offer." Qin Tianming hesitated, stating, "I would also like a brush pot to accompany the inkstone, including that we could agree on 6,000. As he spoke, he casually picked up the desired brush pot and placed it next to the inkstone. Old Huang paid little attention, having acquired the brush pot for a mere 50, and was willing to part with it if it meant selling the inkstone. However, he said, "This brush pot I must sell for no less than 6,000. Combining the two would result in a significant loss, and that is simply not permissible. I can only offer 6,000. If that is not acceptable, then so be it." Qin Tianming replied, employing a tactic of feigned withdrawal, and once more began to walk away. As he stepped back 3 meters, old Huang lamented loudly. In truth, he felt an inner joy. The inkstone was merely a common trinket from the late Qing dynasty, artificially aged, worth perhaps 1,000 or 800. Yet he sold it for 6,000, reaping a handsome profit for his elaborate fabrication. Yet, he maintained an appearance of deep sorrow, exclaiming that Qin Tianming had struck it rich today. Qin Tianming transferred the money, completing the transaction, one hand clutching the inkstone while the other held the pen holder. Secretly delighted, the pen holder from the Ming dynasty was of considerable value. Having acquired it for 6,000, he was assured of a significant gain. Even if the vendor was unscrupulous, it ultimately fell into his possession. He took out his phone and snapped several photos of the pen holder, sending them to Song Qingzi for assistance in determining its true worth. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a white shirt, sporting black-framed glasses and graying hair, approached the stall. He scanned the area, seemingly unable to find what he sought, and anxiously inquired, "Old Huang, where's that pen holder you looked at yesterday?" Old Huang recognized him as Director Luo of the County Cultural Museum, an unassuming figure, yet a connoisseur of antiques with a discerning eye. He chuckled, "Director Luo, you examined all the antiques in my stall yesterday. I cannot recall which pen holder you mean. It should be around this position. Why is it missing?" Director Luo pointed to a corner of the stall, impatiently pressing for an answer. "It was just purchased." Old Huang gestured towards Qin Tianming, his heart sinking. Could the item Director Luo coveted be of significant worth? Had he let slip a grand opportunity? Director Luo followed the direction of his finger, spotting the pen holder casually held by a young man. Regret washed over him. He had failed to recognize its value the day before, arriving too late today and missing out on a remarkable find. "Young man, please wait. Did you call for me?" Qin Tianming asked, turning in confusion. Director Luo adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Qin Tianming with a friendly smile, and tentatively inquired, "How much did you pay for that pen holder?" Before Qin Tianming could respond, old Huang interjected, "He didn't spend a dime. He bought the inkstone for 6,000, and the pen holder was a free gift. I pride myself on honesty in business." "Free gift? You fool. Are you blind?" Director Luo inwardly cursed, while his gaze shifted to the inkstone in Qin Tianming's other hand. He had examined it yesterday. It was merely a common inkstone from the late Qing dynasty, valued around 1,000, and he had dismissed it, deeming the 6,000 spent an utter folly. Clearly, this young man lacked knowledge, having unwittingly acquired the pen holder. He couldn't help but muse about Qin Tianming's fortunate luck. Though the pen holder bore some wear and tear, it was indeed an authentic bamboo carved piece from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, featuring vividly carved figures of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove. He had intended to seize a bargain today, but found himself outmaneuvered by Qin Tianming. Director Luo's mind raced as he regained his composure, saying calmly, "Young man, let me be frank. The pen holder you purchased is an antique from the Republic era. As a scholar, I have a deep appreciation for the 4 treasures of the study. Would you be willing to part with it?" Qin Tianming weighed the brush holder, now devoid of spiritual energy. "From the Republic of China? You must be joking. Do you take me for a fool like those unscrupulous vendors who fail to recognize its true provenance from the Ming dynasty?" He understood well that Director Luo likely sought to capitalize on a bargain, and thus he firmly declined, stating, "Not for sale." Director Luo chuckled awkwardly, "Young man, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I am genuinely interested in purchasing it. Your primary interest lies in the inkstone, and the brush holder serves no purpose for you. Why not sell it to me and make a tidy profit? I am willing to offer 10,000. 10,000? Old Huang gasped, filled with regret, realizing the brush holder was worth such a sum, which he had unwittingly given away. It was indeed a significant loss. Director Luo, brimming with confidence, believed Qin Tianming would seize the opportunity to profit immensely and would surely sell. To his surprise, Qin Tianming shook his head once more, not for sale. Director Luo was taken aback by the continued refusal, pondering whether this young man was playing a clever game, aware of the brush holder's true worth, or if he intended to exploit him, sensing his eagerness to buy. Unsure of Qin Tianming's intentions, he inquired, "Young man, name your price. How much do you wish to sell it for?" It was a travesty to utilize an antique valued at 100,000 merely for the display of a brush. Director Luo cursed inwardly, resolved to acquire it at any cost. He continued to persuade, "I am the director of the Cultural Center and truly appreciate this brush holder. Items from the Republic of China are not particularly valuable. I can offer you an additional 5,000, making it 15,000. Let us be friends in the future. Should you need assistance in the county, you can always seek me out. I have many acquaintances in municipal bureau who can resolve both major and minor matters." Though he initially claimed the brush holder was from the Republic, revealing his ulterior motives, his appeal to his position only reinforced Qin Tianming's belief in the item's significant value. He again declined, his gaze resolute, simply stating, "Not for sale." Director Luo, infuriated by the impenetrable resolve, could not afford to raise his bid too high, lest he reveal the brush holder's true worth, which would only lead to further refusal. He feigned distress, gritting his teeth. "I have a peculiar habit. I cannot bear to part with items I desire without acquiring them. I'll raise my offer to 20,000. What do you say? It is truly a blunder to let go of such a valuable item worth over 20,000. Qin Tianming chuckled lightly, a knowing glint in his eye. "Brother, we both understand the brush holder's value. There is no need for you to increase your offer further. I will not sell." With that, he turned and strode away. This young man truly played the part of the naive, leaving Director Luo to rue his missed opportunity to acquire a treasure worth 1,000,000. Frustrated and begrudgingly unsatisfied, his face darkened. Feeling elated, Qin Tianming sauntered out of the antique market and made his way to the general goods market to purchase daily necessities. While selecting tableware, he suddenly noticed a youth named Xiao Lu following him, eyes glinting with mischief. With a cold smile, Qin Tianming set down the tableware and walked toward a secluded alley in the market, waiting to see what their intentions were. Before long, Old Huang, accompanied by Xiao Lu and a young man in a black vest, hurried into the alley. "Little brother, I finally found you. That brush holder cannot be given away. Please return it to me." Lao Huang discovered Qin Tianming leaning against the wall in the alley and promptly approached him, a forced smile plastered across his face. Losing his patience, Lao Huang's expression darkened as he gestured for Xiao Lu and another accomplice, encircling Qin Tianming. Unfazed, Qin Tianming scoffed, "With a schemer like you, enlisting accomplices to deceive others. I've already shown you leniency by not exposing you on the spot. Don't overstep your bounds. Do you intend to resort to violence?" He derided, "You think we are easy prey? This is a mess of your own making. Strike him. Let him taste some suffering." Lao Huang sneered as he swung his fist at Qin Tianming, with Xiao Lu and the young man in the black vest joining in with punches and kicks. Anticipating their moves, Qin Tianming regarded the three ordinary individuals with disdain. His speed was unmatched. He unleashed a flurry of kicks, targeting their vulnerable areas. There was no need for courtesy when dealing with these unreliable frauds. "Ouch, that hurts!" Lao Huang and his companions were struck where it hurt the most, clutching their groins and collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. "With such pathetic skills, you still dare to flaunt your power and engage in underhanded tactics?" Qin Tianming scoffed, spitting disdainfully on the ground. Chapter 28. The unexpected appearance of a valuable stone. Lao Huang and his companions writhed in pain, their expressions twisted in anguish, unable to rise. "That was merely a warning. I granted each of you a kick to dissuade you from following me again. Otherwise, you shall reap no rewards," Qin Tianming warned, casting a final scornful glance before departing. His mother, Zhang Sufan, and sister, Qin Yunxia, had been waiting eagerly, excitedly preparing for their future stay in their new villa when they next visited the county. After spending another night at home, Qin Tianming bid farewell to his family the following morning and boarded the high-speed train to Zhonghai City. Upon arriving at the Lianyuan Jade shop on Yusher Street, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He surveyed the shop and headed straight for the busy Chen Yujin, grinning as he said, "Beautiful lady, help me select a piece of jade, would you?" Chen Yujin smiled in return, playfully responding, "Sure, but I must ensure I take a hefty sum from you." the wealthy patron. Hearing this, Qin Yujin felt a newfound admiration for Qin Tianming. After all, he had made a fortune of 10 million from a piece of Imperial green jade and was willing to spend half of it on his family, demonstrating a commendable sense of responsibility. She gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are filial." As the two chatted and laughed, the other female employees in the shop cast envious glances their way. On the first day of the Jade Stone Convention, Qin Tianming had struck gold with his Imperial green find, and the news of his sudden wealth had spread like wildfire. The female staff, having witnessed his luck firsthand, were filled with jealousy and wonder about why such fortune had not befallen them. As they walked, Qin Yujin explained, "The auction lasts 2 days. The morning is for inspecting and selecting the stones, allowing buyers to appraise the materials ahead of time. The afternoon is designated for the bidding process. Additionally, while the auction is held on Yushur Street, it merely serves as a platform and does not take responsibility for the authenticity or quality of the stones. Once the stones are cut, their fate rests solely with the buyers." Qin Tianming had never attended an auction before and was unfamiliar with its rules, listening attentively. However, regardless of the regulations, his ability to see through jade with his perceptive eye assured him of a guaranteed profit. The auction venue was located on Jade Street, and the two arrived after a leisurely 10-minute walk. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Ma Jinyan and his nephew Ma Shang, true adversaries crossing paths. Ma Shang, upon seeing Qin Tianming laughing and conversing with Qin Yujin, was particularly incensed. He mockingly exclaimed, "What a pitiful miser, daring to attend an auction. 1 million could just vanish without a sound." Ma Shang, filled with fury, threatened Qin, "Don't get too cocky. Our previous grievances are far from settled. If I see you at the auction, you'll be in for it." Qin Tianming scoffed dismissively, retorting, "With you, it's best to stay where it's cool." Just as Ma Shang intended to retaliate, Ma Jinyan intervened, coolly stating, "Enough nonsense. Let us go." Ma Jinyan had long since devised a plan to teach Qin Tianming a lesson, fearing his foolish nephew might alert their quarry. Watching the two depart, Qin Tianming couldn't help but smirk. They were surely up to no good. Qin Yujin gently advised, "Don't stoop to their level. Let us focus on our own materials." Qin Tianming smiled, responding nonchalantly, "They are merely defeated foes, unworthy of my attention." Qin Yujin cautioned, "As the saying goes, even deities find it challenging to discern jade. There are no perpetual victors in stone gambling. Do not let your confidence lead to grave losses." Qin Tianming feigned humility, nodding as he entered the auction hall, instantly captivated by the array of jade materials. He quickly activated his perceptive eye, scanning each piece and finding many of good quality. It appeared that the jade presented at the auction had been meticulously selected. As they strolled and observed, they paused before a massive slab measuring 1.5 meters in length and nearly 0.5 meter in width, which boasted several openings revealing glimmers of jade within. However, upon using his perceptive eye, Qin Tianming was taken aback to find that the interior contained only a faint hint of green, indicating its poor quality, merely a veneer material. He was astonished that such a fraudulent piece could be presented at a major auction. Surrounding the slab were 7 or 8 customers, seemingly oblivious to the stone's discrepancies. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out from behind Qin Tianming, "Tianming, Yujin, you both are here." Accompanying her was a middle-aged man with a pleasant smile and a refined appearance. "Tianming, are you interested in this material? What do you think of it?" After several encounters, Li Sulan had come to regard Qin Tianming with newfound respect, recognizing him as a genuinely capable individual rather than just fortunate. The jade he had previously acquired and sold to her had been at fair prices, earning her admiration. The material, though seemingly impressive on the surface, is nothing but refuse within. Before Li Sulan could utter a word, the middle-aged man beside her impatiently interjected. "What audacity! This material, with so many windows and a core of icy clarity, is bound to yield exquisite jade. How can you dismiss it as garbage?" Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, pondering the identity of this individual. "My assertion about the material's worth is of no concern to you." Chapter 29, Malicious Price Inflation. Li Sulan's delicate brows knitted slightly, revealing her evident discomfort, yet she refrained from expressing her irritation, instead opting for a polite introduction. "This is Mr. Huang Yang, our store's chief jade appraiser, renowned for his discerning eye. And this is Qin Tianming, the young man who unearthed the Imperial green from our shop, an adept in the art of stone gambling. You two should engage in a fruitful exchange." Huang Yang feigned enlightenment, adopting an air of superiority. "So you're the fortunate junior who struck Imperial green in my absence. Quite the stroke of luck." His words, though eloquent, dripped with disdain for Qin Tianming. Irritated, Huang Yang retorted, You may be quick-witted, but don't let a stroke of good fortune inflate your ego. You should be accompanied by humility and respect for one's elders. Otherwise, you shall find yourself at a disadvantage. Qin Tianming scoffed lightly, dismissing him with, I only respect those who merit respect, and you fall far short of that standard. As tensions threatened to escalate, Li Suan hurriedly intervened. All right, let us keep it civil. We are all friends here. Huang Yang, seething inwardly, cast a venomous glare at Qin Tianming's retreating figure. Chen Yujin quietly added, Huang Yang possesses remarkable skills in jade appraisal and is quite esteemed in the circles, but his pride is quite pronounced. As the two perused the raw stones while engaging in casual conversation, Qin Tianming suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a piece of rough material over half a meter long. Numbered 8607. The exterior appeared unremarkable, attracting only a handful of onlookers, evidently failing to capture much attention. However, through his discerning vision, Qin Tianming discerned a piece of icy yellow yang green jade within, approximately the size of an infant's head, capable of yielding 4 to 5 bangles and a dozen ring faces, with the remaining scraps potentially crafting several pendants, valuing around 20 million. He resolved to acquire it at a bargain price, intending to seize a significant opportunity. As for the more popular pieces with visible windows, Qin Tianming paid them little heed, anticipating fierce competition and inflated bidding prices, thus deeming them devoid of opportunity. The auction was set to commence at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the two arrived early at the spacious venue, where a dozen individuals had already gathered. Qin Tianming surveyed the room, gesturing towards 2 inconspicuous corners. How about we sit there? Chen Yujin interjected, with your standing in Jade Street, you ought not to settle for such a modest position. Follow me. With that, she guided Qin Tianming to the second row, seats 26 and 27, which had been prearranged by her aunt. Rest assured, this is all taken care of. Moments later, Li Solon entered the venue alongside Huang Yang, taking their seats beside Qin Tianming and Chen Yujin. Qin Tianming had an unsettling feeling that Huang Yang's gaze towards him was quite unfriendly. However, he chose to disregard it. As the crowd gradually assembled, the auction commenced promptly at 4 o'clock. The host was a poised and capable young woman, adorned in a striking crimson qipao, exuding a festive aura. After delivering a brief opening statement, the first jadeite raw stone, numbered 8607, was displayed on the large screen. To Qin Tianming's astonishment, the very stone he had set his sights on was the first to be auctioned. Elated, he knew, despite his inexperience with auctions, that items auctioned early typically commanded lower prices. The host elaborated. This stone is sourced from the old pit in Yunnan, known for yielding a significant amount of icy jadeite. The starting bid is 1 million, with each increment no less than 100,000. Please place your bids. The highest bidder shall prevail. A hush fell over the auction hall, as it appeared no one was ready to make the first move. All eyes were keenly observant. Being his inaugural auction, Qin Tianming felt a tinge of nervousness. Yet, the lack of bids brought him some comfort. Fewer competitors might mean he could secure the stone at a lower price. He raised his paddle. 1 million. The host, maintaining a professional smile, announced, Mr. 26 bids 1 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? A voice, dripping with sarcasm, interrupted the moment. A pauper is indeed a pauper, daring only to call the base price. Qin Tianming turned to locate the source of the taunt and found Ma Shang in the front row, raising his paddle. 1,500,000. Upon concluding his bid, Ma Shang turned provocatively towards Qin Tianming, mockingly gesturing by slitting his throat and sticking out his tongue, a ludicrous display. Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow and let out a soft snort, realizing this individual was attempting to disrupt him. However, he understood that he was there to profit, not to engage in petty rivalries. Ignoring Ma Shang's taunt, he calmly raised his paddle once more. 1,600,000. Ma Shang, emboldened, quickly escalated the bid. 2 million. Qin Tianming responded with determination. 2,100,000. Observant onlookers could easily discern that a rivalry was brewing. With many familiar with Ma Shang, news of Qin Tianming's victory over Ma Jinyan for the Imperial Green had already circulated through the jade market, prompting hushed conversations among attendees, thus invigorating the atmosphere. Ma Shang, increasingly vexed, inwardly cursed Qin Tianming for his cunning, contemplating how long this slow bidding would persist. In a fit of irritation, he derisively remarked, Qin, you truly are a pauper, daring only to increment by 10,000. If you have the guts, surpass my bid, or spare yourself the embarrassment. 3 million. In truth, Ma Shang had not examined the stone, but aimed to inflate the price deliberately, hoping to extract a hefty sum from Qin Tianming, thus alleviating his own frustrations. Qin Tianming smirked condescendingly, retorting, with a reckless spender like you, your family will inevitably meet their downfall at your hands. 3,100,000. For a million. Ma Xiang, with a wealth of bravado, raised his bid by 1,000,000 each time. 4,100,000. Seeing Qin Tianming persist in the bidding, Ma Xiang believed he had successfully provoked him. He leaned closer to Ma Jinyan, whispering, "Uncle, should we continue to raise the bid?" Ma Jin nodded slightly and murmured, "Add it. I will stop when I choose to. I have assessed this material. Even if it yields jade after processing, it is worth at most 6 million. This kid will be ruined." Ma Xiang, feeling assured, decisively raised his paddle and boldly declared, 6 million. Qin, if you have the guts, keep bidding. If you don't, you lack courage. Qin Tianming furrowed his brow. He had around 5 million in hand. Exceeding 6 million would stretch his finances beyond limits. Chen Yujin, noticing Qin Tianming's predicament, hurriedly advised, "Perhaps you should let it go. What if you incur a loss?" Qin Tianming resolutely shook his head, asserting, "This material will not result in a loss. However, I lack sufficient funds. Do you have money? Partner with me to acquire it, and I guarantee you a substantial profit." Chapter 30. The Million Yuan Jadeite Rough. Chen Yujin could not muster a few million and instinctively glanced at Li Solan beside her. Li Solan, contemplating how to win over Qin Tianming, smiled and said, "How much do you lack? I can lend it to you." Huang Yang immediately interjected, "Madame, you cannot lend him money. I have examined this material. It is worth at most 5 million. If you continue to raise the price, it will surely lead to his ruin. If your vision is lacking, refrain from speaking." Huang Yang, frustrated, questioned, "What if he incurs a loss?" Qin Tianming scoffed, "Loss? The material I am interested in has never resulted in a loss. If it does, I shall return double." Seeing Qin Tianming's unwavering confidence, Li Solan felt assured. Having witnessed his past successes with Jadeite Rough, she expressed her support. "Bid as you wish. I will cover any shortfall." In the front row, Ma Xiang, noticing Qin Tianming's hesitation to raise the bid, feared the material might fall into his hands and continued to provoke. "Qin, if you have the guts, keep bidding. Not bidding shows your cowardice." Ma Xiang, infuriated, called out without hesitation, 8 million. "Qin, I am determined to overshadow you today, making it clear that you cannot compare to me." Beside him, Ma Jin shook his head in resignation, silently chastising his rashness. If Qin Tianming did not continue, would it not end up costing him dearly? "You will always be beneath me. Competing with you is an embarrassment," Qin Tianming derisively retorted, continuing the bidding. 8,100,000. Ma Xiang, even more enraged, recalled his previous defeats at Qin Tianming's hands and, unable to tolerate such disdain any longer, shouted, 10 million. "I will not rest until you are beneath my foot. Then I will take your surname." Qin Tianming cursed inwardly. A material he could have acquired for several million less was now inflated to 10 million due to Ma Xiang's meddling. The extra expenditure could have bought him 2 houses back in his hometown. Nonetheless, he could not allow Ma Xiang to win this bid. Foolishness. Cease raising the price. Ma Jin urgently pulled Ma Xiang gazide, whispering a reprimand. Ma Xiang, still fuming, replied, "This kid is infuriating. I cannot rest until I vent my anger. But we cannot squander money. Remember, our goal is to outsmart Qin Tianming. What if he does not bid anymore?" Ma Jin emphasized, reflecting on their objective. Ma Xiang gradually regained his composure. Qin Tianming deliberately paused for a moment before seemingly hesitatingly proclaiming, 10,100,000. Ma Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Ma Xiang might act impulsively without discernment, and quickly cautioned him in a hushed tone, "You mustn't raise the bid any further." Ma Xiang nodded, stood up from his seat, and, convinced that his scheme had succeeded, arrogantly mocked, "Mr. Qin, this worthless stone is at most worth 6 million. You've been successfully provoked into spending 10 million. I can't wait to see how you'll suffer the consequences." Ma Xiang scornfully retorted, "You're the one who lacks vision. If you have the ability, reveal this stone publicly and see how you embarrass yourself." Qin Tianming snorted coldly, too weary to waste his breath further, and turned his gaze towards the host, giving her a discreet signal. The host immediately understood, raising the auction hammer. 10 million once. "Is there any further bidding?" 10 million twice. 10 million thrice. Bang! The gavel struck decisively. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding 10,100,000 for the first piece of Jadeite Rough. Many in the audience shook their heads, murmuring among themselves, convinced that Qin Tianming had spent an exorbitant sum and had clearly been a victim of malicious price inflation, bound to incur significant losses. Once the bidding concluded, two staff members approached Qin Tianming to finalize the payment. Qin Tianming transferred 5,100,000, with the remaining 5 million to be covered by Li Sulan. Upon receiving the funds, the staff politely inquired, "Sir, would you like the jadeite you purchased to be cut, or would you prefer take it as is?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianming replied, "Please find a craftsman to cut it for me." Huang Yang decisively interjected, "No one believes in the value of the rough stone you just purchased for 10 million. If you lack the ability, don't bid recklessly. You're not only losing money yourself, but also dragging others down with you." Qin Tianming frowned and retorted, "If you keep quiet, no one will mistake you for a mute. The matter of profit and loss is between me and Aunt Lon. It has nothing to do with an outsider like you. Mind your own business." Huang Yang, infuriated, slammed his hands on the armrest of his chair, his finger trembling with rage as he pointed at Qin Tianming. "What do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that? Do you still wish to mingle in the jade market?" Qin Tianming regarded him with contempt. "You? Threaten me? Spare me. As if I would take you seriously. Just wait until the rough stone is cut. I can't wait to see your face then." "Enough. Both of you should temper your words." Li Sulan urgently intervened, exuding the authority of a wealthy businesswoman. "It's merely a piece of rough. What is there to quarrel about in front of so many people?" Huang Yang glared, letting out a cold snort, clearly brimming with indignation. "Qin Tianming, un poto, juko, un lan." The way you assert yourself resembles a heroine. Li Sulan, taken aback by Qin Tianming's swift change of demeanor, rolled her eyes in exasperation, exuding a captivating charm. While the group conversed, the auction for the second piece of jadeite commenced. Lacking funds, Qin Tianming lost interest and refrained from participating. After approximately half an hour, the rough stone he had purchased was cut and placed on a small cart, covered with a red cloth, and presented to him. The staff member delivering the stone wore a beaming smile, saying, "Sir, you should prepare a generous red envelope." Qin Tianming chuckled heartily, feigning ignorance. "What? Has the stone appreciated in value?" The staff, shrouded in mystery, said to him, "Sir, why don't you unveil the red cloth yourself?" Ma Xiang and Ma Jin, seated in the front row, exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Without further ado, Qin Tianming grasped the red cloth draped over the raw stone and ripped it away. Under the illumination of the lights, the split surface of the raw stone radiated a translucent green brilliance, exuding an enchanting beauty. The clarity of the high-grade ice green jade further accentuated its extraordinary nature. The onlookers positioned close to the jade erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The high-grade ice yellow-green jade's value undoubtedly surpassed 10 million, and it had surprisingly appreciated in worth. Chapter 31. The auction of the King of Stone. Some individuals approached the jade material, brandishing wolf-eye flashlights to inspect it closely, marveling at its quality. High-grade ice yellow-green. With these two substantial pieces, it's estimated to be at least 15 million. We underestimated it. While this young brother has an eye for quality, many in the vicinity rose to gather closer, engaging in animated discussions, leading to a temporary halt in the auction. An expert provided an accurate appraisal, estimating the value around 2 million. Acquiring it for 10 million might yield nearly double the profit. No one anticipated that the raw stone, subjected to malicious bidding, could yield such a substantial profit, prompting a newfound respect for Qin Tianming among the crowd. "Impressive. Little Qin, your discernment is unparalleled. It's no wonder you dared to defy the majority, knowing full well you were being maliciously outbid, yet still chose to purchase this stone." Li Sulan, having examined the cut jade, did not hesitate to give a thumbs up, praising him. "Tianming, you truly are remarkable. I thought you would be terribly deceived, yet unexpectedly, you unveiled a high-grade ice yellow-green and made a significant profit." Chen Yujin also expressed her admiration, deepening her understanding of Qin Tianming's stone gambling prowess, as he consistently brought forth astonishing surprises. High-grade ice yellow-green, valued at around 20 million? Impossible. Ma Xiang could not restrain himself, and stood up to take a closer look. Witnessing the glistening jade firsthand left him utterly dumbfounded. His intention to maliciously inflate the price, hoping to see Qin Tianming suffer a substantial loss, had backfired, resulting instead in Qin Tianming's triumph and shining reputation. Huang Yang, positioned nearby, was equally incredulous. How is it possible that such a remarkable piece emerged? Some individuals began to feel the sting of embarrassment. Do not let age breed arrogance. Refrain from speaking carelessly, lest you become the one to suffer humiliation. Although Qin Tianming refrained from naming names, his sardonic tone only served to infuriate Huang Yang further, who felt reluctant to express his anger, having misjudged the situation. Then, Qin Tianming turned his gaze toward Ma Shang, standing beside the jade, taunting, "You extravagant fool, with someone like you in the Ma family, your downfall is inevitable. Keep shouting. Do you think that by maliciously inflating the price, I would incur a loss?" Ma Shang, seething with rage, retorted vehemently, "Don't get too full of yourself. So what if it appreciated? What's there to boast about?" Qin Tianming laughed heartily, unabashed. "What skills do you possess besides mere words? If you have the ability, why not unveil a piece of quality yourself?" Ma Shang, consumed by fury, veins bulging on his neck, bellowed, "Just wait. Today, I will unveil a piece worth over 100 million, so you can see just how insignificant you are." Observing Ma Shang se exasperated demeanor. Qin Tianming felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the opportunity to counteract his malicious price inflation. He turned to Li Sulan, a smile gracing his lips, and cheerfully remarked, "Aunt Lan, what do you think? I trust one haven't caused you any losses?" Li Sulan, stifling her laughter behind her hand, could hardly conceal her delight as she praised him. "Tianming, I never expected someone so young to possess such remarkable skills. In comparison to top jade appraisers, you hold your own splendidly, truly impressive." Qin Tianming grinned, appreciating her commendation. "Thank you, Aunt Lan. As we agreed, once this jadeite is sold and profits are made, we shall divide the earnings equally." "Absolutely." Li Sulan readili concurrat. Unbeknownst to them, a fire of jealousy and anger flickered in Huang Yang's eyes. The auction proceeded. Lacking funds, Qin Tianming could only watch, while Li Sulan eagerly awaited her favored jadeite to be presented, refraining from bidding. Meanwhile, Ma Jinyan and his uncle Ma Shang frequently succeeded in acquiring several pieces of jade, though in Qin Tianming's estimation, none matched the potential profit of his own piece. Gradually, the auction approached its conclusion. The host raised his voice, excitedly announcing, "Next, we present the crowning jewel of this auction, a piece of jadeite sourced from the ancient mine in Southeast Asia." Several staff members wheeled forth a jadeite slab, approximately 1.5 meters in length, to the auction stage. This was the very piece Qin Tianming had previously scrutinized, now ironically regarded as the star lot. It remained to be seen which unsuspecting bidder would fall prey to it. Ladies and gentlemen, the starting bid for this premier piece is set at 10 million, with increments of no less than 1 million. Let the bidding commence. With the host's words, the atmosphere surged with excitement as attendees eagerly raised their paddles to bid. Before long, the price for this prized item soared beyond 50 million. The most fervent bidder was undoubtedly Ma Jinyan, seemingly determined to secure this jadeite at any cost. Huang Yang, visibly agitated, persistently urged Li Sulan, "Madam, it's time to make a move. Bid high. Raise it by 10 million to intimidate the other bidders." Li Sulan, placing her trust in Huang Yang, who had spent years discerning jade while she designed and operated the jade business, did not hesitate. She raised her paddle assertively, declaring 60 million. Qin Tianming was taken aback, hastily advising, "Aunt Lan, this jadeite is not worth bidding on." Furrowing her brows in confusion, Li Sulan inquired, "What do you mean? Do you doubt this material will yield quality jade?" Huang Yang, unable to contain himself, retorted, "This material has numerous windows. Even the lowest quality is high ice type. It will undoubtedly produce exceptional jade. Do not presume to speak without understanding." He continued with unwavering confidence. "Moreover, I had my eye on this star piece during my previous trip to Southeast Asia. I have appraised it repeatedly, and am certain I have not erred." Qin Tianming frowned, countering, "If this material is indeed so remarkable, why was it not auctioned off in Southeast Asia before?" Huang Yang was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly recovered, asserting that is because there have been no recent auctions in Southeast Asia. Thus, it remained unsold. "I am acquainted with the seller, who specifically brought it to the domestic market for this auction." Qin Tianming curled his lip, tired of further banter with Huang Yang, and decisively expressed his judgment. "Aunt Lan, this material is fraught with issues. It's merely a deceptive veneer. You must not bid on it." "A veneer? How could that be?" Li Sulan exclaimed in astonishment. Although her expertise in identifying jadeite rough stones was not the pinnacle, it was nonetheless commendable. She had scrutinized the piece repeatedly and had seen no signs of a veneer. Huang Yang's expression shifted dramatically before he regained his composure, hastily rebuking, "Do not spout nonsense for attention. How could a piece favored by so many experts possibly be a veneer? You seem to have let your modest abilities inflate your ego." Qin Tianming scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Your inability to perceive the truth speaks more of your lack of discernment. Are you still whining about the slap you just received?" Enraged, Huangyang was about to retort when a familiar voice rang out. 65 million. Chapter 32. The Bid King at 90 million. Huangyang immediately incited, "Boss lady, do not listen to this young fool. Ma Jinyan is a renowned jade expert. If he endorses this material, it must be good. If he acquires this coveted piece, he will undoubtedly profit immensely, and we may fall behind in future competition. This is a rare opportunity. We cannot lag. We must raise our bid and secure the coveted piece for both fame and fortune." Li Sulan found herself engulfed in indecision, torn between whom to believe. She trusted Huangyang's eye for quality, yet could not dismiss Qin Tianming's assessment. Qin Tianming remained steadfast, asserting, "Aunt Lan, this material is indeed problematic. Trust me. If I am wrong, I will work for you free of charge for 10 years. Previously, Li Sulan had invested 5 million to help him secure a jadeite rough stone at auction, a kindness he wished to repay, and he did not wish to see her suffer a loss. Huangyang derisively stated, "Even if you worked a lifetime, it would not compare to the value of this coveted piece. Boss lady, do not be swayed by his manipulation. Continue to bid." Li Sulan furoit herberoth. Deep in thought, 65 million was no trifling amount. She was risking a significant portion of her wealth. Should this truly be a veneer, she would be left with nothing. Given that Qin Tianming had never lost in his stone gambling endeavors, his determination to stop her suggested a strong conviction. Even as a precaution, she could not afford to take such a risk. Resolutely, she decided to cease bidding. Seated in the front row, Ma Jinyan subtly glanced over, keenly watching Li Sulan, anxious that she might not raise her bid. Ma Shang, suppressing his indignation, spoke with longing, "Third uncle, if we can secure this coveted piece, we will undoubtedly profit immensely and thoroughly outshine that Qin scoundrel." 70 million. Huangyang abruptly raised his paddle. Li Sulan's brow furrowed in displeasure as she remarked, "Who authorized you to bid on your own accord?" Huangyang hastily explained, "Boss lady, I do this for your benefit. Securing the coveted piece will surely bring both fame and fortune." Li Sulan's expression turned serious as she declared, "I have decided to withdraw from the bidding. You bid on your own. Bear the consequences." Huangyang's face fell instantly, his embarrassment evident, as he felt both anxious and furious. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip away? "I guarantee with my integrity that I can unveil jade worth over 100 million. Beside me," Qin Tianming mockingly remarked, "the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are." Aunt Lan wisely relinquished her claim, "Yet you continue to extol that worthless jade. Could there be some ulterior motive?" Huangyang, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Nonsense. I am solely focused on ensuring the boss lady profits. Do not slander me, or I shall have my reckoning with you." 75 million. At that moment, Ma Jinyan raised his bid, unaware that Li Sulan had decided to withdraw, still hoping to elevate the price of this rough stone. Qin Tianming cast a glance at the Ma uncle and nephew, his eyes glinting with mischief, a smirk curving his lips. "Given their previous underhanded tactics to inflate the price, I must repay them in kind and render them a source of embarrassment." With this thought, Qin Tianming raised his voice, taunting, "Oh, it seems young Master Ma is intent on acquiring a fine piece. Should you win the bid, do be sure to slice it open for us to admire. You just wait, Qin. My family must secure this top lot. Soon, you shall witness something extraordinary." Qin Tianming sneered derisively. "Very well, I shall await the spectacle. Should you fail to procure this top lot, you shall be deemed a fool." This scene did not escape Qin Tianming's notice, and he muttered to himself, those two exchanging glances. Could there truly be something amiss? "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bid of 75 million from this gentleman. Is there anyone willing to increase the offer?" The host timely inquired. 80 million. Qin Tianming suddenly raised his paddle, entering the fray, casting a provocative glance at Ma Shang, determined to make them pay dearly, hoping to see the Ma family brought to ruin. As anticipated, Ma Shang could not withstand the provocation, defiantly shouting, 90 million. "If you dare, keep bidding." Qin Tianming laughed triumphantly and replied, "I shan't bid further. 90 million for a piece of trash is yours to keep. As I stated earlier, should you purchase that stone and not open it, you shall be a fool." Ma Shang, perplexed, continued to shout boisterously, "Qin, do not envy me. If you lack funds, simply keep silent." Qin Tianming raised his hand once more, and the price soared to 90 million, preparing to withdraw and enjoy the ensuing spectacle. The host, brimming with enthusiasm, lifted the auction hammer, declaring 90 million once, 90 million twice, 90 million thrice. With that, the hammer fell, sealing the deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for securing the top lot at 90 million. The room erupted into applause and jubilations. Ma Xiang, brimming with pride, declared, "You pauper, still thinking you could contest with me. What do you amount to?" However, Ma Jinyan's expression turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Ma Xiang, seemingly on the verge of throttling him, though he refrained from acting out in public. Qin Tianming's smile grew ever brighter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Do not weep later." Soon, staff approached Ma Xiang, requesting payment and asking if he wished to open the top lot on site. Ma Xiang, having heard from Ma Jinyan that this top lot could yield jade worth over 100 million, believed spending 90 million would guarantee profit and elevate his status. Filled with exuberance, he hastily called his family to share the news and arrange for a transfer. In stark contrast, Ma Jinyan wore a grim countenance, as if he had swallowed something bitter, gritting his teeth and stating, "This rough stone shall not be opened just yet. We need to deliberate further." Mason was suddenly filled with urgency and dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "Uncle, what do you mean? After much effort, I finally have a chance to shine. Why not seize it? I want that bastard Qin to witness true skill." Ma Jin glared fiercely, retorting, "I said you cannot proceed, so you must not. Do not act foolishly." Mason, already agitated, paid no heed to such warnings and waved his hand with a shout. "You wasteful fool." Ma Jin, both anxious and furious, found certain words inappropriate to utter in public, and with a heavy sigh, he slumped down in his chair. Qin Tianming observed the quarrel between the uncle and nephew with delight, relishing the thought that those who plot against others will eventually face their comeuppance. The successful sale of the auction's top prize marked the conclusion of the event. Ignoring all objections, Mason directed the staff to commence the stone unearthing. A throng of spectators hurried towards the cutting machine, eager to witness the brilliance of the prize stone. Qin Tianming, brimming with enthusiasm, called upon Li Sulan and Chen Yujin to join him. Huang Yang trailed behind them, his eyes filled with resentment, glaring at Qin Tianming as if he could devour him with his gaze. Chapter 33. A loss of 90 million. Soon, dozens of people surrounded the cutting machine, engaging in animated discussions. This rough stone was sure to yield a remarkable result. The Ma family was bound to reap substantial rewards. Despite his youth, Mason had remarkable audacity, daring to bid 9 million. "Hurry up, we are all eager to see," the crowd urged in unison. Mason felt like the center of attention, basking in pride as he scanned the crowd, casting a mocking glance at Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming, however, assumed an attitude of detached amusement, anticipating the moment when Mason would lament. The stone cutter, prepared and following Mason's instructions, began to carve at the edge of the window. A mist enveloped the area, obscuring the view of what was being unveiled. Crack! The sound of shattering stone echoed. Those with experience sensed something amiss. It seemed that jade was not being revealed. Mason scoffed, retorting, "If you do not understand, do not speak out of turn. The opening is so well done. How could there be no fine jade?" Crack! As fragments tumbled down, the fog dissipated, revealing the stone's cut surface, which distinctly showed 2 layers. The top layer was a high, ice-grade, bright green jade, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters thick, while the layer beneath exhibited a clear fracture, transforming into a glutinous ice green, with both water quality and hue significantly inferior. The fracture displayed evident adhesion marks, previously concealed by the stone skin, now laid bare. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. The jade at the window was merely affixed. A counterfeit veneer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mason exclaimed in disbelief, hastily bending down to examine the cut surface, eager to press his entire face against it. With a forceful motion, he pried the piece of jade affixed to the rough stone from its place. He stood there, dumbfounded and in a fit of madness, seized a nearby hammer and struck at other window openings on the rough stone. Bang! Once again, a piece of glued jade fell with a resounding thud. Ma Xiang widened his eyes in disbelief. Beneath the jade lay nothing but worthless material. It was merely a veneer, a sham. Tears threatened to spill as he seethed with rage, shouting frantically, "Who provided this material? How dare they use counterfeit goods to deceive me? I will have their head for this." This was a coveted piece purchased for 90 million, utilizing all their family's cash, only to be swindled by a worthless imitation, incurring a staggering loss of 90 million. "Indeed, it is a fake. Tianming, how did you discern it?" Li Sulan and Chen Yujin were taken aback, initially believing that no counterfeit jade would surface at the auction. Many had failed to notice, yet Qin Tianming had been correct all along. Li Sulan felt a wave of relief wash over her, Had it not been for Qin Tianming's intervention, she might have been the one facing financial ruin. He then taunted Ma Jin. Now you realize just how worthless your purchase is, having spent 90 million on a piece of trash, much like yourself. Ma Shang, consumed by fury, bellowed, "It's all your fault, Qin. If you hadn't team-meddled, I would never have bought this rubbish. I will kill you." His furious tirade was met with gasps from the crowd. Some, in their trepidation, closed their eyes, unable to bear the impending brutality. Yet, Qin Tianming remained unfazed, stepping forward calmly to shield Chun Yujin and Li Salon behind him. Activating his vision, Ma Shang's movements appeared sluggish in his eyes. He reached out with his right hand, firmly grasping the hammer's handle, snatching away before delivering a swift kick to Ma Shang's abdomen. Ma Shang collapsed, rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach and wailing in agony. Qin Tianming scoffed, disdain etched on his face. Blaming others for your incompetence is truly pitiful. I wonder how you will face others in the Jade community after this. Ma Shang's eyes burned with rage, his face contorted in pain as he gasped. Fixated on Qin Tianming and shouted in fury, "Qin, you have humiliated me time and again. I will kill you one day." Qin Tianming merely sneered. "You still wish to end my life? It seems today's lesson was insufficient." With that, he stepped closer, gripping Ma Shang's hair and forcefully slamming his head toward the ground. Ah! Before Ma Shang's head could touch the surface, he screamed in terror. "With such cowardice! You dare to threaten me, you worthless fool!" Qin Tianming derided him once more. Accompanying his words, he smashed Ma Shang's head against the concrete floor. Thud! Ma Shang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Tianming shook his hand and turned to Ma Jinyan, who had just emerged from the venue. Mocking him, "Ma Jinyan, your nephew couldn't bear the shock of losing 90 million and has gone mad. Hurry and take him to the hospital before he starts biting people." Ma Jinyan's face twisted with fury, his gaze venomous as he gritted his teeth. "You arrogant brat. Mark my words, one day you will fall into our hands." Embarrassed and enraged, Ma Jinyan spat out a final threat, summoned help to carry Ma Shang, and stormed out, clutching the shattered jade in a fit of indignation. At this moment, Ma Shang resembled a pitiful heap of mud, and Ma Jin seethed with frustration, wishing to strike him. For he was indeed a blundering fool who achieved nothing but ruin. Chun Yujin and Li Salon were still engrossed in the dramatic scene, where Qin Tianming had seized the hammer barehanded, unable to extricate themselves from the thrill. Protected by Qin Tianming, an inexplicable sense of security washed over them, their eyes brimming with admiration. Meanwhile, Huang Yang cast a cold, resentful glare at Qin Tianming, cursing him silently. The meticulously devised plan had been utterly sabotaged by this scoundrel, and that fool, Ma Shang, had carelessly bid, unwittingly leaping into the trap laid by others. In truth, Huang Yang was aware that the so-called champion piece was merely a veneer. He had intended to incite Li Salon to purchase it, but everything had gone awry. As the two members of the Ma family moved away, the crowd continued to fervently discuss the events. The eldest son of the Ma family had spent 90 million to acquire what turned out to be a counterfeit veneer, destined to become the biggest joke of this year's Jade Stone Conference. Qin Tianming sensed two icy glares and suddenly turned to Huang Yang, feeling that something was amiss with this fellow. "What kind of look is that? The Ma family has suffered a 9 million loss, and yet you glare at me? Surely, you are not colluding with the Ma family, are you?" Chapter 34. The Sale of a Bargain Pen Holder. Qin Tianming, do not spew your nonsense. My eyes are my own to direct, and it is not for you to dictate, Huang Yang retorted angrily, snorting heavily before storming off. Li Salon could not help but shake her head, her tone laced with regret as she said, "Tianming, Huang Yang is proud by nature, though not ill-intentioned. Please bear with him and do not take offense. We owe you a debt of gratitude for promptly revealing that it was veneer, preventing me from making an unthinkable mistake. I must sincerely thank you." Li Salon felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Had it not been for Qin Tianming's timely intervention, that veneer would likely have fallen into her hands, leading her to the brink of financial ruin. Chun Yujin also praised, "Tianming, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. Experts like Huang Yang and Ma Jin failed to detect the veneer, yet you did, sparing my aunt from a tremendous loss. You deserve our heartfelt thanks." Qin Tianming waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "No need for thanks. I merely reciprocated a kindness. If it weren't for Aunt Lan's loan, I would not have been able to acquire that high-quality ice seed, Huang Yang Greenstone. We are even now." Li Salon felt a surge of admiration. She had only helped with a 5 million advance, while Qin Tianming had saved her from a loss of 90 million. The imbalance of favors was unmistakable. Tianming, consider the 5 million as a loan from me. I will assist you in processing and selling that high-quality jade free of charge. All profits belong to you. In the future, should you acquire any fine materials, you may bring them to our shop, and I will design and process them for you without any fees. This was indeed a generous offer. Qin Tianming was somewhat taken aback. As long as he possessed his discerning eye, he was sure to come by many fine materials in the future. Over the years, processing and design fees would amount to a significant sum. However, he did not wish to take advantage of such kindness and quickly declined, saying, Aunt Lon, it was merely a small effort. You need not go to such lengths. We shall continue our collaboration as we have. Seeing Qin Tianming's resolute stance, Li Solon admired him even more. Your magnanimity at such a young age is truly rare. Your future accomplishments are boundless. Qin Tianming chuckled, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, and deftly shifted the conversation, saying, All right, it's getting late. We should be on our way. Come, Annie, let me treat you to a meal. He delivered the cut piece of high ice jade to the Liangyuan Jade shop, and then accompanied Li Solon and Chun Yujin to Hongfu Building for dinner. During the meal, the trio, 1 man and 2 women, engaged in lively conversation, their laughter filling the air, naturally gravitating towards the topic of jade. Chun Yujin, filled with curiosity, inquired how Qin Tianming had honed his eye for gambling on stones, marveling at his consistent success in unveiling exquisite jade. Qin Tianming deflected with remarks about his keen observation skills, good fortune, and an instinctive understanding of jade's quality. The following morning, with some leisure time at his disposal, Qin Tianming strolled to the antique street, intending to sell the ink holder he had stumbled upon in his hometown. As for the inkstone, deemed of little value, he had placed it in his newly acquired villa for decoration and did not bring it along. After spending 5 million at the auction the previous day, and having borrowed another 5 million from Li Solon, he found himself financially strained, uncertain when he could sell the high ice jade he had successfully bid on. As he meandered through the bustling crowd of the antique street, he observed his surroundings, searching for potential bargains. When he passed by a shop named Jinbao Jai, he paused to scan the antiques displayed at the entrance. A seemingly earnest young man, likely an apprentice, approached him with a friendly demeanor, saying, Hey there, are you looking to purchase antiques, or do you have something valuable to sell? Qin Tianming chuckled lightly. Such encounters were common on the antique street, with some genuinely seeking customers while others aimed to deceive. However, with his keen insight, he felt unthreatened by potential trickery. I am interested in both buying and selling, he replied. The young man beamed, saying, So you have something valuable. Why not let our shopkeeper take a look? I assure you, we will offer you a fair price. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Tianming figured he had little to lose. If the price offered by this shop was unsatisfactory, he could always head to Jinbao Jai, where Song Qingxi worked. He nodded in agreement and followed the young man into Jinbao Jai. The shop was modest in size, filled with a variety of antiques, and seated behind the counter was an elderly gentleman clad in a gray shirt. The old man was peering intently at an ancient painting with a magnifying glass. The young man introduced, This is our shop's manager, Lin. Qin Tianming discreetly activated his insight and was immediately captivated by the ancient painting on the table. It radiated a profound aura, surpassing that of the ink holder from the Ming dynasty, leading him to surmise that the painting was likely from the Yuan dynasty, predating the other. Moreover, the painting was not merely as it appeared. Beneath the top layer of rice paper lay another layer of painting paper, from which the aura emanated. However, due to the angle, Qin Tianming couldn't discern the content of the lower layer. Nevertheless, he was certain that this ancient painting would fetch a higher price than the ink holder in his possession. The inherent value of the painting, coupled with its antiquity, made it an acquisition he was determined to secure. With determination firmly established in his heart, Qin Tianming concealed his intentions and presented a brush holder, saying, Manager Lin, I possess an antique I wish to sell. Could you provide an appraisal? Manager Lin lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Qin Tianming from head to toe, before accepting the brush holder and examining it closely with a magnifying glass. After his inspection, his expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, What price do you intend to sell it for? Qin Tianming replied with a cheerful demeanor, To be candid, I have already consulted an expert for an appraisal, but I am curious if you could discern the origin of this brush holder. Manager Lin, with an air of arrogance, responded, I have been in this profession since I was 18, and now I have over 40 years of experience. Countless antiques have passed through my hands, and a mere brush holder is hardly a challenge. This piece dates back to the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, featuring the 7 sages of the bamboo grove. skillfully carved. However, it does exhibit some wear, and its condition significantly diminishes its value. Previously, Qin Tianming had shared a photograph of the brush holder with Song Qingxi, and their assessments aligned closely. Manager Lin, indeed a connoisseur, urged, "Name your price. If it is reasonable, I shall purchase it. Otherwise, I shall seek elsewhere." With a serious demeanor, Manager Lin stated, "At Jinbao Studio, we pride ourselves on our integrity. For your brush holder, I can offer a maximum of 800,000. Given that Song Qingxi had appraised it at around 1 million, this offer fell short of Qin Tianming's expectations, prompting him to shake his head and declare, "That price is too low." Manager Lin furrowed his brow and asked, "What amount do you wish to receive?" Qin Tianming replied with unwavering conviction, "At least 1 million. 1 million? Manager Lin quickly waved his hand in refusal, insisting, 800,000 is already generous. Inquire at any shop on Antique Street, and you'll find this price to be quite fair." Qin Tianming, undeterred, stated decisively, "Very well. If that is the case, I shall explore other options." A nearby youth hastily interjected, "Brother, do not rush off. We can negotiate further on the price. Besides, did you not express an interest in antiques? Our manager has just acquired this painting. Perhaps you might find it appealing?" Feigning reluctance, Qin Tianming responded, "All right then. I shall defer the discussion about the brush holder and take a look at this painting first." His gaze fell upon the ancient artwork, and he scrutinized it intently. Unfamiliar with the name Ma Wan, he was far more intrigued by the hidden painting radiating a sense of vitality beneath it. Through his ability to see through layers, he discerned that it was a landscape painting. Towering mountains and uniquely shaped pines stood tall, while a gentle stream meandered through the gorge, with an elderly man and a youth seated beneath a tree, vividly depicted. In the lower left corner of the painting, he noted a small inscription, which he discerned to read Tang Di, a name he had not encountered before. Nonetheless, even without a deep understanding of art, he could sense that the underlying landscape painting, with its distinctive and lively brushwork, was a work from the Yuan dynasty and undoubtedly of considerable value. After his examination, Qin Tianming maintained his composure and took out his phone to search for more information. Tang Di was a Yuan dynasty painter, known by the courtesy name Zihua. Hailing from Qiantang, recognized for his exceptional talent and artistry from a young age, he excels in the art of landscape painting, skillfully arranging scenery and embellishing figures with remarkable finesse. His brushwork is vigorous, and his painting style is characterized by a refreshing elegance reminiscent of the Song dynasty, leaving behind numerous masterpieces that have endured through time. Among his notable works, Return of the Monk Under the Pine fetched a staggering 3 million, while Distant Melody in the Gentle Breeze achieved an astounding sale price of 690,000. Qin Tianming estimates that the landscape painting by Tang Di before him is worth at least 2 to 3 million, believing he could acquire it at a bargain price. Putting away his phone, he began to critique the foremost painting. The brush strokes appeared rigid, and the representation of the landscape seemed overly conventional. The signature reads Ma Wan, a name he had not encountered before, clearly not a renowned artist. Shopkeeper Lin frowned and remarked, "Young man, refrain from speaking out of turn if you lack knowledge. Ma Wan is one of the esteemed landscape masters of the Yuan dynasty. His conventional style is what brought him fame. You truly lack discernment." Qin Tianming feigned enlightenment, expressing astonishment. "I see now. It is my ignorance. How much are you planning to part with this ancient painting?" The young man beside him secretly rejoiced, sensing an opportunity, and pretended to intervene, saying, "Shopkeeper Lin, this young brother appears earnest in his desire to buy. Could you offer him the most favorable price?" After a moment of contemplation, Shopkeeper Lin raised a finger and stated, "The lowest price is 1 million. Not long ago, another painting by Ma Wan sold for precisely that amount. 1 million? Qin Tianming was fairly certain that Shopkeeper Lin had not recognized the true hidden treasure beneath, for it could not be priced so low otherwise. He refrained from voicing this thought and shook his head repeatedly, saying, 1 million is indeed rather steep. The paper shows signs of mold, which will severely affect its preservation, and the edges are significantly worn. I believe it is hardly worth 50,000. The young man exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Brother, you cannot bargain like this. Feel free to inquire around about the value of Ma Wan's renowned paintings from the Yuan dynasty. They are worth at least 1 million. Qin Tianming, with a smile that hinted at skepticism, replied, "If it were in pristine condition, it might indeed be valued at 1 million. But this painting has significant issues. I can offer a maximum of 50,000. Shopkeeper Lin shook his head vigorously, stating, 50,000 is simply unacceptable. That would be akin to a 50% discount, resulting in substantial losses for us. Then forget it. I shall seek other antique shops." Qin Tianming declared, intending to lure them into negotiation by pretending to leave. Shopkeeper Lin, sensing urgency, discreetly signaled to the young man and gestured toward the brush holder in Qin Tianming's possession. The young man understood immediately and reached out to intercept, saying, "Brother, please do not rush off. We can certainly negotiate further. How about this? We lower the price of the ancient painting, and you need not offer cash. We can exchange it for the brush holder, ensuring mutual satisfaction." The audacity of proposing a seemingly counterfeit painting in exchange for his genuine antique was not lost on Qin Tianming, who resolutely shook his head, stating, "A direct exchange is out of the question. I would consider trading my brush holder only if an additional 50,000 were included." Shopkeeper Lin's displeasure was palpable as he retorted, "Young man, do not be overly greedy. The collectible value of a painting far exceeds that of a brush holder. Even in exchange, I would feel at a disadvantage, and you wish to add cash? Such opportunities are rare. I will not exchange without additional funds." Qin Tianming asserted firmly, stepping towards the exit, confident that they would call him back, as the brush holder was indeed genuine. As he neared the door, Shopkeeper Lin raised 2 fingers and signaled to the young man once more. "Brother, please wait." The young man hastily pursued and grasped Qin Tianming's arm. "Let us reach a compromise. I will offer an additional 100,000 for the ancient painting in exchange for your brush holder. This is our most sincere proposal." Qin Tianming's tone softened slightly as he replied, "I will add 40,000 to the ancient painting. Otherwise, I shall not make the exchange." The young man hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. "I can only add another 20,000 to the ancient painting. If you do not agree, this deal cannot come to fruition. It amounts to 800,000 for the ancient painting and 1 million for your brush holder. There is no other establishment on the antique street that can match this." Qin Tianming's brush holder, acquired for 6,000 alongside a free inkstone, was indeed valued at around 1 million. Selling it for 200,000 in addition to a painting worth far more than 1 million would surely yield a significant profit. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly conceded, "Very well, I shall take a small loss and proceed with the exchange." Mr. Lin feigned outrage, admonishing little Wang, "Who gave you the authority to make such decisions? I do not consent to increasing the payment for the exchange." However, both men were inwardly delighted, having traded 20,000 and a counterfeit painting for a brush holder worth 1 million, which was quite the lucrative deal. Alas, with your business practices, this antique shop will inevitably suffer losses. Mr. Lin pretended to express great reluctance as he transferred the 20,000. Once the ancient painting and brush holder were exchanged, the deal was finalized. The young man could no longer contain his joy, exclaiming, "Brother, we are even now. Neither of us owes the other anything." Qin Tianming nodded with a smile. "Indeed, the transaction is settled, and we are square." At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. "Qin, you have made a complete blunder this time. What is there to be proud of?" He had long since dismissed this woman from his mind, and had he not seen her today, he would have forgotten her entirely. Qin Tianming feigned ignorance, asking in confusion, "What do you mean by blunder?" Chapter 36. One painting becomes 3. Lu Xina scoffed, "That painting is a forgery, a mere imitation from later generations. Only the scroll is genuine." "Forged?" Qin Tianming retorted with a cold smile. "How do you know it is fake?" Lu Xina, reveling in her triumph, declared, "That painting is one I sourced myself. I noticed you wandering the streets, and specifically had Mr. Lin sell it to you. I overheard your conversation outside. You traded a counterfeit painting for a brush holder worth around 1 million. We have made a fortune and avenged the last time you profited at our expense." Qin Tianming had not regarded Lu Xina as a significant figure, and was taken aback to discover that she had orchestrated this trap. He countered, "You attempted to deceive me, but your clever schemes have utterly failed. I must thank you for your lack of discernment. You failed to notice that beneath the counterfeit painting lies a genuine artifact from the Yuan dynasty." "What?" Lu Xina gasped, exchanging incredulous glances with Mr. Lin. The genuine Yuan artifact far surpassed the value of the brush holder, and they had foolishly paid an additional 20,000. "You fools! You cannot compare your eyesight to mine." Qin Tianming sneered disdainfully, clutching the scroll and striding away with an air of superiority. "Impossible. There cannot be another painting beneath that one. He must be feeling deceived and is merely making excuses to save face." Lu Xina was in utter disbelief. As she stepped outside, she watched Qin Tianming walk into Qianbaozhai, 200 meters away, and resolved to follow him to investigate further. Within Qianbaozhai, Song Qingxi was arranging the antiques on the shelves when he noticed the long-absent Qin Tianming and remarked in surprise, "What brings you here?" Qin Tianming chuckled. "I have just acquired a remarkable ancient painting, Would you be so kind as to offer your discerning eye and appraise its value? As he spoke, he unfurled the scroll, laying it flat upon the counter. Song Qingzi glanced at it briefly, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "This painting bears an air of antiquity, yet it is indeed a forgery." Qin Tianming grinned. "It appears you too have discerned the truth. The top layer is indeed a counterfeit, but beneath it lies the genuine article." "A genuine piece beneath? How did you deduce that?" Song Qingzi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gently stroked the thickness of the paper, scrutinizing it closely. Nodding, she observed, "Indeed, the thickness is nearly 3 or 4 times that of ordinary rice paper, perhaps even more than a single layer." Just then, Lu Zina entered Qianbao's studio, arrogantly taunting. "Song Qingzi, do you truly believe in the word of this Qin? This is merely a modern imitation. How could there possibly be an ancient painting beneath? Don't waste your effort." She could hardly accept that Qin Tianming had once again outsmarted her, coming merely to relish the spectacle of her folly. Impatiently, Qin Tianming retorted, "Do hush, you narrow-minded creature, daring to bark here?" Song Qingzi, maintaining her composed demeanor, had little interest in banter. She had already discerned that, as Qin Tianming asserted, there was indeed another painting beneath. Without delay, she set about verifying it. Liu Shina, inten non raturting, was interrupted by the soft sound of the wooden scroll shafts being detached. With unwavering focus, Song Qingzi delicately pinched the edge of the paper, and to her astonishment, the uppermost layer of paper indeed separated from the one below. With a gentle rustle, she gradually lifted the top layer, revealing the true visage of the ancient painting beneath. There truly was another layer. Lu Zina stood dumbstruck, unable to fathom the reality before her. She had intended to ensnare Qin Tianming with a counterfeit, only to see her scheme backfire spectacularly. Song Qingzi, despite her usual aloofness, could not suppress her astonishment as she beheld the revealed ancient work. This is indeed the Songshi Yixing Tu by the renowned Yuan dynasty master Tang Di. Observing the brushwork and the characteristics of the mountains and trees, it must be an authentic piece. Her incredulous gaze turned to Qin Tianming. Previously, she had thought him merely fortunate to stumble upon a hidden treasure. Yet now, it was evident that he had the acumen to unveil the concealed ancient painting. It could not merely be luck. This man certainly possessed remarkable skill. With eagerness, Qin Tianming inquired, "What is the worth of this ancient Yuan painting?" "Based on my estimation, its value is at least 2 million. At least 2 million. Ha! I have struck gold." Qin Tianming laughed heartily. For even the most valuable item, a brush holder, scarcely reached 100,000, far eclipsed by Tang Di's ancient painting. Meanwhile, Lu Zina was on the verge of tears, unable to accept the loss of 1 million, her heart aching with dismay. She had believed she could ensnare Qin Tianming with a fake. Yet unexpectedly, she had delivered an authentic Yuan masterpiece into his hands, transforming herself into the fool. How could this painting possibly have a second layer? Lu Zina lunged forward, scrutinizing the ancient work before her. With a certain level of expertise and appraisal, she swiftly recognized the painting's extraordinary value, which might well exceed 2 million. Qin Tianming, relishing Lu Zina's dismay, was in high spirits, chuckling maliciously. Lu Zina was so enraged that she felt a surge of blood rise to her throat, her face a portrait of unwillingness, yet utterly helpless. Qin Tianming had managed to seize 2 opportunities from her grasp, each more valuable than the last, driving her to the brink of madness. With a fierce glare, she spat. "Qin, do not gloat. I have toiled in this field for 5 years, while you have merely scraped by for a few days. You will inevitably fall into my hands." Qin Tianming retorted with disdain, "What does your experience amount to? Clearly, it has yielded little." Lu Zina was consumed by a tumult of fury and despair, her eyes fixed on Qin Tianming with a piercing glare. However, the matter had reached an irrevocable conclusion. Her anger served no purpose, and remaining would only lead to further humiliation. She left, gritting her teeth. At that moment, Song Qingzi suddenly interjected, "This painting holds a mystery." "Mystery?" Qin Tianming paused, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Without a word, Song Qingzi reached for the edge of the ancient painting, gently tugging at it. In a miraculous turn of events, another layer of the ancient artwork was revealed. The second layer was identical to the first, showcasing the Songshi Yixing Tu by the renowned Yuan dynasty artist Tang Di. Could it be that there are 2? Qin Tianming was taken aback, his confusion palpable. Song Qingzi smirked, countering, "Who said there are 2? She continued her exploration, unearthing yet another identical ancient painting beneath the second layer. Qin Tianming was utterly bewildered. One painting was worth 200,000. And now there were three. Surely that amounted to 600,000. He was on the verge of reaching out to inspect further when Song Qingzi abruptly halted him. What are you hoping for? There are only three. Chapter 37. The Presence of Malevolent Energy. Song Qingzi, not one to dismiss Qin Tianming's lack of knowledge, patiently elucidated. This technique is known as layered painting. It involves moistening the artwork, laying it on Xian paper, and transferring the image, thus creating a new piece. It is said that in ancient times, skilled artisans could achieve 9 layers from a single painting. Yours is only 2. Qin Tianming's eyes widened in realization, elation washing over him. Ultimately, even if these were layers, they were still authentic works, although the value per piece might diminish due to the quantity. The total worth would undoubtedly be substantial. What could these 3 paintings be worth? He pondered. Song Qingzi contemplated briefly before confidently asserting, at least 400,000. Uninterested in collecting, Qin Tianming was keen to sell the ancient paintings for profit. With a smile, he said, Song, could you assist me in finding a buyer for these 3 pieces? I assure you, you will not be left empty-handed. I will provide you with a commission in accordance with the customs of the antiques trade. Song Qingzi nodded in agreement. I can help facilitate the sale. But Tang Di is not a particularly famous painter. I cannot guarantee I will find a buyer. Whenever it sells, it sells. Qin Tianming waved dismissively, regardless of her reservations. Song Qingzi was more adept in the antique world than he was in seeking buyers. With the arrangement settled, Qin Tianming set down the 3 ancient paintings and took his leave. As the days swiftly passed, twilight approached. While Qin Tianming was in his bedroom, engrossed in videos for study, he heard a call and rose to exit his room, making his way to the living room. Chen Yujin eagerly raised her arm, her delicate wrist adorned with a resplendent jade bracelet. With a radiant smile, she inquired, What do you think of this bracelet? It's a parrot green jade. Can you guess how much it cost? Qin Tianming gazed at the bracelet, but a frown gradually creased his brow. He noticed that the bracelet emanated a faint dark aura, ominous and unsettling. However, Chen Yujin was oblivious to this spectral energy and assumed Qin Tianming wished to examine the bracelet. So she removed it with ease. After some contemplation, Qin Tianming surmised that the dark aura likely stemmed from malevolent energy. He accepted the jade bracelet and, seizing the opportunity, released his own spiritual energy. The moment his energy met the dark aura, it seemed to be devoured and dissipated in an instant. Noticing the unusual change, Chen Yujin asked curiously, Why so serious over just a bracelet? Suddenly realizing his demeanor, Qin Tianming replaced his frown with a smile and replied, I was momentarily absorbed in thought. The bracelet is quite exquisite, both in quality and color. It must be worth at least 20 to 30,000. Chen Yujin, not pondering further, chuckled and proudly declared, You guessed wrong. I bought it for only 3,000. How about that? It seems I'm not the only one who can find a bargain. Qin Tianming expressed his admiration. Indeed, it is a fine piece. Congratulations on your splendid find. But it's such a low price. Aren't you concerned about its provenance? Having never encountered malevolent energy from jade before, he couldn't help but recall the cursed artifacts found in ancient tombs. Chen Yujin waved her hand dismissively, her expression resolute. Don't worry, an old gentleman sold it to me. He even showed me a photograph of his wife from her youth, wearing this very bracelet. Qin Tianming nodded thoughtfully, choosing to say no more. Just then, Song Qingzi entered, greeting the two in the living room. Qin Tianming, the buyer has been found. You should go discuss the price tomorrow. Qin Tianming was pleasantly surprised by the swift development and cheerfully agreed. Since we're all here today, let me treat you both to a meal. You've helped me immensely these past few days. Chen Yujin readily accepted, exclaiming, Great. A new hot pot restaurant has opened nearby. I'd love to try it. Although Song Qingzi was somewhat reluctant, she couldn't bear to dampen the cheerful atmosphere and also agreed. Both Song Qingzi and Chen Yujin were stunningly beautiful, drawing envious gazes from men as they made their way from the door to the hot pot restaurant, with many casting admiring looks toward Qin Tianming. The following day, Qin Tianming rose early, accompanying Song Qingzi to Qianbaozhai. While waiting, Song Qingzi began to share information about the prospective buyer. The individual interested in purchasing the ancient paintings was named Xing Yufei, a renowned real estate mogul in Zhonghai, who had a penchant for collecting calligraphy and paintings, known for his generous disposition. Over the years, he had reportedly donated no less than $1 billion to charitable causes. When you meet him, remember to be courteous. There may be future opportunities for collaboration. Qin Tianming understood and thanked her before asking, What price do you think would be appropriate? After a brief contemplation, Song Qingzi replied, "Yesterday, I had Manager Chun appraise the ancient paintings as well. His estimate was around 200,000 each." Qin Tianming maintained a clear understanding and patiently awaited the arrival. Approximately half an hour later, a trio entered Qianbao's studio. Leading the group was a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, adorned with a vivid red jade pendant around his neck and wearing a jade ring on his finger. His countenance exuded authority, and his luxurious demeanor suggested he had long occupied a high position. Following closely behind were two tall and robust young men dressed in black athletic attire, their vigilant gazes occasionally scanning their surroundings, clearly acting as bodyguards. Song Qingzi stepped out from behind the counter and politely introduced, "Boss Xing, this is Mr. Qin Tianming, the seller of the Songshi Yixing II." Upon seeing Xing Yufei stride confidently into Qianbao's studio, Qin Tianming's attention was instantly drawn to the blood jade pendant hanging from his neck. The pendant emanated waves of dark energy, interspersed with a hint of deep crimson, a sinister aura far more potent than the black energy he had encountered in Chun Yujin's bracelet the previous night. Prior to retiring for the night, Qin Tianming had meticulously examined the data, confirming that such black energy was indeed a malevolent aura, harmful to the human body with prolonged exposure. Additionally, he had realized that his own spiritual energy could neutralize this malevolence when he touched Qin Yujin's bracelet. Thus, it was quite unexpected to encounter another object imbued with such dark energy today. Qin Tianming scrutinized the pendant closely, recognizing it as blood jade, also known as Gongjue agate, a rare gem indigenous to the high-altitude Tibetan region, often utilized as a ritualistic tool by monks, adding an air of mystique. Consequently, most individuals would steer clear of such blood jade, treating it with reverence. Chapter 38, 2 million secured. Xing Yufei exhibited no airs of arrogance befitting a large business owner. Instead, he courteously extended his hand. "Young man, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have been searching for Tang Di's painting for quite some time." Qin Tianming promptly reciprocated the gesture. "It is equally a pleasure to meet you, Boss Xing. Let us first examine the painting, and we can discuss any questions as we proceed." Xing Yufei nodded in agreement and took a seat at the long table designated for meetings. With the two bodyguards flanking him, Song Qingzi carefully retrieved one of the Songshi Yixing II paintings, meticulously unfolding it and placing it upon the table. Xing Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thoroughly examined the ancient artwork from start to finish. "Indeed, this is an authentic piece by Tang Di. At last, I have found it," he murmured to himself, barely able to conceal his elation. After a moment, he turned to Qin Tianming and inquired, "Young man, what price do you intend to sell this painting for?" Qin Tianming smiled and deliberately quoted a high price, 2,800,000. A rare look of surprise flickered across Song Qingzi's typically indifferent visage. She had not anticipated Qin Tianming to quote 80,000 more than the estimated 2 million. While Xing Yufei was indeed a prominent figure, he was not one to be easily taken advantage of. He shook his head and replied, "Brother, your price is excessive. While I appreciate Tang Di's works, this price is too steep. How about 2,200,000? It was evident he was knowledgeable, and 2,200,000 was already a generous offer. Qin Tianming mused silently, then nodded in agreement. "Boss Xing, you are straightforward. I shall not prolong the discussion. Deal? Splendid. 2,200,000 it is. I will take this painting," Xing Yufei exclaimed joyfully, beckoning to the bodyguard beside him. The two individuals promptly approached. One transferred money to Qin Tianming, while the other carefully stowed away the scroll. Upon receiving the funds, Qin Tianming was elated, unable to resist casting another glance at the blood jade adorning Xing Yufei's neck. Considering the substantial profit of over 2 million, Xing Yufei, being generous and fair in his dealings, he decided to offer a friendly warning, hoping to foster a relationship for future antique transactions. "Boss Xing, I have something to say, though I'm uncertain if it is appropriate," he began. Xing Yufei, with his characteristic joviality, replied, "Young brother, feel free to speak your mind. I have no reservations." Qin Tianming's demeanor turned serious as he continued, "Boss Xing, to speak candidly, the piece of Gongjue agate you are wearing is not ordinary. It may not be beneficial for you." Xing Yufei frowned slightly. Raising his hand to grasp the crimson Gongjue agate at his neck, he mused aloud. This agate was specially sought from a revered master in the Tibetan region for its protective qualities. I only donned it a few days ago, and just yesterday, Xiaosong informed me of the discovery of Tang Di's ancient painting, which I successfully procured today. Clearly, this agate has brought me good fortune. How could it possibly be detrimental? As he spoke, His expression darkened slightly, hinting at irritation. Seeing the disbelief in his eyes, Qin Tianming chuckled awkwardly. Boss Xing, I am merely offering a kind-hearted warning. It is best to heed it. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to reach out. I am willing to assist. I have told you to be courteous to Boss Xing. Why do you question the auspiciousness of his precious agate? Qin Tianming clarified. That blood jade agate indeed harbors issues that could adversely affect him. Song Qingzi furrowed her brow. What problems? I failed to see any. The quality of that blood jade is exceptional. It is undoubtedly a rare gem of significant value. How to explain? I cannot convey it clearly in a moment. Qin Tianming replied. His ability to see the ominous energy that others could not made it difficult to articulate his concerns without being perceived as superstitious. Song Qingzi scoffed lightly, finding Qin Tianming's demeanor to be somewhat theatrical. However, did not concern her, and she was disinclined to delve deeper. Be cautious in your speech moving forward to avoid offending others. Fortunately, Boss Xing is magnanimous and has chosen not to hold it against you. Qin Tianming stated, I do not know any buyers who are passionate about collecting. I would appreciate your assistance in selling it. Whenever it sells, it sells. This time, I will not ask you to help for free. I will provide you with a 10% commission. He had researched online, discovering that in the antiques trade, a commission of 10% on the transaction amount is customary. Thus, he would owe $220,000 in commission, though he felt this sum was considerable. He recognized the necessity of fair compensation. He could not impose on Song Qingzi without remuneration. She had always assisted in the appraisal of antiques without charging him, which was contrary to the norms of the antique trade. Song Qingzi replied, Offer me $200,000. The shopkeeper is aware of this matter, and Boss Xing is a resource of the store, so I must remit the commission. Very well. Thank you for reducing my fee by $20,000. I will send you a generous red envelope as an extra reward. Qin Tianming smiled, promptly transferring the $200,000 and an additional $20,000 as a token of appreciation. With Song Qingzi needing to return to work, Qin Tianming refrained from lingering too long, bidding her farewell as he departed. He sold an ancient painting, earning a pure profit of $2 million, and with his pockets filled, he strolled leisurely through the antique street, searching for any overlooked treasures. After approximately half an hour of wandering, Qin Tianming's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chen Yujin. He casually answered, half-jokingly remarking, Sister Chun, what can I do for you? With excitement, Chen Yujin replied, The jade piece you purchased at the auction has been carved, and a buyer has already been found. You should come over to take a look. That was quick. Qin Tianming responded joyfully, All right, I'll head over immediately. With that, he briskly exited the antique street and took a taxi straight to the Jade Street. Upon arriving at the Lianyuan Jade store, he saw Chen Yujin waving at him with a bright smile. On the counter lay a delicately crafted gift box, measuring over 30 centimeters in length, width, and height. Chen Yujin hurriedly explained, Your piece has been designed into 2 exquisite jade cabbages, symbolizing wealth and prosperity, attracting fortune from all directions, and signifying the ability to rise from humble beginnings to great wealth. A prominent buyer has taken a liking to them, offering $880,000 for each, and he wants both. With a beaming smile, she opened the elegant gift box. Inside were 2 small yet translucent jade cabbages, shimmering with a gentle yellow hue amidst the green, exquisitely carved and full of life. Qin Tianming couldn't help but reach out to gently caress the pieces, praising the artisan's remarkable skills. The price of 1 jade cabbage reached $880,000, which totaled over $17 million for both. Chen Yujin continued, The remaining jade scraps can be fashioned into 7 or 8 rings, each valued at around $30,000 to $40,000. Qin Tianming nodded enthusiastically, realizing that the entire jade could potentially be sold for nearly $20 million, aligning closely with his estimates. Initially, Qin Tianming had envisioned crafting the jade into bracelets, but that would require finding multiple buyers, a process fraught with uncertainty. Now, with the pieces sculpted into jade cabbages and sold in one go, it saved him a great deal of hassle. He smiled and complimented, It seems our aunt truly excels in business. Chen Yujin rolled her eyes, feigning annoyance as she huffed. What do you mean our aunt? She is clearly my aunt. Don't try to take advantage. Although she pretended to be angry, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with mirth. Qin Tianming chuckled heartily and shifted the topic. When will the buyer arrive? With a slight sigh, Chen Yujin replied, The buyer has encountered an unexpected issue and cannot come. He insists that we deliver the pieces instead. The driver is waiting outside, so you should accompany us. With that, she repacked the box and prepared to leave. At that moment, Huang Yang emerged, a sardonic expression on his face. Kid, you really know how to charm. allowing a woman to carry the box. Don't you understand the concept of cherishing the delicate? What I choose to do is none of your concern, Qin Tianming retorted. Outside the store, a middle-aged man in a white shirt, plump and appearing quite affable, greeted them with a smile. Sir, allow me to assist. Chen Yujin introduced him. This is our driver. Qin Tianming, without harboring any doubts, handed over the gift box while cautioning, be careful, for it contains treasures worth millions. If it gets damaged, you will not be able to afford the consequences. The driver, grinning amiably, nodded affirmatively and assured, rest easy, sir. I'm a professional. Afterward, he ushered Qin Tianming and Chen Yujin into the vehicle and proceeded to open the trunk, securing the gift box within. Only then did the driver enter the car, starting the engine while stating, Sir, I have secured the gift box. We are now on our way. Qin Tianming nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further conversation. The driver operated the vehicle with remarkable smoothness, avoiding any sudden stops, which greatly relieved Qin Tianming. At least the 2 jade cabbages within the box would remain unscathed. After a little over half an hour, the driver navigated into a hot spring hotel resort, halting in front of a vacation villa. Upon disembarking, the driver promptly retrieved the gift box from the trunk with great courtesy and returned it to Qin Tianming. After inspecting the box and finding no signs of damage, Qin Tianming nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yujin pressed the doorbell of the villa, and soon a middle-aged woman, dressed simply and donning an apron, opened the door. Who are you? She inquired cautiously. Chen Yujin hurriedly introduced themselves. Annie, we are from the Lianyuan Jade shop, here to deliver items for Boss Gao. The middle-aged woman's expression brightened in realization, and she politely invited them inside. In the center of the opulent living room sat a portly middle-aged man, idly toying with a piece of bright green jade. Boss Gao, we have brought the 2 jade cabbages you requested. Chen Yujin greeted him with a warm smile. Taking the gift box from Qin Tianming and placing it on the coffee table before Boss Gao, he glanced at the box and said nonchalantly, open it. Without hesitation, Chen Yujin unveiled the gift box, revealing the 2 jade cabbages within. As Boss Gao leaned closer for a better look, his expression darkened abruptly. With a cold snort, he pointed at the cabbages and demanded, I never expected that Lianyuan Jade shop, such a large establishment, would resort to this trick. Is this the high-grade Huangyang green material I have my eye on? Qin Tianming raised his gaze to the 2 jade cabbages lying quietly in the box, which were evidently not the same as what he had seen in the shop. The cabbages had lost their original translucent allure, appearing murky and dull, even exhibiting strands of black impurities. Moreover, the craftsmanship was crude, as if hastily carved on inferior jade, lacking the exquisite detail of the previous pieces. Even an untrained eye could discern that these jade cabbages were utterly worthless. Chen Yujin's face paled in shock as she exclaimed, How could this happen? How did the jade cabbages turn into trash? Qin Tianming quickly surmised that they had been swapped, with the driver who had transported them being the prime suspect. Chen Yujin became visibly anxious, her mind racing with disbelief at the unfolding situation as she instinctively glanced at Qin Tianming, silently questioning what to do next. Qin Tianming offered her a reassuring look, signaling her to remain calm. He then turned his attention back to Boss Gao, retorting, Boss Gao, I trust you do not intend to engage in underhanded dealings? Boss Gao was infuriated, slamming the coffee table with a resounding thud, and exclaimed, Do you think I would quibble over a mere 18 million with a net worth of 500 million? Young man, do not shift the blame onto me with such unfounded accusations. Qin Tianming, with a cold snort, composedly replied, That driver was sent by you to pick us up? Wasn't he? The jade cabbage was only handled by the driver after me. It is evident that he switched it. What do you have to say about that? Boss Gao's expression was riddled with confusion as he furrowed his brow and retorted, What driver? What did I send a driver to pick you up? Qin Tianming was taken aback, glancing at Chen Yujin beside him and inquiring, Wasn't that driver one of Boss Gao's people? At that moment, Chen Yujin suddenly realized, shaking her head and explaining, I don't know. It was my aunt who called to tell me to send the jade cabbage. She mentioned a driver, but did not specify whose driver it was. Aunt Lan? Could it be that Aunt Lan is behind this? Yet if Li Sulan were indeed involved, it would tarnish not only Qin Tianming, but also the reputation of the Lianyuan Jade store. With her extensive experience in business, she should not make such a blunder. Qin Tianming was filled with uncertainty, yet he understood that finding that driver was of utmost importance. He spoke with a serious demeanor, Rest assured, Boss Gao, I will ensure that this matter is resolved satisfactorily. Boss Gao scoffed disdainfully, pointing a finger at Qin Tianming and questioning, Resolved? How do you intend to resolve this? I have already paid a deposit, yet you present me with rubbish. Fine, by the rules for a counterfeit, I demand tenfold in compensation, totaling 1.7 billion. Qin Tianming immediately rose to leave, only to find that the driver and the vehicle had vanished without a trace. He hastily took out his phone and dialed Li Salon. The call connected swiftly, and Qin Tianming, filled with urgency, said, "Aunt Lan, we have a problem." Li Salon inquired, "What has happened?" Without hesitation, Qin Tianming succinctly recounted the entire situation. "Aunt Lan, we must ascertain the driver's background. We need to locate him immediately, as he must have switched the Jade." Chapter 40. It turns out to be Huangyang. Li Salon was taken aback upon hearing that the Jade cabbage had been swapped. Her voice tinged with anger as she responded, "The driver's name is Zhang Hao. He was my former driver, quite meticulous and reliable. I never expected he would turn out to be such a person. He works at the Dottie car rental. Lang. Please provide me with the address of the rental company and the driver's contact information. I will head there immediately to confront him." Qin Tianming realized that the driver must have premeditated this scheme, and there had to be an insider collaborating with him at the Lianyuan Jade store. Otherwise, how could he have prepared counterfeit jade and gift boxes in advance? It was imperative to locate him swiftly. Otherwise, the loss would be substantial if the genuine jade cabbage were sold. Li Salon, her tone urgent, sent over the address of the rental company. The two took a taxi and, following Li Salon's directions, soon arrived at Dottie car rental. In the reception hall, a wall displayed information about various drivers, including the one who had come to pick them up, Zhang Hao. Qin Tianming inquired with the staff and learned that Zhang Hao was not present. He pondered for a moment and made his way to the office, where he found the owner of the rental company. After explaining his purpose and the circumstances, the owner of the rental company regarded him with suspicion and asked cautiously, "What evidence do you possess to substantiate the claim that Zhang Hao orchestrated the swap? Should you fail to present such evidence, you are merely slandering my employee, which could tarnish the reputation of our rental agency. I assure you, I will hold you accountable for this. If you refuse to comply, we shall be compelled to involve the police, and should that occur, the ensuing commotion will irreparably damage your agency's standing." After a moment of contemplation, the boss nodded in agreement. This matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated, and it would be unwise to alarm the authorities prematurely. If it is indeed Zhang Hao who is guilty, the rental agency will suffer the greatest repercussions. He silently lamented that the two jade cabbages had likely already been relocated. Upon entering the office, Zhang Hao's gaze met that of Qin Tianming and his companion, and a fleeting look of panic crossed his eyes, though he quickly regained his composure and greeted them with a smile. Qin Tianming's eyes bore into Zhang Hao with a piercing intensity, as if wishing to rend him into pieces. The rental agency's boss inquired sternly, "Zhang Hao, these two customers allege that you swapped the jade cabbages during transport, involving sums exceeding 10 million. Is this true?" With a face full of grievance, Zhang Hao fervently defended himself. "I am innocent. I assure you, I would never engage in such actions. That would tarnish our agency's reputation." His performance was quite theatrical. Qin Tianming scoffed coldly, his voice icy. "It seems you require a more compelling reason to confess. I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you admit the truth, I might consider showing you leniency. But should you choose to remain obstinate?" His words trailed off as he slowly rotated his wrist, suggesting he was poised to deliver a fierce reprimand to Zhang Hao. "If you do not confess, we shall involve the authorities and have you imprisoned." Shen Yujin seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury, convinced that this detestable driver was indeed guilty. Zhang Hao continued to feign ignorance, pleading, "Boss, you must vouch for me. I am a person of integrity, diligent in my work. I would never dare to swap a customer's valuable possessions." The rental agency's boss nodded, addressing Qin Tianming with determination. "Zhang Hao is indeed a person of integrity, timid by nature, and has never made a mistake in his work. You must provide evidence. Mere words hold no weight." Qin Tianming disdainfully curled his lip, enunciating each word. "Zhang Hao, I have extended an opportunity to you. Since you refuse to admit your guilt, I shall make you relent." Before he finished his sentence, he lunged toward Zhang Hao. The others present were caught off guard as Qin Tianming's fist struck Zhang Hao's abdomen with force. A cry of anguish erupted as Zhang Hao crumpled to the floor, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Qin Tianming delivered another kick, this time on Zhang Hao's hand, twisting it with vigor. Zhang Hao let out a wail akin to that of a wounded animal, tears streaming down his face. "Please stop. I will tell the truth. Just remove your foot." Yet Qin Tianming did not relent, instead crouching down to apply his full weight on Zhang Hao's foot. The pain intensified, and Zhang Hao, his face contorted in agony, cried out, "It was Huangyang. Huangyang instructed me to do it. Huangyang." Qin Tianming's brows knitted tightly together as he slapped Zhang Hao's face, demanding, "Are you certain it was Huangyang?" Qin Tianming finally moved his foot aside, retrieving Zhang Hao's phone. After unlocking it, he began to browse through the content. Chen Yujin leaned closer, glancing at the call records, her brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, it is Huang Yang's phone number, ending in 2 6s. It's true that one can be acquainted with a person's face yet remain oblivious to their true character. I never imagined it would be him. Qin Tianming let out a cold laugh, turning to Zhang Hao and commanding, "Now, use your phone to call Huang Yang. Ensure that the entire conversation is recorded. Tell him you believe the payment was insufficient and that you wish to negotiate for more. Extract any information regarding his collaboration in the switch, understood?" Slumped on the ground, Zhang Hao nodded, reluctantly acquiescing as he took the phone and dialed Huang Yang's number. The call connected swiftly, and Huang Yang's furious voice erupted from the other end. "Old Zhang, didn't I tell you to cease all contact with me? Are you seeking death?" Zhang Hao cast a glance at the icy gaze of Qin Tianming and sighed in resignation, feigning a distressed tone. "Manager Huang, I'm in a bind. The amount you provided is inadequate. I've calculated that I still owe 100,000 to settle all my debts. Huang Yang scoffed. I've paid you exactly as agreed. Don't even think about asking for more. Never contact me again, or I swear I'll end you." "And me?" Zhang Hao retorted, suddenly baring his teeth in defiance. "Huang Yang, let me inform you that I have recorded our conversation regarding the switch of the jade cabbages. If you do not provide me with an additional 100,000, I will make this matter public, and you will not escape unscathed." Huang Yang dismissed him with contempt. "Stop trying to intimidate me. Where would you even get such recordings? Go ahead and speak out. Let us see if anyone believes you." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Chapter 41. 3 seconds to snap a finger. After listening to Zhang Hao's call, though the exchange was brief, it was sufficient for Qin Tianming to draw his conclusions. It was evident that Huang Yang was behind the scheme, indeed a nefarious character, deserving of punishment. So it was truly Huang Yang. Despicable. "What about those 2 jade cabbages? Where have you sent them?" Chen Yujin exclaimed, seething with anger. This instance of the switch had been uncovered, yet it was likely that Huang Yang had committed numerous unscrupulous acts before this. Qin Tianming then addressed the owner of the car dealership. "Now that the truth has been revealed, how do you intend to explain this to us?" The dealership owner, visibly embarrassed, stammered a weak apology. "I'm sorry, young man. I misunderstood the situation. I will take strict measures." He then turned to Zhang Hao, admonishing him sternly. "You have tampered with a customer's valuable possessions and attempted to deny it, tarnishing the dealership's reputation. You are hereby terminated and will never be employed again." Zhang Hao stood in shock, unable to comprehend the gravity of his actions. He had momentarily succumbed to the temptation of money, falling for Huang Yang's deceit. And now he felt deep regret. Losing interest in Zhang Hao, Qin Tianming departed with Chen Yujin, hailing a cab that swiftly took them to Huang Yang's residence. Chen Yujin, familiar with Huang Yang's address, led the way to a high-end community in Zhonghai City. Upon arriving at Huang Yang's door, Qin Tianming knocked firmly. A moment later, Huang Yang's impatient voice called out from within, "Who is it?" "Sir, your Dongfeng delivery has arrived. It requires your signature," Qin Tianming replied, deliberately lowering his voice. Feigning the guise of a delivery person, a role he was all too familiar with, he activated his X-ray vision and observed Huang Yang leisurely opening the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, Qin Tianming forcefully pushed it wide open and followed up with a heavy kick. Huang Yang intended to abscond with his jade cabbage worth 17 million. Thus, he had no obligation to be courteous. Taken by surprise, Huang Yang stumbled and fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Upon recognizing Qin Tianming, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "What do you want, Qin? Get out." Qin Tianming looked down from his elevated position, sneering. "What do you think I want? Surely you have an inkling. Hand over the jade cabbage." Huang Yang, gritting his teeth, rose unsteadily and retorted angrily, "What jade cabbage? I don't understand what you're talking about. You trespassed into my home and kicked me. You'll regret this." Qin Tianming stepped forward, seized Huang Yang by the collar, and delivered 2 resounding slaps, fiercely declaring, "Stop feigning innocence, or I swear I'll make you wish you hadn't." Stinging from the blows, Huang Yang, fuming with rage, shouted, "You dare hit me, Qin? I will ensure you rot in prison. A stubborn duck." Qin Tianming's eyes glinted with cold fury as he threw a powerful punch into Huang Yang's abdomen. Huang Yang let out a half-hearted scream, suddenly unable to voice his pain, gasping for breath as tears welled in his eyes. "Huang Yang, you despicable wretch, you actually bribed driver Zhang how to swap the jade cabbage. He has already spilled the beans on you. Tell us where it is, or we won't let you off lightly." Chen Yujin admonished from his side. Qin Tianming scanned the spacious living room, but found neither a gift box nor the jade cabbage. However, with his X-ray vision, locating the item proved effortless. He quickly peered through the walls and discovered a safe in the bedroom, with the gift box inside. Without further ado, he dragged Huang Yang like a lifeless dog to the bedroom's safe and demanded, "Is the jade cabbage inside? Open the safe." Huang Yang, astonished, could not comprehend how Qin Tianming had uncovered this. Now, catching his breath, he seethed with rage. "Qin Tianming, you bandit! You intend to rob me." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Tianming impatiently kicked Huang Yang down, seized his right hand, and with blazing fury declared, "You have 3 seconds to open the safe. Otherwise, I shall break each of your 10 fingers, one by one, and we shall see how long you can remain defiant." Huang Yang gazed at the menacing Qin Tianming and fell silent, suspecting that Qin was merely bluffing and would not truly resort to violence. However, to his utter astonishment, after 3 seconds, Qin Tianming suddenly grasped his pinky finger. Crack! The little finger snapped audibly. The pain, connecting to every nerve, was unbearable, driving Huang Yang to the brink of despair as he screamed in agony. Qin Tianming then seized Huang Yang's ring finger, threatening, "You have another 3 seconds to open the safe." Immersed in excruciating pain, Huang Yang's features contorted and cold sweat dripped from his brow as he could only wail, oblivious to Qin Tianming's words. Crack! 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Huang Yang's ring finger was also broken, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Qin Tianming lifted his leg and pressed it down forcefully, seizing Huang Yang's middle finger in the process. Huang Yang, finally gripped by fear, exclaimed in panic, "I will open it! I will open it!" Qin Tianming let out a disdainful snort, deriding, "What a wretched creature you are!" refusing to yield to gentleness and insisting on the harshest treatment. Though Huang Yang seethed with rage internally, he was unwilling to endure the agony of severed digits. Trembling as he unlocked the safe, upon retrieving the gift box and unveiling its contents, Qin Tianming found 2 jade cabbages lying quietly within, the very items that had been swapped. After confirming their authenticity, he handed the box to Qin Yujin. With a flick of his wrist, he delivered 2 resounding slaps to Huang Yang's face. "How dare you pilfer my possessions? Should you ever attempt this again, I shall ensure your demise." Reduced to a state of utter humiliation, Huang Yang lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath. Qin Tianming was already contemplating selling the jade cabbages for profit, dismissing Huang Yang entirely as he departed with Qin Yujin. Filled with resentment, Huang Yang ground his teeth in fury, vowing to exact revenge on Qin. "Just wait, Qin. I swear I will make you pay back double." "Boss Gao, there must have been some mistake this time." However, Boss Gao, with a contemptuous snort, replied sternly, "I no longer want this item. Hurry up and refund my money." "No longer want it?" Qin Yujin exclaimed in haste. "Boss Gao, we bear some responsibility for the previous swap, but the value of this current item is genuine. Why would you not want it?" Chapter 42. The Incident with Xing Yufei. Bang! Boss Gao slammed his hand on the coffee table, sneering, "You engage in business without integrity, risking ruin for yourselves. Leave immediately and refund my deposit." Qin Tianming cursed Huang Yang silently for his misdeeds, but the refusal did not concern him. The quality of the 2 jade cabbages was exceptional and rare. Even if Boss Gao did not purchase them, he was confident they would sell elsewhere. Calmly, he replied, "If you don't want it, that's fine. Rest assured, you will receive a full refund." After saying this, he took the gift box, rose, and left with Qin Yujin, feeling regretful and infuriated at Huang Yang's interference. Qin Yujin called Li Sulan after getting into a taxi, recounting the entire incident. The next day, Qin Tianming remained home, dedicating his time to studying. As dusk approached, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Song Qingxi. "Ms. Song, what an unexpected pleasure to receive your call." He answered cheerfully. However, Song Qingxi's voice was icy as she responded, "Boss Xing has sent someone to the store specifically to find you. I'm not sure what it concerns, but I instructed them to go to your residence." "Looking for me?" Qin Tianming murmured, pondering if something had indeed happened to Xing Yufei. It must be related to that piece of Gongju agate. The malevolent energy surrounding it was evidently formidable. Approximately 20 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. "Mr. Qin, are you at home? Boss Xing has requested your presence." Qin Tianming stepped out of his bedroom and opened the door, finding one of the bodyguards who had accompanied Xing Yufei to Qianbao Zhai standing outside, his face etched with concern. With a heavy sigh, the bodyguard said, "Mr. Qin, please come with me. We can discuss matters on the way." Qin Tianming did not refuse and nodded in agreement. A luxurious Maybach awaited downstairs, and the bodyguard courteously opened the car door for him, inviting him to enter. As the car ignited, the bodyguard commenced his explanation. Mr. Xing had acquired an ancient painting yesterday, which elevated his spirits. However, after inviting friends to admire the artwork that evening, he inadvertently indulged too much in drink and twisted his ankle. This morning, he experienced an inexplicable episode akin to sleep paralysis, struggling to awaken for what felt like an eternity, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness, barely able to walk. Though only 2 days had passed, Xing Yufei's health had deteriorated significantly. Transported to the hospital by his bodyguards, he underwent a comprehensive examination, yet no cause was discerned. The physician prescribed tonics for vitality, but they proved ineffectual, exacerbating his condition. Initially, Xing Yufei dismissed any connection to the blood jade agate. Yet as his health continued to decline without remedy, doubts began to creep in, prompting him to summon assistance. Qin Tianming was aware of the harmful effects of malevolent energies on the human body, yet he was taken aback by the severity of the situation. He felt a measure of relief, having successfully dispelled the dark aura from the jade bracelet that Chun Yujin had acquired, for otherwise, unforeseen calamities may have ensued. Mr. Qin, yesterday you suggested that Mr. Xing might encounter misfortune. What did you perceive? Is there a remedy? Inquired the bodyguard. After a brief contemplation, Qin Tianming responded, I have yet to assess Mr. Xing's condition, thus it is premature to make any assertions. All I can do is dedicate myself to the task at hand. To be candid, Mr. Xing has consulted others, yet none have succeeded. We hope you can provide a solution, the bodyguard stated, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding Qin Tianming's abilities. After all, Mr. Xing had engaged renowned practitioners, while Qin Tianming was merely an inexperienced youth. Nonetheless, out of a sense of duty, the bodyguard maintained a courteous demeanor. The Maybach sped through the avenues, entering the opulent Tianchun Yiping Villa district, halting before a standalone villa. The bodyguard disembarked first, opening the door for Qin Tianming to enter. Inside the living room sat 5 or 6 individuals, each distinctly attired, varying from traditional Chinese medicine practitioners to Western medical professors, as well as Taoist priests and venerable monks. Yet, they all shared a common trait. They appear to be of advanced age, seasoned figures in their respective fields. The bodyguard introduced, these are the esteemed individuals Mr. Xing has invited for consultation. Mr. Qin, please ascend the stairs. After attending to Mr. Xing, you may engage in dialogue with them. Before Qin Tianming could respond, an elderly man resembling a Western medical professor interjected with a tone of disdain. You two have come to attend to Mr. Xing? From whom did you receive your training? Are you a physician, or perhaps a master of the arcane? Just an ordinary person? How dare you presume to be here? Qin Tianming chuckled softly, retorting with sarcasm. While you may not be ordinary, what use have you been? Have you succeeded in treating Mr. Xing? The Western medical professor bristled with indignation, clearly unaccustomed to such mockery. You young man have quite the audacity. Very well, I shall await your downfall. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with condescension towards Qin Tianming. Do not overestimate your capabilities. I advise you to depart swiftly. We have painstakingly stabilized Mr. Xing's condition. Do not meddle and worsen it. If you lack the skill, do not take on the responsibility of treating Mr. Xing. Observing their pretentiousness, Qin Tianming scoffed. If you truly possess the skill, why would Mr. Xing require my presence? To suggest that you wish for my departure is quite presumptuous. You are but a jest, still hoping to witness my misfortune? With those words, he ascended the stairs amidst the piercing glares of the onlookers. The bodyguard hastily led the way into a bedroom. Xing Yufei lay feebly upon the bed, and upon seeing Qin Tianming enter, he weakly uttered, Mr. Qin, please take a seat. I'm curious to know your thoughts regarding my ailment. Qin Tianming settled at the bedside and replied directly, I suspect the issue lies with that piece of Ganju agate. I had warned Mr. Xing about it yesterday. What is wrong with the agate? Bring it forth, Xing Yufei demanded. The bodyguard quickly retrieved a wooden box from the dressing table and opened it, revealing the blood-red Ganju agate. However, the once present dark red aura had now vanished. Qin Tianming frowned, activating his insight to examine Xing Yufei. There, he discerned a sinister black-red aura emanating from Xing Yufei's chest, precisely where the agate had been worn. Qin Tianming was taken aback. The malevolent energy had infiltrated Xing Yufei's body, explaining his severe illness. Mr. Xing, the agate you acquired is tainted with malevolent energy, which has invaded your system, resulting in your frailty and illness. Had we resolved this yesterday, I could have assured you of a favorable outcome. However, now I cannot make such promises. Chapter 43. The unscientific nature of qi healing. I have fallen victim to malevolent energy? The weakened Xing Yufei was taken aback. He held a belief in metaphysical practices. Otherwise, he would not have sought the help of monks and Taoists. Regretfully, he lamented, "It is entirely my fault for not heeding Mr. Qin's advice yesterday. Please, do what you can to assist me. Even if a cure eludes us, I shall reward you handsomely." "Mr. Xing, we are acquaintances. I shall do my utmost to aid you," Qin Tianming replied. Uncertain if spiritual energy could dispel the malevolent aura within a human body, he decided to give it a try. Rising to his feet, he placed his hand over the black-red energy in Xing Yufei's chest and began to channel his spiritual energy into it. Soon, the spiritual energy met the malevolent aura, clashing like sworn adversaries, entangled in a fierce struggle. Xing Yufei suddenly felt a piercing pain in his chest, unable to suppress a cry of anguish. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his eyes reddened, and his expression contorted in evident agony. "Mr. Xing, bear with it. I am working to dispel the malevolent energy." Qin Tianming reassured him, wholly focused on controlling the spiritual energy, mindful of the gravity of dispelling such energies within a human body for the first time. The good news was that the black-red aura was being consumed and assimilated by the spiritual energy, gradually diminishing in size, indicating efficacy. Meanwhile, the doctors and monks downstairs, alerted by the cries, hurried upstairs to investigate. The Western medical professor led the charge, bursting through the door and shouting, "Stop! What are you doing?" Others rushed in behind him. "You, cease immediately. Mr. Xing is precious, and you cannot treat him so carelessly. Halt at once, you fool. You have ruined the stability we painstakingly established for Mr. Xing." Qin Tianming paid no heed to their outcries, as though he were deaf to their pleas. The bodyguard swiftly intervened, stating, "Please, everyone, remain quiet and do not disturb Mr. Qin's treatment." His imposing stature effectively blocked the entrance against 5 or 6 individuals. At that moment, Xing Yufei abruptly ceased his shouting, releasing a long sigh that suggested an overwhelming sense of comfort. Though still panting heavily, his breathing had begun to normalize. In Qin Tianming's gaze, the dark red aura that had enveloped Xing Yufei's chest vanished entirely, completely dissolved by the influx of spiritual energy. With a joyous smile, he declared, "Boss Xing, I have completed the treatment, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be well." Xing Yufei could distinctly sense the improvement in his condition. The previous weakness had dissipated, and he regained his strength, accompanied by a wave of warmth radiating from his chest. Lowering his gaze, he observed a purplish bruise where he had worn the Ganju agate, resembling the mark left by a cupping therapy session. He moved slightly, finding that his previously numb limbs were now free to move, and he propped himself up to sit upright. The bodyguard hurriedly approached to assist him, but Xing Yufei waved him off, placing his feet on the ground and gradually rising to his feet, taking a few tentative steps. Overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief, he exclaimed, "I am truly healed. Mr. Qin, thank you immensely." The doctors, monks, and Taoist priests who had entered stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief. "Boss Xing, how do you feel now? Are you truly well?" inquired the leading Western medical professor, his eyes filled with skepticism, unable to accept that Xing Yufei had been cured in such a short span of time. Moreover, he had witnessed no significant actions from Qin Tianming, who had merely placed his hand upon Xing Yufei's chest. Can mere touch cure ailments? This defies logic. Xing Yufei furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger in his voice as he retorted, "What? Do you not wish for my recovery?" These individuals, who prided themselves on being esteemed physicians or masters, had labored throughout the day without effect, and their dissatisfaction was palpable. There was no way he would grant them any semblance of courtesy now. The Western professor hastily clarified, "That is not our intention at all. We certainly wish for Boss Xing's recovery. However, the credentials of this young man are difficult to accept. I suspect that the effects of our previous treatment coincidentally aligned with his intervention." Such nonsense. They dared to claim credit for Mr. Qin's achievement. They should all be dismissed. The more Xing Yufei listened, the angrier he became, his expression darkening. He knew precisely who had healed him. The bodyguard pointed firmly towards a door, his expression stern as he stated, "Gentlemen, please leave." The group of doctors, monks, and priests left with sullen faces, fearing further provocation of Xing Yufei. Qin Tianming smiled reassuringly. "Boss Xing, please do not let your temper flare. After such a significant illness, you must rest." "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Qin." Xing Yufei nodded earnestly. Moving his body, although he still felt some discomfort, it was vastly improved compared to before. He turned to Qin Tianming, expressing his gratitude once more. Young brother, I had no idea you possessed such remarkable abilities. How did you dispel the malevolent energy that afflicted me? I did not witness any grand gestures on your part. Xing Yufei's eyes brightened with admiration as he exclaimed, Young brother, you are far too modest. To possess such mastery of Qigong and the ability to dispel harmful energy is truly extraordinary. He had heard of Qigong before, but was initially skeptical, considering many so-called masters to be charlatans. However, he personally experienced Qin Tianming's abilities, which left no room for doubt. Xing Yufei felt a desire to forge a friendship, as it might prove beneficial in the future. He continued, My young friend, I promised a generous reward. I've pledged 1,000,000 to those doctors and Taoists for a cure. For your assistance, I must express my gratitude with double that amount. 2,000,000 as a token of appreciation. That is quite generous. Qin Tianming was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head, saying, Boss Xing, my assistance in dispelling your misfortune stems from selling you an ancient painting yesterday. I found you to be a decent person. It was not for profit. I cannot accept any gratitude fee. Although a businessman like Xing Yufei might not regard 2,000,000 highly, for many ordinary individuals, it would take years of hard work to earn such an amount. Yet, Qin Tianming firmly declined, without hesitation, demonstrating his sincere intent. Xing Yufei could not help but regard him with newfound respect and said, Brother Qin, I am determined to befriend you. We need not speak of money, but you must think of a way for me to properly show my gratitude. Qin Tianming's refusal of money was also a strategy to cultivate a lasting friendship with Xing Yufei. Boss Xing, you have a passion for collecting, and I too have an affinity for antiques. Let's exchange knowledge in the future. Xing Yufei nodded in agreement, certainly. In fact, there is an opportunity tomorrow. My friend is hosting an auction in the afternoon, featuring private collections that are generally inaccessible to the public. I plan to attend, and you should join me. Having never attended an antique auction, Qin Tianming readily accepted the invitation, realizing that even if he did not purchase anything, it would be an enriching experience. The two arranged to meet for a banquet at noon, and then proceed to the auction in the afternoon. Though Xing Yufei had recently recovered from serious illness and was still somewhat weak, Qin Tianming chose not to overstay his welcome and took his leave. Chapter 44, Narrow Paths of Enmity. As Qin Tianming prepared to depart, Xing Yufei, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Brother Qin, I need to focus on recuperating. I will host you tomorrow. I cannot keep you for dinner today. Upon returning home with 2 boxes of tea, he found Chen Yujin and Song Qingxi engaged in conversation in the living room. He jested, Are you 2 lovely ladies waiting for me? How diligent. Song Qingxi rolled her eyes and asked casually, What did Boss Xing want with you? Qin Tianming nonchalantly settled onto the sofa and boasted, Boss Xing thinks highly of my youthful accomplishments and wishes to befriend me as a sworn brother. Alas, I found him too old and declined. Song Qingxi rolled her eyes again. Stop being so flippant. What was the real reason for his visit? Is there an issue with that painting? Chen Yujin appeared somewhat anxious, not wanting Qin Tianming to encounter any trouble. Qin Tianming shrugged casually and replied, Boss Xing wanted to thank me for selling him that painting and invited me to an auction. He also gifted me these 2 boxes of tea. He refrained from mentioning his role in treating Xing Yufei to avoid being labeled a quack. Song Qingxi suddenly understood, having initially thought there was an issue with the painting. Chen Yujin sighed in relief, examining the tea boxes and exclaiming, This is exquisite Longjing tea, beautifully packaged and quite valuable. Each box must be worth over 100,000. Over 100,000? Qin Tianming was taken aback. He had little knowledge of tea, having grown up in poverty, where he could only afford inexpensive jasmine tea and barley tea. He had never encountered a premium Longjing tea worth hundreds of thousands per box. To gift you 2 boxes of tea worth over 100,000, Mr. Xing certainly values you highly, Chen Yujin remarked in admiration. Qin Tianming, with a sense of pride, replied, Of course, otherwise, why would he propose to be sworn brothers with me? A little praise, and you're already swelling with pride. Chen Yujin playfully chastised him. With a chuckle, Qin Tianming suddenly recalled Huang Yang and inquired, What is being done about that fellow Huang Yang on Antland's side? Ultimately, Huang Yang was still an employee of Li Salon, and how to handle him was a matter for the Lianyuan Jade shop. Qin Tianming felt it inappropriate to intervene further. He nodded and then asked, Have suitable new buyers been found for those 2 jade cabbages? Chen Yujin shook her head. We are still searching. It will take a few days. Such exquisite items surely won't lack interested buyers. Qin Tianming understood that selling high-quality jadeite worth nearly 17 million would not be an easy task. Currently, he possessed just over 2 million. and if he encountered something exceptional at the auction tomorrow afternoon, he was likely to miss out. Upon awakening the next day, it was already past 8 o'clock. Having arranged to dine with Xing Yufei at noon, he refrained from scheduling any other engagements and continued to study antiques and jade knowledge. At 11 o'clock, Xing Yufei's bodyguard arrived punctually to escort him. Shortly after 11:30, a luxury car entered a quaint yet impeccably clean alley and stopped in front of a small red-roofed villa. The villa resembled an ancient building from the Republic of China era, well-preserved, and even without an eye for design, Qin Tianming could sense the cultural richness emanating from it. He silently marveled, estimating the value of this villa to be in the hundreds of millions. Those who resided here were undoubtedly either affluent or noble, demonstrating that the wealthy truly know how to save her life. The bodyguard opened the door and led Qin Tianming inside. The interior of the villa was a realm of its own, designed with remarkable opulence, adorned with various antique furnishings that exuded an air of affluence. The bodyguard introduced Mr. Qin. This is where Boss Xing hosts esteemed guests. It is used only 2 or 3 times a year, and this is the second occasion this year. Qin Tianming nodded in satisfaction with Xing Yufei's character and work ethic. Soon, they entered the dining room. The grand dining table was laden with over 20 exquisite dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of vintage Matai. Yet, only Xing Yufei was seated, with 3 staff members in white coats standing nearby. After a night of recuperation, Xing Yufei appeared radiant and nearly fully recovered, warmly greeting, "Brother Qin, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat." Qin Tianming chuckled in response and settled into his chair. As they dined and conversed, Xing Yufei naturally introduced the dishes, each a feast for the senses, specially prepared by a 5-star chef. Many of the dishes were unfamiliar to Qin Tianming, and he estimated that this meal must cost no less than 30 to 50,000. Truly, the wealthy indulge in luxury. After the meal, the bodyguard drove the animatedly conversing Xing Yufei and Qin Tianming towards the auction venue. As it was a private auction, the location was chosen in a spacious compound on the outskirts of the city. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Qin Tianming's gaze swept across the courtyard, where an array of luxury cars stood parked, indicating that the attendees of this auction were either affluent or noble. "Boss Xing, it seems my presence at this auction is merely to broaden my horizons," Qin Tianming mused, a hint of disappointment tinging his thoughts. The opulence of these automobiles suggested the auction's high standards, and he was acutely aware that with only 2 million in hand, the likelihood of acquiring any remarkable treasures was bleak. Xing Yufei, with a jovial demeanor, remarked, "This is a private auction. The value of the items depends entirely on one's discerning eye. Prices can range from hundreds of thousands to millions. If you find something you desire but lack sufficient funds, my dear brother, I shall support you." A flicker of realization dawned on Qin Tianming, alleviating his concerns. Perhaps there were indeed opportunities to seize. The two conversed as they stepped into a spacious hall, where Xing Yufei led Qin Tianming to a prime seat in the front row. Numerous individuals approached, greeting Xing Yufei with beaming smiles and engaging in pleasantries. "Boss Xing, allow me to introduce you to Master Ma Jinyan, an esteemed appraiser from the Yushi Street Ma Ji Yushi store, along with young Master Ma Shang. Master Ma excels not only in the assessment of jadeite gambling stones, but also in the appraisal of ancient jade. I have invited him to assist with the upcoming ancient jade auction," Xing Yufei explained. Suddenly, a middle-aged man accompanied by Ma Jinyan and Ma Shang approached Xing Yufei. Launching into introductions, Qin Tianming chuckled softly to himself, bemused at the unexpected encounter. Ma Jinyan, displaying utmost respect, smiled ingratiatingly. "Boss Xing, it is an honor to finally meet you. This encounter is truly fortuitous." Meanwhile, Ma Shang's attention fell upon Qin Tianming, his expression transforming into one of intense animosity. "Qin Tianming, you scoundrel, what gives you the right to partake in this auction alongside us?" He spat, his voice laced with contempt. A smirk of disdain graced Qin Tianming's face as he retorted, "Why don't you just scurry off?" Chapter 45. The Imitation Fan Surface. Ma Jinyan, who had been fixated on Xing Yufei, now turned his attention to Qin Tianming upon hearing the outburst. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he sneered. "What a coincidence, Qin Tianming. I never expected to see you at this auction." His words were deliberate and laden with veiled threats. What an insufferable wretch. How did he become Boss Xing's little brother? Ma Jinyan was taken aback upon hearing Xing Yufei's affectionate address towards Qin Tianming. Ma Shang, equally astonished, gaped. Few were deemed worthy of being called little brother by Xing Yufei, a distinction that conferred significant status in Zhonghai. Xing Yufei, contemplative, nodded knowingly. With years of navigating the business world, he possessed a keen sense of perception and understood that Qin Tianming preferred to handle matters independently. Respecting this unspoken request, he refrained from probing further. Before long, the host ascended the stage, surveying the filled seats before nodding to a nearby staff member, signaling the official commencement of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my gratitude for your presence at this auction that I am privileged to support. All items are part of private collections belonging to friends, comprising both antiquities and modern pieces. My role is solely to facilitate. I do not engage in appraisals. Whether the items are old or new is left to your personal judgment. Qin Tianming cast a glance at the surrounding crowd, noticing that no one else reacted. It seemed they had all tacitly accepted the unspoken rule of buy it, if you like it, regardless of authenticity. It was no wonder that many chose to bring an expert along. He silently resolved within himself that if the item lacked spirit, he would abstain from purchasing it to avoid acquiring a counterfeit. After the host outlined the rules, he signaled the staff to present the first item for auction, placing it upon the auction table. As the host dramatically pulled away the yellow silk covering, a fan emerged. Its surface bore a yellow hue, clearly indicative of its antiquity, and the upper portion exhibited some mildew, suggesting it had been overlooked by collectors. Additionally, the edges were somewhat damaged, reflecting poor condition. Nonetheless, the calligraphy upon the fan was graceful and expansive, devoid of the whimsical flaws often found in the cursive scripts of others. Even Qin Tianming, a novice in calligraphy, could sense the profound essence emanating from the characters, bringing a sense of tranquility to the mind. Observing the script, he discerned that this fan was no ordinary item. Hastily, he activated his clairvoyant vision, revealing a swirling aura of spirit enveloping the fan. Judging by the intensity of this aura, he confidently concluded it was undoubtedly a genuine Ming Dynasty artifact. Meanwhile, the host passionately began to narrate the origins of the fan. My friend insists it is a Qing Dynasty imitation. However, it is exquisitely crafted, nearly indistinguishable from the works of Wang Chong, and holds a certain collectible value. Yet, Qin Tianming harbored a differing opinion. Merely observing the spirit residing in the fan led him to know it could not be a Qing Dynasty reproduction. A surge of joy welled up within him, as he hoped that no one with true expertise was present, thus allowing him to seize this opportunity. As he pondered this, Qin Tianming quickly surveyed the room. The other attendees at the auction appeared disinterested, with scarcely anyone paying attention to the fan. This reassured him greatly. A lack of interest suggested a greater chance for him to secure a bargain. The starting bid for the Qing Dynasty imitation of Wang Chong's cursive fan is 50,000. The host spoke again, his face beaming with enthusiasm as he repeatedly inquired, "Is there anyone willing to bid?" It was evident that he was eager to sell this fan. However, the other participants in the auction clearly showed no inclination towards this item, which had been explicitly labeled as an imitation from the Qing Dynasty. The host, feeling helpless, began to suggest alternatives to the crowd. Old Yin, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might not have recalled. My grandson has recently taken up calligraphy. Though this fan is indeed a Qing imitation, the characters are quite exquisite. Therefore, I will bid 55,000. Under the host's entreaties, an elderly man with white hair finally spoke up, seemingly unable to bear the embarrassment of his friend. The host cast a grateful glance towards the elder, relieved as long as the fan did not go unsold and become a source of ridicule. Very well, Boss Lin bids 55,000. Is there anyone else wishing to place a bid? At this moment, Qin Tianming raised his hand decisively and declared, "I bid 60,000. Purely for the beauty of the calligraphy." He explained, fearing that others might snatch this fan from him, missing such a significant opportunity. He clearly understood its worth. It surely exceeded 50 or 60,000. If he could acquire it, immense profits would await. The host on stage regarded Qin Tianming as unfamiliar face with a hint of hesitation. However, upon glancing at Xing Yufei beside him, he suddenly understood. Qin Tianming must be the friend that Boss Xing had mentioned. This young man possessed discernment. Although it was a replica, the essence and form of the calligraphy were highly reminiscent of Wang Chong's work, thus holding considerable value. Qin Tianming nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. You recognize its merit, do you? I too appreciate it. How petty to bid just 60,000. I shall offer 100,000. At that moment, an untimely voice broke through the air. Qin Tianming did not need to look to know it was Ma Shang's voice. He could only shake his head in resignation, realizing that such a petty individual would attempt to seize a blatantly fake fan, merely to vex him. Both the host on stage and the other auction participants were bewildered, unable to fathom why someone would contend over such a replica. Yet, Xing Yufei understood. Ma Xiang was simply trying to provoke Qin Tianming. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, "Do you need my assistance? If necessary, I could have this fellow escorted out." Qin Tianming scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "Fear not, boss Xing. This individual lacks the ability to truly challenge me. However, I am curious. If this fan were indeed an authentic piece by Wang Chong, what would its value be?" Chapter 46, Toying with Ma Xiang. Xing Yufei paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the fan on the auction stage before turning to Qin Tianming. "Tianming, are you suggesting that this fan is genuine?" Qin Tianming neither confirmed nor denied but shifted the topic, saying, "Boss Xing, simply tell me, if this fan is indeed authentic, what its worth be?" After careful consideration, Xing Yufei responded, "If this fan is a genuine article, it could reach a valuation of 1,500,000. Of course, that is contingent upon its condition. If it were in better shape, its worth could be even higher." Qin Tianming nodded, feeling a surge of confidence, and then cast a glance towards Ma Xiang. "Ma Xiang, if you have the courage, let us see who can bid higher today. Whoever falters first in their bidding is the lesser contender. What say you?" Though Ma Xiang initially sought to disrupt Qin Tianming, he hesitated, convinced that the fan was not worth much. However, his indecision was fleeting. He estimated it could fetch no more than 200,000 or 300,000. While it wouldn't yield a profit, at least he wouldn't incur a loss. What mattered most was to irritate Qin Tianming. "Very well, Qin. Let's put this to the test. Today, I shall show you what it means to possess wealth." Qin Tianming smiled mockingly, ignoring Ma Xiang and addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all heard. Today, whoever refrains from bidding alongside this fellow is indeed the lesser." The crowd around them erupted in applause, reveling in the spectacle, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. "All right, young brother, we shall bear witness," they proclaimed. "Our collective worth amounts to hundreds of billions. Let us witness your wager. You are indeed fortunate." At that moment, no one may retract their words in our presence. You know the consequences of such an act. Clearly, these individuals found the auction rather dull and sought some amusement. Meanwhile, Xing Yufei could not suppress his frown and lowered his voice to inquire of Qin Tianming. "Tianming, you must not engage in such a perilous endeavor. What distinguishes this from gambling? There is no certainty regarding the authenticity of that fan." Qin Tianming, composed and unperturbed, chuckled lightly and replied, "Boss Xing, rest assured, even if I were to invest 300,000 to 500,000 to vex that fellow, it would be worthwhile. Moreover, I am inclined to believe that this fan is likely genuine." Xing Yufei could only shake his head, his admiration for Qin Tianming diminishing. Previously, he regarded him as a remarkable individual, but he was taken aback by his audacity. At this juncture, Qin Tianming commenced the bidding, announcing 101,000. Ma Xiang burst into raucous laughter, his mirth unabashedly arrogant. After his laughter subsided, he disdainfully declared, "Pathetic. Is that all the courage you possess?" "I bid 110,000. Qin Tianming scoffed, retorting, "If you have the money, feel free to raise the bid. Let us see who falters first." With that, he increased his bid by another 1,000. Ma Xiang, agitated and at his wit's end, found himself at a loss, for Qin Tianming's actions adhered to the auction's regulations. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely raised the bid. "I will go to 200,000. Let us see if you dare to continue." 200,000. It's time for you to concede." Yet, Qin Tianming remained unfazed, simply raising the bid by another 1,000. Ma Xiang felt bewildered. He could not fathom Qin Tianming's thought process. Initially, he had assumed that Qin Tianming would eventually relent, but now appeared that this man had no intention of backing down. Following a significant loss of 90 million at the previous auction, Ma Xiang had received a stern reprimand from his elders. While he had initially tempered his impulses, seeing Qin Tianming today reignited his reckless spirit. Beside him, Ma Jin, unable to watch any longer, recognized his nephew's temperament and knew he would continue to bid. 200,000 or 300,000 was not a significant sum for them. Yet he could not allow his nephew to fall into Qin Tianming's trap. Should the bidding continue, and Qin Tianming suddenly cease to raise his bid, they would bear the financial brunt. A mere replica of a fan held no value for those engaged in the jade business. Even if it were genuine, it would serve no purpose. Cease bidding. Regardless of the outcome, it will only bring shame. If you continue to bid and then stop, losing that much money for pride is utterly pointless. Do not forget why we are here today. 200,000 or 300,000 could significantly impact our final results. Ma Jin, suppressing his frustration, urged his nephew. Though Ma Xiang felt reluctant, He ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce and refrain from further bidding. At this moment, Qin Tianming had a firm grasp of Ma Xiang's thoughts. He understood that this fellow feared losing money and was reluctant to raise his bid any further. Qin Tianming mocked. "So, do you dare to call out a price? If you remain silent, you will admit to being a coward in the future." With that, he raised his hand and added 1,000 to the existing bid of 200,000. Ma Xiang's face alternated between red and pale, clearly reluctant. Yet he dared not squander his money. Ever since his previous loss of several tens of millions, he had become cautious. Ashamed, he lowered his head, filled with regret, wishing he had never provoked someone named Qin. Qin Tianming burst into laughter, deriding, "What a useless person, with such little courage. Do you even dare to consider yourself my rival?" The others around him joined in the laughter. Ma Xiang, hearing their derision, clenched his fists, unable to utter a single word, yet his hatred for Qin Tianming burned deeply within him. At that moment, the auctioneer on stage had completed the necessary procedures and confirmed that the fan was officially Qin Tianming's. During the intermission before the second auction, the staff had already delivered the fan into Qin Tianming's hands. In an instant, he absorbed all the spiritual essence from the fan. Xing Yufei also approached, eager to examine the fan alongside Qin Tianming. "Tianming, I had the fortune of seeing a true work of Wang Chong, and the inscription on this fan is strikingly similar." Even the well-versed Xing Yufei could not help but express high praise for the writing on the fan. Qin Tianming, lacking in knowledge, did not dare to make bold statements and could only shake his head, saying, "Boss Xing, I cannot be certain, but I have a feeling this is genuine." Besides the writing, the paper also appears to be from that era. Xing Yufei pondered for a while before pulling out his phone to send a message. "Since we cannot be sure, let us consult someone who can." Qin Tianming paused for a moment and casually asked, "Do you know someone in this field, Boss Xing?" Xing Yufei chuckled. "As long as it involves antiques, experts or skilled appraisers are available. Today, I have invited an esteemed elder who has not been active in over 20 years. We share a good relationship, which is why he agreed to assist me." Qin Tianming was overjoyed and gratefully replied, "Thank you very much, Boss Xing." Xing Yufei waved his hand dismissively, responding casually, "It's nothing. Let us continue with the auction." Qin Tianming nodded in agreement and turned his attention back to the auction. However, the subsequent items for bid all exceeded 3 million. What puzzled Qin Tianming was that these high-value items lacked any spiritual essence. Yet, the individuals present were not fools. Among these items, some were likely genuine. Yet not all could be counterfeit. Qin Tianming found himself questioning where the spiritual essence of these antiques originated. 2 hours later, as the auction neared its conclusion, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew lively. Particularly, the auctioneer on stage appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. "Ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the final item of today's auction. The piece de résistance. I trust you all recognize the value of this extraordinary piece. Without further ado, I invite you to gaze upon it." At this moment, the staff has placed the last item upon the auction table. As the host concludes his announcement, he swiftly unveils the yellow satin cloth that shrouded the final lot. Upon beholding this item, Qin Tianming nearly leapt from his seat in sheer excitement. The last item was, astonishingly, identical to the eye-shaped ornament worn by Ma Xiaorong, the very object that had bestowed upon Qin Tianming his clairvoyant abilities. This gem, resembling an eye, radiated a rich aura of spiritual energy. Though Qin Tianming was overwhelmed with elation, the others in attendance regarded the eye-shaped ornament with curiosity, uncertain of its true worth and hesitant to bid. Meanwhile, the ever-eager Ma Jin and Ma Xiang exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with desire. At this juncture, the host began to elaborate on the item. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final lot of the day, an enigmatic bead acquired from the western regions many years ago. While I cannot ascertain its exact value, I can assure you it is a remarkable piece. It is now up to you to uncover its origins." Pausing momentarily, the host continued, "This bead was purchased for 1,500,000. Thus, the starting bid today is also 1,500,000, with increments no less than 10,000. Unable to contain his eagerness, Ma Xiang immediately called out, 1,501,000. His tone was resolute, as if he were determined to possess this bead at all costs. Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the Ma family duo. He sensed their palpable excitement and wondered what they intended to do with this peculiar bead, which was neither jade nor stone. After a moment of contemplation, as the host prepared to bring down the gavel amidst a silence from the other bidders, Qin Tianming finally decided to make his move. "I bid an additional 10,000. If I must increase my expenditure, I shall ensure they do as well." He concealed his yearning for the bead, feigning an intent to challenge the Ma family. Ma Shang, incensed, rose from his seat and shouted at Qin Tianming. Do you even comprehend what this is, Qin? How dare you bid? If I cannot obtain this item, I swear I shall end you. Before Qin Tianming could respond, the hot-tempered Xing Yufei could no longer restrain himself. With a scowl, he retorted, Is it the custom of your Ma family to be so irritable? You can disrupt others, but refuse to allow them to contest you? Very well. I shall bid 2 million for this item. Let's see you raise that. Qin Tianming erupted into laughter at this turn of events. Should this item fall into Xing Yufei's hands, his own path to acquisition would surely be simplified. He could not help but glance back at Ma Shang and Ma Jin, whose faces were contorted in disgust, as if they had found a fly in their meal. Especially Ma Shang, whose complexion was ashen, dared not to retaliate, for the one who insulted him was Xing Yufei, a person capable of severing their family's financial lifeline with a mere flick of a finger. He could only let out a resigned hum and obediently take a seat. Ma Jin, observing his nephew's foolishness, couldn't help but sigh. However, he was determined to acquire the precious orb. Failing to do so would result in a fate akin to that of offending Xing Yufei, leading the Ma family to ruin. Let us add 100,000. In an instant, whispers erupted among the other attendees. They were aware of Ma Jin's reputation. His eagerness for the orb revealed its significant value. Others, unable to contain their excitement, began to raise their bids. Soon, the price escalated to 3 million. Qin Tianming had initially hoped that Xing Yufei could intimidate the Ma family, allowing him to seize the orb amidst the chaos, but appeared increasingly unlikely. Wishing to keep his own secrets concealed, he deemed it impossible to seek Xing Yufei's assistance in acquiring the orb. It seemed he would have to devise another strategy. Qin Tianming pondered how to secure the precious item. As the price soared, Ma Jin's frustration intensified. He cursed Ma Shang's impulsiveness under his breath. Had it not been for his rashness, the orb could have been secured for around 2 million. Yet now they were on the verge of paying nearly double. 350,000. The more he contemplated, the more his ire grew, prompting him to increase his bid. He could hardly believe that others, unaware of the orb's true nature, would dare to raise the stakes. As he anticipated, the once lively auction hall fell into a hush. These individuals, lacking knowledge of the orb's material and value, were apprehensive. What if they ended up with a financial loss? Upon hearing the bid of 350,000, Qin Tianming furrowed his brow in confusion, unable to comprehend Ma Jin's fervent desire for the orb. Nevertheless, he resolved to raise his bid, eager to discern the Ma family's intentions. 351,000, Qin Tianming declared, casting a provocative glance at the now enraged Ma Jin. Ma Jin's grip on the armrest trembled with fury. He yearned to confront Qin Tianming and eliminate him on the spot. Yet, he restrained himself, raising his bid once more. 352,000. Qin Tianming realized that Ma Jin was unequivocally determined to possess the orb, regardless of the cost. What purpose did they have for this enigmatic item? Chapter 48. The authenticity is undeniable. As the price escalated, others gradually withdrew from the bidding, unwilling to contend with the Ma family. Ultimately, the orb-like ornament fell into Ma Jin's possession. Observing Ma Jin's ecstatic demeanor as if he had struck gold, Qin Tianming grasped that this ornament held immense significance for him. Had they uncovered the secret hidden within the orb? A wave of doubt washed over Qin Tianming. Yet he understood that he must tread carefully to avoid alerting any potential adversaries. However, he was determined to acquire that exquisite bead. As the final item of the auction concluded, the host breathed a sigh of relief. This auction had proven to be remarkably fruitful, yielding him a substantial profit. Ladies and gentlemen, in gratitude for your support of this event, I have arranged a modest banquet. Let us partake in refreshments before we bid farewell. As the host, he extended a warm invitation, and naturally, others did not dare to decline, rising en masse to depart the auction hall toward the banquet room. Noticing that Xing Yufei was also about to leave, Qin Tianming quickly seized his arm. Boss Xing, has the master you invited arrived? I still lack a definitive verdict on the authenticity of this fan. Xing Yufei chuckled lightly, shrugged, and replied nonchalantly, rest assured. He is already awaiting us in the banquet hall. Qin Tianming could not help but exhale in relief as he followed Xing Yufei into the banquet hall. Upon entering, they observed the individuals who had been present at the auction now gathered around the foremost table, where an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair and a vigorous demeanor stood at the center of attention. It was evident at first glance that he had been a shrewd individual in his youth. Tianming, this is Elder Song Qianxiu. Not only a master of calligraphy, but also an esteemed collector with unparalleled expertise, Xing Yufei introduced, his eyes brimming with admiration. Elder Song and I share a friendship that transcends generations. Our rapport is quite solid, which is why he has graciously agreed to assess the piece. Qin Tianming nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the implications of the elder's surname, Song, similar to that of Song Qingzi. He wondered if there might be a familial connection. While he pondered these matters, they approached Elder Song. "My apologies for the wait, Elder Song," Xing Yufei said with a genial smile as he stepped forward. Others were well aware of the camaraderie between Xing Yufei and Song Qianxiu, and thus, they promptly made way as Xing Yufei approached. Elder Song, displaying no inclination to stand on ceremony, waved his hand warmly. "There is no need for such formality between us. Quickly, present that fan." I have long been enamored by the authentic works of Wang Chong. His eyes sparkled with longing and eagerness. Xing Yufei chuckled and discreetly signaled Qin Tianming, who promptly stepped forward, presenting the fan to Elder Song. At that moment, an untimely voice pierced the air. "A mere replica of a fan. And you dare summon Elder Song? You are but a toad yearning for a swan's flesh." Qin Tianming instantly recognized the voice of Ma Shang. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many present, as the host had explicitly declared the fan to be a counterfeit during the auction. However, others refrained from voicing such opinions. Mindful of Xing Yufei's presence, Qin Tianming let out a cold snort. Despite his confidence in the likely authenticity of the fan, he could not suppress his ire. He made no effort to conceal his menacing intent, as if ready to unleash his fury upon Ma Shang at any moment. With a cold chuckle, Ma Shang scoffed, "Qin, if this were genuine, it would be worth at least 2 to 3 million. How could you possibly acquire it for just over 200,000? Are you dreaming?" Qin Tianming could not help but furrow his brow, his face a mask of disdain as he replied coldly, "I warn you for the last time. Do not disturb Elder Song while he appraises this. If you dare to speak again, I assure you, I will not let you off lightly." Suddenly reminded of the moments when Qin Tianming had previously bested him in a fight, Ma Shang found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Song Qianxiu had taken the fan's surface and began to scrutinize it with a serious expression. The surrounding crowd fell silent. The atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop, as they genuinely feared disturbing Elder Song. After a considerable pause, Elder Song finally spoke, his voice grave. "The calligraphy on this fan surface undoubtedly resembles the authentic work of Wang Chong." Unable to contain their astonishment, some members of the crowd voiced their most pressing questions, while others followed suit. They harbored no doubts regarding Song Qianxiu's expertise. Rather, they struggled to comprehend the implications of their findings. A collective realization dawned upon them. This Xing Cao fan surface by Wang Chong had likely been lost to the public, mishandled by those lacking in discernment. It was indeed the genuine article, unexpectedly surfacing at such a modest auction, unperturbed by the astonished and complex expressions of those around him. Song Qianxiu privately reflected on the significance of the moment. Meanwhile, the auction host was consumed by regret, his face betraying his chagrin as he lamented not having sought the counsel of a true master of calligraphy earlier, now left only with remorse. Xing Yufei, along with the others, stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom how easily Qin Tianming had stumbled upon this treasure. It appeared that the young man had not merely been engaging in a petty rivalry with Ma Shang, but had indeed possessed a firm understanding of the authenticity of the Xing Cao fan surface. Overwhelmed by admiration for Qin Tianming, he could not suppress a sigh of amazement. Beside him, Ma Shang wore an increasingly grim expression, casting an irritable glance at his companion Ma Jinyan, jealousy evident on his face. "Uncle, look, this opportunity should have been ours." Ma Shang did not bother to conceal the anger in his voice. Ma Jinyan, equally embarrassed, stammered, I did not expect this piece to be genuine either." The tension between the uncle and nephew threatened to escalate into animosity. At that moment, the most elated of all was Qin Tianming. "Elder Song, what do you estimate the value of this fan surface to be?" After a moment of contemplation, Song Qianxiu slowly replied, "To speak frankly, the condition of this fan is somewhat lacking, which will undoubtedly affect its value. Currently, I would estimate it to be around 170 to 80,000. 170 to 80,000, still a considerable sum." Qin Tianming was overjoyed, astonished to have uncovered such a magnificent find. "What are your thoughts, young man? Do you wish to sell this fan surface?" Elder Song's eyes gleamed with longing, as if he were very eager to possess it. "Although I recognize your fondness for this fan, Mr. Song, I made a promise to Mr. Xing that if it is confirmed to be an authentic piece, I must prioritize selling it to him. Xing Yufei gazed at the fan, feeling a desire to possess it. Yet, upon observing Mr. Song's demeanor, he could only sigh in resignation. Once the fan was in Mr. Song's hands, it might indeed enhance his calligraphic skills. Since Mr. Song cherishes it, he may as well take it. Mr. Song Chinshio burst into hearty laughter, seizing the fan without hesitation. Thank you, Mr. Xing, for your generous sacrifice. I am not unreasonable. Since you have graciously allowed me to take this fan, how about I give you a piece of my calligraphy in return? Although Mr. Song's writing pales in comparison to that of Wang Chong, there was little choice at this moment, given Mr. Song's esteemed status as a senior figure. Thus, he readily acquiesced. After a brief discussion with Qin Tianming, they swiftly agreed on a transaction price, concluding the deal at 1,700,000. While those present were not particularly concerned about such a sum, collectors often overlook price in favor of the quantity and quality of their acquisitions, competing over who possesses the more discerning eye. The attendees, all avid collectors, felt a mix of envy and admiration as they witnessed Qin Tianming's fortunate find. Young man, you truly possess an eye for quality. Should similar opportunities arise in the future, be sure to call upon me. Mr. Song hurriedly departed, seemingly unable to contain his excitement to examine the inscriptions on the fan. At this juncture, all eyes turned toward Qin Tianming. Young lad, your discernment is impressive. Who would have thought you would unearth such a treasure? Indeed, the Ma family members clearly lack insight. It is not merely that they are lacking. It is that this young brother possesses a superior vision. While the crowd praised Qin Tianming, they did not conceal their scorn for the Ma uncle and nephew. Qin Tianming, naturally, responded with a cheerful demeanor, yet Ma Jingyan and Ma Shang felt an acute sense of shame, wishing to withdraw from the scene. You flatter me. I am simply fortunate, he humbly stated. As night fell, the auctioneer welcomed the guests to their dining arrangements. Qin Tianming feasted heartily, exchanging toasts with Xing Yufei, evoking envy from those nearby. Particularly, Ma Jingyan and Ma Shang were filled with jealousy and admiration, perplexed as to why Mr. Xing favored Qin Tianming so. Meanwhile, Qin Tianming, engaged in pleasant conversation with Xing Yufei, found his thoughts elsewhere, fixated on the pearl that had fallen into the hands of the Ma family. Soon, the banquet concluded, and the revelers, imbued with merriment, began to depart. Lying in bed, Qin Tianming tossed and turned, unable to sleep, as the image of the pearl lingered in his mind, rendering him restless. I must secure that pearl. It is time to take initiative, lest I risk procrastination. He resolved to approach the Ma family directly to acquire the coveted pearl. In the stillness of the night, as dawn broke, Qin Tianming hailed a taxi to Yusher Street. The morning atmosphere on Yusher Street was rather desolate, and Qin Tianming made his way directly to the entrance of the Ma family jade shop, which had just opened its doors. The attendant who opened the door was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Tianming, stumbling over his words in a nervous stutter. Why you? The attendant's trepidation stemmed from the repeated defeats endured by Ma Jingyan at the hands of this young man, leaving an indelible mark on the minds of the shop's staff. With a light chuckle, Qin Tianming teased, what else with the stuttering? Uri, Samon Ma Jingyan. I wish to engage him in a wager. He sauntered in leisurely, and, as he crossed the threshold, all the staff turned their wary eyes upon him. Oblivious to their scrutiny, Qin Tianming plopped down on a nearby chair, picked up a cup of tea to test its warmth, and then called over a young attendant. Is this how you treat your guests? Not even a cup of hot water for me? His demeanor was audacious, clearly seeking to provoke. Reluctantly, the attendant fetched him a cup of hot tea. Qin Tianming raised the cup to his lips, took a delicate sip, then spat it out with a loud paw. He then smashed the cup onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. With a fierce glare, he bellowed, what the hell? Are you trying to scald me? What are your intentions? At this moment, the staff of the Ma family jade shop began to comprehend that Qin Tianming was indeed there to stir trouble. A sharply dressed attendant approached, his expression dark and resolute. Mr. Qin, if you seek to purchase jade or jadeite, we welcome you. However, if you are here to cause trouble, I must kindly ask you to leave. With a disdainful snort, Qin Tianming retorted, and you think you have a right to speak? Who do you think you are? Fetch Ma Jingyan for me. Just as the attendant was about to respond, a calm voice emerged from behind. Early morning, and the crows are already cawing overhead. It seems trouble is brewing. What brings you to Ma family jade shop, Mr. Qin? Ma Jingyan, his face ashen, approached Qin Tianming with deliberate slowness. Qin Tianming smirked condescendingly, mocking, oh, nothing much. You made my day miserable yesterday, so I intend to return the favor today. Ma Jingyan furrowed his brow, squinting slightly as he fixed his gaze on Qin Tianming, a mixture of confusion and curiosity in his eyes. What is it you want? Speak plainly. If you wish to make things difficult for me, I shall be your companion in this endeavor. A thrill of excitement surged within Qin Tianming, though he maintained a fade of fury, coldly stating, at yesterday's auction, you and your uncle made me spend a considerable sum for no reason. Do you think I would simply accept that? With a grim expression, Ma Jinyan scoffed. So, you expect me to compensate you? How naive of you. He laughed heartily, his derision unmistakable. Qin Tianming let out a cold snort and retorted sarcastically, I am not as naive as your foolish nephew. I wish to engage in a wager with you, one based on the stones we acquired at yesterday's auction. Ma Jinyan scoffed disdainfully, mocking. Your broken fan sold for a mere 75 million, while the items I procured fetched 3 million. It is laughable to stake your worthless trinket against my winnings. Qin Tianming smirked with contempt and replied calmly, do you truly believe I am as shameless as your family? I will wager 3 million. While you shall put forth that pearl you acquired. Although I find it lacking in value, it has irked me enough to propose this bet. Ma Jinyan hesitated slightly. The pearl held immense significance for him, potentially influencing both his fate and that of the entire Ma family. For a moment, he was uncertain whether to risk the pearl for the sake of 3 million. Noticing Ma Jinyan's indecision, Qin Tianming felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that this man might refuse to wager with him. Feigning arrogance, Qin Tianming boasted, what is the matter? Are you afraid? A defeated rival is merely a defeated rival. A fool is just a fool. I had intended to indulge you by wagering in your store, but if you lack the courage, then I shall take my leave. As he rose to depart, Ma Jinyan appeared momentarily stunned, then chuckled confidently, his eyes gleaming with self-assurance. Previously, he had been uncertain about gambling elsewhere, but in his own jade shop, how could he possibly lose? With a disdainful snort, he declared, very well, I accept your wager, but 3 million seems a tad insufficient. After all, he was certain of winning in his own establishment. Observing Ma Jinyan's agreement, Qin Tianming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He feigned nonchalance and casually inquired, all right then, how much shall we bet? After a brief pause, he continued, since you wish to increase the stakes, why not alter the rules of the game? Ma Jinyan's eyes darted around, yet being in his own shop, he felt confident in any game Qin Tianming proposed. He was intimately familiar with the materials in his store. Regardless of the method, the essence remained unchanged, focusing on the ability to appraise the raw stones. After a moment's contemplation, he readily agreed, all right, tell me how you propose we play. Without hesitation, Qin Tianming revealed the game he had devised overnight. Instead of competing over the quality of the stones we uncover, let us see who reveals stones of lesser value. Ma Jinyan was momentarily taken aback. If they were to compete over who could produce a higher valued stone, he would undoubtedly be able to identify the most precious stones in his shop with ease. However, determining which stones were of lesser worth was a different matter altogether. The valuable stones were few, while the less valuable ones were often indistinguishable in their worth. Only through revealing them could one ascertain their actual value. This would be a game of chance. Qin Tianming gazed at Ma Jinyan in silence for a moment, a hint of anxiety brewing within him. Yet he maintained an air of nonchalance as he mocked. What is the matter? Are you too afraid to play in your own shop? If so, you might as well resign yourself to the title of a worthless fool for all eternity. Initially, Ma Jinyan felt discontent at Qin Tianming's early visit, but being taunted in such a manner was simply unbearable. Enraged, he retorted, you think you're clever, don't you? Fine, I shall indulge you today. I'm eager to see how you plan to defeat me in our establishment. At last, the tension in Qin Tianming's heart subsided. He smirked and replied, very well. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You are merely my defeated foe. I shall not waste words. You may choose first. At this juncture, the stakes were substantial, 20 million at stake. Even Ma Jinyan understood the necessity of caution. Without hesitation, he accepted the challenge, realizing that, compared to 20 million, his pride seemed of little value. The two agreed to their wager under the watchful eyes of the staff at the Ma family jade shop and approached the display shelves. Occasionally, passers-by who were aware of the contentious history between Qin Tianming and the Ma family would enter the shop, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As Qin Tianming and Ma Jinyan decided to gamble, the shop became increasingly crowded with onlookers. What audacity Qin Tianming displayed, daring to stake his fortune against Ma Jinyan in his own domain. It was evident that Qin Tianming, in his youthful exuberance, was destined to lose. Yet, some argued otherwise. When Qin Tianming made his move, he would undoubtedly astonish everyone. How could he possibly lose? The crowd buzzed with speculation, some rooting for Qin Tianming while others doubted him. However, Qin Tianming appeared oblivious to the chatter, ignoring both the derision and praise. Ma Jinyan was intently focused on the raw stones on the shelf. Each stone had passed through his hands before, and while he might not have been an expert, he had a general sense of their value. After much deliberation, he finally fixed his gaze on a stone no larger than a baby's fist. This stone was not only diminutive, but also bore a dark, unremarkable exterior, showing no signs of yielding any jade. Typically, a connoisseur would not select such a specimen. "I'll take this one," Ma Jinyan declared confidently. "It was part of a large shipment from our supplier, and I assure you, it's utterly worthless." With his clairvoyant vision already activated, Qin Tianming glanced at the stone in Ma Jinyan's grasp. Indeed, the stone aligned with Ma Jinyan's assessment. It appeared unlikely to produce anything of value. Yet, within it lay some jade, albeit of inferior quality. It was sufficient to craft a few rings, with a value estimated between 10 to 20,000. After all, the Ma family jade shop was one of the more prominent establishments on the entire Jade Street, making it improbable for them to stock completely worthless materials. Qin Tianming chuckled mockingly, then, as if offering a compliment, remarked, "Oh, Ma Jinyan, your skills have certainly improved. Your appraisal abilities have elevated significantly." Although it was intended as praise, Ma Jinyan appeared deeply insulted. This reaction stemmed entirely from the fact that Qin Tianming was merely a junior, and it was quite inappropriate for a junior to commend a senior. With a disdainful snort, Ma Jinyan retorted angrily, "You should step aside. My proficiency in identifying raw stones has nothing to do with you." Observing Ma Jinyan's unbridled fury, Qin Tianming seemed even more delighted, bursting into laughter. Chapter 51, Inciting Wrath. Ma Jinyan appeared somewhat impatient and urged, "Kid, it's your turn now. Stop wasting time and select your raw stone." He was eager to see just how capable Qin Tianming was in choosing a stone from the Ma family jade shop that would be cheaper than the one in his possession. Qin Tianming let out a light laugh, seemingly unfazed by Ma Jinyan's words, and retorted, "What? Aren't you eager to reveal the value of your raw stone?" Ma Jinyan paused for a moment, then scoffed derisively, taunting, "Kid, you're bound to lose today, whether you cut it or not. Your defeat is assured." He was adamant in his belief that Qin Tianming would not find a more affordable stone. With a scornful smile, Qin Tianming mocked, "How many times have you lost to me? Yet you still boast so shamelessly. I shall see today who emerges victorious." Disdaining the verbal sparring, Ma Jinyan said little more and handed over his raw stone to an assistant, instructing them to cut it without hesitation, as it was not a valuable piece. Watching Ma Jinyan direct the cutting, Qin Tianming decided not to waste further time and began scanning the array of jade stones on the shelf. Before long, he selected a piece of windowed material, roughly the size of an adult's head, with a small window the size of a fingernail already opened on its surface. A faint green hue shimmered through the window, remarkably pure, nearing the grade of a true yellow-green, with a watery texture reminiscent of the icy variety. However, compared to the stone chosen by Ma Jinyan, it appeared significantly better on the surface. Yet, with his X-ray vision, Qin Tianming could discern that deep within this raw stone lay an expanse of darkness. Apart from the two shades of green, there was no jadeite to be found, merely an ordinary piece of material. "I choose this one," Qin Tianming declared confidently, pointing at the stone. Even Ma Jinyan, his opponent, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Qin Tianming, once you make your selection, there's no turning back. Are you truly offering me money?" He was utterly elated. The crowd gathered at the Ma family jade shop erupted in a flurry of discussions. Is Qin Tianming out of his mind? Knowing full well that the chosen material is worthless, he still opts for windowed stone. Youthful arrogance always comes at a price, and it is Ma Jinyan who holds the experience. At last, Qin Tianming is about to stumble. He is merely gifting money to the Ma family. The onlookers surrounding them did not conceal their scorn as they gathered around Qin Tianming, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. Qin Tianming snorted coldly, retorting with disdain, "Do you think I am as shameless as the Ma family? Once I select a raw stone, how could I possibly regret it?" It was as if he paid no heed to Ma Jinyan's mocking words or the jeers of the others. Ma Jinyan, reveling in his delight, dismissed Qin Tianming's ridicule with hearty laughter, saying, "Enough of the banter, let us get on with opening the raw stone." With that, he waved to a nearby assistant, cautioning him, "Make sure to cut it close to the window edge, take it slow, don't ruin such a fine piece." His tone was filled with arrogance, as though he had already concluded that Qin Tianming would certainly lose. Yet, as the assistant approached with the stone, Qin Tianming suddenly commanded, "No need to be so cautious. cut it boldly, the more pieces the better. The assistant was momentarily taken aback, caught in a dilemma. Ma Jinyan, overconfident, scoffed, if you want to lose money. So be it. Just remember, if you lose, you'll have to pay for that stone. Fine, let us do it your way. The young assistant said nothing further and turned to comply. Ma Jinyan cast a casual glance and felt reassured, exclaiming with delight. This stone of mine can yield at most 2 or 3 ring faces. Just look at the quality. It's merely a glutinous type, with both inclusions and cracks. Even if it is fashioned into a decorative piece, it won't fetch more than 10,000. Qin, you are bound to lose. Qin Tianming merely chuckled derisively, mocking, my stone hasn't even been cut yet. Why are you in such a rush? Ma Jinyan burst into laughter, nonchalantly stating, just the 2 stones beneath those windows are worth over 100,000. How could you possibly win? Remember, you set the rules. We're competing to see whose stone is worth less. Qin Tianming snorted dismissively, turning his head away. While the crowd had already decided on his inevitable defeat, surrounding Ma Jinyan and offering their congratulations. Indeed, it seemed that experience prevailed, as Boss Ma was clearly adept at appraisal, and none could rival him. They thought, how arrogant of a Qin lad. Even if he possesses skill, he ought to respect his elders, shouldn't he? These individuals were mere fair-weather friends, congratulating Ma Jinyan while subtly disparaging Qin Tianming. Earlier, when they had mocked him, he had been preoccupied with selecting his raw stone, but now he had the time to respond. With a cold snort, he disdainfully declared, my stone hasn't been cut yet. How can you be so certain I will lose? Silence yourselves. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Qin Tianming's boldness, not expecting him to stir up such animosity. Qin Tianming, you've already brought the Shun family to ruin, and yet you remain so arrogant. Soon, everyone will be calling for your downfall. One remarked, indeed, we are all your seniors, and how dare you show us such disrespect? Another added. Before anyone else had a chance to speak, Qin Tianming had already shouted in anger, if you possess true ability, I would naturally regard you as seniors. But you merely rely on your age. Why should I show you any respect? In an instant, the expressions of those present turned pale with embarrassment, for indeed, some among them had achievements throughout their lives that could not compare to the feats Qin Tianming had accomplished in just a few days. Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, something's wrong. The young attendant stuttered nervously, his anxiety palpable. Ma Jinyan furrowed his brow and hurriedly turned to the attendant, asking, do not panic, remain composed. Should the sky fall, I shall bear it. Now, tell me, how did that stone fare when it was cut? Ma Jinyan was no fool, observing the attendant's demeanor. He sensed that something was amiss. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope. The rough stone selected by Qin Tianming had a pristine cutting window, vibrant color, and decent quality. It could not possibly yield poor material. He feigned calmness and gently inquired, so what was the outcome of that stone? The attendant hesitated, glancing around as if burdened by an unspeakable secret. Ma Jinyan's frustration intensified, and he could no longer contain himself, barking, speak plainly. Do not hesitate, just tell me. Before the attendant could respond, Qin Tianming let out a scornful laugh, mocking, Ma Jinyan, do not take out your frustrations on these youngsters. Allow me to inform you, aside from the cutting window, that rough stone possesses nothing but waste material. Impossible. Ma Jinyan erupted in fury. That stone was meticulously selected by me. How could it be waste? He was evidently unable to accept such a conclusion, incredulous that such fine material could be deemed worthless. Qin Tianming scoffed, fixing an unyielding gaze upon the attendant. Tell them the result of that rough stone. Those who had previously mocked Qin Tianming now fixed their eyes on the attendant, their anxiety mirroring Ma Jinyan's. The attendant stammered, waste material. What? Ma Jinyan grasped the attendant by the collar, disbelief etched across his face. This cannot be. Are you colluding with this brat to deliberately select a piece of waste? The attendant, pale with fear, opened and closed his lips, struggling to utter a word. As Qin Tianming had anticipated, the stone yielded nothing but waste. Save for the cutting window, which contained a hint of jade. Ma Jinyan's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the reality before him, as if he were muttering to himself. How could this be? How could it be waste? This was the material I personally selected. The individuals who had surrounded Ma Jinyan with flattery fell silent, their faces marked with embarrassment, feeling as though they had been dealt a stinging slap. Meanwhile, Qin Tianming secretly reveled in his triumph. Monetary gain was of little consequence, for he had finally secured the coveted gem. However, he did not show his feelings, instead letting out a disdainful snort and mocking. Ma Jinyan, you wouldn't dare to deny your loss, would you? Is this the hallmark of your Ma family? Ma Jinyan set the young man aside, his countenance darkening, with fury almost bursting forth from his eyes, clearly at the peak of his anger. Losing money pained him. Yet the loss of that enigmatic bead terrified him even more. It was a relic whose origins were unknown, but it was intrinsically tied to the future of the Ma family, now so recklessly relinquished. It is merely 23 million. I shall pay you, for our family is not so impoverished as to be unable to afford such losses. A seasoned figure in the underworld, Ma Jinyan quickly devised a strategy, deliberately obfuscating the truth, and began instructing his subordinates to transfer funds to Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming laughed derisively and questioned, Ma Jinyan, do you take me for a fool? Our agreement was for that bead, not 20 million. Do not think you can evade your responsibility. Ma Jinyan narrowed his eyes, glaring venomously at Qin Tianming, pondering why he insisted on claiming that bead. Qin Tianming, maintaining his composure, replied with a cold smile, that is our wager, which you lost to me. One must abide by the terms of the bet. Ma Jinyan's expression turned even more frigid, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Having weathered countless storms in the underworld, he knew that if it truly came to a confrontation, he would not shy away. However, they were ultimately businessmen, and violence was not their first recourse. Ah, so you are stubbornly resolute, are you? Ma Jinyan repeated the word good 3 times, his demeanor suddenly shifting from its previous gloom. He turned to the onlookers and courteously stated, Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but our establishment will not be conducting business today. Please, kindly take your leave. The crowd surrounding the Ma family jade shop were not fools. They could discern the implications of his words, understanding that Ma Jinyan was effectively dismissing them. Thus, the spectators, wary of being embroiled in the unfolding drama, hastily departed. Once they exited the Ma family jade shop, discussions erupted among them. How unfortunate! One should show mercy when able. Qin Tianming is still too young. Indeed, being so arrogant in someone else's establishment. He should have taken his gains and left. Why press the matter further? That lad is bound to face a severe beating today. The onlookers unanimously felt that it was not Ma Jinyan's refusal to acknowledge the debt that was an error, but rather deemed Qin Tianming's insistence on the payment as misguided. With Ma Jinyan's command, the doors of the Ma family jade shop closed with a resounding thud. The shop's attendants, previously engaged in their duties, now encircled Qin Tianming, their demeanor menacing, clearly indicating their ill intentions. Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow, remaining composed and unfazed by these mere blusterers. Behind the throng of attendants, Ma Jinyan wurde as needing gesmeid. Had you simply taken your money and departed, I would not have acted against you. Yet you insist on that bead very well. Today you shall learn why the king of the Ma family has 3 eyes. Feigning ignorance, Qin Tianming casually inquired, What? You refuse to acknowledge your debt, and now seek to resort to violence? Ma Jinyan snorted disdainfully, retorting, It is not violence. It is you who shall be dealt with. Attack! As his words fell, the group of companions beside him seemed unable to restrain themselves, decisively advancing to unleash a flurry of fists and kicks upon Qin Tianming. With his penetrating vision already activated, the movements of these individuals appeared to him as if time had slowed, transforming into a series of slow-motion actions. Leading the charge was the store manager, who had initially engaged with Qin Tianming. He was of notable stature, baring his teeth and exerting all his strength to deliver a powerful punch. Qin Tianming responded with his palm, swiftly extending his hand to firmly grasp the manager's outstretched fist. Then, with a forceful pull, he hurled the manager behind him, sending him crashing onto the tables and chairs designated for customers' repose. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the furniture toppled over, followed by the manager's anguished cries. "Ah, my arm! My arm!" he lamented, rolling on the ground in agony. In this moment, Qin Tianming delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of a young attendant who had been closely following the manager. The blow so powerful that it sent the individual flying. Meanwhile, 2 others attempting to ambush him from the side were met with a punch to the nose from Qin Tianming, causing them to clutch their faces in pain, blood gushing from their nostrils, unable to rise again. At this juncture, aside from Ma Jinyan, only 3 young attendants remained. These youths, evidently inexperienced in the ways of the world, were momentarily paralyzed by the prowess exhibited by Qin Tianming, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Even Ma Jinyan was taken aback by Qin Tianming's extraordinary fighting capabilities, deeming him almost superhuman. Ma Jinyan, your subordinates are so feeble, yet they still wish to confront me. What a delusion. Allow me to demonstrate what true strength looks like. Qin Tianming bellowed, striding forward, bypassing the three attendants and launching himself at Ma Jinyan. Before they could react, he was already before Ma Jinyan. With a resounding slap, Ma Jinyan felt stars explode before his eyes, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, unable to evade the strike. You dare to hit me? Who do you think you are? Qin Tianming, instead of showing anger, merely chuckled derisively. What of it? Hitting you is my pleasure. As he spoke, he followed with an uppercut that connected with Ma Jinyan's chin. A sharp crack resonated, and Ma Jinyan could not even muster a scream before he fell backward, stiff as a board. The three attendants, now witnessing their manager being pummeled, finally snapped into action and surged forward. Qin Tianming slowly crouched down, seizing Ma Jinyan by the hair, lifting his head. Tell me, Ma, where is that precious bead? Hand it over promptly. Blood trickled from the corner of Ma Jinyan's mouth, rendering him speechless, yet the expression on his face unmistakably conveyed his reluctance to surrender the coveted bead. With another resounding slap, Qin Tianming wore a sinister grin. So you refuse, do you? Very well, then I shall ensure you can never appraise Jade again. With that, he mockingly extended his fingers toward Ma Jinyan's eyes, as if intending to blind him. With a choked sob, Ma Jinyan hurriedly reached out to stop him. Qin Tianming skillfully halted just as his fingers grazed Ma Jinyan's eyelid. Sneering disdainfully, "Are you willing to speak now?" Ma Jinyan nodded tearfully, gesturing towards his neck. Qin Tianming, puzzled, lifted the collar of Ma Jinyan's shirt and indeed found that the bead had been strung onto a red cord, hanging from his neck. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the bead and coldly warned, "Don't forget to transfer another 20 million to me, or you will find yourself in a far worse predicament." Ma Jinyan could only nod frantically, too terrified to utter a word. Qin Tianming wasted no more breath. He forcefully slammed Ma Jinyan's head into the ground before rising to depart. As the door of the Ma family's jade shop swung open, the onlookers craned their necks to peer inside. Upon recognizing Qin Tianming as he emerged, their mouths fell agape in disbelief. How could he have emerged unscathed? The Ma family's members must possess remarkable strength. Who exactly is this young man to remain unharmed? It was terrifying, truly terrifying, to witness such prowess. Qin Tianming, with a cold smirk, surveyed the crowd, who promptly averted their gazes, fearful of being implicated. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Ma family's jade shop still owes me 20 million. I trust you will bear witness to this." The crowd, reveling in the spectacle, eagerly assented. Qin Tianming snorted dismissively, even as they sought to curry favor with him. He offered them no warmth. Retreating to his bedroom, he began to carefully examine the bead, resembling an eye. Activating his X-ray vision, he effortlessly discerned that the bead was imbued with a vibrant green spiritual energy. Unlike the spiritual essence found in other antiques, Qin Tianming was unable to absorb this energy directly. How peculiar! Why can I not absorb this energy when it is all spiritual essence? Resolving to investigate further, he bit his fingertip, allowing his blood to trickle onto the bead. Suddenly, the bead vibrated violently, and the green spiritual energy began to seep out, rushing towards Qin Tianming and swiftly entering his body, vanishing without a trace. As the energy coursed through him, Qin Tianming felt a chilling sensation in the vicinity of his eyes. He sensed the transformation occurring, though he could not articulate its nature. What he knew for certain was that this change would bring him only benefits. The spiritual energy within him thickened significantly. Whether it was due to the richness of the energy or merely an illusion, he felt that the consumption of energy while using his X-ray vision had diminished considerably. "I must seize an opportunity to test my X-ray vision." Suddenly, Qin Tianming recalled the words that had echoed in his mind on the day his fortune began. Divine eye of insight. Yet, apart from using it to see through gambling stones, it seemed to hold no other purpose. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly buzzed vigorously. He hurriedly took out his phone and glanced at it. It was an unfamiliar local number. Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, "Who could it be?" He then answered the call. "Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Qin Tianming?" Upon connection, a warm and refined voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated, tinged with a hint of humility, a trait cultivated from years of serving others. "Indeed, that is I. May I inquire as to whom I am speaking?" Qin Tianming asked with curiosity. The middle-aged man quickly continued, "I see, sir. Our young master has heard that you possess 2 pieces of a Yuan dynasty painting Songshi Yixing Tuesday. He is quite interested and wishes to purchase them." "How did you know I have 2 Songshi Yixing too?" Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, puzzled about how the caller came by this information. Was it leaked by Song Qingzi or Qian Baozhai? Chapter 54, Coercive Purchase. The man on the other end chuckled lightly before responding. We learn about it from Qian Baozhai. The person interested in your paintings is our young master, Mr. Jin Baojin of Jinhong Antique Shop. Qin Tianming pondered. But Jinhong Antique Shop is where Lu Zina works, and they are rivals with Qian Baozhai. Why would their young master seek me out to buy paintings? The middle-aged man continued with a jovial tone. Rest assured, as long as our young master takes a liking to them, we will ensure you are satisfied with the price. After contemplating, Qin Tianming concluded that regardless of the buyer's identity, selling the paintings was what mattered. Profit was the ultimate truth. He agreed, very well. Let us meet and discuss. The middle-aged man then provided the time and place for their meeting. 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the 888 private room of Jufu Tea House, advising Qin Tianming to bring the 2 ancient artworks with him. After hanging up, Qin Tianming resumed his study of the spiritual energy within the treasure pearl. Noticing a marked improvement in the clarity of his vision, he found he could see further and more distinctly. He scanned his surroundings, clearly observing everything in the adjacent bedrooms of Chun Yujin and Song Qingzi, even perceiving the situation in the neighboring household. Despite possessing this newfound ability, he had no inclination towards voyeurism and had never spied on the 2 beautiful women sharing his roof. As he lacked jade or antiques, he was unable to test the enhanced vision on such items. At 2:30 p.m., Qin Tianming arrived at Jubao Zhai on Antique Street, seeking out Song Qingzi to inform her of his intention to take the 2 paintings. Upon learning that he intended to sell them to the young master of Jinhong Antique Shop, Song Qingzi frowned, seemingly reluctant. Qin Tianming maintained a cheerful demeanor, stating, I am aware that your shop has always had a rivalry with Jinhong Antique Shop, which is precisely why I am selling the paintings to him. To earn a little extra, Song Qingzi shook her head, explaining, my concern is not merely the rivalry. The young master of Jinhong Antique Shop, Jin Bao, has a discerning eye and considerable expertise in appraisal, but his character is questionable. He has a tendency to engage in coercive buying, which worries me. Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow. Coercive buying? Should I be afraid of that? He chuckled lightly, assuring her, fear not, I am well aware of my stance. If he attempts to coerce me, it will be impossible. Qin Tianming nodded in agreement and then departed from Qianbao's studio, heading towards Jufu Tea House. Upon stepping outside, he suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to test his X-ray vision. Jufu Tea House was situated near the Antique Street, which Qin Tianming had been wandering for some time, and he was aware that it served as a hub for dealings in antiques, where many preferred to discuss matters over tea. Upon entering Jufu Tea House, Qin Tianming swiftly located the prominent room, 888. He knocked twice on the door and then pushed it open. Inside, he saw a young man dressed in loose, flamboyant attire, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, wearing a cap turned backward and oversized sunglasses, even indoors, creating a rather cool appearance. Mr. Jinbao? Qin Tianming inquired tentatively. The young man nodded, removed his sunglasses, and scrutinized Qin Tianming from head to toe. Upon noticing the 2 paintings cradled in Qin Tianming's arms, he gestured for him to take a seat. Come, seat. Qin Tianming chuckled and settled down. I dislike pleasantries and idle chatter. Let me see the paintings. Jin Bao was direct and forthright in his demeanor. Qin Tianming said little more, unfurling the paintings for display. The previous original piece had been sold for 2 million to Xing Yufei, while the remaining 2 were replicas, bearing only slight differences from the original. Qin Tianming's internal valuation was 4 million for the 2 paintings, not seeking to overreach, but rather to settle for a reasonable figure. Jin Bao, the young master of Jinhong Antique Shop, examined the 2 ancient paintings meticulously before nodding in appreciation. He did not conceal his admiration for the artworks, his eyes glinting with avarice, as if he wished to possess them immediately. Qin Tianming sipped his tea slowly and, with a hint of pride, remarked, naturally, these are ancient paintings vetted by the master of Qianbao Studio. I never sell forgeries. Upon hearing the name Qianbao Studio, a flicker of disdain crossed Jin Bao's eyes, though he did not overtly express it. After a brief pause, he spoke languidly. How about this? For these 2 paintings, I can offer you a generous price of 2 million for both. Qin Tianming's hand, which was poised to lift his teacup, froze mid-air. This was clearly half of the original price, indicating he had no intention of purchasing. With a grim expression, he coldly asked, Young Master Jin, are you jesting with me? Jin Bao widened his eyes and shrugged nonchalantly, responding, What jest? These 2 paintings are replicas, not originals. To be frank, 2 million is already a high offer. As he spoke, he laughed derisively. Indeed, Someone who could employ a person like Lu Xina in his shop could hardly possess anything of quality. Qin Tianming scoffed, realizing the truth in Song Qingxi's words. This fellow was attempting to engage in coercive purchasing, but had chosen the wrong opponent. For ancient paintings of his caliber, 1,000,000 each will suffice. I will take however many you have, and even if they are replicas, I remain indifferent. Qin Tianming's tone was playful, clearly indicating his intention to withdraw from this business transaction. Jin Bao scoffed with a derisive smile, disdainfully asserting, "What makes you think you deserve to purchase an ancient painting for 1,000,000 from me? I warn you, should you refuse to sell these 2 paintings to me, no one in Zhonghai City will dare to buy them." What a joke. Qin Tianming, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and retorted, "I could easily sell them for 2,000,000 to someone else. I refuse to believe that they won't find a buyer." Jin Bao erupted in laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. With an air of arrogance, he proclaimed, "Go ahead, in Zhonghai City. Anyone wishing to engage in the antiquities trade must give me due respect." Qin Tianming let out a cold snort, perceiving Jin Bao's hubris as excessive, bordering on foolishness. He chose not to engage further, taking the 2 ancient paintings and turning to leave, resolute in his belief that such an obvious opportunity would not go unnoticed. The Jinhong antique shop was indeed substantial in size, yet was far from being the sole authority on Antique Street. Song Qingxi, having never witnessed Qin Tianming in such a flustered state, hurriedly inquired, "Speak up. Whatever assistance you require, I will certainly do my utmost to help." Chapter 55. Let us see who dares to buy. Qin Tianming succinctly recounted the events following his encounter with Jin Bao. Song Qingxi maintained a cool demeanor, as though she had anticipated such a turn of events. "I had warned you about Jin Bao's character, yet you refused to heed my advice and wasted precious time. Now, what assistance do you seek from me?" Qin Tianming had already devised a plan and replied without hesitation, "Please help me disseminate the news. I wish to sell 2 pieces of the Songshi Yixing 2 by Tangdi for 150,000 each. The transaction will take place at the Jufu Tea House tomorrow morning at 10. I am offering them at a low price and cannot fathom how the Jin family could monopolize the market in Zhonghai City to the extent that I cannot sell them. Under normal circumstances, an ancient painting would be valued around 2,000,000, and Qin Tianming was willing to part with them for 50,000 less, convinced that they would find buyers. Moreover, these 2 paintings had come to him at no cost, so he felt no regret in selling them at a lower price. Yet, pride is a powerful motivator, and he felt compelled to assert himself. Song Qingxi nodded in agreement. "Very well. Even we at Qianbao Studio would not dare to make such grand claims. Jin Bao certainly has a lofty opinion of himself." It was evident that this aloof goddess, Song Qingxi, harbored reservations about the conduct of the young master of Jinhong antique shop. After their discussion, Song Qingxi began making phone calls to reach potential buyers and spread the word. Meanwhile, Qin Tianming set aside the paintings and surveyed the various antiques within Qianbao Studio, eager to observe the changes brought about by his enhanced vision. Previously unseen auras began to manifest around certain antiques, appearing faint yet distinct. The antiques that possessed auras were now more vivid, their spiritual essence unmistakable. Drawing upon his prior experiences, he recognized that the intensity of an antique's aura varied with its era, allowing him to better discern the specific time period of each piece. With the knowledge he had recently acquired about antiques, along with insights gleaned from various auction records, he discerned that the stronger the aura, the higher the artistic value and monetary worth of the antique. In other words, he had developed the ability, through his divine perception, to evaluate the worth of antiques, which would greatly assist him in future endeavors to uncover hidden treasures. As for why antiques possess a certain spiritual aura, he believes it is due to their long-standing existence, which over time has allowed them to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. Qin Tianming further deduced that objects devoid of such energy are predominantly modern creations. When brought to the antique market, they are merely counterfeit, thus serving as a means to discern the authenticity of antiques. At that moment, Song Qingxi had just finished a phone call. "The news has been disseminated, and I've notified collectors of calligraphy and paintings. We cannot ascertain how many will attend, though it is likely that Jin Bao will also receive the information." Qin Tianming chuckled, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you for your assistance. It would be ideal if Jin Bao could come tomorrow. I am curious to see if he truly possesses the ability to deter potential buyers from acquiring my ancient paintings. I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. As per our usual arrangement, you will receive a 10% commission upon successful completion." Song Qingxi did not refuse. It is customary in the antique trade to charge a fee for facilitating business. After reaching an agreement, Qin Tianming departed from Qianbao Studio and proceeded to Jufu Tea House to reserve a private room. The following day, at the appointed time, Qin Tianming arrived early at Jufu Tea House. Before long, Song Qingzi, resplendent in professional attire, entered the room accompanied by three middle-aged gentlemen. After taking their seats and undergoing introductions, Qin Tianming learned that the trio were all involved in the antique business and were enthusiasts of calligraphy and paintings, namely Boss Zhao, Boss Zhang, and Boss Wang. After the introductions, Song Qingzi unveiled two pieces of calligraphy and laid them upon the table. The three buyers had previously visited Qianbao Studio and inspected the ancient paintings. They were prepared to negotiate prices when the door to the private room was abruptly thrust open. There stood the arrogant Jin Bao, striding in with a swagger that suggested a complete disregard for decorum, accompanied by Lu Zina. Jin Bao removed his sunglasses, surveying the room with an air of superiority, and brazenly declared, "No one is permitted to purchase Qin Tianming's ancient paintings. To do so would be to oppose our Jin Hong antique store. I kindly ask the three of you to leave at once." Qin Tianming scoffed, retorting, "What audacity! Are you implying that the entire antique community of Zhonghai City must heed your whims?" Lu Zina immediately brandished her authority, exclaiming, "Qin Tianming, you are the one who is audacious. How dare you show such disrespect to our young master? The young master could easily deal with someone of your insignificance. To him, you are no more than a mere insect." Seeing Qin Tianming as if he were an old adversary ignited her ire. Initially, she had intended to conspire with manager Lin of Qianbao Studio to ensnare Qin Tianming with a counterfeit painting. Yet she had overlooked the hidden gem beneath the imitation, a Yuan dynasty painting titled Songshi Yixing II, which had inadvertently fallen into Qin Tianming's hands. Furthermore, she later learned that Songshi Yixing II had been crafted using a peeling technique, resulting in three separate pieces, one of which had been sold to Xing Yufei, netting Qin Tianming an impressive profit of 2 million. The remaining two pieces, valued at around 4 million, effectively gifted Qin Tianming an additional 6 million. Liu Xina, seething with frustration, could not bear the humiliation and sought out the young master Jin Bao to exact a measure of revenge. Despite Lu Zina being an employee at the Jin Hong antique shop, her clandestine affair with Jin Bao has not gone unnoticed, as she has been whispering sweet nothings in his ear during their secret rendezvous. He disdainfully retorted, "If I'm a pest, you are even less than that. A mere sycophant. You are the true sycophant." Lu Zina seethed with anger, her face flushed with fury. Jin Bao let out a heavy, derisive snort and arrogantly proclaimed, "Nana, there is no need to stoop to the level of such filth. I shall ensure he sells not a single painting. Let's see who dares to buy." Qin Tianming, with a contemptuous sneer, shot back, "Two paintings are worth at least 4 million. I will sell them for 3 million. Do not presume your threats are more potent than profit. Do not be so self-important." He then turned to the three prospective buyers and earnestly stated, "Gentlemen, acquiring these two ancient paintings will yield a profit of 1 million. I wonder who among you might be interested?" The three buyers exchanged glances, their interest evident as they huddled together to whisper discreetly. Jin Bao, exuding an air of superiority, coldly remarked, "The position of our Jin Hong antique shop in Zhonghai City is beyond your comprehension. Merely earning 1 million is insignificant. They would not dare to oppose the Jin family." He then stared down the buyers, aggressively demanding, "Gentlemen, make your intentions clear. You should carefully consider whether you can afford to offend the Jin family." Jin Bao's arrogant words displeased the three business owners. "Young Master Jin, if this were spoken by old Master Jin, we would certainly show respect, but you are falling short," retorted Boss Zhao, unable to hold his tongue. Chapter 56. No one interferes with money. Jin Bao's expression darkened as he glared at Boss Zhao, threateningly saying, "What do you mean? You dare to disregard my authority? Do not expect to purchase any antiques from the Jin Hong antique shop or engage with the Jin family in the future." Boss Zhao chuckled coldly. "Business is built on mutual consent. Do not presume to act tyrannically simply because the Jin family holds some influence in Zhonghai City's antique market. The Jin family does not dictate everything. Once this matter concludes, I shall certainly inquire with old Master Jin about his stance." Jin Bao, having boasted greatly, was taken aback by Boss Zhao's defiance, his face twisting with anger as he spat. "The Jin family will ultimately have the final say. If you dare to buy, you will be at odds with us, and I will ensure you find no footing in Zhonghai City." He huffed heavily, directing his gaze at the other two owners. "What about you two? Do you also wish to stand against the Jin family?" Suddenly, Boss Zhang rose, an expression of contrition on his face, and bowed slightly to Jin Bao. Mistaking the gesture for a withdrawal, Qin Bao's demeanor softened, and he haughtily declared, "At least you know your place. Leave quickly." Upon hearing this, Qin Bao's expression soured dramatically, and he erupted in fury. "You all possess immense audacity to oppose me. You are courting death. From now on, do not expect to thrive in the antique business. The Qin family will sever all ties with you. Do not be so arrogant. The Qin family does not represent Zhonghai City's antique market. Blocking others' paths to wealth is akin to slaying their parents. The Qin family will eventually meet its demise. As if anyone is desperate to do business with you." Qin Bao's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. "Very well, wait and see." After speaking, he angrily turned away, silently vowing to seize the opportunity to teach Qin Tianming and the 3 audacious patrons who dare to purchase his paintings a severe lesson. "Qin Tianming, and you 3, having provoked Master Qin, you shall all face the consequences." Lu Xina cursed before following suit. "With such arrogance and a foul temper, you should hasten to leave." Qin Tianming scoffed, relishing in Qin Bao's predicament. He anticipated that no one would dare oppose financial gain. A profit of 1 million is no trifling matter. Regardless of Qin Bao's threats, they could not deter the 3 patrons from making their fortune. The 3 patrons were noteworthy figures in the antique trade of Zhonghai and were exceedingly displeased with Qin Bao's domineering conduct. They were unafraid of a junior's threats. For profit was the ultimate truth. It would be foolish to forego 1 million that lay before them. With Qin Bao no longer causing disruptions, the transaction proceeded smoothly, and the 3 patrons jointly offered 3 million to acquire 2 ancient paintings. Qin Tianming, overjoyed at receiving the funds, promptly transferred 300,000 to Song Qingxi as a referral fee. "Thank you for your assistance. I shall treat you to lunch," he said. Song Qingxi waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. I am merely in it for the commission. I have some matters to attend to at noon, so lunch is unnecessary." Qin Tianming, aware of Song Qingxi's aloof nature, did not take the rejection to heart. He casually answered the call, cheerfully asking, "What is it?" "Sister Chun, another lucrative opportunity has arisen." Despite Huang Yang's previous misdeed involving the switch of jade cabbage, he had received due punishment administered personally by Qin Tianming. As for how Li Sulan would deal with Huang Yang, Qin Tianming preferred not to involve himself, responding gravely, "Forget it. I want to be going." Chen Yujin urged, "You should still come. Huang Yang has acquired a batch of raw stones, reportedly from an old pit in Myanmar, and the quality is quite impressive. My aunt wishes for you to come along, in case we stumble upon something exceptional." Qin Tianming furrowed his brow. It seemed Li Sulan had forgiven Huang Yang for his past transgressions. However, it was ultimately Li Sulan's affair, and she could manage it as she saw fit. Nonetheless, he would not miss this chance for profit. What if an opportunity for a windfall presented itself? With that thought, Qin Tianming agreed. "All right, I will head over immediately." After ending the call, he hailed a taxi, directing it to the Lianyuan Jade store. Upon his arrival, he noticed a business vehicle with its door ajar, parked at the entrance. A glance revealed Li Sulan and Huang Yang seated in the front, with Chen Yujin in the back, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Enemies meeting ignited fierce animosity. Upon seeing Qin Tianming, Huang Yang's fractured fingers throbbed with pain, his eyes ablaze with rage, wishing nothing more than to eliminate Qin Tianming. Yet, Qin Tianming remained calm, dismissing Huang Yang entirely as he entered the vehicle and took a seat beside Chen Yujin. Li Sulan spoke slowly, "Huang Yang, please elaborate on the situation regarding this batch of raw stones." Huang Yang nodded and began his explanation. "This batch of raw stones was mined from an old pit in Myanmar, and they have been appraised. Both their quality and surface appearance are exceptional, and there are many, over 100 pieces in total." Li Sulan turned to the back seat where Qin Tianming sat and said, "I have perused the photographs of those raw stones. From a superficial glance, their quality appears exquisite, and their quantity is substantial. I estimate their value to be in the billions. Hence, I thought to seek your assistance in vetting them. Rest assured, I will not let your help go unrewarded." Her words clearly reflected a degree of distrust towards Huang Yang, favoring Qin Tianming instead. Huang Yang, seated in the front row, was momentarily engulfed by a flicker of jealousy and rage, tinged with a hint of greed. Qin Tianming chuckled and replied, "Aunt Lan, let's assist one another without formality." He surmised that Li Sulan's attitude stemmed from the incident involving Huang Yang, but chose not to confront it. Approximately half an hour later, the business vehicle came to a gentle halt. Qin Tianming gazed out the window, realizing they had arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts of Zhonghai. At the entrance stood 2 burly men, exuding an intimidating presence that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Chapter 57. Unusual Occurrences Signal Deception. Huang Yang was the first to alight from the vehicle, striding ahead to exchange a few words with the two imposing figures guarding the door. Li Sulan followed closely behind, while Qin Tianming and Qin Yujin trailed in her wake. As the strong men opened the door, the four of them stepped in unison into the warehouse. In the center of the warehouse, an 8 immortals table was set, surrounded by 5 or 6 elderly gentlemen and middle-aged men. Qin Tianming furrowed his brow. It appeared that the quality and condition of this batch of raw stones were indeed commendable, given the number of participants present. Yet, he found the faces of those seated around the 8 immortals table somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered them before. Noticing Qin Tianming's furrowed brow, Qin Yujin quickly began to introduce the individuals. These men were the president and directors of the Zhonghai Jade Association, with the central figure being President Xiao Zhenqiu, flanked by 2 elderly vice presidents, while the remaining individuals were directors. Qin Tianming nodded thoughtfully. He had heard of the Jade Association and had attended the Jade Conference just a few days prior, which explained the sense of familiarity. By this time, the group had reached the 8 immortals table, where Li Sulan greeted the president with a warm smile. President Xiao, long time no see. I didn't expect such esteemed individuals to also be invited. Perhaps my presence here is unwarranted. Clearly, even with her wealth exceeding $1 billion, Li Sulan felt ill-equipped to contend with these prominent figures. Surprisingly, Xiao Zhenqiu waved his hand dismissively, stroking his beard with a smile. Not at all. Since this batch of raw stones was coordinated by Huang Yang, you may choose first. Once you have selected enough, we shall proceed with our choices. Li Sulan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling considerably reassured that these individuals would not contest her. Huang Yang approached with a familiarity towards Xiao Zhenqiu and the others, saying, I fear you may not have the opportunity, as I've been eyeing this batch of raw stones for quite some time. Laughter erupted among the group, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Qin Tianming and Qin Yujin, who were completely disregarded. Qin Tianming, however, did not dwell on this oversight. The more unnoticed he was, the better. His sole desire was to discreetly pursue his endeavors for profit. Soon, after the pleasantries were exchanged, a short, stout middle-aged man with a dark complexion emerged from behind the warehouse, followed by over 10 burly men clad in tight black shirts. Although the man wore what appeared to be a benevolent smile, Qin Tianming could not shake the feeling that this smile was steeped in deceit and insincerity. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are all gathered here, shall we commence the Jade Appreciation Conference? The crowd unanimously agreed. The stout man clapped his hands, and the muscular men promptly sprang into action, lifting a large tarp from the storage area to reveal hundreds of jade raw stones, arrayed in a splendid display. The moment the onlookers beheld these stones, their eyes widened in astonishment, for the quality was astonishingly superb. The surface of the stones bore evenly distributed green markings, with several of the higher quality stones exhibiting a vibrant green hue that permeated through, even visible from the opposite side. However, the stones were not particularly large, the largest barely exceeding half a meter in length. The quality of these stones is so remarkable that I almost feel compelled to compete with Boss Li for them. Xiao Zhenqiu exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. Even after decades in the jade business, he had never encountered such an abundance of high-quality raw stones, far surpassing anyone's expectations. Indeed, this time, Boss Li stands to make a fortune. Let us hope he shows some mercy and leaves a few stones for us. The crowd began to jest, yet their words bore a kernel of truth. They genuinely wished to purchase several of these high-quality stones, a surefire investment. Li Sulan covered her mouth, smiling silently. While her demeanor was not overly exuberant, her delight was palpable. She approached the raw stones, beginning to inspect and select them one by one. However, Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. How could there be such an abundance of high-quality stones appearing simultaneously? Activating his X-ray vision, he scrutinized the stones, and to his dismay, he uncovered a deception. Beneath the seemingly pristine exteriors of these supposedly valuable stones lay nothing but worthless material. Not a single piece of genuine jade of good quality. The audacity of the vendor was beyond Qin Tianming's expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, these raw stones were mined from the old pits in Myanmar. I have a good relationship with the proprietors there and secured a very favorable purchase price. As I am familiar with all of you here, I would feel remiss to overcharge my friends. How about this? They are 2 million each, and I ask that you refrain from picking and choosing. If you desire them, a minimum of 10 pieces must be taken together. The stout middle-aged man displayed great generosity, his tone grandiloquent. On the surface, the quality of these stones appeared commendable, and at 2 million each, the price seemed reasonable, causing Li Sulan and the others to feel tempted. Qin Tianming calculated roughly that if he had not attended today, these hundreds of stones would likely have been sold for 200 million. The vendor was indeed a nefarious businessman. Feeling fortunate to encounter such exceptional raw stones, Li Sulan, resolved to stake her entire fortune, declared, "Boss, I intend to purchase 50 pieces. As per your stipulation of not selecting, I would like about half for myself." The stout and jovial boss nodded with a grin, stating, "No problem. Considering your connection to Brother Huangyang, I can allocate 50 pieces for you, totaling 100 million. The price is non-negotiable, but I can offer you an additional piece of raw stone. If these stones were of genuine high quality, the price of 100 million would undoubtedly be reasonable. However, these were all fakes, worth no more than 10,000. Upon finishing his words, she took out her phone, preparing to call the store's finance department for a transfer. Just then, Qin Tianming stepped forward, interjecting, "Aunt Lan, there's an issue with this batch of raw stones. We cannot make this purchase." Li Sulan furrowed her brow. Although she was more adept at designing jade ornaments, she possessed knowledge in identifying raw stones. During her entrepreneurial beginnings, she relied on her discerning eye to acquire numerous quality stones, which helped her business flourish. With Huangyang, the appraiser, joining later, she seldom exhibited her ability to assess raw stones. Even though her appraisal skills were not top tier, she could confidently discern that the quality of the current stones was superb. "Tianming, I acknowledge your abilities, but the quality of these raw stones is too good to be fake. Rest assured, I am also knowledgeable in appraisal and will not make a mistake." Her tone, though gentle, was resolute. She was determined to spend 100 million to purchase the 50 raw stones. Qin Tianming shook his head repeatedly, then urged, "Aunt Lan, when circumstances seem irregular, there's often deceit. Do you truly believe it is possible for so many high-quality raw stones to appear simultaneously?" Before Li Sulan could respond, Huangyang could no longer contain his anger and retorted vehemently, "What do you know? These stones have been directly transported from the old mines in Myanmar. The probability of encountering high-quality stones together is indeed quite high." He recalled the recent incident where he had been caught swapping jade, resulting in Qin Tianming breaking 2 of his fingers and giving him a severe beating, which left him seething with resentment. Yet, deep down, he harbored animosity towards Li Sulan, feeling that he had contributed much to the Lianyuan jade shop while she favored a relative newcomer. Qin Tianming smirked coldly, mocking, "I am conversing with Aunt Lan. Who are you to interject? Step aside." As the tension mounted between the two, Li Sulan hastily intervened. "Please, both of you, refrain from arguing. Tianming, I appreciate your concern, but I trust my judgment. The quality of these raw stones is excellent, and once obtained, we will surely profit." With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Tianming realized that Li Sulan's misplaced confidence in her judgment had clouded her discernment. However, recalling the kindness she had shown him previously, including her trust in lending 5 million for bidding on jade material, he felt compelled to assist her. With that thought, Qin Tianming ceased further discussion. Feigning to lift one piece of raw stone and, channeling all his might, he struck it forcefully against another stone. The moment the 2 stones collided, a resounding thud echoed. After all, Qin Tianming's body had been enhanced by spiritual energy, granting him considerable strength. The 2 stones shattered instantly, revealing their true nature. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even the stout, middle-aged boss and others unable to intervene in time. As the crowd beheld the shattered interior of the raw stone, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. No one anticipated that the seemingly exquisite stone's exterior concealed nothing but worthless material, a stark contradiction to its aude. Soon, the onlookers came to a grim realization. This was far from a premium raw stone. It was merely a counterfeit. The revelation that these stones were fake left them astounded. Had the art of forgery advanced to such heights? There existed a cutting-edge technology capable of creating laser-simulated jadeite stone skins, indistinguishable from the real thing. It was fortunate that they had refrained from making a purchase. "Boss Liang, how dare you deceive us with counterfeit goods? You must provide an explanation, or you shall face dire consequences." The president of the Jade Association, Qiao Jinxiu, along with several board members, simmered with rage. Their faces darkened with fury. Had it not been for Qin Tianming smashing the stones, they would have been swindled out of their investments. Li Sulan, shaken her core, found herself at a loss for words. She glanced at the remnants of the raw stones, then at the squat, portly boss, and finally at Qin Tianming, her mind in a haze. The short, stout proprietor suddenly appeared flustered, seemingly at a loss for how to navigate the unfolding situation. Casting a desperate look towards Huangyang nearby. Huangyang, how do we explain this? In his panicked state, the short boss stumbled over his words. Meanwhile, Huangyang's eyes blazed with fury, as if he could consume Qin Tianming whole. Yet his mind remained sharp, and he suppressed his rage, barking, "Qin, do you even comprehend the value of these stones? How dare you destroy 2 of them? You must compensate Boss Liang." "Compensate?" Qin Tianming retorted, a sardonic smile gracing his face. "These worthless rocks hardly deserve the title of raw stones. Trash like this isn't worth a glance, even if given away for free." Furious, Huangyang sneered, "Damn it, Qin Tianming. You have thwarted my plans time and again. You are courting death." As the situation unraveled, the short, stout boss, now exposed, bellowed, "Surround him." With that command, a dozen burly men surged forth, encircling Qin Tianming with menacing glares. Yet, Qin Tianming appeared indifferent, his demeanor calm and collected. Huangyang, fully shedding any pretense, growled menacingly, "Qin, you are truly courting your own demise. Boss Liang is already in my pocket. Today, we will settle both old and new scores. Enough of this chatter. Just eliminate him. I refuse to believe that we cannot subdue him with our numbers." At that moment, a voice filled with resentment pierced through the tension. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, revealing the limping figure of Ma Jinyan. Huangyang's face twisted into a cruel smirk as he nodded and commanded, "Ma Jinyan, instruct your thugs to ruin Qin Tianming's eyes. Let us see how he assesses raw stones thereafter. Anyone who opposes us shall meet a grim fate." This revelation made it abundantly clear, even to the dim-witted, that Huangyang had likely conspired with Ma Jinyan and the stout boss. "Ma Jinyan, Huangyang, I never imagined you 2 would collude so shamelessly." Qin Tianming could barely contain his fury as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Ma Jinyan gritted his teeth and spat out, "Boy, spare me your nonsense. Today's confrontation is specifically orchestrated to target you and the Lianyuan Jade shop. Your demise is imminent, and you will find it impossible to escape. Let us see how you will contend with me in the future. Li Sulan's Lianyuan Jade shop will soon be ours." At that moment, Li Sulan was utterly taken aback. She had placed her trust in Huangyang, only to discover that he had colluded with Ma Jinyan and the stout boss to conspire against her. Previously, she had thought that Huangyang's substitution of the 2 jade cabbages stemmed from jealousy towards Qin Tianming, but it was evidently far more complex. The memory of the auction surfaced in her mind, where Huangyang had eagerly urged her to purchase the winning piece of patchwork jade. Suddenly, the realization struck her. Huangyang had likely been in cahoots with Ma Jinyan since that very moment. Were it not for Qin Tianming, her fortune amounting to billions could have already been lost to Huangyang's deceit. At this juncture, Qiao Zhenqiu, the president of the Jade Association, could no longer contain his fury. With a face contorted in anger, he demanded, "Ma Jinyan." Ma Jinyan, with a scornful expression and ambitious mockery, retorted, "Old Qiao, you are not so young yourself. Today shall be the day I deal with you as well. From now on, the Jade Association will belong to me." Huangyang, standing nearby, shared in the triumph, having secretly coordinated with Ma Jinyan. They had arranged for sufficient muscle, believing they could easily take down Qin Tianming, exacting revenge and fulfilling their nefarious plot. Qiao Zhenqiu was on the verge of spitting blood from rage as he cursed, "Ma Jinyan, you are truly despicable. As long as we escape today, we shall expose all that you and Huangyang have done, and you will be utterly disgraced and banished from the jade industry." Ma Jinyan disdainfully snorted, clearly dismissing Qiao Zhenqiu's words, and then turned to Qin Tianming with malice, declaring, "Qin Tianming, all our grievances will be settled today. I will not only eliminate you, but ensure you are left incapacitated and a mere shadow of yourself. Let us see how you will continue to be arrogant." Chapter 59, Not a Match. Qin Tianming chuckled coldly, realizing that Ma Jinyan and Huangyang had not learned from their previous encounters. They still failed to recognize his true capabilities. "Ma Jinyan, did you think my previous restraint was a sign of weakness? Dream on. Today, I shall be the one to incapacitate you." His bravado only fueled Ma Jinyan's fury, who commanded, "Attack." Aimed to blind him, a dozen burly men immediately launched an assault. Clearly seasoned fighters, moving in an organized and cohesive manner, their fists raining down from all directions. Even with his enhanced vision, Qin Tianming found it challenging to keep up. "Tianming, be careful. I'll call for help right away." Li Solon exclaimed in alarm as she witnessed the onslaught of fists descending upon Qin Tianming. She recognized the thugs from the streets. Sometimes, certain troublesome matters required their intervention. Tianming, watch out! Shen Yujin gasped in horror, utterly astonished that Huang Yang would collude with Ma Jinyan and the stout boss. It was truly infuriating. Yet, in this moment of peril for Qin Tianming, her primary concern was his safety. Thus, instead of retaliating immediately, he swiftly dashed through a gap between the burly men, seeking refuge in a corner to avoid being attacked from all sides. His body, enhanced by spiritual energy, not only boasted a significant increase in strength, but also exhibited remarkable speed, akin to that of a nimble rabbit. The muscular men cursed loudly and pursued him with fierce determination. Soon, Qin Tianming found himself backed against a solid wall in a corner of the warehouse, a subtle sense of security enveloping him. At this moment, only 3 or 4 individuals could reach him, making the situation considerably more manageable. However, the pursuing hulks were oblivious to Qin Tianming's thoughts, mistakenly believing he was terrified and had nowhere left to retreat, each one wearing a mocking sneer on their face. "Hey kid, why have you stopped running?" The leading thug scoffed, eager to engage. With a cold snort, Qin Tianming unleashed a powerful punch, channeling nearly all his strength into a blow aimed squarely at the face of the raucous thug. The impact was swift and decisive. The thug, unable to block in time, felt a sharp pain radiate from his chin. A cry escaped his lips as he stumbled backward, colliding with his comrades. Yet, the others were too focused on the confrontation to care for him, charging forward relentlessly. The foremost thug raised his calloused fists, ready to strike at Qin Tianming's vital points. Even without knowledge of martial arts, Qin Tianming could discern that this man was a skilled fighter, not to be underestimated. Rather than endure the oncoming blows, he quickly lifted his right leg and delivered a swift kick to the knee of a seasoned fighter. The experienced thug instinctively attempted to evade the strike. But Qin Tianming's speed, augmented by the transformation from spiritual energy, was overwhelming. The kick landed with tremendous force, audible to those nearby as a sharp crack echoed through the air. The seasoned fighters, accustomed to brawls, recognized the sound as a sign that the thug's leg was likely incapacitated. Yet, true to form, the fighter remained silent and continued his assault, seemingly intent on a mutually destructive outcome. However, the injury to his knee severely hindered him. His punch, originally aimed at Qin Tianming's head, veered off course and struck his shoulder instead. Qin Tianming seized the opportunity, raising his fist and driving it through the space between the thug's arms, landing a powerful blow to his chest. Another sharp sound resonated as the thug felt a searing pain in his chest, as if his thoracic cavity were ablaze. Unable to withstand the agony, he collapsed to the side, losing consciousness. The other burly men, who had been eager for action, stood in shock. The martial artist in question is regarded as their minor leader, renowned for his prowess among this group and possessing formidable resilience, earning him the moniker Grizzly Bear. Yet astonishingly, he was felled by a single punch from Qin Tianming. It was utterly nonsensical. The others were momentarily taken aback, caught in a dilemma. From a distance, Ma Jinyan had not anticipated such a scene. Although he had previously witnessed Qin Tianming's might, his former adversaries had been mere ordinary individuals. Now, however, these so-called professional fighters, for whom he had spent a fortune, had already succumbed so swiftly. "Boss Ma, this fellow is no easy opponent," exclaimed one of the short-haired, sturdy men suddenly. Ma Jinyan questioned, "What? Are you not a match for him?" To which the short-haired man replied with a sinister grin, "Impossible. We are indeed capable." I merely meant that the remuneration must be increased. Ma Jinyan, wrinkling his brow in disdain, realized that, given the apparent reluctance of these brawny men to engage, he had little choice but to concede to their demands for more money. "Fine, I shall increase your pay, but you must act quickly and cease the chatter." The short-haired man chuckled. Without further ado, he pushed through the crowd to the forefront. "Kid, our boss Ma is exceptionally generous. It's impossible for you to leave here unscathed today." His demeanor was brazen, showing no regard for the formidable Qin Tianming. With a disdainful spit, Qin Tianming retorted, "You talk too much. Do not squander my time. Come me all at once." The short-haired man, despite being more formidable than the average martial artist, appeared unfazed after absorbing Qin Tianming's punch. Instead, a hint of excitement graced his features. "You possess quite the strength, but against me, you will be defeated." As he spoke, the group of sturdy men retreated slightly, their faces betraying a flicker of fear. Observing this, Qin Tianming, too, came to the realization that this adversary indeed possessed some skill. prompting him to adopt a more cautious stance. At that moment, the short-haired man charged at Qin Tianming, raising his fist high before bringing it down with tremendous force, showcasing a reckless fighting style. Chapter 60, Evil Begets Evil. With his vision enhanced, Qin Tianming perceived the short-haired man's speed as if it were in slow motion. However, unlike others who appear to have come to a standstill, this opponent retained a semblance of agility, indicating genuine ability. Yet, Qin Tianming was unfazed. His own speed was superior. Enjoying the jump, are we? Qin Tianming scoffed, executing a high kick that struck the short-haired man squarely in the abdomen. The man was propelled backward, his expression contorted in disbelief, unable to fathom the overwhelming speed and strength possessed by Qin Tianming, which far surpassed his own. With a resounding thud, the short-haired man landed 2 meters away, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Just as he attempted to rise and retaliate, Qin Tianming was already upon him, delivering a powerful kick directly to his face. With a crack, the short-haired man's visage twisted and distorted instantly. Qin Tianming's visage was a mask of ferocity, resembling an Azura emerging from the depths of hell. Even the bloodthirsty henchmen surrounding him felt a surge of trepidation. You relish incapacitating the weak, do you? Today, I shall render you utterly powerless. As the words left his lips, Qin Tianming seized the right arm of the short-haired brute and forcefully slammed it against his raised knee. A pained cry escaped the man's lips. With another swift kick, Qin Tianming sent the short-haired thug sprawling to the ground, then swiftly turned his gaze upon the onlookers. The remaining brutes, visibly shaken, dared not meet Qin Tianming's eyes, with a few even contemplating a hasty retreat. Qin Tianming let out a cold laugh. There was no way he would spare those who sought his demise. Without uttering another word, he charged forward, a wolf among sheep. Although these thugs possessed a modicum of skill above the average man, they stood no chance against the formidable Qin Tianming. In less than 2 minutes, the remaining brutes lay incapacitated, including their portly leader. Though their injuries were not severe, their will to resist had evaporated. They knew that if the assault continued, they would meet the same fate as their short-haired counterpart. How impressive, truly remarkable. Chun Yujin watched in awe as Qin Tianming displayed his prowess, single-handedly overcoming 10 adversaries, and exhaled a sigh of relief, her face illuminated with admiration. Standing amidst the fallen, Qin Tianming's fierce gaze scanned the surroundings until it settled on Ma Jinyan. Ma Jinyan, do you wish to render me powerless? His tone was frigid, tinged with indifference. Ma Jinyan suddenly felt a chill coursing down his spine, an involuntary shiver overtaking him. Qin Tianming then shifted his gaze to Huang Yang. And you as well. At that moment, Huang Yang's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes blinked rapidly, mouth moving soundlessly. Both he and Ma Jinyan had never anticipated that their carefully laid plans, involving a dozen formidable henchmen, would be so thoroughly dismantled by Qin Tianming. With a disdainful snort, Qin Tianming swiftly approached the 2 men, his arm raised, delivering a barrage of resounding slaps. The sharp cracks echoed as Huang Yang and Ma Jinyan received 5 or 6 stinging blows, blood spraying from their mouths and mingling with a few of their teeth. Yet, Qin Tianming showed no intention of relenting. He delivered a decisive kick to each of their abdomens. They fell heavily onto their backs, unable to rise, groaning in pain. As Qin Tianming prepared to strike again, Li Solon, fearing for their lives, rushed forward to intervene. Tianming, this is enough. A beating suffices for retribution. The presidents and directors of the Jade Association will ensure they are dealt with accordingly. With that, she cast several fierce glances at Ma Jinyan and Huang Yang, particularly at Huang Yang, the treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, realizing she had misjudged him. Though Qin Tianming appeared furious, he maintained his composure. After all, he had encountered such situations before. With a dispassionate glance at the beaten Ma Jinyan and his companion, he stated, very well. I shall leave the remaining matters in your capable hands. Li Solon nodded slightly, then turned her gaze towards the president of the Jade Association and the board members nearby. Witnessing Qin Tianming's remarkable valor left them all profoundly astonished, while their sentiments towards Ma Jinyan and Huang Yang's downfall were filled with a sense of vindication. President Xiao Jinxiu spoke up, declaring that Ma Jinyan and Huang Yang had engaged in deceitful practices with counterfeit goods and even enlisted accomplices to commit wrongdoing. Their heinous acts must be exposed to the public, tarnishing their reputations irrevocably, ensuring they would never be able to conduct business in the Jade community again. Li Solon concurred, asserting that such malevolent individuals deserved any punishment meted out to them, and it was imperative to render them notorious throughout Zhonghai City. With the Jade Association's intervention, Ma Jinyan and Huang Yang were destined to be infamous. Evil deeds would be repaid, and they would find it impossible to thrive in Zhonghai's Jade Circle from now on. Once the matter was resolved, Qin Tianming felt little inclination to linger and turned to leave, with Li Sulan and Qin Yujin following closely behind. Upon entering the luxury vehicle, Li Sulan glanced at Qin Tianming, her eyes brimming with gratitude, as she sincerely expressed her thanks. Tianming, I am immensely grateful for your assistance once again in exposing Ma Jinyan and Huang Yang's deception. Otherwise, I would have likely suffered significant losses today. Qin Tianming replied with a gentle smile. Aunt Lan, you have also been of great help to me. We support one another. The more friends we have, the more paths we could traverse. In light of Qin Tianming's 2 interventions that spared Li Sulan from considerable losses, her contributions to him seemed trivial in comparison. Tianming, I have definitively chosen you as my friend. In the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and I promise to lend my full support. She declared. Qin Yujin praised. Tianming, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Not only do you have keen insight, but you are also exceptionally adept, embodying both literary and martial prowess. Li Sulan added her admiration, stating, Tianming indeed has commendable skills that leave me thoroughly impressed. Such a young talent is the ideal partner in the eyes of many women. Yujin, you must not miss the opportunity to collaborate with Tianming. Little aunt, why are you teasing me? Qin Yujin playfully chided, stealing a glance at Qin Tianming to gauge his reaction. He casually answered a call, inquiring, Boss Xing, what can I do for you? On the other end, Xing Yufei sighed, Tianming, I need your help with a matter. A good friend of mine, who I have known for many years, is facing a troubling situation akin to what I encountered before. According to Xing Yufei's account, his friend, an antiquities enthusiast, recently acquired a high ancient jade finger ring, originally valued at over 4 million for just over 1 million. He believed he had stumbled upon a great treasure and wore it with delight, reluctant to take it off. However, just days later, he began experiencing health issues, suffering from sleeplessness and mental disarray, becoming increasingly weak, yet no medical diagnosis could identify the problem. Chapter 61. The Malevolent High Ancient Jade Finger Ring. Understanding this, Xing Yufei suspected that his friend was experiencing a similar predicament to his own, prompting him to seek Qin Tianming's assistance. After hearing the details, Qin Tianming formed a preliminary conclusion in his mind. It seemed to be an issue related to the high ancient jade finger ring, though he remained uncertain and resolved to ascertain the truth only upon examining the object in question. Xing Yufei spoke candidly, urging, if you have time now, come to the Sangfeng building on Huayang Road. My friends and I are attending a gathering for antique enthusiasts, and you might as well take a look at the antiques they bring along. Qin Tianming readily agreed, eager to witness the event. The Huayang Road area is replete with attractions, drawing considerable foot traffic, which can lead to congestion. As they neared their destination, Qin Tianming instructed the driver to drop him off at the roadside, opting to stroll the rest of the way. Sangfeng Building, nestled amidst verdant shade, stands as a magnificent ancient structure spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, its value estimated in the hundreds of millions. A rare gem in the prime real estate of Huayang Road. Just as Qin Tianming arrived at the steps of Sangfeng Building and began to survey his surroundings, a striking red sports car suddenly sped towards him with alarming swiftness. The vehicle showed no intention of slowing down upon spotting him. Instead, it accelerated ferociously. Qin Tianming's pupils constricted in shock as he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading a collision. The sports car screeched to a halt, barely missing him. It was evident that the driver intended to toy with him, igniting a surge of anger within Qin Tianming, who retaliated by delivering a sharp kick to the car's front. He was about to unleash a torrent of invective when the window rolled down, revealing Jin Bao, the young master of the Jinhong antique shop, who mocked. Remove your filthy foot. My car is not something you can touch. Even if you sold those 2 paintings for 3 million, it wouldn't cover the damages, you pauper. You can't compete with me and flaunt your clunker. What a fool. Qin Tianming retorted disdainfully. You, surnamed Qin, are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. You lack the qualifications to boast in front of me. Jin Bao, recalling a previous humiliation at Jufucho Tea House, fumed with rage, determined to teach Qin Tianming a harsh lesson. You almost hit me and have the audacity to act unrepentant, truly believing I am easy to bully. Qin Tianming sneered, raising his leg to deliver 2 resounding kicks, leaving deep dents in the car's front. You dare kick my luxury car? Have you a death wish? Jin Bao cursed, suddenly flooring the accelerator. Just before the car surged forward, Qin Tianming nimbly leaped aside. The sports car roared like a wild beast, but it was met with the steps ahead, crashing with a loud thud. Fortunately, the vehicle's performance was commendable. Jin Bao managed to brake just in time, though the front bumper sustained damage. He slammed into the steering wheel, wincing in pain, but thankfully not seriously injured. Are you seeking your own demise by crashing into the steps? Qin Tianming laughed heartily, relishing the moment. Don't rejoice too soon. Be wary of your own downfall. We shall see. Jin Bao, seething with fury, pounded the steering wheel in frustration. Qin Tianming shrugged off the encounter, uninterested in further confrontation, and proceeded into the building. As he entered, he contemplated that with money in hand and a driver's license now secured, it was time to purchase a vehicle to avoid the disdainful gaze of individuals like Jin Bao. He resolved to inquire with Boss Xing later about any suitable car recommendations. The first floor resembled a tea house, adorned with numerous elegantly arranged tea tables. By now, many attendees had arrived, each clutching various antiques, paintings, porcelain, jade, and an array of other treasures. Clusters of individuals gathered together, sipping tea while engaging in discussions about their respective antiques, appreciating one another's collections. Qin Tianming's gaze swept across the assembly, noting that most were elegantly attired and appeared affluent, indicating that the antiques they admired were undoubtedly of considerable value. He discreetly activated his perceptive vision, observing that the majority of the antiques emanated an aura of spiritual energy, clearly signifying their authenticity. Qin Tianming felt a surge of delight as he contemplated the prospect of covertly absorbing this spiritual energy during the appraisal of the antiques. Such a serendipitous opportunity was not to be missed. At that moment, from the largest table, Xing Yufei waved his hand. This gesture drew the attention of many, causing Qin Tianming to feel somewhat bashful. Nevertheless, he said little and approached Xing Yufei. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with a slightly pale complexion, of modest height and slender build, whose lethargy suggested he was unwell. Seizing the moment, Qin Tianming, with his perceptive vision, scanned the man and quickly discerned a swirling mass of dark, malevolent energy enveloping his left arm. Once seated, Xing Yufei introduced, "This is my friend, Zhang Yan, and this is the Qin Tianming I mentioned." Xing Yufei's reputation was well known, and despite Zhang Yan's internal doubts regarding the young man's abilities, he exhibited no outward skepticism. After all, a seasoned businessman like Zhang Yan understood the nuances of maintaining appearances. "Ah, little brother, I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. You cannot fathom the toll this has taken on me." Zhang Yan spoke with a feeble voice, pausing to catch his breath before continuing. "I've heard you cured Xing Laoch. If you possess true skills, I implore you to examine me. I assure you, your efforts will not be in vain. Should you restore my health, I will gift you this ring." He gestured towards a box on the table, which contained an ancient jade ring, its color tinged with yellow. A glance at the ring revealed a dark malevolence emanating from it, further confirming Qin Tianming's suspicion that Zhang Yan's health had been compromised by the ring's negative energy. Although the ring was tainted with malevolence, Qin Tianming possessed the ability to dispel it. Should it come into his possession, he could resolve the malignancy and subsequently sell it at a handsome price. For Zhang Yan, the $1 million ring had transformed into a veritable burden, one he wished to cast aside. With a confident smile, Qin Tianming addressed Zhang Yan. "Your condition is considerably less severe than that of Xing Laoch when he fell ill. I can remedy it right now." Having witnessed Qin Tianming's abilities firsthand, Xing Yufei readily concurred. "Zhang Yan, if Qin Laochi could cure my ailment, he will undoubtedly succeed with yours." Zhang Yan's eyes brightened with excitement. "Little brother, you jest not. Can you truly cure me on the spot? I have consulted numerous doctors, yet none have proven effective. Rest assured, Zhang Laoban, I would not boast without certainty. Let us commence the treatment." With ample experience in dispelling malevolence, Qin Tianming felt assured as he grasped Zhang Yan's arm, gradually releasing the spiritual energy from within himself. Chapter 62, Being Swindled Yet Still Paying. Zhang Yan suddenly lowered his voice and inquired, "Young brother, am I truly afflicted? Is it the ancient jade ring that has brought this calamity upon me?" Qin Tianming nodded and replied, "The ancient jade ring you purchased is tainted with malevolent energy, rendering it inauspicious. Fortunately, your exposure has been brief, otherwise the consequences would have been far graver." With the suspicions confirmed, Zhang Yan, filled with indignation, confessed, "To speak frankly, after my health deteriorated, I sent someone to investigate. The previous owners of the ancient jade ring all exhibited symptoms of affliction. The unluckiest among them even lost their life. No wonder the former owners sold it to me at such a low price. I thought I had stumbled upon a great bargain, only to find that my greed led to significant misfortune. Young brother, if you can cure me, it would demonstrate your remarkable abilities. I fear not parting with this malevolent ancient jade. I mean no harm in offering it to you. Qin Tianming smiled gently, saying, the malevolent energy within the jade poses no threat to me. As he spoke, he began to channel spiritual energy into Zhang Yan's arm. Upon contact, the malevolent energy diminished at a visibly rapid pace, as if confronted by a formidable foe. Simultaneously, Zhang Yan, who had previously appeared lethargic and weak, gradually felt clarity returning to his mind, the sense of weakness dissipating, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of comfort. His condition visibly improved, and he was filled with joy. After approximately 5 minutes, the malevolent energy was entirely eradicated. Qin Tianming released his hold and inquired, all done, Boss Zhang, how do you feel now? At that moment, Zhang Yan's previously murky eyes sparkled with clarity, and he appeared rejuvenated. He gave a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming. Xing Yufei laughed and said, old Zhang, congratulations on your recovery. You've personally experienced the prowess of Brother Qin. You must be completely convinced now, right? Indeed, I am utterly impressed. Inti even seemed to exert himself. Merely by touching me for a few minutes, he was able to dispel the malevolent energy. His abilities are truly extraordinary. Zhang Yan nodded repeatedly in admiration and continued. Brother Qin, I promise to keep my word. This ring is yours now. Very well, I graciously accept, Qin Tianming replied without excessive formality, taking the ring and examining it with delight. Although traces of malevolent energy remained, he could completely eliminate it, and subsequently sell the ancient jade for a value of around 4 million, which would not pose a challenge. At that moment, an unwelcome voice suddenly interrupted the atmosphere. Qin, do you think you can afford this ancient jade ring with the meager earnings from selling ancient paintings? Hearing this, Qin Tianming and his companions simultaneously raised their eyebrows and turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Jin Bao, the angry young master of the Jin Hong antique shop, glaring at Qin Tianming as he approached. He had also come to participate in the antique exchange meeting and, upon encountering Qin Tianming at the entrance of the Songfeng building, had intended to mock him. However, after damaging his sports car and sustaining minor injuries, his anger had only intensified. Having already contacted the insurance company to tow his car for repairs, he entered, seething with anger, only to find Qin Tianming admiring the ancient jade ring, mistakenly believing he wished to purchase it. Xing Yufei and Zhang Yan exchanged knowing glances, both recognizing the animosity between Jin Bao and Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming let out a slight hum, contemplating selling the ring to Jin Bao, which would not only yield substantial profit, but also allow him to use the malevolent energy to his advantage against his adversary. He deliberately mocked, oh, isn't this the esteemed young Master Jin who dreams of crashing his car into someone? Whether I can't afford this ring has nothing to do with you. As if you could afford it. Jin Bao, adopting a haughty demeanor, disdainfully retorted, you pauper, do not dare to compare yourself with me. A mere few million is nothing. I could purchase it without batting an eye. Qin Tianming raised the ring, provokingly declaring, do you think a handful of filthy lucre makes you impressive? I've already negotiated a price of 3 million with Boss Zhang. If you wish to buy it, you're too late. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan, seasoned in the business world, readily understood Qin Tianming's intent to ensnare Jin Bao. Displeased with Jin Bao's arrogant attitude, he quickly played along, feigning regret as he said, if it weren't for my recent financial constraints, I wouldn't be selling this exquisite ancient jade ring at such a low price. This is a treasure from the Han Dynasty, worth at least 4 to 5 million. Jin Bao had already discerned that it was indeed ancient jade, and selling it for 4 to 5 million was feasible. However, he could not allow Qin Tianming to seize this opportunity at just 3 million. Resolving to disrupt the situation, he provocatively stated, Mr. Qin, do you really think you can acquire such a fine treasure for 3 million? Dream on. I'll offer 350,000. The Jin family, being in the antique business, had their own channels. Even if they purchased the ancient jade ring for 350,000, they could easily sell it for over 400,000, pocketing a cool profit of 1 million. Hearing Jin Bao's counteroffer, Qin Tianming felt a surge of joy. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Yet, he feigned anger, questioning Mr. Jin, there are rules to follow. You can't just swoop in with a high bid to snatch my agreed-upon antique. Do you not understand the etiquette? Seeing Qin Tianming fuming, Jin Bao felt a secret thrill, even a sense of pride. He was determined to secure the ancient jade ring, not only to score a bargain, but also to irritate Qin Tianming, killing two birds with one stone. He arrogantly shouted, "Don't talk to me about rules. You haven't paid yet, so the deal isn't finalized." Qin Tianming, brimming with indignation, retorted, "Is this a deliberate price hike? As if anyone is in need of money. I'll offer 400,000, 450,000. Jin Bao brazenly raised the bid, his face a mask of provocation. Even if he didn't make a profit, he was determined to assert his dominance. He then turned to Zhang Yin, saying proudly, "Boss Zhang, I'll take it for 450,000. Just give me a nod, and I'll transfer the money immediately." Zhang Yin quickly nodded, eager to sell at a higher price. "If I can make more money, I'm more than willing to sell it to you." Bang! Qin Tianming feigned exasperation, slamming his hand on the table, demanding, "Boss Zhang, you initially negotiated with me. Is it fair to sell to Mr. Jin just because he offered a higher price?" Zhang Yin, smiling awkwardly, casually remarked, "It's normal for the highest bidder to win. Besides, we haven't finalized our deal yet. A deal is a deal." At that moment, Xing Yufei intervened to smooth things over, hoping to prevent a bidding war that might scare Jin Bao away. "Tianming, it's only natural for Boss Zhang to seek a higher price. If you don't have enough money, it's best not to buy." Qin Tianming, feigning despair, shot a fierce glare at Jin Bao. "I'll remember this debt. Don't let me encounter you in business again, for if I do, I shall repay you in kind." Jin Bao burst into a hearty laugh, boasting with bravado, "You can't even produce 4,500,000. Do you still have the audacity to brag? What can you do without money? Do you think you deserve to retaliate?" On the surface, Qin Tianming appeared utterly enraged, emitting a heavy cold snort before quickly turning away. He feared he might burst into laughter. This foolish individual had been duped and was now obliged to part with over 4 million. Chapter 63. The Joy of Freebies. Jin Bao, feeling triumphant, cheerfully transferred 450,000 to Zhang Yin, solidifying the transaction. He then eagerly donned the ring, flaunting it before Qin Tianming. "The exquisite ancient jade you coveted is now mine. Wearing it is pure bliss, while you can only stew in envy. Beware of your hubris. Misfortune may soon find you." Qin Tianming sneered, watching as a hint of ominous energy from the ring seeped into Jin Bao's arm. "You're nothing but a stubborn duck, left with mere bravado. If you think you can outdo me in wealth, keep your mouth shut if you cannot." Jin Bao, puffed up with pride, strutted away after his declaration. Qin Tianming exchanged knowing smiles with his companions. No words were necessary. Xing Yufei scoffed, "This guy is arrogant and rude," thinking he has gained a great advantage. He can only blame himself for the impending misfortune. Zhang Yin nodded in agreement and added, "Brother Qin, I've promised to gift you the ring, so the profits from the sale are naturally yours. I will transfer the funds to you now." Qin Tianming, feeling somewhat awkward, responded, "Boss Zhang, I appreciate your assistance. Perhaps after Jin Bao encounters some issues with his health, he might seek trouble with you. Let us split the proceeds equally." Zhang Yin dismissed the notion, saying, "No one forced him to buy. He chose to pay a premium. If problems arise, he can't blame me. Brother Qin, since this is our first meeting, you may not fully understand my character. I am a man of my word. No matter the sale price, the ring is yours." Xing Yufei cheerfully urged, "Brother Qin, just accept it. Old Zhang runs a luxury car dealership. He is not missing 4 or 5 million. Let us keep the money with you for now. Why buy a car? We can settle it together." "That works. If you purchase a car from my dealership, I guarantee you the best price." Zhang Yin readily agreed. Fortuitously, having helped Zhang Yin dispel his misfortune, Qin Tianming had acquired an ancient jade ring and sold it to Jin Bao, making a handsome profit of over 4 million, which could be exchanged for a luxury vehicle, effectively getting a car for free. Qin Tianming laughed heartily, yet he recognized that the antique exchange meeting was of utmost importance. Leaving little time to deliberate on the type of car to buy, "Boss Xing, many friends have come today, all bringing antiques. Could you kindly show me around?" While he expressed a desire to learn, he secretly aimed to absorb the spiritual energy emanating from the antiques, seizing this remarkable opportunity. Xing Yufei readily agreed, aware of Qin Tianming's unique abilities and eager to forge a connection. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin, having recently recovered from illness, chose to rest alone in a private room until Xing Yufei and Qin Tianming completed their appraisal of the antiques before summoning him. With a cheerful demeanor, Xing Yufei rose and made his way to the other tea tables. "Greetings, Boss Xing." The esteemed presence of Boss Xing graces this gathering of Bui, elevating its significance. "Boss Xing has arrived. Please, take a seat and behold the treasures in my possession. Might any of them catch your discerning eye?" Many attendees recognized Xing Yufei and greeted him warmly. Qin Tianming lingered nearby, seizing the opportunity to discreetly absorb the spiritual essence from the antiques, while Xing Yufei admired them. After spending half an hour, Qin Tianming had drained the majority of the spiritual energy from the ancient artifacts present. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the joy of his unearned gains. As he absorbed more energy, his vision sharpened, his perception enhanced, and his physical prowess noticeably improved. Just as Qin Tianming was delighting in the influx of spiritual energy, a commotion erupted nearby. He observed Jin Bao engaged in a heated discussion with a middle-aged woman adorned in dazzling attire, surrounded by a curious crowd. The woman clutched a Zetan wooden box intricately carved with clusters of flowers, its exquisite appearance unmistakable. Despite being 6 or 7 meters away, Qin Tianming could discern the meticulous craftsmanship of the Zetan box, which exuded an ancient charm, clearly the work of a master artisan and evidently aged, emanating a yellowish spiritual essence. From the richness of the energy, he surmised that the box was a genuine artifact from the Ming dynasty. Zetan wood is a precious timber, unattainable for common folk in ancient times. Even if it were not an imperial artifact, it would have belonged to the nobility, thus holding considerable value. However, the formerly smooth surface of a Zetan box was marred by a protrusion, appearing quite out of place. With his enhanced vision activated, Qin Tianming peered inside the box, discovering a hidden compartment. To his astonishment, he found a calligraphy manuscript within, also radiating a robust yellow spiritual energy, unmistakably another Ming dynasty artifact. The middle-aged woman, visibly irate, accused Jin Bao. This ancestral Zetan box of mine has been appraised by multiple experts, each valuing it at over $1 million. How is it that you offer me only 500,000? I refuse to sell for anything less than $1 million. Jin Bao Yuka, lacking the arrogance he displayed in front of Qin Tianming. Instead, he exuded the cunning demeanor of a businessman. Those experts must have informed you that this box is known as the Linglong box, and in pristine condition, it would indeed be worth $1 million. However, your box has a mechanism that is clearly damaged. The protruding piece indicates this. I tested it and found it impossible to open, thus the value must be significantly reduced. My offer of 500,000 is quite generous. Feel free to inquire if anyone else here is willing to bid higher. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's expression shifted, her brow furrowing. The Linglong box, damaged mechanism? Qin Tianming focused on the protrusion, utilizing his enhanced vision to confirm that the internal mechanism was indeed compromised. Under normal circumstances, if the Zetan box were intact, one could simply push the protruding wooden piece inward to unlock it. However, the slide where the raised wooden block resided had, for reasons unknown, become somewhat rugged and uneven. In simpler terms, it lacked lubrication. Qin Tianming activated his clairvoyant vision, perceiving the condition of the sandalwood box with utmost clarity, discerning a method to unlock it. Moreover, within the box lay a calligraphy piece from the Ming dynasty, and based on the richness of its spiritual aura, it was, in his estimation, worth far beyond $1 million. This opportunity must not be missed. With this thought, Qin Tianming wasted no time, advancing with purpose, deliberately provoking. I am willing to offer a higher price. The wooden box is evidently in good condition, yet you claim it is damaged. Your lack of insight is truly astonishing. Jin Bao turned around, and upon seeing Qin Tianming, his ire surged immediately, retorting with scorn. I am conducting business with this lady. What right do you have to interject, you mere defeated foe? How dare you pretend to be affluent, boasting so brazenly? It is clear the box is damaged, yet you insist it is fine. Your blindness is remarkable. Chapter 64. The Sandalwood Mechanism Box. As Qin Tianming and Xing Yufei had yet to approach, the onlookers surrounding them were unfamiliar with Qin Tianming. Upon hearing his words, they regarded him with expressions of incredulity. Young man, this is an exquisite mechanism box. If even one mechanism or joint is unable to function, it is deemed faulty. Lacking even this basic understanding, you dare to criticize young Master Jin? You truly are unaware of your own limitations. An elderly man with graying hair, closely following Jin Bao, spoke with unabashed disdain, his words dripping with flattery toward Jin Bao. The other elders nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, young man, your arrogance is somewhat excessive. The discerning eye of young Master Jin is not something you can compare to. Absolutely, you are simply lacking in experience. Young Master Jin has been immersed in the antiques world since childhood, and under the tutelage of old Master Jin Hong, his appraisal skills are exceptional. You, an obscure individual, are still far from his league. Qin Tianming scoffed dismissively, countering. You people, believing in your own incompetence, assume others are equally inept. Continue playing your games. My capabilities are not for you to judge. The crowd suddenly found themselves in an awkward silence. Jin Bao sneered. Qin, do not play the part of big shot. If you have the ability, buy the box, unlock the mechanism, and let us see. If you lack the ability, then cease your incessant chatter. In Jin Bao's view, the value of the sandalwood box was merely around 600,000 to 700,000, and he intended to purchase it to study the intricate mechanism, hoping to earn a profit. Since Qin Tianming was willing to play the fool, why not take advantage of it? Qin Tianming maintained a calm demeanor, compared to the sandalwood box. The concealed, high-value calligraphy piece made the 50,000 seem trivial. Jin Bao, open your myopic eyes and witness how I procure the sandalwood box and unlock it publicly. Jin Bao was utterly convinced that the sandalwood box was indeed defective, for the craftsmanship of such intricate boxes had largely been lost to time, making restoration exceedingly difficult, let alone opening it on the spot. He was eager to witness how Qin Tianming would behave like a buffoon. With a mocking expression, Jin Bao regarded Qin Tianming as if he were simpleton. Qin Tianming, weary of further banter, turned to the middle-aged woman and stated plainly, Sister, I'll buy this box for 1 million. Will you sell it? A flicker of delight crossed the woman's eyes. She had already consulted an expert who confirmed that the damaged sandalwood box was valued between 500,000 to 600,000. She had come to Songfeng Building today with the intention of finding a fool to sell it to at a high price. Initially, she thought that after the commotion caused by Jin Bao, it would be impossible to sell it for a premium. To her surprise, someone was indeed willing to offer 1 million. Seizing this opportunity without hesitation, she eagerly replied, Yes, if you can truly pay 1 million, I will sell it to you immediately. Qin Tianming chuckled. All right, I'll transfer the funds to you right now. With the witness of the surrounding crowd, he completed the transaction. The middle-aged woman, fearing that Qin Tianming might have a change of heart, solemnly stated, Let us be clear. Everyone knows this box is already damaged. If you can't open it, I want to refund your money. Qin Tianming smirked playfully. Sister, worry not. The principle of cash for goods is a rule in the antiques trade. I'm not ignorant of the customs. The woman nodded in satisfaction. Then, Qin Tianming suddenly shifted the conversation, half-jokingly asking, what could possibly be inside? After all, it's an heirloom. The middle-aged woman had never heard from her elders what the box contained. Moreover, no matter how much she shook it, there was no sound. She had long concluded that it was empty. Believing herself knowledgeable about the sandalwood box, she confidently replied, Rest assured, I'm not that sort of person. Whatever is inside belongs to you. This was precisely the affirmation Qin Tianming had been waiting for. He gave her a thumbs up and praised, Excellent. You are indeed straightforward. I shall not waste more words. He then surveyed the onlookers. At that moment, all the antique enthusiasts in Songfeng Building were captivated by the unfolding scene. However, in the eyes of more than half of them, there was a glimmer of mockery as they deemed Qin Tianming a fool for spending 1 million on a broken box. Eagerly awaiting his embarrassment, Jin Bao's face was adorned with a mocking grin as he observed Qin Tianming scanning the crowd, deriding him. Qin, you can't possibly think someone else will buy this worthless box, can you? Do you believe everyone else is as foolish as you? The surrounding crowd instantly chimed in. Indeed, no one present was a fool willing to purchase something at your inflated price. Only this lad would waste his money on an impenetrable broken box. Even if it could be opened, what use would 1 million serve? Laughter erupted among many, filling the atmosphere with joviality. Qin Tianming appeared utterly unfazed by the ridicule, his expression calm and poised. He fixed his gaze on Xing Yufei and calmly inquired, Boss Xing, could you assist me in finding a pencil and a sharpener? Although Xing Yufei was perplexed, he felt a sense of gratitude for Qin Tianming having cured him and Zhang Yan of their afflictions. Regardless of what Qin Tianming intended to do, he felt compelled to support him. Without hesitation, he promptly called a waiter to procure a pencil and sharpener. After receiving the 2 items, Qin Tianming promptly began sharpening the pencil, meticulously scraping the carbon powder from the lead and collecting it onto a sheet of white paper. The onlookers were utterly astonished by his actions, falling into a momentary silence. Particularly, Jin Bao regarded him with a skeptical gaze, scrutinizing the box and then glancing back at Qin Tianming, quickly realizing his intentions. Qin, do not waste your efforts. It's futile. Who doesn't know that carbon powder can serve as a lubricant, potentially unlocking this box? Do you think the experts who assessed it earlier were fools? Qin Tianming paused momentarily in his task, casting a sidelong glance at Jin Bao, retorting coldly, Your silence does not render you mute. All you do is offer disparaging remarks. The inability to open this box only reflects your incompetence, not the method. His words silenced the crowd, drawing ire from those who had previously mocked him. With that, he poured the carbon powder into the slight crevice along the edge of the protruding wooden block. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Tianming utilized his clairvoyance to examine the position of the raised wood, subtly releasing an unseen spiritual energy to guide the carbon powder into every worn area. Chapter 65. The 1,000-character model, a change of heart. Before long, the worn gaps were filled, and although some carbon powder remained, Qin Tianming deemed it inconsequential as he cautiously rotated the protruding block. The spectators who had initially thought Qin Tianming was merely squandering time, poised to ridicule him, now gaped in astonishment as the wooden block began to turn. With a gentle push from Qin Tianming, the protruding block seamlessly engaged with the mechanism. A soft click resonated through the air. Suddenly, the lid atop the rosewood box lifted, revealing the ancient calligraphy within. There truly was something hidden inside. It appears to be an ancient script, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. In that instant, those who had previously ridiculed Qin Tianming felt a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been struck by several slaps. Particularly, Jin Bao and the middle-aged woman were filled with regret, though they had yet to behold the true nature of the script. They both understood that ancient calligraphy and paintings held immense value, and they had undoubtedly missed out on treasures worth millions. Qin Tianming inspected the script, noting that it lay undamaged within the box, and after confirming it could be safely touched, he gingerly lifted it. In that moment, the spiritual energy from the script surged into his body. Xing Yufei was equally astonished. He had anticipated that Qin Tianming would fail to open the rosewood box, and had prepared to intervene. To his surprise, not only had Qin Tianming successfully unlocked the box, but he had also uncovered a script, bringing humiliation to all present. Xing, would you kindly assess the value of this script? Certainly, Xing Yufei replied eagerly, as he had a penchant for collecting calligraphy and paintings. He rushed forward, and together they carefully unfolded the script, which measured approximately half a meter in length and 30 centimeters in width, nearly matching the dimensions of the rosewood box. Even the erudite and seasoned magnate, Xing Yufei, could not suppress his astonishment upon witnessing the elegant, transcendent, and ethereal calligraphy inscribed on the scroll. This was, astonishingly, the work of Wen Zhengming. Qin Tianming, momentarily taken aback, had surmised that this calligraphic piece held considerable value, yet he was utterly unprepared to discover that it was indeed the handwriting of Wen Zhengming. Were it any other individual, Qin Tianming might not have been so well-versed, but Wen Zhengming was a renowned calligrapher of the Ming dynasty, often mentioned alongside figures like Tang Bohu as one of the 4 talented scholars of Jiangnan, a name familiar to all. The scroll contained but a mere 40 characters, yet it exuded a sense of grace and fluidity, a vivid essence of ink and wash that even someone as unacquainted with calligraphy as Qin Tianming could discern, reflecting the distinct style of Wen Zhengming. The onlookers nearby craned their necks in astonishment, some enthusiasts of calligraphy unable to restrain themselves, jostling closer to obtain a clearer view. The signature and style were unmistakably authentic, a genuine piece by Wen Zhengming, regrettably limited in size, comprising no more than 40 characters. Yet, even such a modest quantity could command a value exceeding 10 million. Who would have imagined that this seemingly naive young man possessed such discernment? Fortuitously acquiring a calligraphic scroll by Wen Zhengming, after perusing the piece, Qin Tianming, with a beaming smile, inquired Boss Xing as an expert, "Could you assist in appraising its worth? How much might this scroll fetch?" It was a rare glimpse of Wen Zhengming's calligraphy, while his paintings were relatively common and valuable. His calligraphic works were scarce. Having stumbled upon a scroll valued in the millions, Qin Tianming's joy was palpable, especially with the rosewood box restored, making a sale of over 1 million a feasible prospect. While Qin Tianming and Xing Yufei enthusiastically admired the scroll, a middle-aged woman approached, intertwining herself with Jin Bao. Without hesitation, the woman nodded emphatically. After a hushed discussion, she suddenly addressed Qin Tianming. "Young man, you may admire the scroll, but it is time to return it to me." At her words, the crowd turned their gaze in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Qin Tianming's smile vanished, replaced by a cold inquiry. The middle-aged woman, emboldened by her association with Jin Bao, the young master of the Jinhong antique shop, adopted a confrontational stance. Qin Tianming, infuriated, recalled his earlier conversation with her, where she had explicitly stated that whatever was within the box belonged to him. To his dismay, she had the audacity to renege on her word. He decided to temporarily entrust the scroll to Xing Yufei for safekeeping, seeking a measure of security. Everyone heard you affirm that if there was anything in the box, it would be mine. Are you now attempting to withdraw your promise? A flicker of embarrassment crossed the woman's face, quickly replaced by a calm demeanor. From the face of 10 million, one's pride seemed trivial. I did say the contents could belong to you, but payment must be rendered. You cannot simply take it without compensation. Such generosity is rare. Jin Bao glanced at his phone, a sinister smile curling at his lips as he menacingly threatened. Qin Tianming, it is time to awaken from your fantasies. They sold you the sandalwood box, yet did not part with the calligraphy. Naturally, you must pay. Do you intend to evade your obligations? Xing Yufei frowned, stepping forward to defend Qin Tianming, asserting when the sandalwood box was purchased, it was made clear that its contents belonged to Brother Qin. There is no necessity for payment. Do not contradict yourselves and create unnecessary trouble. Qin Tianming snorted disdainfully, admonishing Jin Bao, who do you think you are to speak here? Jin Bao adoptet an avang de mino, boldly declaring, I intervene when I see injustice. This matter is mine to settle. Qin, should you fail to surrender the calligraphy of Wen Jingming or pay a sum of 10 million, I shall not leave this place without a confrontation. As his words echoed, a group of over 10 burly youths stormed into the hall of Songfeng building. They exuded an intimidating aura, their expressions menacing, clearly affiliated with unsavory elements. Jin Bao grew increasingly audacious, laughing uproariously. My reinforcements have arrived just in time. Qin Tianming, old grievances and new ones shall be rectified together. Xing Yufei cast a glance at the imposing figures entering, then turned to Qin Tianming, inquiring with concern, Brother Qin, do you require my assistance in resolving the situation? Unfazed, Qin Tianming replied, there is no need to trouble you. They are merely a bunch of small fry. I can handle this myself. Though Xing Yufei was uncertain of Qin Tianming's capabilities, his confidence was palpable, and he was eager to witness how Qin would manage the ordeal. If necessary, he would step in. The group of strong men advanced through the crowd, heading straight for Jin Bao. Those nearby, sensing the impending conflict, hastily distanced themselves to avoid being caught in the fray. The leader of the gang, a bald brute, approached Jin Bao with enthusiasm, asking, who is the fool that dared to cross you? Whatever the situation, just give the order. With newfound confidence bolstered by his reinforcements, Jin Bao pointed at Qin Tianming, arrogantly commanding, this is the lad, teach him a lesson. We will cease only when he agrees to hand over the calligraphy, so he understands our might. The bald thug laughed wickedly, his gaze toward Qin Tianming filled with contempt and ferocity. Such a naive youth. Any of us could easily overpower him. One of his companions, clad in a black tank top adorned with a scorpion tattoo on his arm, eagerly volunteered, stepping forward with menacing authority. Listen here, kid. Hand over the calligraphy that Jin Bao desires, and I might go easy on you. Otherwise, if you end up injured or worse, that's on you. The tattooed brute grinned maliciously, his words dripping with threat. Qin Tianming regarded him with disdain, retorting, step aside, you are not worthy of challenging me. Do not squander my time. Infuriated, the tattooed thug cursed and swung his fist with malevolence. Qin Tianming immediately activated his vision, perceiving the movements of the burly man as if they were in slow motion. With decisive action, he unleashed a punch aimed at the man's face. Bang! To the onlookers, Qin Tianming's strike was as swift as lightning, landing squarely on the tattooed giant, who let out a pained scream and fell backward, crashing onto a table. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. They had anticipated Qin Tianming being utterly overwhelmed, yet he had effortlessly subdued the seemingly robust tattooed youth with a single blow. Qin Tianming felt a profound satisfaction with the power of his punch, realizing that the spiritual energy he had harnessed that day had not been in vain, significantly enhancing his strength. With a dismissive sneer, he remarked, I expected more prowess. It appears you are merely mediocre. Jin Bao, is this the trash you brought? A mere novice who cannot withstand a single punch. Jin Bao's face flushed with humiliation, alternating between crimson and pale, as he roared in fury, you little brat. Don't get cocky. Everyone attack him. Beat him to a pulp. Enraged by the perceived slight, the bald-headed leader grimaced and commanded his group of muscular men to swarm Qin Tianming. The atmosphere in the Songfeng building devolved into chaos. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Qin Tianming, against 10 adversaries, fought like a tiger among sheep, moving with agility and unleashing a flurry of punches. Within just over a minute, he had dispatched all 10 men. leaving him sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, with furniture overturned and the hall in disarray. How could this young man be so formidable? Jin Bao stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. The thugs he had gathered were street fighters, known for their brutality, yet they had been utterly defeated, shattering his preconceived notions. Xing Yufei, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of admiration. He had not anticipated Qin Tianming's remarkable skill, effortlessly overcoming 10 opponents without sustaining a single injury. Jin, it's your turn now. You thought you could teach me a lesson by bringing a bunch of lowlifes? Watch how I deal with you. Qin Tianming sneered, striding confidently towards Jin Bao, raising his hand high. Slap, slap, slap. Qin Tianming delivered 4 swift slaps, leaving Jin Bao reeling, dazed and crying out in pain. Weren't you so arrogant? What good is calling for help? If you have the guts, fight back. Show me what you've got. With a spurt of blood, Jin Bao coughed up 2 of his teeth, and soon thereafter, whether feigning or genuinely overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The onlookers, who had kept their distance, gasped in shock. 1 man against 10, and he had knocked out Jin Bao with just a few slaps. It was truly brutal. Particularly those who had previously mocked Qin Tianming fell silent, fearful of drawing his ire. A nearby middle-aged woman trembled in terror, retreating a couple of steps, anxious not to be caught in Qin Tianming's wrath. However, Qin Tianming had no inclination to strike women. Shaking his hand, he coldly inquired, "Do you still desire that calligraphy piece? If so, consider Jin Bao your cautionary tale." The middle-aged woman, panicked, shook her head vigorously, stammering, "No, I don't want it anymore." "It's yours. Good for you for being sensible." Qin Tianming let out a cold snort. Too disinterested to continue the conversation, he turned to Xing Yufei and said, "Boss Xing, let's take our leave." "Brother Qin, you truly astonish me once again," Xing Yufei exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. He then gathered the calligraphy and the sandalwood box. Raising his voice, he declared, "Manager, remember to have young Master Jin compensate for the damaged items." Not far away, the manager of Songfeng Tower, who had been observing the scene, nodded repeatedly without uttering a word. "Boss Xing, young brother, please hold on a moment." A sudden voice called out as the two were about to exit Songfeng Tower. The man, clad in black trousers and wearing a pair of casual sandals, bore the unmistakable appearance of scholar. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man who had caught up with them, Xing Yufei smiled and said, "Old Qi, when did you arrive? I did not see you." As he spoke, Xing Yufei quickly stepped forward, warmly shaking Old Qi's hand. Old Qi appeared somewhat bashful, adjusting his amber-framed glasses, his demeanor slightly reserved. "Tianming, allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Qi Chunwei, the Dean of the School of Arts at Zhonghai University. Do not be deceived by his simple attire. He is held in high esteem. Over the years, he has made significant contributions to the preservation of our national artistic heritage, donating his entire fortune to the protection of ancient paintings and calligraphy, truly deserving of the title of a pioneer in traditional Chinese art." Chapter 67. I don't believe you can go against money. Qin Tianming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming middle-aged man would possess such a remarkable background. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Those who willingly dedicate themselves to their country are worthy of respect. Qin Tianming hurriedly stepped forward, politely shaking Professor Qi Chunwei's hand. "Hello, Professor Qi. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Qin Tianming, a novice in the antique trade." Professor Qi Chunwei appeared a bit flustered by Qin Tianming's enthusiasm, but composedly replied, "Young man, you need not be so formal. I tend to be rather straightforward. To speak plainly, I wish to purchase your calligraphy by Wen Jingming." Qin Tianming immediately nodded. "No problem, Professor Qi. If you desire it, the price is negotiable." Professor Qi Chunwei chuckled awkwardly, saying, "To be frank, I personally do not have the funds. I am representing Zhonghai University for research purposes. The budget is limited, only around 5 million. I understand that Wen Zhongming's calligraphy is valued at around 10 million, so I would like to pay a 5 million deposit first, and the remaining balance can be settled when the next funding arrives. How's that sound?" Xing Yufei interjected. "Professor Qi is a trustworthy individual. I can vouch for him." He expressed great respect for Qi Chunwei, as evidenced by his unconditional trust in providing a guarantee. Qin Tianming smiled. "Since Boss Xing is vouching for you, I shall not ask for more. 5 million it is in support of your work, Professor." 5 million? This price astonished both Qi Chunwei and Xing Yufei, who had not expected such a low asking price. 5 million? Suddenly, a voice of surprise emerged from nearby. As a young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, approached. Are you certain that the calligraphy by one Ming is being sold for just 5 million? Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction towards the audacious young man who had intruded into the conversation. Unfazed by the stranger, he replied curtly, "The price at which I sell is my own affair. It seems rather irrelevant to you, does it not?" The young man chuckled awkwardly and said, "Brother, don't misunderstand me. I've seen the calligraphy of Wen Zhengming as well. How about I offer 6 million for it? You can make a decent profit." Qin Tianming shrugged nonchalantly, regarding the young man with a look of incredulity. "Do you truly believe that selling Wen Zhengming's calligraphy for 5 million indicates my ignorance of its worth? No matter the amount, I will not part with it." The young man's expression darkened, irritation creeping into his tone. "Who do you think you're looking down on? If 6 million won't suffice, then how about 7, 8, or even 9 million? I bet you will sell." In that moment, the young man's true nature emerged, exuding a determination that suggested he would stop at nothing, even throwing money at the problem, to acquire Wen Zhengming's work. He was well aware of its value, estimated to be around 10 million. Even at 9 million, he would still profit. Qin Tianming scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. "What? Are you wealthy or something?" The young man lifted his chin defiantly, a brazen expression on his face. "Indeed, I am quite affluent." "What of it?" Chi Chunwei, standing nearby, grew anxious. Who would dare turn down money? However, to his surprise, Qin Tianming chuckled lightly, shaking his head dismissively. "Is being rich really so impressive? Can wealth grant you the liberty to act as you please? Go away. I would rather sell Wen Zhengming's calligraphy at a lower price to Professor Qi than to you." The young man stood there, utterly taken aback, never anticipating that Qin Tianming would indeed refuse to accept his money. Professor Qi looked at Qin Tianming with a newfound sense of astonishment. He too had not expected that Qin Tianming would forego a high price to sell at a lower one. "Are you a fool? You don't wish to profit? I've never encountered someone like you." The young man, exasperated, disregarded his image entirely. Qin Tianming gave a cold snort, his countenance serious as he warned, "Young man, I advise you to mind your words. My indifference to money does not imply foolishness. Not everyone is like you." The young man had just witnessed Qin Tianming single-handedly confront 10 individuals. Should he truly provoke him, he would be unable to contend, and thus he chose to storm off in anger without uttering another word. Suddenly, Chi Chunwei bowed deeply to Qin Tianming, his face radiating respect. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your kindness and support of my work." Qin Tianming smiled broadly, waving his hand dismissively. "Professor Qi, you are too courteous. I act not only out of respect for Boss Xing, but more importantly, I recognize that your intent in acquiring Wen Zhengming's calligraphy is not for personal gain. Moreover, having obtained it at no cost, selling it for 5 million is already a windfall. One must not be overly greedy." As Qi Chunwei prepared to express further gratitude, Xing Yufei interjected hastily. "Gentlemen, let us dispense with the formalities. We are friends. It is already evening. Let us dine together and finalize the transaction." Qi Chunwei was deeply moved, repeatedly insisting that he would treat, though neither Qin Tianming nor Xing Yufei could be considered lacking in wealth. And it was clear that Qi Chunwei should not bear the cost alone. 3 individuals chatted and laughed as they exited the Songfeng Tower. It was then that Xing Yufei remembered that Zhang Yin was still resting in the private room. He promptly made a phone call to summon him. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yin arrived and settled into Xing Yufei's car. After resting for nearly 2 hours, he appeared rejuvenated and in high spirits, clearly having shed the ominous aura that had previously enveloped him. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the 4 of them took their seats in the private room. Qi Chunwei made a phone call to notify that 5 million will be transferred to Qin Tianming. In return, Qin Tianming handed over the calligraphy piece to Qi Chunwei, thus finalizing their transaction. Unaware of the events that had transpired during his rest, Zhang Yin inquired and, upon understanding the situation, could not help but give Qin Tianming a thumbs up, offering his admiration. "Brother Qin, you not only possess remarkable skills, but your discerning eye is exceptional as well. To seize such a rare opportunity in front of so many witnesses and acquire a calligraphy piece from an ancient master is truly admirable." When one considers that Qin Tianming had treated Zhang Yan's ailment with a high ancient jade ring, which he then sold to Jin Bao for a profit of 450,000, and additionally profited 5 million from the calligraphy piece by Wen Zhengming, it becomes clear that he had garnered nearly 10 million without expending a single cent, an astonishing feat that defies belief. Qin Tianming chuckled modestly. "It was merely good fortune on my part, nothing to boast about. Boss Zhang, what vehicles do you have at your dealership?" Please recommend a suitable model for gentlemen. After some thought, Zhang Yan replied, I believe the Land Rover Range Rover is an excellent choice. It ranks among the finest luxury models, with top-notch performance and aesthetics. We happen to have some in stock in my dealership. Qin Tianming, familiar with the Land Rover brand and having viewed vehicle videos on Zhang Yan's phone, found it to align with his requirements. A car serves not only as a mode of transportation, but also as a symbol of status, with Xing Yufei providing counsel. Qin Tianming ultimately settled on the latest top-spec Range Rover. He intended to use the proceeds from the sale of the ancient Jade ring to cover the vehicle's cost, opting to forego any remaining balance, effectively acquiring the car at no additional expense, planning to simply pick it up the following day without further inspection. Chapter 68. The car is mine. Zhang Yan offered the most favorable price, $2,800,000 for the bare vehicle, slightly over $3 million once on the road. He then picked up his phone and dialed the dealership manager. Oldly, tomorrow a friend of mine will come to pick up the latest model of the Range Rover. The price has been settled, so you need only handle the paperwork and make sure to provide exceptional service. On the other end, Manager Li repeatedly assured him that he would ensure Zhang's friend received top-notch service. The meal concluded amidst laughter and merriment, and, as darkness fell, the four exchanged farewells and went their separate ways. The next day, after rising, Qin Tianming took a taxi to the Shimao dealership located on the Zhonghai 3rd Ring Road. Shimao was the dealership operated by Zhang Yan, sprawling over 10,000 square meters and primarily dealing in Land Rovers. Upon arriving, Qin Tianming stepped into the spacious and brightly lit hall, leisurely strolling around until he quickly located the latest model of the Land Rover Range Rover. At that moment, 3 individuals were gathered around the vehicle. Among them was a middle-aged man in business attire, the dealership manager, accompanied by a young, attractive saleswoman. Another young man, clad in high-end casual wear, exuded an air of arrogance, clearly a wealthy, second-generation heir. Sir, our boss has instructed us that you are interested in purchasing this Land Rover, and we will certainly offer you the most favorable price. The manager's face was adorned with a sycophantic smile, resembling a child who had just encountered a beloved parent. A flicker of confusion crossed the young man's eyes. He had not previously contacted the dealership's owner and suspected there might be some misunderstanding. However, he chose not to confront it, as one should never forego a bargain. Furthermore, he was somewhat acquainted with the owner, Zhang Yan, having met him a couple of times, though they lacked any significant rapport. Why would Mr. Zhang call you? I didn't wish to trouble him. The young man feigned a laugh, attempting to appear as if he were on familiar terms with Zhang Yan. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. He stepped forward and stated decisively, You must be Manager Li from Branch 4. Mr. Zhang has indeed agreed to sell me this Range Rover. Manager Li, visibly displeased, scolded, Go away, stop pretending here. Our Mr. Zhang personally called you? Look at you. Do you even deserve that? Qin Tianming momentarily stood dumbfounded, glancing at his attire, then scrutinizing the wealthy young man. The latter was adorned in luxury brands from head to toe, almost flaunting his wealth. In stark contrast, Qin Tianming was simply dressed, clean but evidently wearing inexpensive clothing. Although he had acquired wealth, he had grown accustomed to a modest lifestyle and had never developed a penchant for ostentation or elaborate dressing. It was surprising to encounter such blatant snobbery based solely on appearance. A nearby female salesperson, filled with disdain, remarked, You truly are boasting without any basis. Your entire outfit pales in comparison to just a fraction of his. What are you even pretending for? Her words were venomous, belittling Qin Tianming while attempting to flatter the affluent young man. The wealthy youth's face lit up with a smug smile as he feigned generosity, saying, If you like the Land Rover, no worries. Once I purchase it, I'll let you have a ride. After all, you'll never be able to afford such a luxury vehicle, so it's only fair you get to experience it. Despite his seemingly magnanimous offer, he could not conceal the contempt in his voice towards Qin Tianming. Fury surged within Qin Tianming as he coldly retorted, You think I can't afford the Range Rover? How dare you look down upon me? Do you believe that if I asked Mr. Zhang, wouldn't he comply? You just claim to know him. So hurry and call him a check. The wealthy young man hesitated, observing Qin Tianming's confident demeanor, which instigated a flicker of doubt within him. Yet, upon seeing Qin Tianming's shabby appearance, which exuded an aura of poverty, he dismissed the notion that he could possibly know Mr. Zhang. Quickly regaining his composure, he mockingly replied, Mr. Zhang is extremely busy. Why would I trouble him? Look in the mirror and see if you resemble someone who can afford a $3 million luxury car. There is no need for that phone call. Qin Tianming chuckled coldly, retorting, You wouldn't happen to not know Mr. Zhang as contact information, would you? A flicker of embarrassment passed through the eyes of the affluent heir, quickly replaced by a surge of fury as he bellowed, What does this have to do with you? What you all doing? Hurry up and remove him. Manager Li and the female sales associate promptly grasped the situation, urgently signaling for security to expel Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming's expression darkened further. He had initially expected purchasing a car to be a straightforward endeavor, yet here he was entangled in such troublesome affairs. As several security personnel advanced towards him, accompanied by curious onlookers, he felt a mixture of anger and concern. He realized that if this situation escalated, it could tarnish the dealership's reputation. Having developed a decent rapport with Zhang Yan the previous day, he considered them friends and deemed it unnecessary to jeopardize the business. Thus, he resolved to call Zhang Yan directly. All right, if you won't make the call, I shall. With that, Qin Tianming retrieved his phone, opened the communication app, and initiated a video call. The ringing echoed for half a minute without being answered, causing the once slightly anxious affluent heir and the sales manager to relax. The heir could no longer conceal his contempt, sneering, "Oh, do you really think you're someone significant, attempting to know Boss Zhang? Dream on." Manager Li joined in mockery, feigning terror as he jeered, "You nearly scared me. I thought you were genuinely a friend of our boss. Turns out you're merely a pretentious clown." Just as Manager Li's derisive words fell, the video call abruptly connected. "Qin, my brother, what is wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the car?" The jesting demeanor of Manager Li vanished in an instant upon hearing that familiar voice, leaving him frozen in disbelief, as if something had lodged in his throat, rendering breathing a challenge. Meanwhile, the affluent heir, witnessing the manager's horror-stricken face, realized that Qin Tianming truly knew Zhang Yan, though his family possessed wealth and influence. It paled in comparison to Zhang Yan's stature. Even his elders treated Zhang Yan with utmost respect, lacking the privilege to call him a brother. Yet, here was Zhang Yan addressing the seemingly ordinary Qin Tianming as brother. Who exactly was this individual? The affluent heir felt a chill run down his spine, grappling with the implications of offending someone who could elicit such familiarity from Zhang Yan. Qin Tianming chuckled lightly and succinctly recounted the recent events to the video call. As Zhang Yan's smile gradually faded into a somber expression, he gravely instructed, "Qin, hand the phone to that Li fellow." Nodding in compliance, Qin Tianming offered the phone to Manager Li, who stood in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the device being extended towards him. "Your boss is calling for you," Qin Tianming prompted. At that, Manager Li jolted upright, revealing a smile so strained it resembled a grimace, stammering, "Why, yes." Trembling hands accepted the phone. As Zhang Yan, a magnate worth over $1 billion, confronted his subordinates, an aura of formidable authority enveloped him. He stated with an unwavering demeanor, "Brother Qin is my esteemed guest. To belittle him is to belittle me. Rectify this matter and resign thereafter." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Manager Li's countenance turned ashen, and the female sales associate beside the affluent heir mirrored the pallor of unease. However, Qin Tianming remained unperturbed, lightly asserting, "Proceed with the formalities." Manager Li, seemingly lost in despair, nodded vacantly and beckoned another female sales associate, instructing her to attend to this gentleman while he retrieved the contract. The associate promptly approached, respectfully guiding Qin Tianming to the lounge. The wealthy heir hastily followed, a forced smile plastered across his face as he exclaimed, "My apologies, brother. I was unaware that you were Zhang's brother. I have been blind to your worth." Qin Tianming did not halt his stride, his expression devoid of any reaction as he disdainfully retorted, "Who considers you a brother? Spare me your theatrics and step aside. I fear it may tarnish my vision." The affluent heir stood frozen, his face a portrait of embarrassment, rendered speechless. The sales associate escorted Qin Tianming into the lounge, where she respectfully served tea and snacks, then stood dutifully to the side, resembling a mere attendant. Soon, Manager Li entered the lounge, clutching a stack of contracts. Although his expression was grim, he managed to engage in normal conversation. "Sir, Zhang has instructed that you need not make any payment. Simply sign the contracts. We will handle the license plates, film application, and other services at our 4 stores, which will take approximately half a day. You will be able to drive the vehicle away this afternoon." With little else to occupy his time, Qin Tianming signed all the contracts, then relaxed in the lounge, sipping water, enjoying the air conditioning, and passing time on his phone. During this interval, Zhang Yan called, expressing his apologies, "Brother Qin, I have obligations today and cannot accompany you to the 4 stores. Manager Li, lacking discernment, has shown you disrespect and has been dismissed. I apologize for not clarifying this sooner." Qin Tianming chuckled, "Brother Zhang, you are too courteous. The issue with Manager Li is but a trivial matter. There is no need for a personal call to explain. Should you have pressing matters, please attend to them. I appreciate your understanding. And there is another matter. The funds from selling the ancient jade ring remain with me. After deducting the vehicle costs and all expenses, around 1.5 million will be left, which I shall transfer to you. Qin Tianming, not driven by avarice and valuing Zhang Yan's connections, firmly declined, Brother Zhang. I require not a single cent. I am already content with acquiring a vehicle. If you wish to regard me as a friend, let us not mention the remaining funds. Zhang Yan laughed heartily. Very well. I shall refrain from transferring the remaining amount. I have decided to keep you as a friend, Brother Qin. Before long, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, and all services related to the new car, including license plates and film application, had been completed, with the tank filled to the brim. Qin Tianming's inaugural new car, a luxury vehicle worth 3 million, marked a remarkable beginning for him. As dusk fell, while Qin Tianming lay in bed watching videos, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Qin Yujin opened the door, but did not enter, standing at the threshold as she spoke. As dawn broke, Tianming learned that the 2 jade cabbages had found their buyers, and his aunt suggested he visit the shop to take a look. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, I have nothing else planned for tomorrow. I will accompany you to the store." After a night of silence, the following morning, Qin Yujin called upon Qin Tianming as they descended the stairs together to head to work. They resided in an aging community with lax management, permitting vehicles to park freely as long as they did not obstruct traffic. Upon passing a brand new Land Rover, Qin Tianming abruptly halted, grinning as he said, "Sister Chun, hop in. I will drive you." With that, he produced the car key and pressed the button, eliciting a satisfying click as the vehicle unlocked, its headlights flickering twice. Have you bought a new car? A luxury vehicle worth several million. You truly possess remarkable skills. It seems your recent ventures in stone gambling have reaped substantial rewards. Qin Yujin exclaimed with admiration. Even on a national scale, there were few young individuals under 25 who could afford such a lavish automobile solely through their efforts. Qin Tianming, despite his youth, had achieved the status of a genuine success by driving a luxury car worth millions. Just a bit of luck lately. My fortunes have been favorable. Qin Tianming replied modestly with a smile as he opened the door and entered the car. Their journey was filled with laughter and conversation. Qin Yujin's gaze towards Qin Tianming brimmed with admiration, stirring feelings deep within her heart. Upon arriving at the Lianyuan Jade store, they waited for a while until Li Sulan walked in, accompanied by a portly middle-aged man. The man was dressed ostentatiously, adorned with a large jade pendant around his neck, its vibrant green hue radiating brilliance, and wore substantial green jade rings on both hands, each worth a fortune. After settling down, Li Sulan introduced them, saying, "This is Qin Tianming, and this is Brother Qi, my partner from Yunnan province." Qin Tianming politely shook hands and addressed him as Brother Qi, recognizing the need to show respect for Li Sulan's friend. Brother Qi, exuding warmth, cheerfully remarked, "Young Brother Qin, I've heard you possess remarkable skills in stone gambling. How about it? Would you be interested in joining me in Yunnan? I assure you, you'll learn far more than you do here in Zhonghai." Qin Tianming graciously declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, Brother Qi, but I think I'll stick to my endeavors in Zhonghai for now. Yunnan is filled with seasoned veterans. I fear I might embarrass myself." Brother Qi, unfazed, jovially replied, "Whenever you decide to come, I will be here to host you." After exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the main topic concerning the transaction of the jade cabbages. Li Sulan had already negotiated the price, leaving only the formalities to be completed. Out. This is a jade shop. We do not accept antiques. Can't you see the large sign?" Suddenly, a shout from a young attendant broke the jovial atmosphere. Hearing the commotion, Qin Tianming instinctively turned his attention towards the source of the voice. He beheld a weathered rural farmer, dark-skinned and emaciated, entering the shop while cradling a small black box, approximately 10 centimeters in size. With an earnest expression and a thick rural accent, he inquired, "I have an ancestral porcelain antique. Do you accept it?" The impatient young attendant beside them remarked, "Our store specializes in jade, not antiques. You might want to check out the antique street." The old farmer, seemingly inexperienced in such matters, looked around in astonishment, as if a light had suddenly dawned upon him. "Indeed, you do sell jade," he said, observing the store's decor with appreciation. "I thought it was an antique shop. Could you kindly direct me to the Jade Street? I am not familiar with Zhonghai City." As for the ancestral porcelain, Qin Tianming, who had recently developed a penchant for discovering hidden treasures, could not resist activating his insight. He noticed that the box held by the old farmer emanated a faint yellow aura, clearly indicating it was an antique, likely crafted from dark wood. Dark wood, also known as ebony, originates from trees such as nanmu, red ash, and ironwood, which have undergone a carbonization process over thousands of years after being buried in mud due to natural disasters, making it quite valuable. An antique encased in dark wood would undoubtedly be worth a considerable sum. It appeared the old farmer had mistakenly sought to sell his antique in the wrong place. Thinking along these lines, Qin Tianming politely addressed the old farmer. "Excuse me, sir, are you selling antiques?" The old farmer, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Qin Tianming and nodded. "Yes, but I seem to have come to the wrong place." Qin Tianming stepped forward, wearing a warm smile. "Sir, I have a passion for collecting antiques. Our chance encounter is indeed fortuitous. If you possess something of value, why not show it to me?" As he spoke, he moved a chair and gestured for the old farmer to take a seat. The old farmer appeared pleasantly surprised, not expecting such courtesy from Qin Tianming. Recognizing Qin Tianming, the staff in the store ceased their attempts to shoo the old farmer away. Once seated, the old farmer cautiously handed over the box he had been holding. Expressing his concerns, "Here, take a look. Inside is a colorful porcelain cup. Please handle it with care." Though the old farmer seemed unfamiliar with the customs of the antique trade, Qin Tianming was well-versed in them. He refrained from taking the box directly and advised, "Sir, according to the rules of the antique trade, porcelain should not be handled directly. Please place the box on the table and retrieve the cup from within." Realizing that Qin Tianming was indeed an antique enthusiast, the old farmer shyly chuckled and complied, placing the box on the nearby table before opening it and extracting the cup. What emerged was a delicate teacup, its walls adorned with vividly colored narcissus flowers, rendered with remarkable lifelike detail. Accompanied by 2 lines of poetry, "The spring breeze caresses the jade, while the moonlight glistens upon the embankment." As Qin Tianming gently lifted the porcelain cup, he was struck by its smoothness akin to jade, pristine and flawless. Upon inspecting the bottom, he discovered the mark indicating it was made during the reign of the Kangxi Emperor of the Qing dynasty. Activating his insight, he perceived a spiritual energy emanating from the cup. Judging by its intensity, it was indeed a genuine artifact from the Qing dynasty. While he surmised the cup's value to be considerable, he was unsure of the exact amount, so he took out his phone to conduct an online search. In no time, Qin Tianming found an identical image of the cup before him, astonishingly identified as one of the 12 flower cups of the Kangxi period. The colorful 12 flower deity cups refer to a collection of 12 cups, each adorned with a distinct flower and corresponding inscription, representing the 12 months of the year. Narcissus, magnolia, peach blossom, peony, pomegranate, lotus, orchid, osmanthus, chrysanthemum, hibiscus, rosa, and plum blossom. One side of each cup features exquisite painting, while the opposite side bears poetry, all derived from Tang dynasty verses. Each cup embodies a flower, a poem, and a painting, marking the first instance in Qing dynasty imperial porcelain, where painting, poetry, calligraphy, and seal carving are harmoniously integrated, thus becoming a renowned masterpiece of the Kangxi era. It has been said that the 12 flower deities descend to the mortal realm, embodying both elegance and divinity. The creative inspiration for the colorful 12 flower deity cups stems from this very notion. Qin Tianming also discovered that a complete set of these cups had once fetched an astonishing 30 million at auction. However, with only a single cup available now, its value diminishes to approximately 2 million. Naturally, Qin Tianming aimed to profit from antiquities, rather than merely collecting them for appreciation, and thus could not offer 2 million. He needed to ensure a margin of profit. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Sir, this porcelain cup is an antique from the Qing dynasty, part of a set of 12. Selling it individually would lower its value, but I am willing to offer 1 million. The old farmer stood dumbfounded, appearing as though he had seen a ghost. In turn, Qin Tianming, perplexed, quickly inquired, "Why, sir, do you find my offer too low? This is indeed a generous price. No one else would provide such an amount." The old farmer shook his head vigorously, as if it were a rattle drum, and replied urgently, "No. I just think 1 million is too much. I never imagined it to be so valuable. Furthermore, I possess 12 such porcelain cups, all inherited from my ancestors. And this is merely one of them." What? He had stumbled upon a complete set of flower deity cups. Qin Tianming was overjoyed, never anticipating that the old farmer possessed a set of colorful 12 flower deity cups, a fortuitous opportunity for wealth. Since fate had brought them together, he had no reason to let it slip away. "Sir, since you have more cups like this, I will take them all. I can certainly offer you an increased total price." The old farmer, both astonished and exhilarated, realized that 12 cups would amount to an astronomical sum of 1,200,000, a fortune he could scarcely dream of earning in a lifetime. Sir, let us go to your home to retrieve them. If all is well, we can complete the transaction right away. Yes, yes, the old farmer eagerly agreed, excitedly placing the Narcissus flower deity cup into a box. Please wait a moment. I have a few words to say before we depart. Qin Tianming calculated that he did not possess 10 million and needed to acquire funds from the sale of the jade cabbage. He turned to where Li Sulan and seventh brother were seated and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Seventh brother, since you are interested in this jade cabbage and we have agreed on a price, when can we settle the payment? I'm a bit strapped for cash and urgently need the funds. Chapter 71. It turns out to be a scam. Qin Tianming's conversation with the old farmer was overheard by seventh brother, who understood that Qin Tianming was eager to secure funds for the antique purchase. As he primarily dealt in jade, he lacked expertise in antiques and could not discern the true value of such a small porcelain cup. Nevertheless, he did not inquire further and assured, Rest assured, I will promptly arrange for the company accountant to transfer the funds. Li Sulan, filled with concern, inquired Tianming, what prompted your interest in purchasing antiques? Although your discernment is exceptional, one must remember that different fields are like distant mountains. Jade and antiques are entirely distinct matters. Be wary of being deceived. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Tianming's knack for uncovering hidden treasures and antiques was a well-guarded secret, and her caution stemmed purely from goodwill. Aunt Lan, rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing, Qin Tianming replied with a chuckle, turning to leave alongside the elderly farmer. As the farmer settled into Qin Tianming's new car, he expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that Qin Tianming must be wealthy, adding that once he sold a set of porcelain cups, he would certainly purchase a car identical to this one. Qin Tianming responded with a smile, engaging in light-hearted conversation. After approximately 40 minutes of driving, Qin Tianming arrived at the farmer's residence, situated in a village on the outskirts of Zhonghai. Here we are, exclaimed the farmer as they approached an old brick house. Qin Tianming gently pressed the brakes and parked by the roadside at the entrance. The two men exited the vehicle, and the farmer eagerly ushered Qin Tianming into his home, clutching a dark wooden box that he had not yet relinquished. Mr. Qin, please have a seat for a moment. I will fetch the items right away, the farmer said as he carried the box into another room, leaving Qin Tianming seated in the dimly lit, low-ceilinged living room. Shortly, the farmer returned, carrying a large wooden chest and beaming with excitement. Mr. Qin, these are the 12 cups passed down through my family, and they're all yours, he declared eagerly, opening the chest to reveal 12 porcelain cups, each adorned with unique floral patterns. Qin Tianming quickly activated his discerning vision, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. None of the cups possessed any spiritual energy, and even the Narcissus cup he had previously examined had been swapped out. Based on his extensive experience, he deduced that items devoid of spiritual essence were modern forgeries, indicating that these porcelain cups were entirely counterfeit. In an instant, he realized he might have fallen into a trap. After all, how could the farmer possibly seek to sell antiques at a reputable jade shop? The genuine Narcissus cup was merely a bait, and this cunning old swindler had nearly ensnared him in his deceitful web. Qin Tianming's anger flared. He had anticipated a significant find, only to discover it was a ruse. Truly an unforeseen predicament. Well, these 12 cups are rather impressive, aren't they? As we agreed on the way here, a set of porcelain cups is valued at 15 million. Let us settle the payment now. The farmer, seemingly oblivious to Qin Tianming's unease, pressed eagerly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Qin Tianming's expression darkened. He would not tolerate being deceived. Old swindler, cease your charade. These cups are all forgeries, not the vibrant washing cups I sought. Even that Narcissus cup has been replaced with a counterfeit. Do not harbor dreams of receiving any money. The farmer, still lost in dreams of wealth, was taken aback, astonished that Qin Tianming could so swiftly ascertain the authenticity of the items with just a glance, showcasing extraordinary appraisal skills. However, this village was his territory, and he was determined to extract every last bit from Qin Tianming. Suddenly, the farmer's expression morphed into one of menace as he bellowed, having promised to purchase my exquisite porcelain cups. You now claim them to be counterfeit, unwilling to pay. What kind of logic is that in this world? Qin Tianming scoffed disdainfully. So, your deceit has been uncovered, and you wish to resort to coercion? Indeed, should you refuse to pay today, you shan't take a single step out of my home. The old farmer, realizing his ruse had been exposed, dropped the facade and revealed his true self, promptly pulling out his phone to make a call. Hurry, get over here. The other party uttered a mere 6 words. Yet Qin Tianming discerned that this old swindler was well prepared, having already summoned accomplices. After hanging up, the old farmer menacingly threatened, Kid, your time is up. If you don't produce 15 million today to purchase my cups, you'll pay with your life. Unfazed, Qin Tianming retorted disdainfully, old fraud. Do you take me for a fool? You dare deceive me and then attempt to rob me? I'll make you regret this. Don't be so stubborn. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. My associates are on their way. Dealing with you will be a piece of cake. The old farmer, emboldened, shouted, surround that new car outside. Don't let him escape. Qin Tianming wore a scornful smile, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, and stepped towards the exit. A swarm of young men burst into the courtyard, armed with an assortment of implements, some wielding knives, others sickles or shovels. Their rough skin indicated they were villagers, yet they displayed a fierce demeanor, clearly intent on trouble. You think you can run? The old farmer hastened after them. Not witnessing the cowardice he anticipated from Qin Tianming, the old farmer felt a twinge of confusion. Nevertheless, with so many summoned, he firmly believed that Qin Tianming could not escape unscathed. With fewer numbers, we can easily subdue you. Spare me the chatter. Do you want money or your life? Qin Tianming coldly laughed, unperturbed. Money or life? I want both. If you wish to make a move, be quick about it. Do not waste my time. He cast a contemptuous gaze at the young villagers in the courtyard. At that moment, a young man appeared at the entrance, donned in a short-sleeved white shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. With his hands in his pockets, he stood at the center of the doorway, a mocking smile on his face, fixed on Qin Tianming. This young man, embodying the essence of an urban white-collar worker, appeared entirely out of place among the rough-looking villagers. Qin Tianming furrowed his brow. Perhaps the elderly man behind him was not the mastermind of this scheme, but rather the young man nearby was the true orchestrator. Enough of the chatter. Since he refuses to pay, let us take his life, commanded the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses, dripping with arrogance. Chapter 72. The Wang family of the Magic City. The young villagers surged towards Qin Tianming, especially that old farmer, who was particularly ruthless, relying on his position behind Qin Tianming, raised a stool and brought it crashing down. Qin Tianming reacted swiftly, leaping sideways to evade the blow, and then delivered a powerful kick to the old farmer's abdomen. The old man staggered back 2 steps and slammed against the wall with a dull thud. Then, like a puddle of mud, he slowly crumpled to the ground, unable to move. Everything happened so quickly that the old farmer could only emit a pained howl as he fell, clearly injured. Meanwhile, the young villagers had already rushed to Qin Tianming's side. The one at the forefront, wielding a kitchen knife, swung it down with ferocity. Qin Tianming quickly dodged and retaliated with a fierce punch that struck the young man's face. Crack! With a sharp sound, the young man's nasal bone shattered, and blood gushed forth, forcing him to crouch on the ground in agony, illustrating the magnitude of Qin Tianming's strength. The other young men followed suit, their weapons aimed at Qin Tianming, attempting to overwhelm him with their numbers. However, with his enhanced vision, Qin Tianming perceived their movements as if in slow motion. Skillfully evading and maneuvering with ease, demonstrating his prowess, he swiftly dispatched them all. The group of young men, including the old farmer, lay scattered on the ground, wailing in despair. At the doorway stood a young man with golden-rimmed glasses, utterly dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Qin Tianming possessed such formidable fighting skills. He had thought that a group of ruffians would easily overwhelm him. Momentarily caught in a dilemma, he found himself at a loss as Qin Tianming approached him, unsure whether to retreat or advance. I believe we are not acquainted, Qin Tianming coldly inquired, having discerned that this individual was the mastermind behind the chaos. The young man with glasses, though startled, maintained an air of composure, ominously stating, Qin Tianming, your ignorance is apparent. I know who you are. I advise you not to make a move against me, or you shall face dire consequences. Qin Tianming scoffed derisively. Spare me your bravado. Why did you set a trap for me? The young man puffed out his chest, adopting a condescending demeanor, and declared, you had no right to take the jade orb that Ma Jinyan auctioned. The jade orb? Qin Tianming paused, momentarily taken aback by the connection to the precious gem, and inquired, Ma Jinyan intended to present that orb to you. What is your purpose for wanting it? The first orb had granted Qin Tianming the ability of divine insight, while the second had enhanced his powers. Clearly, the origins of these orbs were extraordinary, and he had long sought to uncover the truth. The young man with glasses shouted angrily, who do you think you are to question this? Hand over the orb, or you shall not escape unscathed. Threatening me? Qin Tianming snorted, and before the words left his lips, his fist shot out, landing heavily on the young man's pale face. Bang! Bang! The young man with golden-rimmed glasses endured 2 heavy blows, clearly unaccustomed to such brutal violence. Trembling, he covered his nose and crouched on the ground, emitting a series of pitiful whimpers. Qin Tianming had no intention of letting the scoundrel go. He seized the young man's hair and yanked him up. The young man flailed his legs, unable to maintain his balance, looking utterly disheveled. With a series of sharp slaps, Qin Tianming sent the golden-rimmed youth reeling, his voice cold and commanding. "Who are you? What do you want with the jade and treasure?" Bloodied and bruised, the young man roared in a mix of fury and indignation. "You dare strike me? I am from the Wang family of Magic City. You are finished." In a fit of panic, he attempted to threaten Qin Tianming, holding fast to his perceived superiority. The Wang family of Magic City? Qin Tianming was unfamiliar with such a lineage, but observing the young man's pretentious demeanor, he surmised that the family held considerable influence. Emboldened by his ignorance, he felt no fear and struck again, his expression somewhat menacing. Realizing that Qin Tianming was a naive fool unaware of the Wang family's might, the golden-rimmed youth, now thoroughly beaten, lost all his earlier bravado. I don't know. The head of the family sent me to find it." Seeing that he could extract little information, Qin Tianming delivered another punch, causing the young man to collapse unconscious, like a lifeless dog sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, the scheming old farmer, witnessing the youth's fainted state and uncertain of his fate, huddled in a corner, trembling even more violently. Suddenly, as Qin Tianming approached, the old farmer panicked and cried out, "No, don't come near. It was that young man from the Wang family who made me do this. I had no part in it." Qin Tianming let out a cold snort, stepping closer and slowly crouching down, revealing a seemingly harmless smile. Yet to the old farmer, that smile was unsettling, causing him to break into a cold sweat on this sweltering summer day. "Rest assured, I won't lay a hand on you. Just tell me, where's the water fairy cup? Bring it to me." Though Qin Tianming's tone was calm, the underlying threat was unmistakable. In the house," the old farmer hurriedly replied. Without further ado, Qin Tianming activated his X-ray vision, peering into the dwelling until he quickly located the dark wooden box containing the water fairy cup, hidden within a drawer of an old table. He entered the inner room, retrieved the box along with the cup, and turned to leave. The setup to deceive him had not only resulted in a beating, but also the acquisition of the water fairy cup, which he considered a fitting recompense for the ordeal. Not a single person in the courtyard dared to rise. Qin Tianming placed the box containing the water fairy cup on the table, a bittersweet smile on his face as he recounted the events briefly. However, he chose to withhold the details regarding the golden-rimmed youth and the Wang family. Recognizing the sensitive nature of matters involving spiritual energy and extraordinary abilities, which he understood must not be divulged lightly. Upon hearing that Qin Tianming had been surrounded by over a dozen armed villagers, Chen Yujin immediately grew concerned and hurried to his side, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Chen Yujin, while examining Qin Tianming's condition, inquired with genuine concern, "With so many people around, are you all right?" Chapter 73, The Grudge of a Stolen Wife. Qin Tianming nonchalantly replied, "I am perfectly fine. You have witnessed my prowess. Those troublesome villagers are no match for me." Once assured that Qin Tianming was unscathed, Chen Yujin sighed in relief, her mind drifting back to the incident involving Ma Jinyan and Huang Yang's conspiracy, where Qin Tianming valiantly faced 10 adversaries. She recognized his formidable skills, yet she could not help but caution. After all, one pair of fists struggles against 4 hands. In the future, should you encounter such perilous situations again, it is wiser to flee than to risk yourself. Qin Tianming responded with a hint of resignation. "Truthfully, I prefer to avoid conflict. But when provoked to the limit, there are some indignities one cannot tolerate." Nearby, Li Salon, with a smile illuminating her face, observed the dynamic. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly. She discerned that Chen Yujin's concern for Qin Tianming transcended mere friendship. Should the two grow closer, it would indeed be a delightful tale. After hearing this, Brother Seven remarked, "That old farmer turned out to be a fraud. It seems the antique trade is as murky as the jade industry." He continued, "I never imagined you, young man, could single-handedly infiltrate the lion's den and emerge unscathed. No wonder Sulan holds you in such high regard." Li Sulan added her praise. "Tianming possesses not only remarkable insight, surpassing many masters in stone appraisal, but he has also saved me from substantial losses on 2 occasions. His skills are exceptional, blending courage and intellect. His future achievements are boundless." Feeling somewhat bashful from the compliments, Qin Tianming humbly deflected their praise. As noon approached, He proposed treating everyone to a meal at Hongbin. After enjoying a hearty feast and bidding farewell to Brother Seven, Qin Tianming reminded Li Sulan of their prior agreement to split the proceeds from the sale of the jade cabbage. However, Li Sulan, grateful for his assistance in averting significant losses, firmly refused. Just then, Qin Tianming's phone rang. It was a call from his college classmate, Gao Wei. Gao Wei was not only Qin Tianming's classmate, but also his roommate, sharing a bunk during their college days. Their friendship had flourished, especially when Qin Tianming's mother was diagnosed with cancer and urgently needed funds. Gao Wei had lent him 10,000 yuan. While not a vast sum, it was a godsend for Qin Tianming at that time. He could never forget such kindness. When the call connected, Gao Wei's voice came through, low and filled with despondence. Tianming, do you have time tonight? Join me for a drink? Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, sensing that his dear friend was troubled. He did not pry, but readily acquiesced. Sure, just name a place, and I'll be there. Let us meet at Miami Bar, 9 o'clock tonight. Qin Tianming had heard of Miami Bar, a renowned high-end nightclub in Zhonghai City, yet he had never visited. Clearly, Gao Wei was in distress. Otherwise, he would not seek solace in such an extravagant venue. In the afternoon, Qin Tianming drove to Qianbatai, presenting the Narcissus Cup to Song Qingzi, seeking her assistance in locating a buyer. As a newcomer in the antique trade with limited connections, he hoped to swiftly convert his recently acquired treasure into cash, relying on the help of the stunning co-tenant, Song Qingzi. Song Qingzi examined the Narcissus Cup and confirmed it to be an authentic piece, indeed, one of the exquisite 12-flower deity cups. She couldn't help but be astonished. Qin Tianming's knack for uncovering hidden treasures was exceptional, his discerning eye allowing him to procure genuine antiques with remarkable frequency. She admired him in silence, and had also profited handsomely from the intermediary fees, yet her aloof demeanor concealed her appreciation. Before she realized it, the clock struck 8, and darkness enveloped the night as Qin Tianming drove to the Miami Bar. Gao Wei was already there, having secured a booth and promptly informing Qin Tianming of its location. As Qin Tianming entered the bar, he surveyed the surroundings, noting the opulent and intricately designed decor, where the lighting fluctuated between bright and dim, evoking an atmosphere of nightlife indulgence. The bar was not overly crowded, and the music was pleasantly subdued. He strolled leisurely to the booth occupied by Gao Wei, whose family was relatively well off but not excessively wealthy. The booth they had chosen was situated at the edge of the establishment, offering neither the best view nor lighting, and the service paled in comparison to the inner circle, representing the lowest tier of the bar's pricing. Qin Tianming was indifferent to the seating arrangement and had no intention of allowing Gao Wei to treat him. His sole desire was to enjoy a lively evening with his friend. Old Gao, it's been a while since we last met. What prompted you to invite me to such an upscale venue for a bit of fun? Qin Tianming inquired, playfully patting Gao Wei on the shoulder. However, Gao Wei's expression was marred by bitterness, his spirits evidently low. Let's discuss later. First, join me for a drink, he replied. Though he called it toast, he merely picked up a bottle of beer and handed another to Qin Tianming. The two clinked their bottles together and drank heartily. Gao Wei finished his beer in one go, belching slightly before reaching for another. Qin Tianming, concerned, observed, "What troubles you so? Are you seeking solace in drink?" Gao Wei shook his head repeatedly, his demeanor forlorn. Xiao Lu dumped me for an older man, he lamented. Xiao Lu had been Gao Wei's girlfriend during university, their relationship having flourished to the point where they even contemplated marriage after graduation. Gao Wei downed another bottle of beer, raising his head as his eyes glistened with unshed tears. After graduating, Xiao Lu began working at a 5-star hotel, you know the type, surrounded by affluent individuals. She became involved with a wealthy older man, dismissing me for lacking ambition and financial stability. A flicker of anger surged within Qin Tianming as he empathized with his friend. Gao Wei was a decent person who had worked diligently post-graduation with the aspiration of marrying Xiao Lu, only to be thwarted by the harsh realities of life. Just as Qin Tianming was about to offer words of comfort, a middle-aged man adorned with a large gold chain and a protruding belly, exuding a rather unsavory aura, appeared beside their booth, draped over a young woman with a striking figure and scant attire. "Well, Xiao Lu, is this your ex-boyfriend? What a surprise to encounter him here." The middle-aged man's voice was grating, laced with a blatant contempt that he made no effort to disguise. Turning to look, Qin Tianming immediately recognized the young woman as Gao Wei's former girlfriend, Han Lu. The older man, clearly a wealthy suitor, had taken her under his wing. When enemies meet, tempers flare, especially when it concerns the resentment of a stolen spouse. Gao Wei, filled with rage, leapt to his feet, ready to strike. Qin Tianming quickly restrained him. asserting that sometimes teaching a lesson does not necessitate physical confrontation. Gao Wei, it is not worth your effort to engage with such a person. I expected you to tell me about the kind of man Xiao Lu had found. Yet this fellow seems old enough to be your father. Chapter 74. Avenge my good brother. Gao Wei, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, Tianming, let go of me. I will kill him today. His fury was palpable. And Qin Tianming promptly pressed him back onto the sofa. Leaning closer to Gao Wei, he whispered reassuringly, calm down. I will ensure that Xiao Lu regrets leaving you, and will make him pay. Gao Wei, observing the resolute tone and confident demeanor of Qin Tianming, harbored doubts. After all, what could a mere delivery man accomplish? Unbeknownst to Gao Wei, Qin Tianming's recent experiences had transformed him, and he was no longer just a courier. How pathetic. What business do you have pretending to be affluent in such an upscale bar? Han Lu regarded Gao Wei with disdain, her feelings of affection long extinguished. Qin Tianming managed to pacify Gao Wei for the moment, his face stern as he discreetly activated his enhanced vision. He quickly discerned that the gold chain adorning the middle-aged man's neck was merely a hollow facade. Han Lu sported an emerald bracelet that appeared entirely green on the surface, but its inferior quality was evident, revealing its true worth to be a mere couple thousand at best. The middle-aged man, exuding arrogance, glanced disdainfully at the alcohol on the table and scoffed. Coming to Miami to drink beer, yet unable to meet the minimum expenditure? Xiao Lu must have been blind to choose you. Fury surged within Qin Tianming, who longed to land a punch on a man's face. However, he conceived a more ingenious plan that did not require physical altercation. With a derisive snort, he retorted, Who do you think you are? What we drink has nothing to do with you. Close your foul mouth. The middle-aged man, brimming with contempt, replied, I feared you would embarrass yourselves, as the waiter is ignoring you. Thus, I kindly offered you a bottle of wine. He then beckoned the waiter and ordered, Bring them that half bottle of my $1,000 reserve. This was not an offer of generosity, but a blatant insult to Gao Wei. Qin Tianming mockingly countered, If you truly want to treat us, would it be with your half bottle of reserve? How amusing. The middle-aged man seemed unperturbed by the remarks, chuckling derisively. Paupers deserve only cheap wine. Try saying that again. Gao Wei erupted, unable to endure such humiliation, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Waiter, bring me that $12,800 bottle of Ace of Spades. In this bar, patrons typically paid up front before receiving their drinks. Without hesitation, Gao Wei produced his bank card to swipe. However, upon completion, he realized he had less than $2,000 remaining, unable to afford any more. Han Lu, fully aware of Gao Wei's financial situation, raised her wrist adorned with the bracelet and sneered, It's just a bottle of $1,000 wine. Once you buy it, you'll be broke. Look at this bracelet on my wrist. It could purchase 30 bottles. The middle-aged man chimed in, eagerly adding to the mockery, You with no money, pretending to be affluent, deserve to be poor for a lifetime. Qin Tianming felt an overwhelming urge to defend his good friend. With a grin, he chided, Old Gao, are you really only treating your brother to a single bottle of wine? After striking it rich, how could you be so stingy? Gao Wei stood there utterly baffled, staring blankly at Qin Tianming. With a playful blink, Qin Tianming reached into Gao Wei's pocket and swiftly produced a bank card. One bottle? Why not a whole case? I heard there are many colors in spades. Let us have a complete set. Qin Tianming proclaimed with grandiloquence, already instructing the waiter to charge the card before Gao Wei could comprehend the situation. Feigning confusion, he inquired, Brother Gao, the card's password is still the same, right? Gao Wei, still in a daze, nodded. He was uncertain of Qin Tianming's intentions, but understood that he could not voice any objections at that moment. A full set of spades costs 128,000. Can you all afford it? If you can't, what a disgrace it would be. A middle-aged man mocked with a sarcastic tone, while Han Lu regarded him with disdain. Ignoring the taunts, Qin Tianming took decisive action, entering the password and spending 128,888 yuan without a hint of regret. For him, avenging his brother was worth any sum, even one. 88 million. After the waiter completed the transaction, he glanced at the card balance and was momentarily stunned to discover it was nearly 20 million. He momentarily forgot to speak or proceed with the process. The card was approved? Han Lu exclaimed, astonished, her neck craning to get a better look. What are you waiting for? Bring the drinks. Qin Tianming urged impatiently. The waiter finally snapped back to reality, exclaiming, I apologize, sir, but I've never seen a card with 20 million before. All thanks to Brother Gao's prowess. He has truly struck it rich and will undoubtedly become a billionaire in the future. Qin Tianming laughed heartily, feigning the act of putting the card into Gao Wei's pocket. In truth, the card belonged to Qin Tianming, a clever ruse to elevate his friend's status. Upon hearing of the 20 million balance, both Gao Wei and Han Lu, along with the middle-aged man beside her, were rendered speechless. In the midst of her astonishment, Han Lu felt a pang of regret and quickly shook off the greasy man's arm, incredulously asking, Gao Wei, when did you become so wealthy? Old Gao has recently struck it rich, earning millions, but that no longer concerns you. Qin Tianming boasted, pulling Gao Wei closer as if to bask in the glory. Gao Wei, not foolish, quickly realized his friend was aiding him. Though he was unsure where Qin Tianming had acquired such wealth, he chose to play along, confidently stating, ever since we parted ways, my fortunes have turned, and I've struck it rich. Han Lu was left speechless, her emotions a tumultuous blend of disbelief and complexity. She had never anticipated that the man she left for money would suddenly become so affluent. The middle-aged man beside her, clearly skeptical, challenged, did you rob bank? How could one earn millions in just a few days? Admit it, you must have tipped that waiter handsomely to stage this charade. The server responsible for processing cards hastily denied, Sir, this gentleman indeed possesses wealth, but he did not request our cooperation. He is a millionaire, and spending tens of thousands is merely trivial. The middle-aged man's expression shifted to one of embarrassment at a loss for words. At that moment, a line of elegantly dressed beauties, each brandishing a bottle of Ace of Spades, glided towards the booth occupied by Qin Tianming and his companion. Their movements synchronized with pulsating music, exuding grace and allure. This spectacle carried a sense of ritual and captivated the attention of all patrons in the venue. Accompanying the ladies was a middle-aged man clad in a sharply tailored suit. The server promptly introduced, ladies and gentlemen, this is our manager Sue from Miami. Manager Sue smiled amicably, exchanged a few pleasantries, and raised a bottle of beer, downing it in one go to demonstrate sincerity. At that moment, the entire bar turned their gaze upon Qin Tianming and Gao Wei, who, under the collective enthusiasm, became the focal point of the evening. Chapter 75, Unmasking Hypocrisy. After the beauties placed the Ace of Spades on the table, they surrounded the booth, holding their glasses to propose a toast. Qin Tianming quickly intervened, stating, let us hold off on drinking for now. There are matters to address. Manager Sue appeared bewildered, glancing at the server for clarification. The server swiftly pulled Manager Sue aside and whispered a few words in his ear. Qin Tianming regarded Han Lu with disdain, saying, if you wish to find a wealthy man, you ought to seek a genuine one, not a pretender who could be your father. How pitiful. The greasy middle-aged man, infuriated, pointed a finger at Qin Tianming and bellowed, who do you think you are, spouting nonsense here? Qin Tianming smirked mockingly, replying coldly, you want me to expose you, don't you? Very well, fetch me a basin and fill it with these bottles of Ace of Spades. Although Manager Sue and the server were perplexed, they hurriedly brought over a basin, pouring in 2 bottles of Ace of Spades, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Instead of consuming the expensive liquor worth thousands per bottle, it was being poured into a basin. What kind of game was this? While Gao Wei felt a pang of regret, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction upon seeing Han Lu's expression of remorse. Qin Tianming stepped forward, confronting the greasy middle-aged man, and forcefully yanked the glaring gold chain from around his neck, tossing it into the basin. What are you doing? Are you attempting to rob me? Return my $1 million gold necklace. The middle-aged man shouted in rage, reaching out to reclaim it, only to be effortlessly blocked by Qin Tianming. As the crowd watched in confusion, the gold chain astonishingly floated within the basin. The chain, about the thickness of a pinky finger, should have sunk if it were genuine gold, yet it floated, clearly indicating it was a fake. Qin Tianming had already discerned its hollow nature, revealing that it was worth far less than the 2 bottles of Ace of Spades. Gao Wei, realizing the situation, taunted with satisfaction, I thought you were wealthy, wearing a fake gold chain? What a charade. The greasy middle-aged man, publicly exposed, felt his face flush red and pale in embarrassment. Fake. Han Lu gazed at the floating gold chain, her expression one of shock, just as she felt a sudden kick from behind. She gasped, hastily reaching out for the nearby table to find support. Alas, by a cruel twist of fate, her jade bracelet collided with the table, shattering into pieces. Oh, my precious bracelet worth hundreds of thousands. Han Lu shrieked, her heart heavy with anguish as she hurried to gather the remnants. That old man's gold chain is nothing but a sham. Would he truly bestow upon you a bracelet of such value? Wake up and discern the truth. Qin Tianming mocked, revealing that it was indeed his kick that caused the bracelet to shatter, exposing the deception. He feigned curiosity, leaning over to inspect the broken pieces, deridingly proclaiming, "This bracelet may appear dazzling at first glance, but inside it is nothing but trash, just like your character, entirely counterfeit. You claim it could purchase 20 or 30 bottles of Ace of Spades. How absurd. This trinket is worth at most 1,000. Perhaps it could buy a single bottle of Ace." The surrounding patrons, reveling in the spectacle, craned their necks to observe. Among them were those knowledgeable about Jade, who did not hide their disdain. The bracelet was clearly a forgery. Its surface shone green, yet the interior was filled with worthless cotton-like material. Even the untrained, I could distinguish its worth, barely 1,000. Ah, this gentleman boasted that his gold chain was worth millions, yet it is merely a ruse. How could he possibly gift a foolish woman a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands? Indeed, sporting a fake gold chain and a counterfeit bracelet while pretending to be affluent in Miami, a place teeming with the wealthy, was utterly shameful. Listening to the biting remarks from the crowd, the greasy middle-aged man felt humiliated, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. In a fit of rage, he abruptly retrieved his gold chain. Han Lu, realizing she had been deceived, indignantly questioned, "Wang Defa, is the bracelet you gave me truly fake?" The greasy middle-aged man stammered, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Qin Tianming and his companion, furiously declaring, "You brats dare to undermine me? I want to let you off the hook." With that, he picked up an empty wine bottle from the table and hurled it forcefully at Qin Tianming. Crash! The bottle struck the greasy man's head, shattering upon impact, leaving him with a scalp full of glass shards as he cried out in pain. To disturb esteemed guests in Miami is an act of audacity. Security, remove this ruffian. Manager Su, prioritizing the well-being of wealthy young men like Qin Tianming and Gao Wei, disregarded the middle-aged man's injuries. In no time, several burly security guards arrived, forcibly escorting the greasy man toward the exit. Along the way, numerous patrons whistled and jeered at him. The greasy man was consumed by rage and humiliation. Not only had he suffered a blow from the bottle, but his pride was shattered, leaving him with no face to show in Miami's nightlife. Damn it. To think I was deceived by that worthless fake bracelet. Han Lu, infuriated, hurled the broken pieces to the ground and stomped on them with her high heels. She had believed she had aligned herself with a wealthy man, only to discover he was a fraud, feeling as if she had been used for days. Yet deeper still, she regretted missing the chance with the genuinely affluent Gao Wei. Tears welled in her eyes, and with a reddened gaze, she looked toward him. Having seen through Han Lu's true nature, Gao Wei coldly snorted, a look of disdain etched upon his face as he retorted, "Cease your pretentious act. It sickens me. If you wish to die, then by all means go ahead." Han Lu was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Gao Wei had acquiesced to her every demand, always compliant. "My dear, I truly understand my mistakes. Shall we start anew? You yearn to marry me, don't you? Let's wed immediately. I vow to be your devoted bride." Gao Wei felt a wave of nausea as he coldly responded, "I have no desire to speak harshly, so leave at once. Do not disturb my enjoyment with my friends. Get rid of her, and bring in another beauty to keep my brother company." Qin Tianming also found the situation distasteful, waving his hand in annoyance. Two waitstaff hurriedly approached and forcibly escorted Han Lu away. The women from the ambience team cast disparaging glances at Han Lu, and one particularly striking beauty approached. Taking a seat beside Gao Wei, he wrapped an arm around her, deliberately flaunting his new companion to Han Lu, as if to say, "I have no shortage of women. I do not value you at all." Chapter 76, Wealth and Brotherhood. Han Lu, consumed by anger and the judgmental stares surrounding her, felt even her thick skin could not bear the humiliation any longer, and she stormed off in a huff. Manager Su, along with the waitstaff and security, dispersed, while several ladies from the ambience team contemplated remaining, only to be dismissed by Gao Wei. He had a plethora of thoughts he wished to share with Qin Tianming, but with outsiders present, some words remained unspoken. Once the coast was clear, Gao Wei eagerly inquired, "Tianming, you haven't resorted to bank robbery, have you? How have you come into such wealth? 20 million in your account has left me astounded." Qin Tianming chuckled lightly. "Stop your nonsense. I've changed careers. I'm now in the jade and antiques business, and fortune has favored me." Jade and antiques. Although Gao Wei had heard of these trades, he had never encountered them firsthand and remained skeptical. "You dabble in jade and antiques? Why didn't you mention this during our school days?" Qin Tianming feigned a teasing tone to cover up. "Back then, we were poor, and my mother was gravely ill. There was no money for such pursuits. Hence I never brought it up." Gao Wei was half convinced. However, the substantial sum in Qin Tianming's account, close to 20 million, was evident when he casually spent over 100,000 on a set of playing cards without a flicker of his eye. Clearly, He had indeed struck it rich. Is the antiquities and jade trade truly that lucrative? You must take me along. I aspire to amass wealth and no longer wish to be looked down upon. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianming readily agreed. Of course, we are good brothers. I will not forget you in my newfound fortune. Tomorrow, I will take you to the antique street. Let us seek our luck. Gao Wei felt a surge of gratitude. His brother from their bunk bed days was indeed reliable. He raised his glass, frequently toasting, eager to savor the taste of the playing cards. The two men drank until the early hours of the morning, intoxicated and reeking of alcohol as they departed Miami. Thanks to his enhanced physical constitution, Qin Tianming woke the next day, invigorated despite the previous night's indulgence. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock that he dialed Gao Wei's number to come pick him up. Although Gao Wei experienced a slight headache, he resolutely reminded himself of his intention to visit the antique street in pursuit of wealth, compelling himself to rise from his slumber. Having indulged excessively in drink the previous night, he had not taken note of the vehicle driven by Qin Tianming. It was only upon awakening that he discerned it was a luxurious Land Rover. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Wow, my friend, you have truly struck it rich. Driving a car worth several million." Qin Tianming replied with a casual smile, "It's merely a trifle. From now on, as you accompany me, I assure you will also drive luxury cars worth millions, become a millionaire, marry a beautiful heiress, and ascend to the pinnacle of life." Gao Wei, exhilarated and filled with dreams, nodded fervently. "All right, I shall rely on you from now on. Hold on, you need not depend on me in that manner. My sexual orientation is quite normal, and I have no interest in picking up soap," he quipped. The two friends bantered amiably as they drove towards the antique street. Qin Tianming intended to showcase his skills, allowing Gao Wei to earn a little and taste the sweetness of profit. He discreetly activated his X-ray vision, scanning the various stalls with keen interest. To profit from antiques, one must seize opportunities, rather than engage in legitimate trade. Gao Wei, trailing behind and glancing around, was a complete novice in antiques, filled with curiosity, perceiving everything as genuine. As Qin Tianming leisurely led the way, he suddenly halted, his attention captured by a small bronze cup emanating an aura of spiritual energy. The stall owner, a man in his 30s sporting a small mustache, was idly fanning himself while playing with a string of Bodhi beads, appearing quite bored. Qin Tianming crouched down, pointing at the bronze cup, and inquired, "How much for this piece?" This was a three-legged, double-eared bronze Jew cup, with the base supported by 3 feet, the body rounded, and a groove resembling a long tongue on one side, while the other side tapered, akin to a small boat. The Jew cup was an ancient vessel specifically designed for drinking, symbolizing the bestowal of titles and honors, typically reserved for high-ranking officials. The spiritual energy it radiated was not intense, suggesting it was an imitation from the Qin dynasty. Having recently immersed himself in antique knowledge, particularly regarding bronze artifacts, Qin Tianming formed an estimation in his mind. If this Jew cup were indeed from the Spring and Autumn or Warring States period, its value could surpass 10 million. However, as a Qin dynasty imitation, its worth would plummet, likely around 500,000. Notably, the cup was positioned at the edge of the stall, clearly undervalued, leading Qin Tianming to suspect that the owner was unaware of its true worth. The mustachioed stall owner chuckled, boasting, "Brother, this is no mere trinket. It is a precious antique I acquired from an old farmer in Qin province, a treasure from the Qin dynasty." Naturally, Qin Tianming dismissed the stall owner's fanciful claims with a smirk. "Do not speak such nonsense. Qin Jew cups rarely have double ears, and this one's ears are prominently elevated, with insufficient patina indicating it is a modern replica." The young man, slightly embarrassed, managed to smile. He had purchased the cup for 200, oblivious to its actual era. Yet, those who set up stalls like his were aware that as long as it was a bronze artifact, associating it with the Spring and Autumn or Warring States period or Qin province would likely not lead one astray. He had initially hoped to profit handsomely from this Jew cup, but to his surprise, Qin Tianming, though young, was well-informed and not easily deceived. "Since you have seen through it, I shall not waste words. This is indeed a replica of antiquity. However, whether it be the form of this vessel or the patina of the bronze, everything appears indistinguishable from the genuine article, and it can certainly deceive. I have yet to open for business today, seeking merely a good omen. I ask for no more than 10,000 for it." Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow and said coldly, 10,000? You dare ask for that sum after I have uncovered your ruse? You are truly bold. My bottom line is 1,000. The small bearded vendor instantly adopted a pained expression, his face contorted in discomfort, yet internally, he was elated. A genuine transaction involves negotiation. Those who inquire without bargaining are certainly not sincere buyers. Nevertheless, he feigned reluctance and replied, "Brother, your haggling is rather ruthless. I acquired this goblet for far more than 1,000. Are you asking me to incur a loss? Is that so?" Qin Tianming suddenly stood up, employing a tactic of feigned withdrawal. "It seems you are not genuinely willing to sell. Then I shall not purchase it. Such counterfeit bronze wares are plentiful at street stalls. Let's take our leave." Upon hearing this, he gestured to Gao Wei, preparing to depart. Wait, do not rush off, brother. Add a bit more. Surely, you can allow me a modest profit of 100 or 2. The small bearded vendor hastily intervened, for even at a selling price of 1,000, he would still pocket 800. If he let the customer walk away, he would earn nothing at all. Even at 1,000, you stand a profit. If you truly do not wish to buy, I could haggle down to 500. Do you believe me? 1,000 is my absolute limit. Seeing no room for negotiation, the vendor begrudgingly conceded. Very well, for the sake of opening business, I shall not seek profit. I will sell it to you for 1,000. With that, he picked up the goblet and handed it to Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming patted his pockets, slightly furrowing his brow. He turned to Gao Wei and said, "I left my phone in the car. Could you cover the payment for now?" Without hesitation, Gao Wei pulled out his phone and made the payment. Upon receiving the money, the small bearded vendor's demeanor transformed into one of joy. Having acquired it for 200 and selling it for 500 had made him quite happy. In the world of antiques, the rule is that money and goods must be exchanged without returns, even if one makes a mistake in judgment. Certainly, if you sell at a high price, I will not seek a refund. The vendor appeared anxious, as if fearing that Qin Tianming might change his mind, and he remarked, "I trust you understand the rules. Otherwise, would you be buying this goblet?" Qin Tianming chuckled softly and shook his head. "If I were unaware of the rules, would I purchase your goblet?" With that, he turned and left with Gao Wei. Once they were distanced from the stall, Gao Wei quietly inquired, "Tianming, this bronze cup surely isn't a genuine artifact from the Qin dynasty, is it? Did you strike a remarkable deal?" Having been classmates with Qin Tianming, he knew him well enough to realize that he would not spend 1,000 on a mere trinket. Qin Tianming smiled and replied, "What are you thinking? Genuine antiques from the Qin era are not easily found. This goblet is a Qin dynasty replica, valued at no less than 500,000. We have made a tidy profit. As it was his money that was spent, Qin Tianming had orchestrated the situation such that they would evenly split the earnings once sold. 500,000, and you consider a modest gain?" Gao Wei was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment, scarcely able to believe what he had just heard. "In such a short span of time, we have made 500,000? The initial investment was merely 1,000. Qin Tianming chuckled softly, patting Gao Wei on the shoulder. "No need for such alarm. Our path to fortune has only just begun, and numerous opportunities for substantial gains lie ahead. However, to seize such chances requires not only keen insight, but also a stroke of luck, which is not always at hand. I have been contemplating other avenues within the antique trade." Qin Tianming had already considered this matter. Assisting Gao Wei in uncovering hidden treasures could only provide temporary relief, not a lasting solution. He needed to arrange for Gao Wei to engage in a more sustainable business. Gao Wei nodded in admiration, acknowledging that the pursuit of antiques demanded exceptional discernment, with countless pitfalls awaiting the unwary. It would be far more prudent to engage in a more stable trade. Moreover, as a novice in the antique world, he lacked the acumen required for such endeavors and could not help but inquire, "Do you have any ideas?" Qin Tianming, having formulated a plan, gestured towards a tea house situated outside the antique street. A tea house? Gao Wei pondered, as he had little familiarity with that industry. In his mind, it seemed unlikely that anyone would casually visit a tea house without purpose. As Qin Tianming spoke, he led Gao Wei directly to Jufu Lu, the largest tea house outside the antique street, bustling with patrons. He intended for Gao Wei to witness the underlying profitability of such establishments. Regrettably, upon arrival, they discovered Jufu Lu teeming with customers at noon, leaving Qin Tianming no choice but to guide Gao Wei to the adjacent Yinlai Tea House. In scale and popularity, Yinlai Tea House paled in comparison to Jufu Lu. The two-story establishment was only partially occupied on the first floor, while the second floor was notably sparse, with 7 or 8 of the 10 tables left unoccupied. Ascending to the second floor, Qin Tianming and Gao Wei settled at an empty table by the window. After placing an order for tea and snacks, Qin Tianming remarked on his need to visit the restroom and excused himself. Left to his own devices, Gao Wei began to survey the layout of the tea house when he noticed a young man and woman seated at a nearby table. Their expressions were decidedly grim. clearly harboring pent-up frustration. The young man lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, abruptly slamming his palm on the table. Lou, I'm telling you, sell that copper coin and pay me back. His agitation was palpable, and he cursed vehemently. The young woman, refusing to be cowed, retorted angrily, Lee, you can go to hell. I will not pay your gambling debts again. If you want repayment, sell yourself, not my copper coin. All eyes on the second floor, including Gao Wei's, were drawn to the escalating confrontation. The young man, incensed by the woman's words, rose abruptly, striking her across the face. You want to sell it? Huh, fine, I'll make sure you regret it. As he spoke, he violently grabbed her hair and hurled her away. With a piercing scream, the young woman stumbled and fell, landing against Gao Wei. Are you all right? Gao Wei instinctively offered assistance, witnessing the young woman being struck. Her pitiable and delicate demeanor igniting an overwhelming sense of justice within him. After all, this young lady had committed no wrongdoing, yet was being coerced by a man to peddle items and repay gambling debts. He was truly a scoundrel. Damn it. My wife is not someone you can lay your hands on. Don't take advantage of the situation. The youth stepped forward, accompanied by Gao Wei, and began to curse angrily. Gao Wei's temper flared, and he rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively behind the young woman, and coldly remarked, You strike a woman and yet dare to act righteous? That is rather excessive. The youth, puffing up in arrogance, barked, Get lost. Don't play the good Samaritan. I'm disciplining my wife. What does that have to do with you? Gao Wei scoffed disdainfully. What does it have to do with me? Is it wrong to stand up against injustice? I detest people like you. Hurry and get out, or my fists will not remain idle. The youth, merely a fa of strength, found himself at a loss against Gao Wei's imposing stature. He turned his threats towards the young woman instead. In a fit of frustration, the youth spat out a few harsh words before storming away. The young woman, suddenly collapsing into a chair, wrapped her arms around Gao Wei and sobbed uncontrollably. Gao Wei, still reeling for being kicked by his girlfriend moments prior, felt an unexpected flutter in his heart. There, do not cry. Everyone encounters scum at some point. Gradually, her tears subsided to soft sobs, and she released Gao Wei, wiping her eyes. Thank you. Had it not been for you, he might have truly beaten me to death. Chapter 78. A Good Brother Deceived. Gao Wei, slightly embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively and said, It's nothing. Anyone else in this situation would surely have helped you. The young woman let out a deep sigh and retrieved a copper coin from her pocket. It is all because of this coin that my family has fallen into such dire straits. Gao Wei glanced at the tarnished coin, puzzled. His knowledge of antiques was limited, and he was unaware of its value. However, recalling the youth's fervent desire to seize it, he surmised its worth must be significant. Brother, you are so kind. How about I sell this coin to you? The young woman suddenly lifted her head, her gaze resolute. If it remains in my possession, I fear one day my husband may truly kill me. As she spoke, tears began to well once more in her eyes. Gao Wei paused, looking at the coin and then back at the young woman, and his heart softened inexplicably. How much do you intend to sell it for? After a night of spending at the bar, Gao Wei's bank account held only a little over 2,000. Before accompanying Qin Tianming to seek bargains, he had called his parents to request 50,000. We had an expert appraise it. This is a copper coin from the third year of the Qing Xiantong era, valued just over 50,000. You are a good person, and I want to ensure you profit. I won't ask for much. Just 3,000 will suffice. The young woman expressed her gratitude earnestly. Gao Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him, and with a quick sale, he could make a tidy profit of 2,000. Although it may seem somewhat insignificant compared to the valuable 50,000 yuan goblet that Qin Tianming stumbled upon, it still holds the potential for profit. The price appears reasonable. However, I would kindly ask you to wait a moment. Gao Wei is not devoid of intelligence, though he believes that based solely on the recent performance of the young man, he can confidently ascertain that this copper coin must undoubtedly be genuine. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, he decides to conduct a search online. Before long, he discovers a photograph of a 10-cent copper coin from the third year of the Xiantong era. Upon meticulous comparison, it matches the coin before him perfectly. How much are you asking for this 10-cent copper coin from the third year of Xiantong? Suddenly, an elderly man's voice breaks the silence, tinged with excitement. The young woman turns to see a gray-clad elder approaching and inquires, 30,000. Why? 30,000. The gray-clad elder exclaims, clearly taken aback. He quickly adds, in that case, I shall offer you 40,000. Sell it to me. Gao Wei's heart races with anxiety. The young woman is in dire need of money, and he fears she might acquiesce to the elder's offer for a higher price. The elder's intervention only reinforces Gao Wei's conviction that the coin is indeed authentic, prompting him to consider acquiring it himself. However, the young woman, demonstrating her gratitude, firmly shakes her head upon hearing the elder's offer. I'm sorry, but I will not sell it. I've already promised to sell it to this gentleman for 30,000. Alas, what a pity. This coin is worth at least 50,000. It seems fate has eluded me. The gray-clad elder laments, shaking his head as he departs in disappointment. Gao Wei breathes a sigh of relief, yet he recognizes the young woman's loyalty and refrains from taking advantage of her predicament. Beautiful lady, how about this? I want to take too much advantage of you. Following the elder's offer, I shall give you 40,000, he proposes. The young woman is momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by Gao Wei's willingness to increase the price. You truly are a kind-hearted person, she beams with a smile. Thank you so much. With that, she rises and bows deeply to Gao Wei. Gao Wei hastily waves his hand, requesting her contact information so he can transfer her the money and finalize the transaction. The young woman expresses her gratitude once more, then hastily departs under the pretense of other commitments. Gao Wei shakes his head, cheerfully recounting the events that just transpired while proudly presenting the 10-cent copper coin from the third year of Xiantong. Qin Tianming activates his X-ray vision, scanning the coin and discovering it possesses not a hint of spiritual energy, revealing it to be a counterfeit. Ah, Gao Wei, how should I express my disappointment? The coin is a forgery. You have fallen into their trap. Qin Tianming feels a sense of frustration and immediately looks toward the direction the young woman had just taken. Utilizing his X-ray vision to peer through obstacles, he observes the young woman glancing around as she descends the stairs, heading straight for an office behind the tea house. Inside the office, two young men and a gray-clad elder await her arrival, their faces lighting up with smiles as she enters. Qin Tianming recognizes one of the young men, who sports a comb-over, as the son of the tea house owner. The young woman animatedly recounts her story while retrieving her phone, seemingly preparing to make a transfer. Subsequently, the proprietor's son, brimming with pride, retrieved 3 stacks of cash from the drawer and handed them to the other 3 individuals. Qin Tianming, utilizing his X-ray vision, could only perceive the general scene. He could not hear the conversation among the 4, but it was evident they were dividing money, unmistakably a collusion. The tea house's practice of deceiving customers with counterfeit antiques was egregious, akin to a black market operation, which explained their lackluster business performance. Gao Wei stood there momentarily dazed, bewilderedly inquiring, what trap? Qin Tianming sighed in exasperation. After all, Gao Wei was a novice, oblivious to the depths of the antique trade and the cunning of con artists, which was somewhat understandable. However, the fact that his good friend had been duped ignited a determination within him to retaliate. As he pondered, Qin Tianming's gaze fell upon a finely crafted goblet on the table, its design strikingly reminiscent of those from the spring and autumn periods. Upon this realization, an idea began to form. He turned to Gao Wei, offering reassurance. Do not be upset about being deceived. Watch how I seek retribution for you, no matter what transpires. You must remain silent and feign ignorance of the deceit. Although Gao Wei was uncertain of Qin Tianming's intentions, he trusted that his friend had a plan. Qin Tianming nodded, inhaled deeply, and called out, Waiter, bring your boss to me. A waiter approached cautiously, inquiring, Sir, is there something wrong? Are you dissatisfied with our service? Qin Tianming feigned arrogance, scoffing lightly. Dissatisfied with your service? I'm here to negotiate a significant business transaction with your boss. Stop wasting time and fetch him immediately. Chapter 79, A Lucrative Business Deal. A significant transaction? The Yunlai Tea House, besides serving tea, also engaged in the trade of antiques, with the owner occasionally purchasing items of interest. The waiter, familiar with the protocol, nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Sir, please hold on a moment. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qian, the owner's son, approached Qin Tianming and Gao Wei. With a beaming smile, he was unaware of the fraudulent scheme, hence oblivious to Gao Wei being the victim. Sir, I manage the tea house. May I inquire what brings you to me? Wang Qian appeared quite humble. As the actual manager of the establishment, he was obliged to be courteous to patrons. Qin Tianming regarded Wang Qian with disdain, spitting out a mouthful of tea leaves, clearly unimpressed. Do you even comprehend what constitutes a significant transaction? Are you qualified? Can you authorize a deal worth 20 to 30 million? Wang Qian was momentarily taken aback, though anger simmered within him. The mention of a transaction of such magnitude made him realize it was beyond his authority. Yet, perhaps due to habitual deceit, he remained cautious when faced with such matters. Sir, may I ask what item you wish to sell? Something valued at 20 to 30 million. Could I perhaps examine it first? Qin Tianming let out a cold snort, his expression as impassive as ever. I require the true owner of the tea house, not you. If sincerity is lacking, we shall take our leave. With that, he grasped the goblet from the table and rose to depart. At this moment, Wang Qian finally noticed the three-legged, double-handled wine cup. The bronze patina and the ancient, rustic design stirred a wave of excitement within him. Observing that Qin Tianming was genuinely angry and about to leave, Wang Qian hurriedly intervened. Sir, please don't be hasty. I simply overlooked this exquisite cup. Just a moment, and I will summon my father. Qin Tianming scoffed, visibly displeased, and replied, Make it quick. I'll give your old man half an hour. If he doesn't arrive by then, I'll head over to Jufilu across the street. Wang Qian nodded repeatedly and swiftly called his father, then stayed close to Qin Tianming, feigning casual curiosity. Brother, Jufilu is much larger than our shop. If you have valuable antiques, why not sell them there? Qin Tianming looked at Wang Qian as if he were foolish. Are you really that naive? Don't you understand that larger stores often take advantage of customers? Selling here allows me to earn more, which benefits you as well. If I go to Jufilu, not only will I make less, but you won't profit either. Wang Qian managed an awkward smile, inwardly cursing, yet he maintained his composure. Soon, a portly middle-aged man arrived. Wang Qian's father, Wang Wen, the proprietor of Yunlai Tea House, who has a significant deal to discuss. Wang Wen inquired, following the waiter to the second floor. Wang Qian quickly approached to introduce them. Is this the one? Wang Wen's gaze fell upon Qin Tianming, his tone laced with skepticism, seemingly doubtful that such a young man could be involved in a transaction worth tens of millions. Feigning bravado, Qin Tianming responded, What? You don't believe me? Let's take a look at the goods. Wang Wen chuckled lightly, settling at the tea table, his eyes gleaming as they fell upon the wine cup. Internally, he marveled at his good fortune in encountering such a treasure. However, he maintained a calm demeanor, inquiring softly, Is this cup the treasure you mentioned? Qin Tianming nodded, his expression brimming with confidence. What? Is it not to your liking? May I handle it for a closer inspection? Authenticating antiques requires examination, regardless of your skills. One must touch and assess them first. Qin Tianming explained, cautioning, Let us be careful. Please don't damage my treasure. Wang Wen raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied. If he allowed Qin Tianming to handle it, he should trust in his expertise. It was customary. Wang Wen pondered that if the cup were genuine, he would need to negotiate a lower price. He deliberated, gently lifting the cup for a meticulous examination. Qin Tianming appeared relaxed, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, Gao Wei's heart raced in his throat, knowing the true value of the cup and fearing that Wang Wen might discern it. Wang Wen scrutinized the cup for an extended period, observing it from various angles, even rubbing off a bit of the patina before bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Finally, he placed the cup back on the table with an impassive expression. Qin Tianming picked up a teacup, leisurely sipping, and with a cheerful grin asked, Mr. Wang, what do you think? You've never seen such a fine treasure before, have you? Wang Wen chuckled casually, lifting his teacup and taking a deep sip, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous waves of excitement rising within him. Having navigated the antiquities world for many years, it was his first encounter with such an exquisitely crafted and remarkably preserved bronze goblet. He had meticulously examined it, confirming its authenticity. If he was not mistaken, it must have originated from the late Warring States period, with a value not less than 30 million. With this thought, Wang Wen felt another surge of exhilaration, yet he was uncertain about the price this young man would ask and whether there was a profit to be made. As he pondered, Wang Wen feigned an air of profundity, saying, Never seen one like it? I've been in the antiquities business for over 20 years. What treasures have I not encountered? Let us skip the preliminaries, just state your price. A glimmer of joy sparked in Qin Tianming's heart. It seemed the artisan who had replicated this goblet possessed considerable skill, successfully deceiving Wang Wen. After a moment's contemplation, he boldly declared, a flat price, 28 million. Upon hearing this offer, Gao Wei, who stood by, trembled slightly with his teacup in hand, inwardly marveling at Qin Tianming's audacity. He dared to demand such a sum. Did this lad truly understand the market? Wang Wen was taken aback. Qin Tianming's asking price exceeded his expectations and was exceedingly high. Observing the youth's apparent inexperience when he first examined the piece, he had assumed he would be less precise with his valuation. Yet the figure was nearly in line with his own estimate of 30 million. A few days ago, I attended an auction where a goblet of superior quality and older provenance fetched only 25 million. How does your piece compare? As he spoke, Wang Wen discreetly glanced at Qin Tianming. Noticing Wang Wen's furtive gaze, Qin Tianming feigned annoyance as if caught off guard. hoping to mislead Wang Wen. Chapter 80. The Tea House Acquired. When Wang Wen observed Qin Tianming's expression, he was elated and seized the moment. Even if I were to sell it, at most it would fetch 20 million. I must ensure a profit, so I can offer you 18 million. That is my final bid. Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, as if deep in thought. After a long pause, he reluctantly inquired, "Do you truly wish to acquire my goblet?" Wang Wen's heart swelled with joy. It seemed the young man was indeed hooked, and there was potential here. With a resolute demeanor, he replied, "What else could it be? If I weren't interested, why would I engage in such dialogue? You aren't playing games with me, are you? You do intend to sell, right?" Qin Tianming quickly waved his hands, assuring no. "No, I certainly wish to sell. Before coming here, I consulted a professor from Zhonghai University who appraised it at 23 million. However, he couldn't muster that amount, so I didn't sell." Wang Wen scrutinized Qin Tianming, his skepticism waning as he sensed sincerity. He continued to weave his persuasive narrative. "You cannot trust a professor's appraisal. They inflate values without the intent to purchase. But I am different. I am genuinely prepared to pay. Allow me to share a heartfelt sentiment with you. In the realm of commerce, my investment is driven by the intent to profit. The price of 18 million is indeed substantial, offering you the chance to amass wealth and secure a prosperous future without financial worries. However, my expenditure at such a high price entails the challenge of locating a buyer. If I fail in this endeavor, I risk being burdened by the acquisition. Ultimately, even if it holds a value of 100 million, it would be of no use if it cannot be converted into cash." Qin Tianming was acutely aware of the true worth of the goblet, and selling it for 18 million was already a remarkable achievement, fulfilling his objective. He feigned reluctance, stating, "You make a valid point. There is indeed a discrepancy between the estimated value and the actual transaction price. I shall sell it to you for 18 million, albeit at a slight loss." Upon hearing Qin Tianming's agreement, Wang Wen was nearly overcome with excitement, exclaiming, "That's the spirit. You stand to gain, and I do as well. It's a win-win for us both." However, he swiftly changed his tone, adding, "That said, I currently lack the necessary cash." Qin Tianming's expression darkened. He had intended to exact a measure of revenge on the tea house owner. But now he was confronted with an old fox attempting to make a deal without any capital. As he surveyed the tea house, a sudden idea flickered in his mind. Yet he maintained a facade of outrage, retorting, "You have no money, yet you waste my time with idle chatter?" After this outburst, Qin Tianming seized the goblet and, pulling Gao Wei along, declared, "Let us depart. I did not anticipate encountering another swindler." Wang Wen's face flushed with embarrassment, but his thick skin allowed him to brush it off. "Do not be hasty, my young friend. While I may not possess sufficient cash, I do have antiques. Would you consider a trade?" Qin Tianming decisively waved his hand in refusal. "No, I cannot ascertain the worth of your antiques, unless you are willing to pledge part of the tea house for cash." "The tea house?" Wang Wen pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and stating, "The land beneath the tea house is mine. The 2 floors encompass over 200 square meters, and it could easily be worth around 15 million. I can additionally provide you with 3 million in cash. How does that sound?" Initially, Qin Tianming had aimed to acquire the operational rights of the tea house, but he had not anticipated this unexpected benefit. The land was indeed part of the Wang family's holdings, allowing Gao Wei to manage the tea house for a lifetime without issue. Although Qin Tianming felt elated internally, he maintained a facade of anger, skeptically questioning, "How can I be certain that this land truly belongs to you and hold a value of 15 million? In response to Qin Tianming's doubts, Wang Qian, standing nearby, expressed his displeasure, retorting, "Not merely 15 million. A couple of months ago, a businessman was willing to purchase it for 20 million. Qin Tianming remained composed. Were it not for the fear of raising Wang Wen's suspicions, he would have leapt for joy. He feigned hesitation, taking his time before finally agreeing, "Very well. Let us proceed as you propose, 3 million in cash, along with the tea house and the land. You must provide the property deed and ensure all documentation is properly established." Wang Wen, overjoyed, clapped his hands in delight, quickly sending his son Wang Qian to attend to the necessary arrangements. Both parties established an agreement, stipulating that within 3 days, Wang Wen would provide Qin Tianming with 15 million in cash. Should he fail to meet this deadline, the ownership of the tea house would transfer to Qin Tianming. As Wang Wen affixed his signature and seal, a fleeting cold smile crossed Qin Tianming's face, unnoticed by the others present. Soon after, Qin Tianming also signed and sealed the documents, creating 2 copies for safekeeping. Fearing that Qin Tianming might reconsider, Wang Wen hastily transferred 3 million to him. At this moment, Qin Tianming's demeanor grew resolute. Boss Wang, now that we have signed, let's abide by the agreement. For the next 3 days, this tea house is mine. You and your son should leave for a few days. After all, your subordinates might not heed my commands. It was merely 3 days, and Wang Wen felt no apprehension, agreeing without a second thought. He then left, accompanied by Wang Qian and the coveted goblet, reveling in his newfound fortune. Gao Wei, who had been rendered speechless in shock, finally exhaled deeply, his back drenched in sweat. Even in an air-conditioned room, his anxiety was palpable. Is this tea house really ours? He stammered, struggling to articulate his excitement. After sipping some tea, he endeavored to suppress his exhilaration. Qin Tianming remained calm and smiled, responding, "This is merely tit for tat. After all, they deceived you." He had no concerns about future repercussions, advising, "Ensure that all surveillance footage of the tea house is preserved, particularly the incident of your deception today. It may prove useful." Gao Wei nodded and hurried off to secure the footage. Alone on the second floor, Qin Tianming leisurely sipped his tea, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief after Gao Wei departed. In truth, he too felt a twinge of anxiety. Having outmaneuvered Wang Wen for 18 million was no small feat, even in his legitimate dealings with antiques. He had never earned such a sum. He anticipated that once Wang Wen discovered the true value of the goblet, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus he needed to prepare meticulously. Chapter 81. Dog bites dog. Time flew by, and soon was the next day. Qin Tianming drove to pick up Gao Wei, arriving at Yunlai Tea House, anticipating trouble from the Wang family and lying in wait. Around 10 o'clock, while Qin Tianming was growing increasingly bored, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number, yet local to Zhonghai. Without further contemplation, he answered. On the other end, a melodious female voice inquired, "May I speak with Mr. Qin Tianming?" Qin Tianming acknowledged with a simple yes, and asked, "What can I do for you?" The woman quickly replied, "I apologize for disturbing you, Mr. Qin. I received your contact from Mr. Zhang Yin, who mentioned you could treat evil ailments. I would like to request your assistance." Evil ailments? Qin Tianming pondered, immediately piecing together that this must pertain to Jin Bao. Considering the time elapsed since Jin Bao acquired that malevolent high ancient jade ring, it had been 4 to 5 days, and he surmised that health issues were likely to arise. The woman fell silent for a moment, uncertain of how to proceed. Finally, after a brief pause, she spoke humbly, "Mr. Qin, you must have conditions for your assistance. Whatever you require, we will comply, provided you can cure the illness." Qin Tianming chuckled lightly, teasingly remarking, "Without seeing the person, how can I ascertain the severity of the ailment or provide treatment? Bring them over first. I shall wait at the Yunlai Tea House near the Antique Street for no more than half an hour. If you miss that window, you may seek a more capable practitioner." With that, he hung up before the woman on the other end could respond. After a brief interval, instead of the patient he anticipated, he was met by Wang Wen. "I apologize, everyone, but the Yunlai Tea House is closed today. You may all resume your own affairs," Wang Wen declared, his tone brimming with ire as he entered the tea house. Accompanied by Wang Qian and a dozen young men, their presence imposing. The few patrons present, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly exited, not daring to linger. The young men swiftly shut the door, clearly intent on preventing Qin Tianming's escape. "Ah, has Boss Wang come to reclaim his debts?" Qin Tianming feigned ignorance, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Beside him, Gao Wei grew tense, apprehensive that Qin Tianming might falter under pressure and face dire consequences. Repay? Not a chance. Wang Wen seethed, gritting his teeth as he strode forward and slammed a ceremonial cup onto the table, producing 2 soft thuds. Qin Tianming pretended to be taken aback, querying, "Boss Wang, what is the meaning of this? Such a treasure, valued in the millions, cannot withstand such treatment." Wang Wen's fury escalated, his face turning a deep shade of anger as he raised his hand, ready to strike Qin Tianming, even without his clairvoyance. Qin Tianming easily evaded the blow with a swift sidestep. "What is your intent, Mr. Wang?" Qin Tianming's expression darkened, though he concealed his awareness of the situation. Wang Wen, his features contorted with rage, retorted, "I demand an explanation. This cup is clearly a poor imitation, yet you sold it to me for 18 million, and now you question my intent?" He continued, "You were the one insistent on purchasing the cup. I did not coerce you, and the price was mutually agreed upon. In the antiquities world, it is understood that whether an item is misjudged or discovered a bargain, one cannot seek a refund. Do you not comprehend the rules?" Unfazed, Qin Tianming stood his ground, asserting, "Wang Wen, cease your empty threats. You have deceived me with counterfeit goods. You must provide a satisfactory resolution, or I shall not let this matter rest. Wang Wen's frustration boiled over as he cast a fleeting glance at the copper coins, his focus unwavering as he continued to shout, "Stop with the nonsense. What will you do about the cup?" Having prided himself on his experience in the antiquities business for years, he could not fathom that a mere cup would lead to a loss nearing 20 million. The bitterness of this indignation was unbearable. At that moment, the previously closed door was suddenly knocked upon with a resounding thud. "Mr. Qin, are you there?" A woman's voice called from outside. Qin Tianming recognized the voice. It belonged to the woman who had called him earlier. With a stern expression, he instructed Gao Wei with a glance, "Go and open the door." Gao Wei hurriedly complied, believing that reinforcements summoned by Qin Tianming had arrived. A woman of approximately 30 years, impeccably attired in a professional suit and exuding an air of competence, stood outside the door, accompanied by Lu Zina, an acquaintance of Qin Tianming. Behind them, a group of young individuals formed a tight circle around Jin Bao, who lay on a stretcher, ensuring he remained hidden from prying eyes. Lu Zina quickly scanned the tea house before leaning closer to the professional woman, whispering a few words. The elegantly dressed woman stepped inside, striding directly towards Qin Tianming, and courteously addressed him. "Mr. Qin, I am Jin Bao's sister, Jin Ju. I kindly ask for your assistance in assessing Jin Bao's condition. If you can heal him, we will comply with any request you may have." However, before Qin Tianming could respond, Wang Wen, unable to contain himself, barked, "Who do you think you are, not understanding the order of things? Step aside. Can't you see we are in the midst of a matter?" Jin Ju furrowed her brow, suppressing her anger, and replied, "Boss Wang, perhaps you do not recognize me? I have no need to know you. Get out of here. Today, Qin Tianming cannot leave without compensating me 20 million. Wang Wen retorted, his demeanor menacing. Jin Ju's expression shifted dramatically, her eyebrows knitted in concern and frustration. As Jin Bao's sister, her foremost worry was her brother's health, rendering her indifferent to others' affairs. She commanded, "Bring them out." The young men, who had initially lingered outside, swiftly surged into the Yunlai tea house. Wang Wen's entourage consisted merely of relatives, his own nephews and friends of his son, intending to intimidate Qin Tianming. In contrast, Jin Ju's companions were seasoned bodyguards, radiating confidence and readiness for action. As tensions escalated towards confrontation, Qin Tianming found amusement in the unfolding scene, relishing the spectacle of conflict. Chapter 82, Resolving the Dispute. Wang Wen, realizing the potential embarrassment of being ousted without receiving any money, shouted in fury, "This tea house belongs to me. How dare you expel me? It's outrageous. Attack. Even if we have to destroy the tea house, so be it." Both parties, numbering over 20 individuals, surged forward, clashing violently. Qin Tianming, pulling Gao Wei back with a smile, enjoyed the unfolding drama. "Tianming, these aren't your hired help, are they?" Gao Wei inquired quietly. Qin Tianming shook his head, gesturing toward Jin Bao being carried by two men, and explained, "That fellow harbors a grudge against me. I've dealt with him before." "Your enemy?" Gao Wei expressed astonishment and concern. "One tea this put you at a disadvantage? And what about the matter with the Jubii? Can you handle it properly?" "Rest assured, I have a strategy. Just watch," Qin Tianming replied calmly. While the two conversed, the skirmish reached its conclusion. Unsurprisingly, Jin Ju's professional bodyguards swiftly subdued Wang Wen's men, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Tables and chairs were overturned, creating a scene of chaos. "Leave at once. Do not waste my time," Jin Ju commanded with authority. "This tea house is mine. By what right do you expel me? Do not take me for a fool." Wang Wen's face turned ashen, his anger palpable. "Do not rush off just yet. I still have words to share." At that moment, Qin Tianming interjected, "Boss Wang, have you clarified the origin of the copper coin?" Wang Wen, exasperated, retorted, "It is plainly a counterfeit. Spare me your nonsense about worthless copper coins. Refund me the 3 million for the Jade Cup and return my mortgaged tea house at once." Qin Tianming interrupted, "We shall discuss the Jade Cup shortly. This copper coin was purchased by my brother from someone your son instructed for the sum of 40,000. In your business dealings, you disregard the rules, pilfering within the tea house, deceiving with counterfeit goods, and yet you have the audacity to question me?" Unbeknownst to Wang Wen, his son Wang Qian had engaged in deceitful practices at the tea house. Turning to his son, Wang Wen sought an explanation. Wang Qian promptly denied any wrongdoing, cursing, "Don't you dare slander me to divert attention. Refund the money and the tea house, or I will sue you for fraud and ensure you spend a lifetime in prison." Qin Tianming retorted with fervor, "The real fraud is you. I have obtained the surveillance footage from the tea house. There are 4 of you involved in this conspiracy. It is you who will find yourselves behind bars when I report this. I personally gathered the evidence of your collusion to defraud me. I should be the one calling the authorities. Gao Wei, equally incensed, shouted, brandishing his phone. Upon hearing of the surveillance, Wang Qian's confidence waned. In his excitement over what he believed to be a financial windfall, he had completely forgotten about the cameras. Wang Wen's expression darkened as realization dawned. His son Wang Qian had deceived Qin Tianming's friend, prompting Qin Tianming's retaliation. Yet compared to the 18 million at stake, the 40,000 his son had conned was trivial. So you deliberately used a counterfeit jade cup to deceive me. Let us return each other's money and absolve ourselves of responsibility. We shall consider this matter settled. One absurd notion. In the antiques trade, there is no such thing as refunds. Qin Tianming scoffed, his expression one of disdain. My jade cup is authentic. And you accepted the price of 18 million without dispute. There is no fraud here. Feel free to file a complaint. However, your son is indeed guilty of fraud. Should my brother report him, he can expect to serve time. The antiques trade demands keen discernment. Purchasing a counterfeit is simply a failure of judgment, and there are no refund policies in place. Moreover, though Qin Tianming's jade cup is a Qin dynasty imitation, it is indeed an antique and not a counterfeit. He has no fear of reporting this to the authorities. How audacious! You are overstepping. Qin Tianming's demeanor shifted as he turned to Jin Zhu. Miss Jin, if you wish for me to treat Jin Bao, you must have these 2 unruly dogs removed. Send them as far away as possible. Impatiently awaiting this moment, Jin Zhu commanded, quickly remove them. A group of bodyguards surged forward, forcibly ejecting Wang Wen and his son Wang Qian from the tea house. Those whom Wang Wen had brought along had already received a beating and dared not speak, retreating in disgrace. Witnessing this spectacle, Gao Wei silently admired Qin Tianming's cunning, realizing he had deftly turned his adversary's actions against them. Yet, when had Qin Tianming ever learned to treat illnesses? He had never mentioned it before. Gao Wei's mind raced with questions, though he hesitated to voice them. Jin Zhu, however, was unconcerned with Wang Wen and his son. Her expression was urgent as she implored. Mr. Qin, it is time for you to attend to my brother's ailment, is it not? Qin Tianming spoke with a hint of indifference. Jin Bao previously clashed with me and even sought others to teach me a lesson. His request for me to treat him cannot be dismissed with mere words. Prior to this encounter, Jin Zhu had investigated Qin Tianming and was aware of the conflict between him and Jin Bao. However, given her current predicament, she found herself compelled to humble herself, though internally she harbored great reluctance. With an expression of sincere contrition, she said, Mr. Qin, my brother's past actions were misguided, and I apologize on his behalf. Qin Tianming scoffed. Is an apology necessary from another? As the esteemed young lady of the Jin family, Jin Zhu held considerable influence in Zhonghai, particularly among those in the antique trade who generally afforded her a measure of respect. Despite feeling aggrieved, she had no alternative and managed to suppress her ire. Mr. Qin, my brother is gravely ill and unable to speak. Otherwise, he would personally apologize to you. If you can heal him, I will acquiesce to any request you make. In desperation to cure Jin Bao, the Jin family had consulted numerous renowned physicians to no avail. One doctor, having studied esoteric practices, discerned that the ancient jade ring worn by Jin Bao was an ominous object, tainted by malevolent energies. Yet he was unable to effect a cure. Eventually, the Jin family sought out Zhang Yan, who ultimately led them to implore Qin Tianming for assistance. Qin Tianming smiled slightly, a glint of amusement in his eyes, as he inquired, You will agree to any request I make? Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Zhu affirmed, Indeed. My word is my bond. With a grand gesture, Qin Tianming decided not to squander any more time, commanding, Bring him over. As for my conditions, you will soon find out. Jin Zhu promptly instructed her subordinates to carry Jin Bao closer. Qin Tianming discreetly activated his vision. Gazing at the pallid figure of Jin Bao lying on the stretcher, eyes tightly shut, his breath was faint with a shallow intake of air, and his body was enveloped in malevolent energy, far more severe than what Xing Yufei and Zhang Yan had experienced. After assessing the situation, Qin Tianming noticed that Jin Bao was not wearing the jade ring and inquired, Where is that ancient jade ring? Jin Zhu hastily gestured, prompting one of her aides to step forward with a small wooden box. Qin Tianming accepted the box and opened it to reveal the jade, now largely devoid of the malevolent energy that had previously surrounded it, much of which had infiltrated Jin Bao's body. He was not one to offer mercy readily, and as he contemplated, he shook his head, stating, I cannot cure Jin Bao immediately. Jean Zhu's brows furrowed in concern as she urgently pressed, Mr. Qin, I do not quite understand your meaning. Can you treat him, but it will take time? Or is it that he cannot be treated at all? Qin Tianming clarified. What I mean is that it will require a prolonged treatment. My initial intervention can only ensure his stability for a month, after which he must return for treatment each month. The duration of his recovery will depend on his condition. Jean Zhu exhaled in relief, her voice brightening as she remarked, as long as he can survive and there is hope for a cure, I would like to know what conditions you have, Mr. Qin. Qin Tianming spoke with an air of indifference. My conditions are quite simple. First, the ancient jade ring must belong to me. Second, each treatment will cost 1 million. Third, once Jean Bao regains consciousness, an apology is mandatory. Jean Zhu hastily agreed. All right, I accept all these conditions. Mr. Qin, please proceed with the treatment. A wry smile crept upon Qin Tianming's lips as he stepped before Jean Bao, placing his hand upon the young man's chest. He feigned a massage for a few minutes before gradually releasing the spiritual energy from within himself. As the energy coursed into Jean Bao's body, it swiftly merged with the malevolent aura surrounding his heart, rapidly consuming it. The heart, which had been beating feebly, soon regained strength, though it still appeared considerably weak compared to that of a healthy individual. Qin Tianming had no intention of curing Jean Bao entirely in one go. Observing that the malevolent energy around the heart had dissipated significantly, he immediately withdrew his hand. Cough! Jean Bao suddenly erupted in a violent cough, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. Jean Zhu quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe his brother's mouth, her face etched with concern. For Jean Bao was the sole heir of the Jean family and could not afford any misfortune. Sister, where am I? Jean Bao slowly opened his eyes, his voice weak. Jean Zhu, overwhelmed with joy, let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she had set aside her pride to beseech Qin Tianming. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of her brother's fate. I brought you here for treatment. You've just awakened, so please refrain from moving. With that, Jean Zhu turned and bowed deeply to Qin Tianming. Mr. Qin, thank you for reviving my brother. Your expertise in treating such ailments is truly remarkable. The efficacy of Qin Tianming's treatment was immediate and far surpassed that of renowned physicians, earning Jean Zhu's respect. Upon seeing Qin Tianming, Jean Bao's expression darkened, brimming with animosity. Qin, how dare you appear before me? Memories of being publicly slapped and rendered unconscious by Qin Tianming at the Canfeng Pavilion ignited a fierce resentment within him. Had it not been for his frail condition, he would have lunged at him in a fit of rage. Qin Tianming scoffed. You should understand that it was your sister who sought my assistance. Jean Bao's pallid face clouded with anger as he sneered. Seek your help? How could I possibly beg you? You are nothing. Silence. Were it not for Mr. Qin's timely intervention, you might not have even awakened. Jean Zhu was acutely aware that they would need to return to Qin Tianming for treatment each month, and she could not afford to offend him. Jean Bao's expression hardened, struggling to digest this revelation. His emotions surged, and he gripped the stretcher's handrails tightly, growling, Take me away. I would rather tear him apart, even if it means dying. I refused to be saved by him. Before he could finish his outburst, he was seized by a violent coughing fit, prompting Jean Zhu to rush to his side and gently pat his back. Qin Tianming observed the unfolding drama with a mocking demeanor. Had your sister not implored me, I would never have bothered to save you. First, let us settle the treatment fee. It's time to fulfill your end of the bargain. Pay you? Not a chance. Jean Bao's face flushed with rage, struggling to catch his breath. Qin Tianming retorted with a chilling laugh. No payment? Then prepare to meet your demise. Jean Bao was left speechless, having endured the torment of illness for days, feeling as though he were living in hell. While he could sense a modicum of recovery within his body, he still found it unbearable to accept the reality that it was Qin Tianming who had facilitated this healing. Qin Tianming mockingly remarked, Miss Jean, we previously agreed that once your brother awakens, he must apologize and acknowledge his faults, bowing before me. Is that too much to ask? Jean Bao's anger intensified, and she struggled to rise. Bow and apologize? Don't be ridiculous. Someone incapacitate him. Everyone stand down. Jean Zhu hurriedly intervened to stop the bodyguards, fearing that Qin Tianming might become enraged and refuse to treat Jean Bao in the future. At the same time, she reached out to support Jean Bao, soothingly advising, From this moment onward, consider your grievances with Mr. Qin resolved. Quickly lower your head and admit your mistakes. Your life is of utmost importance. Qin Tianming wore a sardonic expression, genuinely skeptical that Jean Bao would refrain from apologizing. If someone else could cure Jean Bao's ailment in Zhonghai, He would no longer need to seek Qin Tianming's assistance. Observing Jin Bao's stubborn refusal to apologize, Jinju gestured for 2 bodyguards to lift him up. Jinju personally restrained Jin Bao's head and bowed before Qin Tianming. Apologizing, Mr. Qin, my brother extends his sincerest apologies. He has just awakened and is somewhat disoriented. If he has caused any offense, please forgive him. Jin Bao felt a profound sense of humiliation. Previously, he had clashed with Qin Tianming, purchasing the ancient jade ring, which ultimately led to his grave illness. The vengeance for the brutal beating he suffered at Qin Tianming's hands remained unavenged, and now he was coerced into bowing and apologizing, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness from the fury that surged within him. Jinju hastily ordered that Jin Bao be carried away, offering further pleasantries, leaving behind the ancient jade ring, and transferring 1 million in diagnostic fees before departing. Witnessing the unfolding events, Gao Wei regarded Qin Tianming with a mixture of familiarity and strangeness, his gaze filled with curiosity and confusion. Qin Tianming touched his own face and questioned, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" Gao Wei quickly shook his head, replying, No, I just feel that you've suddenly become so formidable that I hardly recognize you." Qin Tianming chuckled lightly and teased, "That indicates you were not well acquainted with me before." At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number, and he answered casually. A cheerful elderly voice resonated from the other end. "Young Qin, are you busy?" Qin Tianming found the voice somewhat familiar, but could not immediately place it, inquiring, "May I ask who this is?" "Chairman Xiao." Qin Tianming was momentarily taken aback, uncertain why Xiao Jinxiu, the chairman of the Jade Association, was reaching out to him. Xiao Jinxiu continued, "The Ma family's jade store on Antique Street has completely collapsed. All the jade within the store has been entrusted to the Jade Association for consignment. To express my gratitude for your assistance in preventing our losses last time, I wanted to invite you to join us tomorrow morning at the Jade Association headquarters. We will publicly sell this batch of jade. You must attend." "What wonderful news!" Qin Tianming felt a surge of excitement. The Ma family's jade store held a prominent position on Jade Street, and although its reputation had soured, even a withered camel is larger than a horse, suggesting that the jade available for processing would still possess quality. With this thought in mind, Qin Tianming did not hesitate to agree wholeheartedly. After disconnecting the call, he pondered briefly before dialing Li Sulan's number to relay the news. To his surprise, Li Sulan had also received an invitation from the Jade Association, and they arranged to go together the following morning. After concluding his phone call, Qin Tianming casually picked up the ancient jade ring left by Jinju, discreetly channeling his spiritual energy to eliminate the residual malevolent aura. With the malevolent energy now dispelled, even an ordinary person could wear the ring. He contemplated selling it to simultaneously enhance the reputation of the tea house. With this thought in mind, he instructed Gao Wei to look after the tea house and to call him if anything arose before he set out. He meandered to Qianbao Zhai, where he observed Song Qingxi engaged in a business discussion with a customer and chose not to intrude. Instead, he proceeded to the backyard, where he found Manager Chen beneath the grand locust tree, sipping tea and threading beads. "Manager Chen, what a refined pastime you have," Qin Tianming remarked. Manager Chen straightened up, courteously replying, "Young Qin, what brings you here? Come, sit and join me for a cup of tea." Taking a seat on a nearby stone bench, Qin Tianming poured himself a cup, and after savoring a sip, he produced the ancient jade ring and placed it upon the stone table. "Manager Chen, would you be so kind as to praise this?" Without hesitation, Manager Chen retrieved a handkerchief to pick up the jade ring, subsequently employing a magnifying glass for a meticulous examination. After a moment, he praised, "This is quite an exceptional piece of ancient jade, likely dating back to before the Tang dynasty. It must be a fine artifact from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Are you contemplating a sale?" Qin Tianming nodded, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, Manager Chen, I genuinely wish to sell it. Moreover, I have just acquired Yunlai Tea House and would like your assistance in connecting with potential buyers who could come to the tea house for appraisal and transaction." Manager Chen, seasoned in his craft, understood Qin Tianming's intentions to leverage the ancient jade ring as a means to promote the tea house. "Your calculations are astute. Why not conduct the transaction directly at the tea house without seeking my help?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Qin Tianming chuckled, "Manager Chen, how about I treat you to lunch? We can enjoy a few drinks and converse while we dine. As the saying goes, one is soft when fed and short when receiving." Yet a mere meal would hardly persuade Manager Chen to utilize his connections for the tea house's promotion. "There's no need for that. I'm not in want of a meal. Manager Chen replied. Qin Tianming was aware that a single meal would not sway Manager Chen and continued with a jovial demeanor. Rest assured, I shall not let you do this without recompense. For the sale of the ring, I will offer you 10% of the final price as a commission. Does that sound agreeable? Pleased, Manager Chen smiled broadly and responded, no problem at all. Where shall we dine at noon? Surely at Hongbin Lu. Qin Tianming exclaimed joyfully, having achieved his objective. Engaging someone to sell the ring would warrant a commission, and he could simultaneously promote the tea house. Truly a win-win situation. The two enjoyed a lavish meal at Hongbin Lu, and it was not until Manager Chen became slightly inebriated that they took their leave. In high spirits, Manager Chen confidently assured that he would secure at least 20 to 30 capable buyers to support the tea house. Neither of them had prior experience in this venture, but they were willing to learn through trial and error. Fortunately, the tea house had come to them without cost, so even if they initially incurred losses, they were undeterred. As the day passed, the dawn of the next morning arrived. After rising, Qin Tianming drove towards the headquarters of the Jade and Stone Association. Upon his arrival, he spotted Li Sulan, who hurriedly approached him in the lobby, whispering, Tianming, yesterday I inquired and learned that the Ma family jade shop was forced to close down and handle its jade due to the actions of the Vice President Lu Meng. Lu Meng, a man of malice, tarnished the reputation of the Ma family under the guise of Ma Jinyan, coercing them to surrender their emeralds to the Jade Association for processing. Otherwise, he would report them and ensure the complete closure of the Ma family jade shop. Qin Tianming was struck with realization, unaware that there were so many intricacies involved. Aunt Lan, the closure of the Ma family jade shop does not concern us. If we come across suitable fine jade, we shall purchase it. If not, we shall let it be. The entire first floor of the Jade Association was filled with jade stones, both raw and semi-finished, guarded by a dozen young men clad in security uniforms. By this time, numerous buyers had arrived, perusing the selections. Qin Tianming began to survey the surroundings, discreetly activating his vision to inspect the various stones on display. After a brief interval, a man in his 50s, surrounded by a throng, made his way to the center of the hall. Qin Tianming found the man familiar. He had seen him during a previous scheme orchestrated by Ma Jinyan and Huang Yang, and he was likely Lu Meng, the vice president of the Jade Association. Everyone, you must have heard about the Ma family jade shop's disregard for regulations. Forcing them to close and transfer their shop to deal with their jade is the consequence they deserve. On behalf of the Jade Association, I hereby announce the expulsion of the Ma family jade shop from our ranks. Lu Meng's voice resonated with fervor, as if he had accomplished a commendable deed. He paused momentarily before continuing. The sale of this batch of emerald rough stones will adopt a sealed bid format. You may bid on any stone you desire. Having recently entered the jade industry, Qin Tianming cast an inquiring glance at Li Sulan upon hearing sealed bid. Li Sulan smiled and elucidated. A sealed bid means that those present must write their prices on designated papers for the stones they are interested in, without disclosing them publicly. Ultimately, the highest bid wins. Qin Tianming furrowed his brow slightly. If Lu Meng had his sights set on a particular stone, would he not acquire it at the most favorable price? After all, the staff present were all members of the Jade Association, and Lu Meng could manipulate the process unseen by outsiders. With this thought, Qin Tianming voiced his concerns. Li Sulan nodded in agreement, stating, your reasoning is correct. We just do not know Lu Meng's level of greed. If he engages in underhanded dealings, he will undoubtedly reap considerable benefits, while we may not. Qin Tianming sighed deeply. It appeared that obtaining fine raw stones at a low price today would be quite challenging. Chapter 85. The Reappearance of Fake Raw Stones. Once Lu Meng completed his address, the staff began distributing customized quotation forms bearing pertinent information. Although he had not devised a successful strategy, he discovered that many of the raw stones on display were a mix of genuine and counterfeit. It was unclear whether these fraudulent stones were the result of Ma Jinyan's relentless greed or Lu Meng's machinations. Qin Tianming pondered quietly, realizing that many individuals would likely fall victim today. President Xiao. At that moment, Xiao Jinxiu, the president of the Jade Association, entered the hall, and many people eagerly approached to greet him, indicating his esteemed status within the jade industry. Greetings, President Xiao. Li Sulan accompanied Qin Tianming as they approached. Xiao Qin, you've arrived. Xiao Jinxiu greeted Qin Tianming with a warm smile, akin to that of a benevolent elder. He scanned the gathering crowd and suddenly raised his voice. May I have your attention, please? I am honored to introduce a promising young talent. Pointing towards Qin Tianming, he proclaimed, This young man has exposed Ma Jinyan's deceitful practices involving counterfeit jade, and his expertise in jade appraisal is commendable. Our jade industry requires such youthful vigor for sustainable growth. As his words resonated, Xiao Zhenxiu led the applause, and the crowd followed suit with their commendations. Qin Tianming was taken aback by the public endorsement from President Xiao, which was a significant elevation of his status and would undoubtedly enhance his reputation. Thank you, President Xiao, for your kind words, and thank you all for your praises. I am merely a novice in the jade industry. Xiao Qin, I have heard about your remarkable find of the Imperial Green Jade at the Jade Convention. Such is fully outsmarting Ma Jinyan. There is no need for modesty. Xiao Zhenxiu chuckled, his face beaming with admiration, obviously having conducted some inquiries about Qin Tianming. Li Solon shared in Qin Tianming's joy at receiving such recognition from President Xiao, firmly believing that his talents would lead him to great achievements in the future. After the lively exchange, the crowd dispersed to continue selecting raw stones, as the bidding remained the paramount focus of the day. Noticing that Xiao Zhenxiu was about to leave, Qin Tianming hastily interjected, hesitating, President Xiao, there are a few matters I am uncertain whether I should address. Xiao Qin, feel free to speak your mind, Xiao Zhenxiu encouraged. Once they had moved aside from the throng, Qin Tianming lowered his voice and said, President Xiao, I have discovered that among the raw stones for sale, there are several that resemble the counterfeit stones used by Ma Jinyan. I'm unsure if you're aware of this. He voiced his concerns, believing that President Xiao was a decent person who had shown him favor, and he should reciprocate. If the existence of counterfeit stones were to be disclosed, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Jade Association. Is that so? Xiao Zhenxiu was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the gravity of the situation, his countenance turning serious. This batch of jade is under the full responsibility of Vice President Liu. We must investigate thoroughly to ensure that counterfeit stones do not enter the market. With that, he gestured for the staff to summon Lu Meng. Not long after, Lu Meng approached, inquiring, President Xiao, what do you need from me? Xiao Zhenxiu, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Xiao Qin claims that within this batch of jade, there are stones that were faked by Ma Jinyan. How could you allow counterfeit stones to be mixed in? If sold, it would tarnish the reputation of the Jade Association. Lu Meng's expression shifted dramatically, casting a cold glare at Qin Tianming, while he replied, President, this batch of jade was supplied by the Ma family jade store. They have mixed in counterfeit goods. They simply refuse to learn from their mistakes. It is truly despicable. Qin Tianming, observing Lu Meng's change of demeanor, suddenly realized that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Lu Meng must have been aware of the counterfeit stones. If he were genuinely unaware, he should have been expressing gratitude instead of glaring at him, as if blaming him for ruining a scheme. Indeed, as Qin Tianming suspected, Lu Meng was complicit, having intentionally mixed in some fakes, hoping to profit from the situation. Even when his deceit was uncovered, he could still shift all the blame onto the Ma family. Little did he anticipate that Qin Tianming would see through his ruse, prompting a torrent of silent curses. Gather your men and heed the orders of young Qin. Extract all the counterfeit stones and concoct an excuse to mask our actions. Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Lu Meng seethed inwardly, though he maintained a facade of compliance. Internally, he cursed. I am to follow the commands of a mere child? Who does he think he is? While I was navigating the jade industry, he had yet to be born. President Xiao, there is no need for formality. I too am a part of the jade community. It is my duty to combat forgery, Qin Tianming said with a serene smile. Despite his reluctance, Lu Meng summoned the guards and accompanied Qin Tianming in selecting the counterfeit stones, publicly declaring that these stones would not be sold for the time being. The buyers present were perplexed, yet as the Jade Association was the selling agent, they found it inappropriate to voice their objections. Lu Meng feigned engagement in the task of evaluating the stones, while in truth, he was merely putting on an act. He kept casting furtive glances at Qin Tianming, convinced that the latter's previous success in uncovering Ma Jinyan's deception was merely a stroke of luck, and doubting he would identify many counterfeit stones. This one, and this one. To his astonishment, Qin Tianming stood amidst the jade materials, continually pointing out stones that were indeed forgeries. With the assistance of a dozen security personnel, the counterfeit stones were swiftly extracted. Lu Meng was left dumbfounded. How had this young man honed such extraordinary vision? Even for me, discerning high-tech laser forgeries requires meticulous scrutiny, and I cannot guarantee a high success rate. After the initial shock, he again began to curse. If all the counterfeit stones are extracted, how will I make any profit? This is ruining my plans. Truly infuriating. He was seething with rage. Yet he could not display it publicly, struggling to contain himself. Observing Lu Meng's suppressed fury, Qin Tianming felt a sense of amusement but pretended to be oblivious. He approached Lu Meng and said, "Vice President Lu, I must trouble you to verify once more, lest I mistakenly identify any of these stones. You are responsible for what you selected. Without respect for your elders, what gives you the right to command me?" Lu Meng retorted tersely, fearful that his anger might betray him. He stormed off in frustration, harboring a deep resentment for Qin Tianming. Chapter 86. You seek to disrupt the rules. President Xiao Jinxiu noticed that over 20 stones had been selected and, concerned about possible errors, instructed the security to move them to a room adjacent to the hall for a personal reevaluation, intending to validate Qin Tianming's discerning eye. Li Solon had gone to select Jade and, unaware of the conversation between Qin Tianming and Xiao Jinxiu, approached him once he had finished, asking, "Tianming, what did you discuss privately with President Xiao? You selected some rather promising rough materials. I noticed President Xiao's expression darken. You haven't offended him, have you?" Qin Tianming deemed it unnecessary for Li Solon to be informed about the counterfeit stones and responded ambiguously, "Oh, it was nothing significant, just some casual chat." He wished to test his discernment, so I selected a few materials. "Elon, have you decided which jade you plan to bid on?" Li Solon pondered briefly before nodding. "I made my selections, but my expertise in assessing raw stones is rather limited. I have yet to find a new appraiser. Could you kindly assist me in evaluating the materials I've chosen and whether the quoted prices are reasonable?" Qin Tianming took the quotation list prepared by Li Solon, which included the identifiers and prices of 4 pieces of raw stone. Utilizing his ability to see through the materials based on their identifiers, he discovered that Li Solon had chosen stones that were all of good quality with prices that seemed fair. "Aunt Lon," he said, "the 4 pieces you've selected are all commendable. Whether we secure a bid will depend on whether Lu Meng engages in any underhanded tactics." From their earlier interaction, he had discerned Lu Meng's treacherous nature and was certain he would resort to illicit methods for personal gain, potentially targeting him in the process. Not wishing to leave empty-handed, he mused aloud, "What if, after we all submit our bids, Lu Meng were to reveal the prices publicly? What do you think?" Li Solon appeared taken aback. Such an action would undoubtedly antagonize Lu Meng. If we do not allow him and the staff time to tally the prices, they won't know the highest bids for those superior stones, thus providing us with an opportunity. Although Qin Tianming understood that this would surely offend Lu Meng, he felt that having already crossed that line, there was little to lose. Li Solon, concerned, cautioned him, "You must think this through. Lu Meng wields considerable influence within the Jade Association. If you offend him, it may hinder your prospects in the future." Qin Tianming smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Aunt Lon. I am well aware." He then eagerly examined the high-quality raw stones, quickly identifying 5 potential targets. One piece about the size of 2 adult fists was a high-grade icy green jadeite, not only remarkably translucent, but also displaying a pure hue. Though it contained a slight amount of cotton-like inclusions, this was inconsequential. Qin Tianming estimated its value at around 9 million. The second piece was palm-sized, yet it radiated brilliance, nearing the glass-like quality, with a deep, rich green that seemed to emit a subtle glow, truly striking. He valued this piece at 8 million. The remaining 3 pieces were also impressive, each reaching the icy grade. One was a rare black jadeite, roughly the size of an adult's head. Unfortunately, its outer skin was somewhat thick, yielding only half of the usable material, which he estimated at around 5 million. The other 2 pieces were also commendable, each estimated at approximately 4 million. Once he had made his selections, Qin Tianming refrained from hastily filling in the prices, deliberately using his ability to glimpse at the paper Lu Meng held, which bore no bids. Only some identifiers of raw stones, including the 3 of highest value that he had chosen. This revelation only solidified Qin Tianming's understanding. Indeed, Lu Meng was attempting to operate in the shadows, engaging in self-deception. After a few more minutes, the staff began urging everyone to submit their bids. Observing most participants placing their offers, Qin Tianming used his insight to discern the prices others had set for the same stones he had chosen before finally writing down his bid and handing the quotation list to the staff. Lu Meng was the last to submit his bid. Although he did not exhibit any overt actions, the staff nonetheless exchanged glances with him, signaling their confidence. After the staff collected all the bids, they prepared to leave. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tianming called out, "Wait a moment, don't rush off." The staff halted, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. His shout drew the attention of others, particularly Lu Meng, who glared at Qin Tianming with fiery eyes. While others may have been oblivious, Lu Meng was acutely aware that Qin Tianming was no fool. He had just sabotaged his lucrative plan, and Lu Meng seethed in fury. Mr. Qin, may I inquire what your concern is? The staff member politely asked, having recognized Qin Tianming as introduced publicly by President Xiao. Qin Tianming chuckled cheerfully and questioned, "Why are you leaving with the bid sheets? What if you have a good relationship with someone and decide to alter the prices?" The staff member raised an eyebrow and replied with righteous indignation, "Mr. Qin, we would never engage in such practices. Rest assured, the essence of a blind bid is fairness and impartiality." Qin Tianming, his face a mask of skepticism, challenged, "You speak of fairness and impartiality. Yet why not tally the bids in front of everyone? Wouldn't that be right, President Lu?" Lu Meng's face darkened, his anger flaring as he thought, "That Qin is truly a thorn in my side." At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "I believe Qin Tianming is right, since we are pursuing fairness. Let us announce the bidding results in front of everyone." With one voice leading the charge, a second and third joined in, and soon the hall buzzed with commotion. "President Lu, your work is respected by all. It would be wise to announce the results publicly." Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, considering this is a blind bid, which encompasses many facets, you wouldn't want to lose your credibility, would you?" Lu Meng cursed inwardly, having participated in countless blind bids without a hitch. Now, this jinx named Qin had come to stir the pot, truly infuriating. "Ladies and gentlemen, the rules dictate that blind bids remain undisclosed. Do you wish to violate these rules? Should we make all bids public from now on?" Qin Tianming retorted sharply. Instantly, many voices echoed in agreement, clamoring for the public tally of bids. Most attendees were seasoned buyers in the jade industry, well aware of the intricacies of blind bids. The Ma family jade shop had brought forth nearly all of its raw stones, collectively valued at over 300 million. Who wouldn't be tempted by such substantial profit? For these buyers, the pursuit of profit took precedence, and they were eager not to miss a golden opportunity, wary of potential mischief in blind bidding. A public tally would ensure greater security. Lu Meng could no longer conceal his rage, glaring viciously at Qin Tianming, who persistently derailed his schemes. He adopted a stern demeanor befitting his position as vice president, commanding, "I understand your demands, but rules are rules. No one is permitted to disrupt them. If you wish for a public tally, arrange it in advance for next time." Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated. "Let us proceed as young Qin suggests, with a public tally of bids, fair and just." The vice president interjected forcefully, "I am the vice president. I have the final say in this bidding." Was Qin to incite everyone to breach the rules? His intentions are malicious, and his bidding qualifications should be revoked. He will not be allowed to participate in any future events organized by the Jade Association. In a fit of anger, Lu Meng paid little heed to the words spoken, fervently proclaiming his indignation. "Am I not the president? Do my words hold no weight?" The voice that had just spoken now brimmed with irritation. Turning to the source of the sound, Lu Meng was taken aback to find it was none other than President Xiao Zhenxiu. Instantly feeling awkward, he stammered, "President, I shall heed your words, but Qin Tianming has been sowing discord and causing a scene in public. This must be dealt with sternly." Xiao Zhenxiu let out a cold snort and replied gravely, "Xiao Qin is not wrong. What fault is there in his words? It is you who ought to face repercussions." In front of the audience, Xiao refrained from elaborating, lest family grievances be aired publicly. He had personally led a team to authenticate the raw stones selected by Qin Tianming, which were all proven to be high-tech laser forgeries. Their group of 4 appraisers had spent half an hour verifying the stones, while Qin Tianming had managed to select them in mere minutes. Xiao Zhenxiu was genuinely impressed by Qin Tianming's extraordinary skills in stone appraisal, further enhancing his esteem for him. He also realized that among the 20 or so counterfeit stones, there was surely some foul play involved. Lu Meng, an expert in jade, despite his carelessness, should have detected at least one of the fake stones, which indicated he had something to hide. Lu Meng soon grasped that Xiao Zhenxiu had cast suspicion upon him regarding the counterfeit stones, leaving him momentarily speechless. This bidding will proceed as Xiao Qin suggested, with a public tally of the bids to ensure fairness and justice, declared Xiao Zhenxiu. With the president's direct order, Lu Meng, no matter how reluctant, could hardly voice further objections, and the crowd erupted in applause. The staff, too, dare not dissent, awkwardly nodding as they ascended the platform originally meant for announcing the bidding results, now to publicly disclose the buyer's bids. "You truly are remarkable, Tianming. President Xiao stands up for you, which speaks volumes of his genuine admiration," exclaimed Li Sulan, her smile radiant with praise. Qin Tianming chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Xiao Xinqiu's intervention was primarily to uphold the reputation of the Jade Association. As the bidding results were announced, Qin Tianming successfully acquired the 5 raw stones he had set his sights on, utilizing his X-ray vision to cheat. He had seen the other bids and submitted one that was merely 20,000 higher than the highest bid. According to the rules of bidding, his was the highest offer, thus he naturally won the bid. The spectators were astonished to see Qin Tianming secure the 5 raw stones by a narrow margin. However, the public nature of the bidding eliminated any possibility of foul play. They could only conclude that Qin Tianming was simply fortunate. Lu Meng submitted a blank bid, intending to operate in the shadows, but the public tally rendered his bid void, leaving him empty-handed and harboring intense resentment towards Qin Tianming. Li Sulan also fared well, winning 3 out of the 4 jade pieces she had chosen. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Tianming approached the staff to pay nearly 20 million, estimating the 5 raw stones' value at around 30 million. Once sold, he could expect to profit at least 10 million, akin to a stroke of fortune. After acquiring the raw stones, he entrusted them all to Li Sulan for cutting and resale. You truly possess extraordinary insight and promise. I owe you a significant favor. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall offer my utmost support. Qin Tianming humbly remarked, President Xiao, you flatter me. Some matters are indeed my responsibility. The two engaged in a cryptic exchange without explicitly revealing any specifics, leaving Li Sulan, who listened in confusion, hesitant to inquire further. She privately mused that President Xiao, who managed the Jade Association, wielded a certain influence that was not easily accessible to everyone, possessing considerable value. It was evident that Qin Tianming was indeed capable. At that moment, the Yunkai Tea House had few patrons, its business faltering. Reminiscent of the days when Wang Wen operated the establishment, Gao Wei sat behind the counter, idly perusing the consumption records on his computer, a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. Tianming, why isn't the tea house turning a profit? At this rate, we'll be running at a loss. No wonder Wang Qian conspired with others to defraud using counterfeit antiques, resorting to underhanded schemes. Although Gao Wei had not invested a single penny in acquiring the tea house, he and Qin Tianming had privately negotiated terms, agreeing to a joint venture. Gao Wei would manage daily operations, holding 40% of the shares, while Qin Tianming retained 60%. Gao Wei felt grateful for Qin Tianming's generosity, wholeheartedly intent on turning the tea house into a successful venture. Qin Tianming waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of confidence as he declared, Rest assured, in a few days, our business will surely thrive. Although Gao Wei was unaware of Qin Tianming's strategy, his recent interactions had instilled in him profound admiration for Qin Tianming, fostering a belief that he would devise a brilliant plan. Oh, by the way, there's something I need to mention. It's been a year since graduation, and Old Chow has called for a gathering. Old Chow was their class monitor during university, known for his integrity and reliability, commanding great respect among his peers. Qin Tianming was taken aback for a moment, surprised at how swiftly time had passed. A year had elapsed since their graduation. Feeling nostalgic, he readily agreed. Sure. When and where? Old Chow had informed him just last night that today was the perfect occasion, being the weekend, and that only about a dozen classmates who had developed in Zhonghai would attend. As the clock approached 5:30 in the afternoon, Gao Wei and Qin Tianming prepared to attend the reunion, promptly closing the tea house and allowing the staff to leave early. They then drove directly to the Wuyue Club. The Wuyue Club was a mid to high-end establishment in Zhonghai, substantial in size, elegantly decorated, and offering a comprehensive range of food, drink, and entertainment services. With a minimum per capita expenditure of 500 to 600, Qin Tianming understood the choice of venue. After all, their classmates were now earning a living, and selecting a prestigious club would confer both social standing and personal satisfaction. Upon arriving at the Wuyue Club, Qin Tianming circled the parking lot, but could not find a single space available. Gao Wei craned his neck out of the window, scanning the area, and suddenly pointed, over there. Finally, there's a parking spot. It seemed that the club was enjoying a brisk business. Even at just past 6, the parking lot was already full. With a smile, Qin Tianming quickly maneuvered the car towards the nearby vacant slot. Just then, a roar of an engine pierced the air as a white BMW 5 Series sped past their vehicle, abruptly changing lanes to block their path. Then slamming on the brakes right in front of the parking space Qin Tianming had intended to occupy. Chapter 88, Delivering Wine and Waiving the Bill. Qin Tianming hastily slammed on the brakes. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, coupled with the vehicle's low speed and excellent performance, a rear-end collision would have been inevitable today. What the hell? Was it really necessary to drive so recklessly just to secure a parking space? In such a hurry to meet one's maker? Gao Wei, feeling a surge of anxiety, poked his head out of the window and shouted in anger. Qin Tianming was equally vexed, but deemed it unnecessary to quarrel over a parking spot. The other driver was clearly a novice, sluggishly maneuvering. If one cannot drive, they should simply steer clear. Who claimed this parking space as their own? At that moment, a striking young woman leaned over from the passenger seat, affectionately nestled against her portly companion, and sweetly chimed in, "Darling, don't be angry. Some people just like to put on a show." Gao Wei, upon recognizing the young woman, exclaimed in surprise, "Zhao Hui, is that you?" He remembered her as a classmate from university, possessing a fair degree of beauty, and recalled how several boys had vied for her attention back in school. It astonished him that she had chosen to date such a corpulent fellow after graduation. Zhao Hui lifted her head, glancing at Gao Wei and Qin Tianming, and upon seeing their luxurious Range Rover, was taken aback. With a disdainful smirk, she remarked, "Oh, I thought who it might be. Turns out it's just you two. Can you really afford a luxury car worth 2 to 3 million? The overweight young man inquired. "What, do you know these two?" Zhao Hui proudly elaborated. "They're classmates of ours. The one driving is Qin Tianming, the poorest among us, hailing for the countryside. He graduated just a year ago. How could he possibly afford a Range Rover? Such a pretender." Upon hearing this, the corpulent youth erupted into mocking laughter. It must be rented. How much could a college graduate possibly earn? He can't even afford a single wheel of a Range Rover. What a pretentious pauper. Doesn't he fear being struck by lightning? In a fit of rage, Gao Wei retorted, "Don't you dare look down on others. That Range Rover belongs to my brother, driving a mere 5 Series, and you think you can flaunt your wealth? What's there to boast about while driving a car like that? You're nothing but a typical lowbrow." Gao Wei seethed with indignation, reminiscent of his ex-girlfriend, as he perceived Zhao Hui and Han Lu as mere gold diggers, flaunting their relationship with a man of modest means. Qin Tianming chuckled coldly. He had encountered many such individuals and knew they would eventually face the consequences of their arrogance. While speaking, he noticed 2 adjacent parking spaces in the corner, though both were clearly labeled. Feeling too lazy to search for an alternative, Qin Tianming mused that once inside the club, he could always obtain a membership card. After parking the car, the two stepped out. At that moment, a Hongqi 9 slowly approached, and someone rolled down the window to wave. "Qin, my dear brother." What a coincidence. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Tianming turned to see Xing Yufei and joyfully approached him, saying, "Brother Xing, what brings you here? I never expected to run into you at this club." Gao Wei, not recognizing Xing Yufei, assumed he was merely a business acquaintance of Qin Tianming and did not follow. Xing Yufei courteously replied, "This club is owned by me. Did you come here to have some fun with friends? Next time, just give me a heads up. I'll treat you." Qin Tianming was taken aback. He and T realized that Wuyue Club was owned by Xing Yufei, a billionaire with numerous enterprises, which was hardly surprising. "Thank you, brother Xing. I am merely gathering with a few old classmates, so I won't trouble you further." Xing Yufei chuckled, saying, "It's no trouble at all. Which private room are you in? I have a matter to attend to and will come by shortly. We are in room 306. If your matter is not urgent, let us meet after my gathering," I replied. "You go ahead with your gathering. We can talk later." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they bid each other farewell. Qin Tianming called over Gao Wei, who had been waiting not far away, and together they proceeded to the club. The club was exquisitely and elegantly decorated, making it perfect for gatherings and business negotiations. Qin Tianming and his companion took the elevator to the 3rd floor and arrived at room 306. Inside, 6 or 7 classmates had already gathered. Zhao Hui, embracing a plump young man beside her, was chattering animatedly about the recent parking incident. Our wealthy classmate has finally arrived. He now drives a Land Rover worth over 3 million. He must treat us this time," Zhao Hui remarked with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Qin Tianming scoffed lightly and replied generously, "No problem. I can still afford it." He had transformed significantly since their last encounter. Even if he spent 20 million on jade roughs today, he still had several million left in his account, so treating them was a trivial matter. The plump young man beside Zhao Hui sneered disdainfully. "Just you? Renting a car to show off isn't enough, is it? You still want to pretend to be generous? I'm going to order a few bottles of Flying Matai. Can you afford it?" Although Qin Tianming initially intended to ignore them, he could no longer contain himself in the face of their incessant jibes and retorted, "Do I need to pretend to be something I'm not? What car do you drive, and what car do I drive? What is your net worth compared to mine?" Gao Wei, filled with indignation, chimed in, "Tianming has the capability now. His wealth could buy 10 Land Rovers. You're merely rich by inheritance. What right do you have to mock us? As the tension escalated between the two sides, Lao Chao, the class monitor, quickly stood up and intervened. All right, Zhao Hui, and you two, Nyokfei. Let us keep the conversation light. We rarely gather like this, so there is no need for unpleasantness. As agreed, it doesn't have to be anyone treating. Zhao Hui, in a sarcastic tone, replied, I was just joking with him. Who knew he would take it to heart? Meanwhile, the plump young man, Nyok Drue, continued to mock. What a boast. You could buy 10 Land Rovers? That is hilarious. Who would believe that? How embarrassing. He then grandly declared, don't worry about the expenses. I know the owner of the club, and I'll cover all tonight's costs. Qin Tianming pretended not to hear and chose not to engage further, deciding to give Lao Chao some face while pulling Gao Wei to sit aside. Lao Chao continually tried to mediate, calling the waiter to serve the dishes. Before long, the food was served, and as Lao Chao prepared to open a bottle of his own liquor, Neo Drue interrupted. Wait, I ordered 3 bottles of Flying Matai. Which Haven tea arrived yet? Your liquor is not up to par. We will drink Matai later. Where's the wine I requested? Just as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open once more, and a middle-aged man in a suit entered, accompanied by a waiter pushing a dining cart. On the dining cart were 5 bottles of Matai, along with 24 imported beers and various beverages, the total value of which likely exceeded 30,000. A middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings and courteously announced, I'm the manager of the club, representing our esteemed boss, Mr. Xing, to deliver these drinks. Furthermore, all expenses for this evening will be waived. I wish everyone an enjoyable time. Should you require more beverages, please do not hesitate to summon the waitstaff. Chapter 89. A true slap in the face. Delivering drinks and waiving the bill. Apart from Qin Tianming, everyone present was perplexed, questioning who possessed such influence. Oh dear, it must be that Mr. Xing is showing you favor, sparing you the cost of both the drinks and the bill. You truly have remarkable connections. Zhao Hui's syrupy voice chimed in, intentionally raising her pitch, her face alight with pride. Qin Tianming felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his skin prickling with discomfort. Neo Derui's eyes flickered with doubt. He knew the owner of this club was Xing Yufei, and his family had some connections to him, as his father had contracted small projects with Xing's company. Once, he had accompanied his father to Xing's company annual meeting and had met Xing Yufei. His public claim of acquaintance with the boss was merely an attempt to elevate his status. In truth, his father had to curry favor with Xing Yufei, and he could hardly utter a word to him. How could the boss possibly send him drinks? Yet, as no one else admitted to such a connection, he had a save face and smiled, saying, My father is a business associate of Mr. Xing. They often drink together. Before coming here, I specifically informed Mr. Xing not to send drinks, but he still had someone deliver them and waive the charges. It seems I cannot remain low-key. Qin Tianming found Nyo Derui's a clownish pretense amusing. How could Xing Yufei possibly know such a pretentious person? The manager, merely executing his duties, was unaware of the reasons behind the drink delivery. After the pleasantries, he departed the private room with the waitstaff. Zhao Hui, your boyfriend must have quite the influence. Do introduce him properly. We must toast him several times later. I've heard Mr. Xing's net worth is in the billions. If your boyfriend's family has such a good relationship with him, they must be affluent and well-connected. If the opportunity arises, do extend a helping hand to us. Several classmates regarded Nyo Derui as a prominent scion, showering him with compliments and eagerly offering toasting drinks. Absolutely. When my boyfriend's family secures a major deal, I will certainly bring you all along to share in the wealth. Zhao Hui declared with pride, while Nyo Derui beamed with arrogance. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the effects of alcohol began to unveil true natures. 2 classmates who had previously lauded Nyo Derui suddenly turned their attention toward Qin Tianming with disdain, saying, Tianming, not to speak ill of you, but look at him. That is what true wealth looks like. You toil away delivering packages, earning mere pittance. Don't pretend otherwise. Renting a Range Rover for a class reunion only diminishes your stature. Indeed, old Qin, who in our class doesn't know you are a courier? What can you possibly compare with Nyo Derui? They assumed Qin Tianming still delivered packages, believing he had merely rented the Range Rover, suffering from the burden of maintaining his pride. Qin Tianming shook his head repeatedly, a wry smile playing on his lips. I have ceased my delivery work, having discovered a pathway to prosperity. Do not continue to view me with your antiquated perspectives. Given your tendency to ingratiate yourselves, it is likely that you will never achieve anything of significance in your lives. With that, he fell silent, raising a glass with Lao Chao, Gao Wei, and another amicable classmate, taking a sip of liquor. I concurred with Tianming's assertion. We should not belittle others, for fortunes may shift over the course of 30 years. Who can predict who will prosper in the future? Lao Chao, speaking fairly, acknowledged that while he too suspected Qin Tianming was merely pretending by renting a vehicle, it was inappropriate to continually mock him, just as a few individuals across the room were poised to retort. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open once more. Standing outside was the middle-aged manager who had previously delivered the wine, making a gesture of invitation, and respectfully stated, "Boss Xing, please." Upon hearing that Boss Xing of the establishment had arrived, all conversation ceased. Niu Derui quickly rose, raising his glass, and hurried to Xing Yufei's side, ingratiatingly smiling. "Uncle Xing, thank you for the wine and for waiving the bill. On behalf of my father, I toast you with this drink. Let us drink to your health." With that, he threw back his head and downed the liquor in one gulp. Having consumed quite a bit already, the scent of alcohol wafted from Niu Derui, causing Xing Yufei to wrinkle his nose in mild distaste. Yet, maintaining his composure, he remarked with a hint of impatience, "I believe I do not know you. Who sent you the wine?" Niu Derui's face turned crimson with embarrassment. He had not anticipated Xing Yufei would approach him personally, leaving him flustered and at a loss for words. Gao Wei, by this time, recognized that Xing Yufei was the same individual who had conversed with Qin Tianming in the parking lot. He stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that this man was indeed the renowned Boss Xing of Zhonghai, seemingly well acquainted with Qin Tianming. Observing Niu Derui's sudden loss for words, Xing Yufei let out a disdainful snort, exuding an air of authority as he declared, "It seems you are familiar with me. I provided wine for Brother Qin. Considering our connection, the bill was waived. Do you dare to acknowledge that?" The words left the classmates present in a state of shock, almost questioning their own hearing. Xing Yufei had referred to Qin Tianming as a brother, attributing the act of generosity to their relationship. Was Niu Derui merely posturing? Had Qin Tianming truly become wealthy? One by one, they found it hard to believe, especially the two classmates who had just mocked Qin Tianming. They were now engulfed in shame. Zhao Hui, in particular, felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground, unable to lift her head when recalling her previous jibes at Qin Tianming. Niu Derui's face flushed, resembling a pig's liver, utterly humiliated by Xing Yufei's public rebuke. Qin Tianming scanned the room, a smile gracing his features as he lightly chuckled, raising his glass to approach Xing Yufei. "Brother Xing, I thought you were joking. You truly came." Xing Yufei softened his authoritative demeanor, smiling as he accepted the glass from the manager, clinking it with Qin Tianming's before drinking it down in one go, honoring their connection. Qin Tianming, not one to be ungrateful, quickly followed suit, finishing his drink with equal fervor. "Professor Qi is at the club today, entangled in some troublesome matters. It would be fortuitous for you to accompany me in delving into it. Shall we bring along Qin Tianming for this inquiry?" Everyone was taken aback. Qin Tianming had ascended to great heights, even drawing the attention of Xing Yufei himself. Niu Derui, observing from the side, cast furtive glances at Qin Tianming, feeling a twinge of fear. Their family relied on Xing Yufei for their livelihood, yet they had inadvertently offended Qin Tianming, who appeared to share a close rapport with him. It seemed their fortunes were doomed. Qin Tianming smiled and said, "Brother Xing, please hold on for a moment. I must share a drink with my classmates and inform them. I shall join you shortly." Xing Yufei nodded, casting a cold, piercing glance at Niu Derui before turning to leave. Niu Derui felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, silently lamenting, "It's all over. We're finished." Once Xing Yufei exited the private room, Qin Tianming raised his glass and addressed his astonished classmates. "My apologies, everyone. When someone comes to seek me out, I cannot disregard the courtesy. Allow me to toast to you all, and I shall be with you shortly." Chapter 90. Qin Tianming is a tycoon. Yet, before Qin Tianming could bring the glass to his lips, two classmates, who had previously been sycophantic towards Niu Derui, rushed forward and grasped his wrist. "Tianming, you are a busy individual. Take it easy on the drinks. It is far more important to attend to Boss Xing. Please, indulge yourself. We shall drink in your honor." The demeanor of these two classmates underwent a complete transformation, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles as if they had completely forgotten their earlier jibes. Gao Wei, feeling fortunate to be associated with him, proudly stated, "I haven't had the chance to inform you all, but Tianming no longer works as a courier. He is now a prominent businessman, dealing in jade, antiques, and tea house ventures. Just days ago, I witnessed him acquire a bronze wine vessel for a mere 1,000 yuan and subsequently sell it for 18 million, a sum sufficient to purchase 6 Land Rovers. The Yinlai Tea House, located near the Antique Street, is now under Tianming's management, and I am overseeing its operations. Do visit and enjoy some tea when you have the opportunity. Had Gao Wei made such claims at the outset, the classmates would have undoubtedly scoffed. However, with Boss Xing's endorsement and his camaraderie with Qin Tianming, it was evident that Qin Tianming had indeed transformed into a person of considerable capability. Tianming, it turns out you are a tycoon now. My sincerest apologies for our earlier lack of discernment. Please forgive our indiscretions, as old classmates. I implore you not to hold it against us. The two classmates repeatedly offered their apologies, bowing and scraping. The dazed Neo Darui, witnessing Qin Tianming's imminent departure from the private room, became frantic. He waddled after him in haste, pleading, "Brother, brother, it was my folly to underestimate you. Please do not hold my ignorance against me. Allow me to slap my own face in contrition." Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, and driven by both urgency and fear, Neo Darui raised his hand and began to strike his own cheeks with resounding slaps. "Do you even deserve to call me brother?" Qin Tianming raised an eyebrow, wholly unimpressed by this display, and proceeded to exit. With a swift motion, he delivered 2 sharp slaps to Zhao Hui's face, using her as an outlet for his frustration. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, would I have offended Boss Xing's brother?" Zhao Hui's cheeks instantly flushed and swelled, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not utter a word. Beside her, Gao, while unable to contain himself, laughed derisively, saying, "Neo Dalai, as a man. How could you strike a woman?" Lao Chao, more protective of his former classmates, chastised, "Neo Dalai, your lack of discernment and pretentiousness have led to your public disgrace. Why would you harm Zhao Hui? Do you still consider yourself a man?" "Silence. This has nothing to do with you." Neo Dalai shouted in anger, already feeling utterly ashamed. Remaining would only result in further humiliation, and he stormed away in a fit of rage. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hui rose and chased after him. Gao Wei and Lao Chao shook their heads repeatedly, deeming such a woman irredeemable. At that moment, Qin Tianming, following Xing Yufei, arrived at a private room on the 2nd floor. Inside the room, besides Professor Qi Chunwei, there were 3 middle-aged men, all exuding the demeanor of refined scholars, rather than businessmen. After exchanging greetings, Qi Chunwei enthusiastically introduced these 3 esteemed scholars. The 3 experts were somewhat taken aback, surprised by Qin Tianming's youth, and began to offer their praises. "We have all heard from old Qi about the origins of that calligraphy, by Wen Zhengming. To discover such a treasure in plain sight truly demonstrates your exceptional skill. To support old Qi's endeavors, you are willing to sell a calligraphy worth millions at a low price, showing that you're not driven by greed. Such integrity is rare among young individuals like yourself." Qin Tianming humbly replied, "Esteemed elders, you flatter me. I'm merely a novice in the realm of antiques." Seeing Qin Tianming's humility, Qi Chunwei appreciated him even more and cheerfully introduced the 3 scholars present. Their backgrounds were impressive. 2 were professors from the archaeology department of Zhonghai University, while the other was the curator of the Zhonghai Museum, all possessing profound expertise in antiques. After the formalities, everyone took their seats. In truth, Xing Yufei had brought Qin Tianming along to facilitate introductions to the other 3 professors, thereby expanding his network, which might prove beneficial in the future. "Young Qin," Qi Chunwei began, "you possess keen insight. Could you assist us in deciphering the inscriptions on this turtle shell?" With a tone of tentative hope, he gestured towards a brocade box on the table. Inside the box lay a thick layer of yellow silk, atop which rested a brown turtle shell, approximately the size of a child's palm. The shell bore uneven engravings that resembled oracle bone script. However, the etchings were fragmented, and some areas had been worn smooth, rendering them nearly illegible. "What is this?" Qin Tianming inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Son," the curator from the Zhonghai Museum responded slowly, "this is a turtle shell used for sacrificial purposes. We have conducted an appraisal, confirming it to be from the early Shang dynasty, with engravings in oracle bone script, though regrettably, the characters have become obscured." Qi Chunwei interjected, "Turtle shells from the early Shang are quite rare and hold significant research value. We are eager to decipher the oracle bone script inscribed upon it. Alas, the clarity is too poor to discern. Young Qin, since you are here by chance, why not join us in examining it to see if we can identify any of the strokes in the characters?" In truth, Qi Chunwei and the others held no great expectations for Qin Tianming. They merely thought it would be harmless to let him take a look. Qin Tianming held a profound respect for Qi Chunwei's character and nodded in agreement, reasoning that he had nothing better to do. Moreover, the antiques from the early merchant period undoubtedly possessed a rich aura, which he could surreptitiously benefit from. He donned a pair of white gloves and, with utmost care, lifted the turtle shell while activating his clairvoyant vision. As anticipated, a dense brown aura enveloped the shell, far more potent than the energies he had encountered in antiques from the Tang and Song dynasties. Qin Tianming felt a surge of delight as he discreetly absorbed the aura, experiencing an invigorating clarity, as if he had consumed a ginseng fruit. Indeed, the older the antique, the more robust the accumulated energy, resulting in a more profound absorption effect. It was not in vain. He had once again managed to benefit without cost. Chapter 91, Tangzuyis Autumn Harvest Festival. Qin Tianming possessed the divine eye, capable of penetrating the essence of all things, far beyond mere sight. The once indistinct strokes gradually became clear in his vision, forming a series of oracle bone characters. However, as he was unfamiliar with oracle bone script, he could only discern the strokes without grasping their meanings. I have discerned a clue, Qin Tianming suddenly announced, seizing a pen and paper from the table and beginning to write with swift strokes. The individuals seated nearby were momentarily stunned, not expecting him to unravel the oracle bone script so swiftly. The three professors, in particular, were filled with skepticism, having studied the turtle shell for nearly 3 months without deciphering a single character. They could hardly believe that Qin Tianming could recognize them in mere minutes. Surely, he was not merely putting on an act. The group craned their necks to observe. Qin Tianming meticulously transcribed the characters he perceived, resulting in a total of 6 pictograms. There should only be these 6 characters on the turtle shell. I do not understand oracle bone script. I merely copy the marks. Please verify if I am correct. Chi Chunwei and the other 3 professors initially presumed Qin Tianming was writing nonsense, but as they scrutinized his work, their excitement grew, compelling them to draw the paper closer. Tangzu E. Autumn Harvest Festival. Turtle shell. Give me the turtle shell, exclaimed one archaeology professor, standing in a fit of exhilaration, abandoning his prior composure. Tangzu E. Autumn Harvest Festival. These are indeed the 6 characters. Quickly, compare them with the turtle shell. Do not make a mistake. The other 3 professors shared his fervor, trembling with excitement as they hastily produced bright flashlights to illuminate the turtle shell, meticulously matching the 6 pictograms on paper. The 4 of them huddled closely together, their eyes wide with astonishment. Qin Tianming and Xing Yufei were momentarily perplexed by their fervent response. Little Qin did not comprehend oracle bone script. He had merely transcribed the marks on the turtle shell, and the oracle bone script for Tangzu E. Autumn Harvest Festival was undeniably accurate. There was no room for fabrication. I concur, Qin Tianming remarked. Although he could not decipher the characters on the turtle shell, the residual traces increasingly resembled the oracle bone script for Tangzu E. Autumn Harvest Festival. After a lengthy discussion, the 4 scholars came to a consensus, believing that the 6 characters penned by Qin Tianming were indeed correct. Qin Xiaoyu, thank you. Tangzu's conquest of the Xia. Let us raise a toast. The 4 professors simultaneously lifted their glasses, downing their drinks in one gulp, exuding a sense of ritual. However, Qin Tianming found himself in a fog, perplexed, and inquired. Esteemed professors, are these 6 characters of such significance? Why do you exhibit such fervor? Chi Chunwei, brimming with excitement, elucidated the essence of Chinese civilization spans 5 millennia. Aside from the ancient history, the Xia dynasty holds paramount importance, rife with debate and controversy. Some assert the existence of the Xia, while others vehemently deny it. Countless historians and archaeologists have tirelessly sought evidence of the Xia's existence. The translation from the oracle bones that Shao Qin derived, Tangzu E.S. Autumn Conquest of the Xia Sacrifice, resolves one of history's greatest disputes. Merely these 6 characters suffice to substantiate the Xia dynasty's existence. Tangzu E., known as Shang Tang, the founding monarch of the Shang dynasty, has historical evidence affirming his reality. According to legend, Shang Tang vanquished the Xia kingdom in an autumn season, thereby establishing the Shang kingdom. The inscription on the oracle bones, Tangzu E.S. Autumn Conquest of the Xia Sacrifice, perfectly corroborates the legend, serving as undeniable evidence of the Xia's existence. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming comprehended the profound implications behind those 6 succinct characters. He never anticipated that the oracle script he had inscribed would resolve such a monumental historical controversy. Professors, this matter is of great significance. You must exercise utmost caution. Despite his confidence in his keen insight, he recognized the weight of the situation and deemed prudence prudent. Qin Xiaoyu, We unanimously acknowledge that you have written correctly. The characters E and Conquest align perfectly with your inscriptions. They declared, "You have aided us in overcoming a significant challenge, achieving a monumental feat on behalf of the historical and archaeological communities of Huaxia. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to you." The professors were filled with appreciation for Qin Tianming, repeatedly expressing their thanks and raising their glasses once more in a toast. This evening marked a considerable advancement in the realms of Huaxia history and archaeology, perhaps even a groundbreaking development, which naturally stirred their excitement. The progress achieved was largely attributed to Qin Tianming, a revelation that could elevate his reputation significantly. Too kind. I merely possess a discerning eye and discerned a few characters on the oracle bones, yet I have little expertise in history. Qin Tianming humbly dismissed their accolades, recognizing that some accolades were beyond his reach and preferring the tangible benefits of spiritual insight. Xing Yufei also felt joy for Qin Tianming and raised his glass in a toast. Unable to decline any further, Qin Tianming joined in a few rounds. But as he observed the professors glowing with vitality, eager to toast him repeatedly, he swiftly excused himself, citing a gathering with classmates. Gao Wei became the center of attention, as several classmates surrounded him, toasting enthusiastically. Having indulged a bit too much, he embellished Qin Tianming's exploits, recounting them with lively enthusiasm. The group gained a fresh perspective on Qin Tianming, their opinions dramatically shifting, filled with admiration. The gathering continued into the late hours, the revelry eventually dissipating with laughter and camaraderie. Although Qin Tianming had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, he alleviated its effects with his spiritual energy, remaining in a state of composure as if untouched by the festivities. The following day, Qin Tianming arrived at Yunlai Tea House shortly after 8 o'clock. Around 10, Chun, the proprietor of Qian Batai, unexpectedly entered the tea house. Observing the sparsely occupied establishment, he jested, "Little Qin, your business acumen seems to pale in comparison to your knack for striking deals." Qin Tianming, unfazed and confident that business would surely improve, replied with a smile, "This is just the beginning." Chun laughed and playfully rebuked, "You rascal. After all my efforts to bring patrons from the antiques industry, this is how you treat me?" Qin Tianming chuckled and retorted, "Oh, it was merely a jest. Please have a seat and allow me to brew you a pot of the finest Longjing tea." Once the Longjing was prepared, Chun savored the exquisite tea and cheerfully remarked, "I've managed to gather nearly 20 individuals." Once they spread the word, "Your humble tea house might be overflowing." Chun then inquired, "When do you intend to sell that ring?" Qin Tianming responded, "I plan to sell the ring on the same day we open, but since I have no prior experience in business, I believe we should choose an auspicious day for the opening. I would appreciate your guidance." Chun, ever generous, stated, "One feast, and I shall help you select a propitious date." "No problem," Qin Tianming replied. "If you can bring people to support my tea house, I will treat you to 3 banquets." Chun, grinning, casually suggested, "Tomorrow is indeed an auspicious day for the grand opening." Qin Tianming was taken aback by Chin's nonchalant attitude. "Are you serious? Surely, you must maintain some semblance of decorum while deceiving me." Chin chuckled, "I just checked the almanac before leaving home today. Tomorrow is a rare and fortunate day for the opening." Although Qin Tianming felt somewhat tricked, he dismissed the notion of a mere banquet. Engaging with someone as seasoned in the antiques business as Chun could provide invaluable experience. As noon approached, he summoned Gao Wei to join him and led Chun to Hongbin Building. Qin Tianming aimed to create a lively atmosphere for the opening, leveraging his recently cultivated connections rather than solely relying on Chun to gather guests. The following day, Qin Tianming and Gao Wei arrived early at Yunlai Tea House, where the staff, aware of the joyous occasion of the new owner's grand reopening, were also present ahead of time. The entrance was adorned with flower baskets, accompanied by the sounds of drums and firecrackers, creating a vibrant atmosphere as guests arrived in droves. Qin brought along several friends, and the patrons from the antiques industry, summoned by him, began to trickle in. Li Solon and Chen Yujin arrived bearing flower baskets to extend their congratulations. Prominent figures like Xing Yufei and Zhang Yin personally attended to show their support. Professor Qi Chunwei also made an appearance, not only bringing along the 3 professors who had studied tortoiseshells with him, but also a number of scholars from the archaeology and history departments. Qiao Zhenxiu likewise brought members from the Jade Association to lend their support. Qin Tianming warmly greeted guests at the entrance of the tea house, his face beaming with joy. It was Gao Wei's first insight into the extensive network Qin Tianming had. which included not only wealthy businessmen, but also esteemed professors and the president of the Jade Association, each a notable figure in their own right. As guests continued to arrive, the tea house was filled to capacity, buzzing with excitement. Qin Tianming was thoroughly pleased with the scene before him, having achieved the desired effect. As he observed that the esteemed guests had all arrived, he confidently ascended the makeshift stage erected in the center of the first floor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my friends and guests from various walks of life for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the grand opening ceremony of the Yunlai Tea House and show your support. Thank you all, he proclaimed, bowing in a circle to express his appreciation. The guests responded with enthusiastic applause, their cheers echoing throughout the tea house. Once the applause subsided, Qin Tianming continued, in appreciation of your kindness, I am willing to offer an exquisite piece of ancient jade as a modest sale, serving as a good omen. According to the prearranged plan, a female server clad in a festive qipao elegantly approached, carrying a tray adorned with red cloth, upon which lay a beautifully crafted ancient jade ring. Qin Tianming lifted the ring, cradling it in his palm, and raised it for all present to see. I have personally authenticated this piece. It is an ancient jade ring from the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, possessing significant collectible value. You may purchase it with confidence. Mr. Chun, the shopkeeper, eagerly introduced. Having enjoyed 2 meals with Qin Tianming and knowing that he would earn a 10% commission from the sale, he was motivated to promote it vigorously. I intend to sell this ring for 2,600,000. At this announcement, several guests who had come specifically for the ring were taken aback. They had previously consulted with Mr. Chun and estimated its value at around 5 million, astonished to learn that Qin Tianming was asking for merely half that amount. However, before Qin Tianming could finish speaking, a sudden voice pierced through the air, laden with provocation. Selling this ancient jade ring at such a low price must surely indicate a problem. Following the source of the voice, Qin Tianming spotted a middle-aged, rotund man seated by the window, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a serious expression on his greasy face. He did not recognize the individual, having only a vague recollection from when he welcomed the guests, and now it seemed that this newcomer bore ill intentions. Sir, if you claim there is an issue with my ring, would you kindly elaborate on what the problem is? Mr. Chun furrowed his brow and retorted. Su Laosi, what do you mean? I have personally verified the authenticity of this ring as an ancient jade piece beyond doubt. Are you questioning my judgment? Su Laosi Gudin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and stood up to publicly disclose. Not long ago, Jin Hongjin's grandson, Jin Bao, fell gravely ill and has been in a coma. I believe everyone has heard of this, and it is due to wearing this very ring. As his words settled, a murmur of speculation rippled through the guests. That can't be right. Isn't jade supposed to bring health? However, who can say for sure? Some antiques are excavated from ancient tombs and may harbor malevolent energies after being buried for centuries. Su Laosi continued, if there were any issues with this ring, I certainly would not present it for sale. Although I am relatively new to the antique business, I would never tarnish my own reputation, especially on this auspicious day of the tea house's grand opening. Su Laosi coldly replied, do not speak in grandiloquent terms without evidence. How can you prove that this ring is without fault? Qin Tianming found himself at a loss for words. While he could certainly devise a method to prove the flaws of the finger ring, he struggled to formulate a convincing argument to assert its innocence. Seizing the opportunity, Su Laosi taunted him, stating, you seem at a loss for words now, don't you? Today I have specially invited the esteemed by Qin Shan, who once treated Jin Bao. He can attest to the significant issues with the finger ring you are selling. As his words echoed, a frail, diminutive old man, standing under 5 feet tall and with a bald head that shimmered under the light, entered the tea house. Chapter 93. A public verification goes awry. Many in the crowd recognized the elderly gentleman, igniting a flurry of discussions. Bai Laoyes, it has been quite a while since he last appeared. Indeed, Bai Laoyes is known for his integrity. I suspect he couldn't bear to witness Qin Tianming peddling a defective item, which is why he has come forth. Absolutely. Everyone knows Bai Laoyes' skills. He is not someone one can easily summon. Listening to the crowd chatter, Qin Tianming scrutinized by Qin Shan, realizing that this seemingly inconspicuous old man possessed considerable influence. However, he had already dispelled the malevolent aura from the ancient jade ring. Anyone wearing it would face no issues. Those attempting to disrupt the gathering would find their efforts futile. Manager Chun rose to greet the elder, expressing Alao, Bai, it has been far too long. I did not expect your presence here. Bai Qin Shan maintained a stern expression, devoid of any mirth, merely nodding slightly. Once I have dealt with this young man and the finger ring, we shall reminisce. Su Laosi, unable to contain his impatience, joined by Qing Shan's side, fervently stating, I implore you, by Lao Yez, to publicly demonstrate that this young man's finger ring is harmful, that he harbors malevolent intentions, seeking to profit at the expense of lives. The opposing party seemed eager to ascribe increasingly severe accusations to Qin Tianming, yet by Qing Shan, unfamiliar with Su Laosi prior to this, sensed that this disruption was orchestrated by unseen hands. Bai Qing Shan nodded, his gaze fixed upon the ancient jade ring in Qin Tianming's hand, and spoke with a grave tone. Young man, do not attempt to sell items that harm others. It brings ruin upon both the seller and the buyer. He continued with an air of authority. Jin Hong once brought his grandson Jin Bao and this very finger ring to me, for it is an accursed object, tainted with sinister energy, which caused Jin Bao to fall ill. How do you suppose I came to know this? As Bai Qing Shan's words settled, the atmosphere surged with animated discussions. The elder's reputation preceded him, and the weight of his statement left no room for doubt. It seemed this ancient jade ring was indeed a cursed object. The notion that such a perilous item could be sold was alarming, leaving many to wonder who would dare engage in business with him again. The rhetoric was more persuasive than a song, portraying the low-price sale as an enticing opening, when in truth it was merely a ploy to defraud with malevolent artifacts, an utterly despicable act. The guests invited by manager Chun chimed in, collectively diminishing Qin Tianming's credibility. Chen's expression soured. Though he was unaware of any issues with the ring, many of those present were his guests. If they were to purchase the ring and fall victim to its curse, he too would bear the repercussions, leading him to blame Qin Tianming inwardly. Was he essentially setting a trap for him? Xing Yufei, Zhang Yan, Li Sulan, Qi Chunwei, Xiao Jinxiu, and others remained silent, observing the unfolding situation. Should the need arise, they would step in to assist Qin Tianming. However, Gao Wei was both anxious and apprehensive. On the very first day of the grand opening, a disturbance had occurred that could irrevocably tarnish the reputation of the tea house. He was uncertain whether Qin Tianming would be able to handle the situation effectively. Despite his unease, he felt powerless to intervene in such matters. At the same time, Su Laosi aggressively challenged, Qin Tianming, do you dare to hand over the ring for verification by Old Master by right here and now? Qin Tianming glanced at Bai Qing Shan, then at Su Laosi, and replied with a cold smile, I can certainly present it for verification. However, given your baseless accusations against me, what will you say if the ring proves to be unblemished? Today marks the joyous occasion of the tea house's opening and concerns my reputation as well as that of the establishment. If I do not receive a satisfactory answer, I shall not let this matter rest. Should the ring prove to be without issue, I am willing to purchase it for 500,000. Yet, if it is found to be problematic, not only will the tea house be forced to shut down, but must also be transferred to me without compensation. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming narrowed his eyes, growing increasingly convinced that Su Laosi was being manipulated by someone behind the scenes, most likely Wang Wen and his son, the former owners of the tea house. Bai Qing Shan nodded in agreement, confidently asserting, Kid, if the ring is indeed without fault, I shall be at your service. However, should it prove otherwise, you shall never again set foot in the antique trade of Zhonghai. Qin Tianming awaited their public promise, eager to turn the tables and clear his name. Without hesitation, he concurred, very well, let it be agreed upon. I ask all present to bear witness. The crowd was taken aback by Qin Tianming's audacity, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. Now, I shall perform a blood test. I invite you all to witness. With that proclamation, he used his fingernail to pierce his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the ring. In that instant, the atmosphere within the tea house became charged. Every individual held their breath, fixated on the droplet of blood resting upon the ring. Su Laosi dared not blink, his gaze locked onto the sanguine bead. Manager Chen's anxiety grew. He feared that, as Bai Qing Shan had suggested, the ring might indeed be a cursed object tainted by malevolence. Should it be proven so, not only would Qin Tianming's reputation suffer, but his own would also be adversely affected. Yet, Qin Tianming remained composed, an unperturbed calm washing over him. He had anticipated this outcome. A full minute elapsed, and the droplet of blood remained vibrant and red, showing no signs of darkening. Qin Tianming scoffed, questioning Bai Qing Shan. Out of respect, I address you as Old Master Bai. May I inquire when this blood will turn black? Bai Qing Shan's expression shifted to one of confusion, tinged with embarrassment. Known for his integrity and expertise in metaphysics and antique appraisal, he had earned a certain reputation in the antique trade. When Su Laosi approached him, Enraged by Qin Tianming's alleged intent to sell a harmful ancient jade ring, he had resolved to take action. However, he never anticipated that this series of events would not only fail to substantiate claims of malevolence surrounding the ring, but would instead backfire, leaving him with egg on his face. It became evident that the ring, which had indeed once caused Jin Bao's affliction, had now seemingly lost its malevolent aura. Bai Qingshan had once witnessed the ancient jade ring, and he was certain it emanated a potent malevolence that could not be dispelled in a short time. Nor could he achieve such a feat to his astonishment. However, within just a few days, the malevolence had completely vanished. Although he could not fathom the reason, he spoke candidly in front of the gathered crowd. Qin Tianming, unwavering in his righteousness, retorted, "You are an esteemed elder, and with such prestige. Do you believe you can slander others at will? Are you certain there is no malevolence? Shall we perhaps draw blood from Su Laosi to test it?" As he spoke, he suddenly seized Su Laosi's hand, using his nail to make a deep cut, letting a few drops of blood fall upon the ring. Chapter 94. A Turn of Events. The freshly drawn blood remained a vivid red, unchanged. According to Old Bai's assertions, the blood's lack of discoloration indicated that the ring bore no malevolence, sufficiently proving that Brother Qin had been wronged. "Old Bai, your words have always held weight. What do you say now?" At this moment, Xing Yufei stepped forward to advocate for Qin Tianming. Zhang Yin, Li Solan, Qi Chunwei, Qiao Jinxiu, and others also voiced their support for Qin Tianming. Gao Wei sighed in relief, as the issue had finally been resolved. What had initially threatened to disrupt the occasion had instead turned against them. Bai Qingshan's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. He had not anticipated such a public embarrassment. Yet, valuing his reputation, he straightened his neck and stated, "The malevolence in the ring has indeed dissipated. I was mistaken. A gentleman's word is as binding as the pulling of a cart. Henceforth, I shall heed your commands." As his words echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Old Bai's credibility was well established. His declaration assured that the ring was indeed free from issues. It seemed that young Brother Qin was both trustworthy and capable. We had almost fallen prey to Su Laosi's deceit. Indeed, one might ponder Su Laosi's antics. Young Brother Qin had acted out of goodwill, yet this fellow had stirred chaos. In an instant, the crowd's perception of Qin Tianming underwent a dramatic reversal, with many regarding him as honest and reliable. The occasion, meant to celebrate the grand opening, had been tainted by Su Laosi's interference. Su Laosi's complexion shifted from pale to flushed as he incredulously questioned, "Old Bai, you cannot be deceiving me. How could there be no malevolence?" Jin Bao was affected. Bai Qingshan, already irate, coldly admonished, "My method of verification is transparent. If the malevolence is gone, it is gone." "Su Laosi," Qin Tianming thundered, "my tea house is celebrating its grand opening, and yet you come to disrupt it. It is time to settle accounts." Realizing the tide had turned against him, Su Laosi, in a desperate ploy, feigned ignorance. "What accounts? What relation do we have?" Qin Tianming had never anticipated that Su Laosi could be so shameless, denying the promises made in front of such a crowd. "Su Laosi, cease your pretense of ignorance. Just moments ago, we all heard you explicitly promise that if this ring bore no malevolent energy, you would purchase it for 5 million. Some could no longer contain their discontent and began to rebuke him, with many joining in the condemnation without the need for Xing Yufei and others to speak. "Su Laosi, do you still uphold your integrity? Do you believe that our influence is limited to Zhonghai? We are well acquainted within the ancient artifact community nationwide. Word spreads quickly, and ultimately, it is you who will find your reputation in tatters. Su Laosi, this industry has historically valued trustworthiness. Yet it seems you have no intention of continuing in this trade." Qin Tianming let out a cold snort, fixing Su Laosi with an unyielding glare, and slowly declared, "Su Laosi, purchase this ring for 5 million, or you shall face dire consequences." Su Laosi's expression darkened. Parting with 5 million for a mere ring was a heavy burden. However, in the glaring eyes of the onlookers, failing to honor his word would ruin his reputation entirely. Weighing his options, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Qin, do not make this difficult for me. My presence here today is not by my own volition, but rather at Wen's behest. If you seek retribution or the 5 million, go after him." Indeed, this matter was tied to Wen. Yet, since Su Laosi had the audacity to appear, he must now bear the consequences. An example must be set. Qin Tianming spoke sternly, "My issues with Wen are mine to resolve, but your 5 million is non-negotiable." Su Laosi, seeing that Qin Tianming remained unyielding, steeled himself and defiantly declared, "I have neither money nor fear of death. if you desire my life, come and take it. Qin Tianming, rather than displaying anger, chuckled, surprised by Su Laoxi's tenacity. His expression suddenly darkened as he said coldly, I do not seek your life. I have heard there are rules in this business. An arm is worth 2 million. 5 million should suffice for 2 arms and half a leg. If you lack the funds, then you may substitute with limbs. In truth, Qin Tianming was merely fabricating threats to intimidate, for he had no knowledge of such rules. At that moment, Su Laoxi felt a pang of fear, genuinely intimidated by Qin Tianming's words, and hurriedly turned to flee. To hell with you. Who do you think you're scaring? Go demand the money from Wang Wan. I shan't entertain this any longer. He cursed under his breath as he ran. However, Qin Tianming would not let Su Laoxi escape. He swiftly pursued and seized the collar of his shirt, yanking him backward. You think you can run without paying? It doesn't work that way. With a thud, Su Laoxi fell backward, hitting the ground with a muffled sound. Everyone, seize him. Do not allow this scoundrel to escape. Gao Wei quickly called upon the staff, and they surged forward, pinning Su Laoxi down firmly. Su Laoxi, you come here to create chaos, disregard your integrity, and publicly make promises no better than empty words. If you are beaten to death, it is justly deserved, shouted Manager Chun in a fit of rage. Qin, you need not intervene. I know some enforcers in this line of work who can collect the debt. They can not only skin Su Laoxi alive, but also ensure we retrieve the 5 million, Xing Yufei coldly remarked. There is no need for courtesy with such a person. If necessary, we can forfeit the 5 million and demand 2 arms and half a leg instead. And see how he survives thereafter. Zhang Yin threatened fiercely. The others chimed in, adding fuel to the fire, reveling in the unfolding drama. No, I will pay. I will pay. Is that not sufficient? Su Laoxi became the target of everyone's ire, realizing that he could not leave without paying today. He had no choice but to concede. Gao Wei then instructed the waiter to lift Su Laoxi and to oversee the transaction. Soon, Qin Tianming received a notification from the bank confirming the transfer of 5 million. Get lost, and the farther the better. Don't let me see you again, Qin Tianming warned, shoving the red cloth-wrapped ring into Su Laoxi's mouth before waving him off. Released, Su Laoxi clenched the ring tightly between his teeth, stumbling out of the tea house, seething with fury and resentment. Damn it, Qin Tianming, I swear I will make you pay for this. And Wang Wan, it's all your fault that I've humiliated myself today. You want to escape my wrath. Su Laoxi, not one to suffer in silence, grew increasingly infuriated and went directly to confront Wang Wan. Watching Su Laoxi depart in such a disheveled state, the guests in Yunlai tea house erupted in laughter. Qin Tianming surveyed the room and, with a hint of regret, said, I sincerely apologize, everyone. I did not anticipate such an incident today. The opportunity for excitement has been lost, but I assure you, I will make it up to you next time. The crowd responded with polite reassurances, then resumed their conversations. Those summoned by Manager Chun had not only come for Qin Tianming's exquisite jade ring, but also to test their luck with antiques. Qin Tianming, carrying his teacup, began to toast and engage in pleasantries at each table. After spending a full hour visiting both floors, he made sure not to neglect any of the guests, including Xing Yufei and the individuals brought by Manager Chun, as they represented valuable networking opportunities. As the event drew to a close, guests began to depart gradually. Xing Yufei and his companions also took their leave, and Qin Tianming personally escorted them out of the tea house. Finally, having completed his duties, Qin Tianming had the chance to turn his attention to Bai Qingshan. Bai Qingshan had not left. He was seated at a table with Manager Chun, sipping tea. I must apologize for any oversight today due to the large number of guests, Qin Tianming said, taking a seat at the tea table. Bai Qingshan merely lifted his chin and snorted, offering no reply. Manager Chun, familiar with Bai Qingshan, jested old Bai. You really messed up today by publicly promising to let young Qin call the shots. You have no one but yourself to blame. Qin Tianming quickly waved his hands in modesty, saying, the esteemed elder Bai is a senior figure. I wouldn't dare to impose. If there's ever a need for assistance, I hope Elder Bai will lend his support. Allow me to toast you with tea instead of wine. Although Bai Qingshan was a notable figure who had suffered a setback and lost face today, he honored his word and fulfilled his promise, yet felt quite uncomfortable. Manager Chen interjected cheerfully, Young Qin, substituting tea for wine lacks sincerity. You should at least host a banquet at Hongbin Building. Elder Bai is quite accomplished. It's not easy for just anyone to invite him. Absolutely. Today has been rather busy, and I likely won't have time for lunch. However, I will host a banquet at Hongbin Building this evening in honor of both esteemed elders. Qin Tianming readily agreed. through the attitudes of those present. He discerned Bai Qingshan's capabilities and his reputation for integrity, prompting him to seek closer ties and further interactions. All right, it's settled then. I'll take old Bai to Qianbao studio to reminisce, said Manager Chun, who agreed and departed with Bai Qingshan. Time flew by, and soon it was around 7 in the evening. The tea house remained bustling with activity, customers flowing in continuously. Despite the unexpected incident with old Su inviting Bai Qingshan to disrupt the opening, the event was overall a resounding success. Qin Tianming decided that after work, he would have Gao Wei take all the staff to Hongbin Lu to celebrate, offering each an additional bonus of 300 yuan, which delighted the employees. However, it was still not closing time at the tea house. Qin Tianming took his leave first, driving straight to Qianbao studio to pick up Manager Chun and Bai Qingshan. Heading to Hongbin Lu. Once seated in the private room, Manager Chun spoke first. Xiao Qin, even among brothers, clear accounts must be kept. We agreed on a 10% commission. I don't care who you sell the ring to. Although old Su was not brought in by Manager Chun, Qin Tianming had plenty of money now, but valued connections more. He would inevitably need Manager Chun's assistance when dealing with future antique sales. I remember this well. I want you to default on my promise. You will certainly receive your due, Qin Tianming assured, promptly taking out his phone and transferring 500,000 to the account provided by Manager Chun. Manager Chun was quite pleased, chuckling old Bai. I told you I wasn't mistaken. Don't be fooled by Xiao Qin's youth. He knows how to conduct himself. You two have come to know each other through conflict. Let us drink a few more glasses and let bygones be bygones. Bai Qingshan glanced at Qin Tianming and asked straightforwardly, Kid, how did you dispel the malevolent energy from the ancient jade ring? If you can convince me, I will fully concede the matter from today. This was the question he was most eager to know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now. The malevolent energy from the ring was something even he could not eliminate in such a short time, leaving him puzzled about how Qin Tianming accomplished it. Qin Tianming smiled gently. The answer to that question can wait. I am quite curious about your abilities, old Bai. With no outsiders present in the private room, Bai Qingshan did not hold back and proudly declared, I am well-versed in feng shui and adept at antique appraisal. I am a descendant of the Fa Qiu Zhonglangjiang. Fuck you, Zhonglangjiang. Qin Tianming was taken aback. He had heard of Fa Qiu Zhonglangjiang, a faction within the tomb raiding profession, and was astonished to discover that this seemingly unremarkable old man had such an illustrious lineage. Manager Chun elaborated, Xiao Qin, you may not know, but the Bai family has a remarkable heritage. Their ancestor was one of the Fa Qiu Zhonglangjiang under Cao Cao. Although a millennium has passed, the Bai family's legacy remains unbroken. They excel in divination, feng shui, and antique appraisal. Qin Tianming's interest was piqued. If even Manager Chun praised Bai Qingshan's skills, it was likely genuine, and there was no need for self-deception. Now that he had officially taken over Yunlai Tea House, he would continuously build a reputation, and many would undoubtedly engage in antique transactions there. At that time, it would be essential to have the tea house as a witness or to assist with appraisals. Since he could not be at the tea house at all times and Gao Wei lacked knowledge of antiques, it was imperative to have a seasoned expert like Bai Qingshan on hand. Qin Tianming's eyes sparkled with cleverness as he chuckled. It appears that old Master Bai is indeed a person of considerable skill. My apologies for the oversight. I shall not hide my talents any longer. I possess an ancestral technique that can dispel malevolent energy, and the sinister aura of that ancient jade ring was dispelled by my own hands. After all, revealing his ability to see through objects and his spiritual energy was not advisable, so he fabricated a tale of inherited expertise, one that outsiders could not easily challenge, thus alleviating any fears of exposure. Bai Qingshan, intrigued, inquired, what kind of skill is it? May I have the pleasure of witnessing it? Qin Tianming replied, it is akin to Qigong. If old master wishes to witness my abilities, I would be delighted to oblige. However, should my skill earn your trust, I would appreciate your support in the future. To be candid, my tea house is in need of a discerning eye, and I would like to invite you to take on that role with generous compensation. You need not be present at all times. Your expertise would only be required when antique appraisal matters arise. Earlier that day, at the tea house, Bai Qingshan had publicly vowed to heed Qin Tianming's instructions, a promise he could not easily retract. As for the position you propose, it is not out of the question. I happen to possess an item imbued with malevolent energy. Should you manage to dispel the aura before me, I shall agree. If you fail, however, my promise at the tea house will be rendered null and void. Not a problem. Qin Tianming readily affirmed. Bai Qingshan ceased his inquiries and produced a small square box painted entirely in red vermilion. Upon opening the box, An ancient jade cicada of a deep azure hue emerged, measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width. Chapter 96. An Unexpected Splendor. The jade cicada's eyes bulged prominently on either side, its center protruding in a figure-8 shape, while its back was evenly arched. Its wings were long and slender, and several lines were visible along its abdomen, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Manager Qin examined it closely and exclaimed, "This is a Han Dynasty jade cicada, carved using the Han 8 knife technique, simple yet fluid in its execution." Recently, Qin Tianming had diligently studied antique knowledge and was aware that the Han 8 knife technique is a distinctive method in ancient jade carving, characterized by its concise and powerful strokes. The term 8 knife does not refer to a literal count of 8 cuts, but rather signifies that a few strokes can infuse the jade cicada with vibrant life. As Qin Tianming subtly activated his ability to see through objects, he noticed a swirling mass of black malevolent energy surrounding the cicada. Bai Qingshan spoke slowly. This jade cicada was an accompaniment for burial in the Han Dynasty. Having spent years in proximity to a corpse, it has absorbed a significant amount of malevolent energy. Even I do not dare to handle it directly. Thus, it is preserved in this specially crafted vermilion box. I am eager to witness how you will dispel this malignancy. Since the Han Dynasty, the cicada has symbolized the rebirth of the human spirit. Placing a jade cicada in the mouth of the deceased is referred to as holding the cicada, signifying the immortality of the spirit and the notion of resurrection. Wearing a cicada signifies purity. Therefore, the jade cicada serves as both an ornament for the living and a burial artifact for the deceased. And what Bai Qingshan presented was indeed a piece of burial jade imbued with the cicada. "I shall now demonstrate my humble skills," Qin Tianming said courteously, extending his hand to place his palm upon the cicada within the box without removing it. He quietly circulated the energy within his body, slowly channeling it into the jade cicada. Through the lens of his perspective, he observed the black malevolent energy rapidly diminish. Could this truly eradicate malevolence? What a preposterous notion. Bai Qingshan shook his head repeatedly, convinced that Qin Tianming was destined for failure. In merely 5 minutes, the malevolent energy surrounding the jade cicada had been entirely dispelled, and Qin Tianming released his grip. "Well then, please verify, old Bai, to see if any malevolence remains. Is this truly sufficient?" Bai Qingshan and Manager Chun were both taken aback. To their eyes, Qin Tianming had merely touched it for a few minutes, yet he had managed to dissolve the malevolence. Was he not afraid of being overwhelmed by it? "If I were deceiving you, wouldn't your method reveal the truth?" Qin Tianming replied with a playful demeanor. Bai Qingshan, observing Qin Tianming's unwavering confidence, felt a flicker of doubt. Regardless, verification required little effort. It merely involved drawing a few drops of blood. As the blood fell upon the jade cicada, if any malevolence remained, it would turn black. After waiting for a few minutes, the blood remained a vivid red, unchanged in hue, indicating that the malevolent energy had completely vanished. To have dispelled the malevolence. How could I have misjudged him? What remarkable skill! Bai Qingshan could not help but exclaim, though he did not grasp the underlying principles. Witnessing the results firsthand and confirming that Qin Tianming had eradicated the malevolence in a matter of minutes filled him with admiration. "Young Qin, you truly conceal your talents. Such capabilities leave even old Bai in awe." Manager Chen marveled. Having spent many years in the antiques trade, he was aware that certain relics, particularly those recently unearthed, could harbor malevolent energy and should not be collected, lest they invite misfortune. He never anticipated that Qin Tianming possessed the ability to dispel malevolence effectively and rapidly. "Then, does this mean my skill in dispelling malevolence has earned your respect, old Bai? Shall we proceed with the agreement for the tea house?" Qin Tianming inquired with a gentle smile. Bai Qingshan, having lived for over 50 years, seldom found a young person he admired. Yet Qin Tianming had captured his attention. With just this ability to dispel malevolence, he could easily outshine others. "I keep my word. I shall take on the role of appraiser. I intend to gift you a portion of the tea house shares, making us family from now on." With Bai Qingshan as a formidable ally, Qin Tianming felt elated. Yet he understood that verbal promises were unreliable. Deeper ties through mutual benefit were far more secure. After all, the tea house was essentially a gift. Offering Bai Qingshan a share would make him a co-owner, ensuring he would be invested in its success. As the three conversed, the food and drink arrived. And Qin Tianming embraced his role as the younger generation, frequently raising his glass in toasts, enjoying an evening filled with camaraderie. Upon returning to his residence, just as he pushed open the door, he heard the unmistakable sound of water splashing from the bathroom near the entrance. Clearly, someone was bathing, either his co-tenant Song Qingzi or Chen Yujin. Qin Tianming gently closed the door and made his way toward his bedroom. Suddenly, as he approached the threshold, a piercing scream erupted from the bathroom. A mouse! There's a mouse! Qin Tianming recognized the voice of Song Qingzi and instinctively turned to look. As his perceptive abilities activated, he was met with a scene that quickened his pulse. At that moment, Song Qingzi was entirely unclothed, her skin as white as jade. Cowering against the wall like a startled rabbit, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the doorway of the bathroom. A large, damp black rat, measuring nearly 10 centimeters, scurried about chaotically. They resided in an aging neighborhood with subpar conditions, where various facilities had deteriorated, making the presence of rats inevitable. I am terrified of rats. Please, help me get rid of it. Despite her usual aloof demeanor, Song Qingzi was visibly frightened, her face pale with fear. Qin Tianming approached the bathroom door, but hesitated, realizing that Song Qingzi, being an innocent young woman still bathing, rendered his desire to assist somewhat futile. Perhaps you could cover yourself and open the door, allowing the rat to escape on its own? All right. Song Qingzi, devoid of alternatives, hastily wrapped herself in a towel, mustering her courage, and swiftly opened the bathroom door. The large black rat, sensing the opening, bolted past her feet. Qin Tianming was prepared outside, and with quick reflexes, he swiftly stomped down on the rat as it darted out. At the same moment, Song Qingzi let out a terrified scream and instinctively leapt into Qin Tianming's embrace. The warmth and softness of her body stirred his senses, and the fragrance of her post-bath skin enveloped him. Chapter 97. A toast not taken is a punishment drink. Qin Tianming had not anticipated that catching a rat would lead to such intimate contact with Song Qingzi. He instinctively lowered his gaze, his eyes drawn to her partially concealed figure, invoking a rush of blood to his face. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with the two of them pressed closely together, momentarily lost in the next course of action. Squeak! The rat, trapped beneath Qin Tianming's foot, emitted a desperate cry, shattering the intimate atmosphere between them. Song Qingzi's face flushed crimson as she hastily pushed Qin Tianming away and stepped aside. I'll go get a dustpan to dispose of the rat. Feeling equally awkward, Qin Tianming took a deep breath, forcefully dispatching the rat before retrieving a dustpan from the living room, swiftly placing the lifeless creature upon it and exiting. However, once outside, he slowed his pace, deliberately taking his time to descend the stairs, seeking to prolong the moment and ease the turmoil within him. It must be said that Song Qingzi was exceptionally beautiful, her cold elegance accentuated by the single towel wrapped around her, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. The unexpected closeness they had just shared sent his heart racing and heat coursing through him. Clack, clack, clack. A middle-aged man, dressed in a shirt and trousers, with slick-back hair, ascended the stairs. Two burly men followed him, their muscular arms swinging powerfully with each step, their vigilant eyes scanning their surroundings as if it were second nature. Upon reaching the staircase corner, the middle-aged man encountered Qin Tianming, who was carrying the dustpan. He cast a disdainful glance at the rat's corpse, raising an eyebrow in disgust and covering his nose with his hand. One of the robust men behind him quickly moved forward, placing himself between Qin Tianming and the middle-aged man, as if fearing the rat might spring back to life and leap onto him. Sir, kindly move the dustpan aside and allow our boss to ascend first. The robust man's words seemed courteous, yet his actions were anything but polite. He disregarded Qin Tianming's willingness and forcefully shoved him into a corner. The middle-aged man, his face contorted with disdain, covered his nose and hastened upstairs, muttering under his breath, "What a stroke of bad luck." Qin Tianming could not help but frown, inwardly cursing. What is the big deal about having a few bodyguards? Why act so arrogantly? Forcing me aside, as if this staircase were your property? The middle-aged man exuded an air of affluence, his demeanor aligning with the typical arrogance of the wealthy, reveling in his ostentation and feeling superior. Upon entering the room, he was immediately met with the sight of Song Qingzi, swathed in a white bath towel, seated gracefully at the dining table. The middle-aged man, the very one who had pushed Qin Tianming on the staircase, positioned himself across from her, flanked by two burly bodyguards. Leaning back against the furniture, he crossed his legs nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his posture exuding arrogance. The burly man who had previously shoved Qin Tianming now stepped forward to obstruct him. Sir, Miss Song and Ba Song are engaged in an important discussion. Please vacate the area. Qin Tianming paused momentarily, processing the names. Miss Song, Ba Song, both sharing the surname Song. Were they family? Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. Their familial ties were of no concern to him. With a cold smirk, he lifted his chin defiantly and retorted, "This is my residence. Why should I heed your command? Who do you think you are?" The burly man's expression darkened instantly, and he threatened, "Kid, you're quite audacious. Don't force me to teach you a lesson." As he cracked his knuckles, it was evident he was ready to engage in a brawl. However, Qin Tianming, undeterred by the prospect of fight, remained steadfast, scoffing, "I want to be intimidated by your threats. You've chosen the wrong target. You really are asking for a beating." The burly man, now furious, raised his fist, poised to strike. Just then, Song Qingxi's voice rang out, cold yet palpable with fury. "Song Yunda, control your subordinates. This is not a place for their reckless behavior. You're being rather impertinent. Speaking to your uncle in such a manner," scolded the middle-aged man named Song Yunda, casually waving his hand as if shooing away a fly. His dismissive gesture was aimed at Qin Tianming, issuing commands from his lofty perch. "Throw him out. Do not disturb me." The burly man's fist hung, suspended in the air, hesitating at the command, yet prepared to strike. Enraged, Qin Tianming could no longer tolerate the affront of being attacked in his own home. In a sudden move, he retaliated with a swift kick, striking the burly man squarely in the groin. "Oh!" The burly man howled in agony, clutching his injury and collapsing to the ground. His face contorted in pain. "You dare to fight back?" roared the other burly man, advancing swiftly, his massive fist flying toward Qin Tianming. Utilizing his enhanced vision, Qin Tianming deftly sidestepped the punch, countering with a strike that landed squarely on the assailant's head. The blow left the man dazed, struggling to maintain his balance against the wall to avoid falling. Song Yunda initially believed that two bodyguards could easily drive away Qin Tianming. To his utter astonishment, the bodyguards suffered a significant defeat, prompting him to angrily exclaim, "You dare strike my subordinates? I will make you regret it." "Enough!" Song Qingxi interjected sharply. "You are in the wrong, bullying others with your power. Leave immediately and do not disturb my friend and me." The opposition displayed arrogance and rudeness, leaving Qin Tianming with no reason to be courteous. He provocatively beckoned to Song Yunda, saying, "You think you can force me out of my own residence? Do not overestimate yourself. If you possess any skill, let us see who will truly regret their actions." Fuming with embarrassment, Song Yunda, being a businessman of stature, refrained from resorting to violence. Moreover, given that his bodyguards had been defeated, he was aware of his own limitations. "Boy, I will remember this debt and settle it later," he warned. Feeling responsible for Qin Tianming's predicament, Song Qingxi asserted, "As long as I am here, you shall not threaten my friend. Kindly leave at once. Quite protective of your young boyfriend, aren't you? Out of consideration for you, I shall not make things difficult for him." "For now," Song Yunda retorted with a cold laugh, clearly misinterpreting the situation and finding a way to retreat gracefully. "I am here today for the Golden Bowl. The Wang family from Modu has reached out to seek cooperation. If you surrender the bowl, once we locate that treasure, I promise to grant you a 10% share, ensuring you a life of luxury and comfort." "The Golden Bowl? Treasures?" Qin Tianming was confused but caught a crucial term. The Wang family from Modu. Previously, in their quest to acquire a gem resembling an eye from him, they had orchestrated a scheme against him, leading to a deep-seated enmity. Song Qingxi scoffed, resolutely refusing. "Absolutely not. I will not relinquish the Golden Bowl to anyone." Song Yunda raised an eyebrow, discarding his cigarette onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. He slowly remarked, "Is the offer insufficient? At most, I could offer 1.5%. That is my bottom line, enough to grant you wealth and prosperity." Without hesitation, Song Qingxi declined once more, "I do not covet wealth or luxury. You shall not obtain the Golden Bowl, and there is no room for negotiation. You may leave." Song Yunda's expression darkened ominously as he said, "Qingxi, do not be foolish. I have already agreed to collaborate with the Wang family from Modu. The Golden Bowl is essential. If you do not comply, beware that you may end up with nothing. If the bowl is destroyed, your existence will lose all meaning. Do not entertain thoughts of mutual destruction. I shall grant you one more day to reconsider. If you do not acquiesce, do not blame me for being merciless." Having delivered his threats, Song Yunda stood up and arrogantly strode towards the door. As he passed by Qin Tianming, he shot him a cold glare, as if to say, "You will regret this." Qin Tianming snorted dismissively, not taking it to heart. "You have offended Boss Song. Do not expect any good fortune. One of the bodyguards muttered in a softened tone, reluctantly leaving after issuing a harsh warning. With a resounding bang, the door closed, and Song Qingzi, as if deflated, suddenly bent down, embodying an air of dejection and disappointment. Qin Tianming comforted, "That is your uncle, who shows no regard for familial bonds and is not a good person. You need not be angry on his behalf." Song Qingzi nodded, wishing to avoid discussing matters related to family background. "I apologize for involving you. If my third uncle makes any move against you, please do inform me." Qin Tianming waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "We are collaborators and by extension friends. There is no need for concern. It's getting late. You should rest now." Song Qingzi, wrapped only in a bath towel, felt it was rather indecent. She quickly rose and entered her bedroom. The next day, Qin Tianming awoke early and arrived at the Yunlai tea house around 8 o'clock. Given that it was the second day of their official opening, he needed to stay vigilant. Several waitstaff arrived punctually, opening the doors for business. As expected, the place was unusually quiet with no customers, a common occurrence during such early hours. With little to do, Qin Tianming took out his phone to study antique knowledge. After a brief interval, strange sounds suddenly erupted outside the tea house. Bang! Bang! Soon, a throng of ragged, filthy beggars gathered at the entrance, numbering no less than 50. These beggars varied in age, with many bearing injuries or visible disabilities, festering sores adorning their bodies. The stench emanating from even one beggar was unbearable, with so many congregated. The odor was beyond imagination. Passers-by instinctively covered their mouths and noses, choosing to circumvent the area. Curiously, each beggar clutched 2 large, flower-patterned fans, rhythmically striking them together. Qin Tianming furrowed his brow, pondering the motives behind their presence at Yunlai Tea House. It seemed their intentions were far from benign. One of the female waitstaff, eager to impress the 2 owners, braved her disgust and hurried to block the entrance. With her hands on her hips and a stern expression, she glared at the group and shouted, "Begone! You should be mindful of where you are. This is a tea house, not a place for begging." The leader of the beggars, a middle-aged man with a dark, grimy face, exuded an air of authority. Clang! Clang! He struck the fans together forcefully, creating a resonant sound that silenced the crowd. Then, with a toothy grin revealing his yellowed teeth, he declared, "We are not here to beg. We have come to drink tea." "Drink tea? Our cheapest tea costs 50 yuan a pot. Do you have the means to pay? Quickly leave. You are disrupting our business." The female waiter retorted, her annoyance evident. Qin Tianming observed the beggars, fully aware they likely harbored ulterior motives. Genuine beggars would hardly have the luxury to indulge in tea. However, he was intrigued to see what they intended. Furthermore, as the proprietor of a tea house, he understood the adage that every visitor is a guest. Even beggars deserved hospitality. Thus, he rose and approached the entrance, gently restraining the irate waitress behind him, and offered a polite smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. The waiter is unfamiliar with the customs. All who come are guests, so please do come in." With that, he gestured invitingly. The leading middle-aged beggar, wearing a smug smile, cast a glance at the female server. Who does he look down upon? "Today, we have a benefactor treating us. Can we not afford a pot of tea?" Subsequently, he swaggered into the tea house, accompanied by a throng of beggars. A benefactor treating? Qin Tianming felt a twinge of suspicion. It seemed someone had deliberately summoned these beggars to cause a disturbance, most likely the previous owner of the tea house, Wang Wen and his son, the solitary table of patrons. Upon the arrival of these beggars, hastily rose to settle their bill. Qin Tianming felt a pang of guilt. After all, this table of guests had not been there long, barely sipped their tea, and now they were being asked to pay. Quite inappropriate. He promptly instructed the waiter to waive the charges. Among the guests, an elderly man, perhaps sensing Qin Tianming's good nature, leaned close and whispered before departing. "These beggars are known for their tricks, especially self-harm. Be cautious." After patting Qin Tianming on the shoulder, he stepped away. Qin Tianming pondered this advice but chose to dismiss it. Whoever dared to create trouble in his tea house would surely regret it. Meanwhile, the beggars had filled the tea house, gathering around every table. Qin Tianming quickly summoned the waitstaff, urging them to provide attentive service and emphasizing that no discrimination should be shown. The beggars exhibited no semblance of courtesy. They ordered the most expensive items from the menu, 30-year age pure, Prichiming Longjing, Dianhong, with the cheapest costing at least 200 pot. Smaller groups ordered 1 pot, while larger ones ordered 2 or 3. They selected the priciest pastries and dried fruits, ordering in copious quantities as if it were a feast. On average, each table's bill hovered around 1,000. With approximately 30 tables in Yunlai Tea House, the total expenditure would likely reach 30,000. The head waiter, feeling distressed, recognized that these beggars were unlikely to pay and quickly sought Qin Tianming's opinion. Without hesitation, Qin Tianming waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "Isn't they're a benefactor treating? What is there to fear? Serve as much as they desire." Gao Wei echoed, "Tianming is the grand proprietor of the tea house. We shall heed his commands." The head waiter sighed in resignation and arranged for the servers to bring forth the tea and pastries. Before long, each table was laden with tea and delicacies. The beggars, resembling ravenous spirits, seized the food with their hands, shoving it into their mouths as if fearing they might miss the next bite, leaving crumbs strewn across the tables and floors in disarray. Not only that, but some beggars, upon finishing one table, demanded another. The servers were reluctant. Yet Qin Tianming remained unfazed, insisting they follow the orders. Although Gao Wei harbored disdain for the beggars, he trusted Qin Tianming's strategy and chose to cooperate. The servers bustled about, while Qin Tianming leisurely settled into a chair near the entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of the so-called benefactor these beggars spoke of. Once every beggar had ordered 2 rounds of refreshments, the purported benefactor finally made an appearance. As predicted by Qin Tianming, there stood Wang Qian, the son of the former proprietor of Yunlai Tea House, Wang Wan. With a sardonic expression, Wang Qian swaggered into the tea house, casting a menacing glare at Qin Tianming. "How do you feel about this grand gift I have bestowed upon you, Mr. Qin?" He sneered. Qin Tianming replied with a sarcastic tone, "Quite remarkable indeed. The lavish gift you have provided has likely cost them over 60 or 70,000 yuan, surpassing a typical day's revenue. I should be thanking you instead." Wang Qian erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. 60 or 70,000 yuan. Are you jesting? Do you honestly believe I would part with my money? With that, he adopted an arrogant demeanor, only to be abruptly assaulted by the foul odor emanating from a nearby beggar. He immediately recoiled, covering his nose and wrinkling his brow, and shouted at the beggar seated closest to Qin Tianming, "You filthy beggar! Can't you see I have entered? Hurry and get out of my way. Make some room for me." Upon hearing Wang Qian's words, the beggar paused his meal but chose to ignore him, looking instead at the leader of their group, not far away. The middle-aged beggar leader frowned, clearly displeased by Wang Qian's remarks. However, since Wang Qian was the proprietor and had generously offered 200 yuan for their presence, along with complimentary food and drink, he refrained from escalating the situation and signaled to the other beggars. The 3 beggars at the table finally stood up, hastily clearing the table of all pastries as if fearing Wang Qian would snatch away their food. Wang Qian disdainfully scoffed, "You wretched beggars. Do you think I'm as desperate as you? Do you really believe I would covet your scraps? Get lost." He then directed his contempt towards other nearby tables of beggars, ordering them to move away as well. At his words, all the beggars froze in their actions. While it was true they were beggars and often treated with disdain, no one dared to insult them so brazenly to their faces. A wave of indignation washed over the gathered beggars. Qin Tianming observed the changes in their expressions and sneered, "Wang Qian, beggars are still human beings. They do not deserve your scorn. You claim to invite them for tea, yet you cannot tolerate them enjoying a few sips? You truly are a classic example of a narrow-minded individual." With a resounding bang, Wang Qian slammed his hand on the table and spat, "Invite them for tea? Where are they to deserve such an invitation? I wouldn't even want them as my watchdog. They're fit only to disgust you in this tea house." The beggars present immediately bristled with anger, their faces reflecting their fury. They were already looked down upon as beggars, and Wang Qian's public humiliation was intolerable, even for those who had little self-respect left. Qin Tianming, secretly amused, continued to fan the flames. "You consider yourself above them? You think they are unworthy of your invitation? I shall invite them instead." The beggars exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly, especially the middle-aged leader, who gazed intently at Qin Tianming, a flicker of admiration and guilt crossing his eyes. Wang Qian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Qin Tianming's intentions, and sneered derisively. "Only a cunning scoundrel, like you would associate with such filthy beggars, failing to conduct oneself with dignity and instead behaving like a worthless dog. Very well then, you shall pay. Simply deposit 60,000 into the account shortly." Qin Tianming found it amusing and remarked, "Am I mistaken? I am hosting guests at my own tea house. Yet you expect me to transfer money into an account? Have I misheard, or have you lost your senses?" Wang Qian scoffed derisively, sneering, "You have heard correctly, and I am quite sane. I am here to inform you that this tea house now bears the Wang surname once more. You would do well to hand it over. Otherwise, I shall unleash these filthy beggars upon you daily, and even if they do not bite, they will surely make your life miserable. Bang! Before Qin Tianming could react, the leading middle-aged beggar forcefully struck the 2 pieces of fan bones placed beside the table, causing the throng of beggars to rise abruptly, creating a cacophony that startled Wang Qian. Damn it! Are you looking down on us? We did not come here to be bullied. I may not be better off than you, but I certainly won T-bow down. The middle-aged beggar shouted, his face ablaze with indignation, embodying the bold spirit of the streets. Wang Qian stared at the beggar in disbelief, utterly taken aback that the very beggars he had summoned would dare to insult him. Have you lost your mind? You took my money and now bark at me? You, a mere beggar leader, how much do you truly possess? Close that filthy mouth of yours and don't invite trouble. Sitting nearby, Qin Tianming had not anticipated this confrontation and watched with a bemused expression, relishing the spectacle of dogs fighting amongst themselves. The middle-aged beggar approached Wang Qian slowly, his gaze fierce and unwavering. You look down upon us beggars, do you? Very well. Today you shall witness our capabilities. With that declaration, before Wang Qian could utter a word, the beggar struck the fan bones in his hand. Bang! 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 The thunderous sound of the fan bones echoed deafeningly. As the beggars continued to strike the bones, they encircled Wang Qian, their faces twisted in contemptuous mockery, as if he were already a fish on the chopping block. By the time Wang Qian realized what was happening, he found himself surrounded by these beggars, with no escape in sight. Clang! Suddenly, the middle-aged beggar struck his fan bones once more, bringing all the beggars to a halt. What do you intend to do? Wang Qian questioned, suppressing his rage, his voice laced with fear. The middle-aged beggar smiled mockingly, gesturing with his fan bones, and the beggars lunged at Wang Qian, tearing at his shirt and trousers. They did not strike him with fists or feet. Instead, they simply shredded his clothing to tatters. Stop, all of you. Cease this at once. Do you wish to die? Wang Qian shouted in panic, struggling against the onslaught, but he was no match for their numbers. Soon, his garments were reduced to mere rags. His face became as filthy as that of the beggars around him. Deservedly so, observing Wang Qian's dismal plight, Qin Tianming and Gao Wei exchanged glances, reveling in his misfortune. Throw him out into the street. At the command of the middle-aged beggar, a group of beggars seized Wang Qian by his hair, arms, and legs, heedless of his cries and threats, dragging him forcefully out of the tea house. With a dull thud, he fell to the ground, drawing the attention of passers-by. Qin Tianming and Gao Wei emerged outside, observing the humiliating spectacle of Wang Qian, now the subject of ridicule and scorn. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Qian regained his footing, casting a wary glance at the beggars surrounding him, yet he dared not retaliate, channeling his fury instead towards Qin Tianming. Do not be so smug, Qin. My relative, the young master Wang Shichong of the illustrious Wang family from the Magic City, has arrived in Zhonghai. Dare to offend me, and you shall face dire consequences. You will be compelled to settle the bill for this tea house. Even the prominent families of Zhonghai would think twice before crossing the Wang family, let alone a mere Qin Tianming. Another mention of the Wang family. Qin Tianming's expression darkened, disdain evident in his voice. Regardless of who your backers are, you must pay the 60,000 you owe for today as expenses. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Gao Wei stepped forward, presenting the payment code to Wang Qian with a forced smile. Young Master Wang, it's time to settle the bill. The middle-aged beggar chimed in. It was agreed that regardless of our consumption, you would cover the costs. No matter your intentions in bringing us here, the payment is due. It is the rule, and we shall not be branded as freeloaders. Pay up, pay up. The surrounding beggars echoed in unison. Wang Qian, seething with rage, felt blood rise to his throat. Cursing inwardly, the beggars he had hired had turned against him, allying with Qin Tianming to humiliate him further. Truly a case of self-sabotage. Surrounded by a throng of beggars, it was evident that he could not leave without payment, and the gathering crowd only added to his embarrassment. Overwhelmed with shame and fury, Wang Qian gritted his teeth and scanned his phone to make the payment, thereafter fleeing in a state of indignation. As he distanced himself, he shouted in anger, Qin Tianming, just wait. I will ensure your demise. Thank you for your hospitality, Boss Qin. We were wrong to use that scoundrel's money to cause you trouble. The middle-aged beggar suddenly clasped his fists in a gesture of apology. Qin Tianming smiled nonchalantly, displaying magnanimity. No matter, I understand you are merely trying to make a living. We have met under peculiar circumstances. Should you wish to enjoy tea again, I will gladly extend my hospitality. The middle-aged beggar regarded Qin Tianming with newfound respect, replying courteously, "Thank you for your understanding, boss. Should you require our assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I am usually at the train station. Just inquire for Wu Geitu, and you will find me. Until we meet again." With that, Wu Geitu waved grandly, leading his entourage of beggars away. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. Just as Qin Tianming was about to head out for lunch, his phone rang, an incoming call from Song Qingxi. Following the unexpected intimacy of the previous night, the dynamic between him and Song Qingxi had transformed, no longer the tranquil waters they once were, but now rippling with newfound emotion. The call connected, and Song Qingxi directly stated, "Tianming, the Narcissus Cup has found a buyer. The purchaser wishes for you to accompany me to negotiate the price." The Narcissus Cup had recently been acquired by Qin Tianming from an elderly farmer, who had been instructed by the Wang family from Modu, and it was entrusted to Song Qingxi to locate a buyer. Hearing of the interest in the cup, Qin Tianming's face lit up with joy as he inquired, "Great. When shall we meet the buyer?" "This afternoon at 2 o'clock at Fengyuan Antique Shop. They're the ones interested in purchasing the Narcissus Cup." Without further contemplation, Qin Tianming readily agreed, acknowledging that it was common for antique shops to trade amongst themselves. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Tianming drove to Qianbao's studio, picked up Song Qingxi, and set off to meet the buyer. It was Song Qingxi's first time in Qin Tianming's newly purchased car, and she said little, finding it quite reasonable that someone with Qin Tianming's knack for discovering treasures could afford a luxury car worth approximately 3 million. Fengyuan Antique Shop was not located on Antique Street, but rather on Zhonghai Gold Street, a thoroughfare that boasted an array of top-tier brands from both domestic and international markets, where one would need a fortune to indulge in its offerings. 5 minutes past 2, Qin Tianming parked his car at the entrance of Fengyuan Antique Shop. After disembarking, he picked up the Narcissus Cup, delicately housed in a silk box, and followed Song Qingxi inside. The store was spacious, with opulent decorations, showcasing a dazzling array of antiques in its display cabinets. Porcelains, calligraphy, jade artifacts, and rare items such as pearls, agates, ivory, and rhinoceros horns were all abundantly present, reflecting the strength of Fengyuan Antique Shop. A young woman, impeccably dressed in professional attire and possessing striking features, greeted them warmly. Although her beauty could not quite rival that of Song Qingxi, she was certainly a standout in any crowd. As Qin Tianming surveyed the shop, he noted that all the sales staff, both male and female, were exceptionally attractive, indicating that this was no ordinary antique shop. "Good afternoon. How may I assist you?" the young woman inquired with a polite smile. Song Qingxi replied coolly, "I have an appointment with Manager Sun to sell a Narcissus Cup." The young woman acknowledged with a nod. "Manager Sun has instructed me. Please follow me to the counter." She gestured for them to proceed and led the way, with Qin Tianming and Song Qingxi following closely behind. Chapter 101, A Terracotta Figurine. At a counter sat a portly old gentleman with a pair of goat-like whiskers, wearing small round sunglasses and dressed in coarse linen garments, resembling a traditional shopkeeper from ancient times. He lifted his head, pushing his sunglasses down to the bridge of his nose, and peered curiously at Qin Tianming and Song Qingxi. The young woman approached and explained her purpose. The old gentleman's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by an apologetic demeanor. "Dear guests, the Narcissus Cup is not for me to purchase, but rather for our new owner, who is yet to arrive. Please have a seat and wait a moment." As the agreed time approached and the buyer had not yet arrived, Qin Tianming speculated that perhaps the individual was caught in traffic or had encountered some unforeseen circumstance, and he was willing to wait. Under the young woman's guidance, they moved to the lounge area, where they were promptly served tea, showcasing attentive service. With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, Qin Tianming began to survey the neatly arranged antiques displayed around him. He surmised that for Fengyuan to have achieved such prominence in the trade, the items gracing their shelves must surely be authentic treasures. As he activated his clairvoyance, he observed that most of the antiques on the shelves emanated a vibrant aura, causing a surge of delight within him as he contemplated the prospect of enjoying a free indulgence. However, his primary purpose for visiting today was to sell the Flower God Cup, and with a buyer potentially arriving at any moment, he had to suppress his urges. After waiting for over 10 minutes without the buyer's arrival, Qin Tianming furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "The owner of Fengyuan Antique Store seems to lack a sense of time. Since you were late, do not blame me for being impolite. I shall take a look at the antiques to broaden my horizons. Would you care to join me?" Not wishing to wait idly, Qin Tianming rose and casually inquired of Song Qingzi. Without hesitation, Song Qingzi stood up and walked towards the display case. Qin Tianming paused before a counter, extending his hand to point at a vividly vibrant pastel elephant ear vase perched atop the highest shelf, saying, "Please take that vase down for me to examine." According to the customs of the antique trade, porcelain cannot be accepted directly from another's hands. Once the saleswoman had carefully placed the elephant ear vase before him, he reached out to touch it, and the aura instantly surged into his body, quickly absorbed. Subsequently, he requested that the saleswoman retrieve over a dozen authentic antiques for his examination, merely touching them without any intention of purchase, thus absorbing a substantial amount of aura and enriching the energy within his dantian to an unprecedented level. While he reveled in his covert indulgence, the saleswoman harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. She had never encountered such a customer before, feeling as though he was toying with her. Unable to express her frustration openly, she forced a semblance of a polite smile and said, "I apologize, sir, but I need to speak with Manager Sun about a matter. Please bear with me." With a hint of irritation on her face, she nodded and reported, "Manager Sun, they're the guests you were expecting. I would never deceive you." Manager Sun sprang to his feet, a flicker of anger evident on his face. It was clear to him that this young man was not a genuine buyer, but merely wasting time. "Do not worry. I shall confront him. Moments latte." He hurried to Qin Tianming's side, a forced smile stretching across his lips as he questioned, "Young man, I see you've been toying with the sales staff for quite some time. Are you going to buy or not? Have you found none of the antiques to your liking?" Aware of his own shortcomings, Qin Tianming retorted, "Manager Sun, why has your boss not yet arrived? No explanation has been provided. Is it not permissible for me to peruse the antiques to pass the time? Our new boss has significant connections, and it is an honor for you to be considered for the Flower God Cup. What is the harm in waiting a little longer?" Manager Sun snorted dismissively, no longer concealing his ire, and sarcastically remarked, "Do you have any idea how much those antiques you are inspecting cost? Not a single piece is under 10 million. They are certainly beyond your means. Should one break, who would be responsible?" His words dripped with disdain, and with the buyer's tardiness aggravating the situation. Qin Tianming felt his temper rise. "How can you assume I cannot afford them? Is it not a case of your own narrow-mindedness? Is this how Feng Yuan conducts business?" Insulted by the accusation of being narrow-minded, Manager Sun could hardly contain his indignation. The clientele he typically dealt with consisted of individuals with fortunes exceeding millions, and the young Qin Tianming hardly appeared to be wealthy. Merely a brash youth daring to insult him was truly a sign of ignorance. Master Sun scoffed, derisively stating, "So, you can afford it? If you have the means, why not purchase one for me to examine? If not, kindly keep your mouth shut." The younger generation is becoming increasingly uncouth. Qin Tianming, enraged yet amused, nodded several times. "Well, since you put it that way, I shall indeed buy one. That piece at the very bottom. How much is it?" As he spoke, he pointed to an oddly shaped ceramic figurine displayed on the lowest shelf. The figurine was somewhat damaged, with pockmarks on its surface, and its color was a reddish hue tinged with yellow, resembling little more than red clay. Its form was peculiar, possessing a human face, yet adorned with three long, jagged protrusions atop its head. There was no neck connecting the head to the upper body. They were fused together. Although it had arms, they crossed over the chest, clasping a long stick, while the lower half of the figurine was a mere amorphous mass. This ceramic figure seemed like the whimsical creation of a child, devoid of any hint of antiquity. Upon seeing the figurine, Qin Tianming pointed to. Master Sun was momentarily taken aback, then mocked. "I expected you to at least purchase an antique worth 100,000 or so, yet you choose this trinket?" Qin Tianming let out a cold snort, and through the aura emanating from the figurine, he was fairly certain of its worth being around 2 to 3 million. Its placement in the inconspicuous corner of the lowest shelf suggested that the antique shop staff had overlooked its true value. "What? You don't wish to sell it?" Qin Tianming retorted. Master Sun, with a sneer, waved his hand dismissively. No, I merely find your taste as a so-called wealthy individual rather unique." After saying this, he casually placed the figurine on the counter. "Here, feel it again." Qin Tianming smirked coldly and inquired, "Am I not a customer of Feng Yuan just because I choose to buy something affordable? Is this how you treat your clients?" His voice was firm and resonant, drawing the attention of other patrons within the shop. Chapter 102. Being blind is an exaggeration. Master Sun was acutely aware that the customers present were genuinely affluent individuals, and he could not afford to tarnish his reputation. He quickly composed himself, replacing his condescending demeanor with an fa ade of polite civility. At Fengyuan, we treat all customers equally, regardless of wealth or status. If you wish to purchase the figurine, I shall certainly sell it to you at a fair price of 100,000, non-negotiable. No more idle chatter, please. Just swipe your card. Upon hearing the price of 100,000, Qin Tianming recognized the bargain and, disinterested in haggling, promptly produced his bank card. The female sales associate accepted the card and proceeded to process the transaction, secretly admiring Master Sun as business acumen. That figurine, which could have fetched only 2,000 to 3,000, was being sold for 10 times that amount. Master Sun also relished in the quiet victory. Not to make a profit would indeed be a disservice to his own efforts. After the card was swiped, the sales associate glanced at the balance on the receipt and her eyes widened in disbelief. 10 million? Having worked at Fengyuan for 2 years, she had encountered numerous wealthy clients, but she had never before seen someone as unassuming and modestly dressed as Qin Tianming, a low-key millionaire. Sun, the shopkeeper, was taken aback, not expecting that Qin Tianming was a millionaire. Feeling that the price was too low, he scolded the female salesperson. Just look at your inexperienced demeanor. Hurry up and complete the transaction. The salesperson felt a bit awkward from the reprimand. While Sun could afford to look down on a millionaire client, she could not. Turning to Qin Tianming, she offered a sweet smile and handed over the bank card. Sir, please take your card and kindly review the bill for your signature. Qin Tianming tucked the card away, glanced at the bill, and with a flourish, signed his name, completing the transaction. Sir, wishing you prosperity. Please take good care of the figurine, the female salesperson added politely. Finding a treasure worth 100,000, I will certainly prosper, Qin Tianming remarked with a grin. Deliberately casting a glance at Sun, his hand resting on the figurine, absorbing its aura. Finding a treasure? Sun could not help but sneer, inwardly cursing the foolishness of dreaming. Did he think he could find a bargain in their esteemed antique shop? Turning his attention to the beautiful Song Qingzi beside him, he smiled. Miss Song, could you assist me in dating this piece and appraising its worth? I sense it may be valued at 2 to 3 million, but being new to this field, I lack the expertise. Song Qingzi had been observing quietly, but had not yet examined the figurine. Upon hearing Qin Tianming's request, she curiously accepted the figurine and began to study it closely. No need to waste your energy. Who do you think you are? You've only been in the antique business for a few years, and still hope to find a bargain for me? How absurd! Sun interjected sarcastically. This figurine had been in the corner of the shop since he arrived at Fengyuan, overlooked and deemed worthless by him. Qin Tianming snorted in disdain, countering. To say you lack vision is to be generous. You can't even recognize good pieces. What kind of shopkeeper are you? Sun's anger flared, unable to contain himself any longer. Boy, your words are sharp and your arrogance is ignorant. I have appraised more antiques than you have seen, and I have never been mistaken. You don't even understand appraisal, yet you seek help while hoping to find a bargain. Are you out of your mind? At that moment, Song Qingzi, who had been examining the figurine, suddenly looked up. This figurine is a tomb guardian from the Northern Wei period, specifically from the reign of Emperor Wen. Although it has some damage, which slightly affects its value, it is still worth around 2 million. Qin Tianming, you have indeed found a treasure. Upon hearing Song Qingzi's assessment, Sun was utterly astonished, unable to believe that the worthless object he had scorned held such value. How could this broken figurine be worth 2 million? You're so young. Do you really understand antique appraisal, or are you just speaking nonsense? Sun's face shifted between shades of blue and white. Unable to endure being ridiculed by a girl barely older than child. Embarrassed and furious, he scolded. How old are you to question my knowledge? Tell me, how can you determine that this figurine is from the Northern Wei period? Song Qingzi rolled her eyes and coolly remarked. The book Beiwang Sengen contains explicit records regarding this tomb guardian figurine. You might wish to peruse it. Oh, but I forgot. You likely have no access to Beiwang Sengen. It's merely Beiwang Sengen. Who hasn't heard of it? What is there to boast about? Manager Sun was aware that Beiwang Sengen was a work authored by an obscure archaeologist from the late Qing dynasty, profoundly influencing contemporary archaeology. Unfortunately, there are only a handful of copies in existence, 3 or 4 at most, none of which he had ever read. However, Song Qingzi took out her phone and retrieved a photograph. It was a page from Beiwang Sengen. Take a look for yourself. Manager Sun instinctively glanced at the screen and saw a black and white image of the very figurine before him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, scrutinizing the comparison, and soon ascertained that aside from some discrepancies in condition, the figurine before him was indeed identical to the one in the photograph. The more he looked, the more his expression soured. He felt both vexed and furious. He hadn't realized that the seemingly worthless item he had sold for a pittance was, in fact, an antique from the Northern Wei dynasty, and he had thought he had made a profit. Instead, this young man had stumbled upon a treasure, exposing his lack of discernment and tarnishing his reputation, an utter humiliation. "Young man, are you here to cause trouble?" Manager's son, brimming with suppressed ire, hastily accused Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming retorted with a smirk, "You're getting old and perhaps suffer from forgetfulness. Have you forgotten why I am here? I came to sell the Flower God cup, and now you accuse me of causing trouble? Do you have no shame?" Manager's son was momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. His face flushed with indignation as he angrily waved his sleeve and instructed the female sales assistant beside him, "Keep an eye on him," though the sales assistant felt helpless. She complied. Qin Tianming chuckled mockingly. "Manager's son, don't be in such a rush. I still wish to purchase antiques. Since you claim I'm causing trouble, I shall continue to search for more treasures." His teasing tone grated on Manager's son's ears. Fuming with rage, Manager's son's eyes darted around, and suddenly, an idea struck him. "You've embarrassed me so greatly. Let us see how I can deal with you." "Very well, choose whatever you desire." Chapter 103. The Yuan Blue and White of the Qianlong Era. Qin Tianming scoffed. "Manager's son, I previously mentioned that you have a narrow perspective. Well, my ordinary attire. I merely aim to spend my money wisely. Do you presume everyone is like you?" Manager's son's expression darkened as he urged, "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up. What do you wish to buy? If you're not purchasing anything, then go wait in the rest area for our new boss to arrive." It had been half an hour past the appointed time, and the owner of Fengyuan had yet to appear. What arrogance! Qin Tianming let out a light snort and gestured toward a blue and white porcelain plate on the shelf. The plate was medium-sized, with a smooth, rounded shape, approximately 15 centimeters in diameter. Its vibrant blue and white hues depicted swirling patterns, and in the center lay an image of a koi fish surrounded by aquatic plants. Judging by the aura emanating from the plate, it appeared to be an antique from the Yuan dynasty, likely of considerable value. However, the porcelain plate was positioned in the middle of the shelf, distinctly separated from the invaluable antiques worth over 10 million. Song Qingxi, intrigued, glanced over. Previously, when Qin Tianming stumbled upon the terracotta figurine, she had not initially perceived its significance. It was only upon meticulous appraisal that she recalled having seen it in the book Looking North at the Sanggon, confirming it to be a Tomb Guardian figurine from the Northern Wei dynasty. Yet, it appeared that Qin Tianming had never perused Looking North at the Sanggon. And despite seeking her expertise, how did he know that spending 100,000 could yield such a fortunate find? Manager's son, noticing the porcelain plate Qin Tianming pointed to, recalled vividly acquiring it himself for 3 million. As he calculated profit in his mind, he carefully removed the plate and placed it on a specially crafted wooden stand at the counter. This was a replica of the Yuan blue and white porcelain from the 40th year of the Qianlong reign, exquisitely shaped and finely crafted, thus of considerable value. Qin Tianming disregarded him and took hold of the plate directly. A surge of potent spiritual energy coursed through his arm, invigorating his entire being. He confidently discerned that the plate was indeed an authentic piece of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, worth approximately 20 to 30 million. How could Manager's son misattribute it as a replica from the Qianlong era? After absorbing the spiritual energy, Qin Tianming carefully examined the plate, and upon seeing the inscription at the bottom, enlightenment washed over him. The inscription boldly read, "Made in the Qianlong years of the Great Qing." Simultaneously, a wave of confusion surged within him. The spiritual energy emanating from the plate was undeniably from the Yuan dynasty, so why bore the Qianlong mark? Nevertheless, Qin Tianming possessed unwavering confidence in his discerning eye. Having never erred since delving into the world of antiques, he resolved to embrace the mistake and purchase the plate, intending to secure a significant bargain. With an air of nonchalance, he remarked, "Indeed, it is from the Qianlong period. What is your asking price?" Manager's son, with a sly grin, replied, "This porcelain plate was originally set to be sold for 6 million, but since you wish to buy it, let us say at least 10 million, no negotiations." The moment Qin Tianming heard this, fury surged within him. Manager's son was clearly taking advantage of his fondness for the plate, and after witnessing him score a bargain, he sought to exploit the situation with an outrageous markup. However, Manager's son, with his failing eyesight, failed to recognize the true provenance of the plate. Even if it sold for 10 million, he would still profit by a margin of 1 to 2 million. Is this how you conduct business, Manager's son? You cannot tolerate others finding a bargain in your establishment, can you? Qin Tianming intentionally raised his voice in accusation, drawing the attention of numerous patrons within the shop, who turned to observe him. I snagged a Tomb Guardian figurine for a mere 100,000, and now, out of spite, you wish to nearly double the price of an item originally worth 6 million to 10 million. Do you? Is this the way Fengyuan Antique Shop operates? Seeing the growing number of curious onlookers, Manager Sun abruptly adopted a stern demeanor, justifying, the 6 million I mentioned is the acquisition price of the plate. The 10 million is the retail price. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, then so be it. No bargaining. 10 million, is it? Very well. I shall take it. Qin Tianming replied with a cold smile, boldly producing his bank card and handing it to the female sales associate beside him. The sales associate, taken aback, processed the transaction, bewildered by Qin Tianming's previous shrewdness, now seemingly clouded by a desire to spend extravagantly on the plate. Perhaps out of youthful impetuosity or a need to display his wealth. Master Sun, filled with self-satisfaction, chuckled as he regarded Qin Tianming with an expression akin to that reserved for a simpleton. He deliberately emphasized the figure of 10 million, exclaiming, this porcelain plate, valued at 10 million, is now yours. With a shrewd intent, he reveled in the additional 4 million, relishing his profit, for youth, after all, is often no match for experience. Song Qingzi, astonished and perplexed, recalled how Qin Tianming had previously acquired antiques at bargain prices and entrusted her with their sale. He hardly appeared to be the kind of fool to recklessly squander 10 million, oblivious to the trap laid before him. Was it possible that the porcelain plate concealed some profound secret, perhaps a hidden treasure? Just as Qin Tianming was about to assert that he had made an extraordinary find, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The newly appointed proprietor of Fengyuan Antique Shop, the young master Wang Shichong, had arrived. Customers within the shop turned their heads, murmuring amongst themselves, I've heard that Fengyuan has a new owner. It seems the Wang family from Magic City has taken over. Wang Shichong, a direct descendant of the esteemed Wang family, had been dispatched to Zhonghai to manage the establishment, indicating his significance within the family hierarchy. Qin Tianming narrowed his eyes upon hearing the name Wang Shichong. He had previously learned of him from Wang Qian, but never expected him to be the new owner of Fengyuan. It seemed that the individual intending to purchase the Narcissus Cup was none other than this fellow. Arriving over half an hour late, was this a demonstration of power directed at me? In strode a young man clad in a finely tailored suit, sporting a crew cut, with a fair complexion and an air of vitality about him. He appeared to be around 25 years of age, exuding an aura of superiority, accompanied by 2 burly bodyguards. Master Sun hurriedly rushed out from behind the counter to greet him, bowing and scraping in a manner reminiscent of an ancient sycophant. Young Master Wang, you've arrived. Just in time. I've just finalized a lucrative deal. A Qianlong-era replica of a Yuan blue and white porcelain plate, purchased for 3 million, has been sold for a staggering 10 million, yielding a handsome profit for our shop. He shamelessly sought to curry favor, gesturing toward Qin Tianming and Song Qingzi, as well as the porcelain plate displayed on the counter. Wang Shichong nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the plate, his brow furrowing momentarily before quickly relaxing into a smile as he approached. Conduct your business as usual. Do not let my presence disrupt your enjoyment, he remarked amiably, waving to those around him as he walked, while his bodyguards scanned the crowd intently. Greetings, boss. The sales staff chorused in unison, before hastily attending to the customers. Each individual raised their voice slightly while introducing the antiques, eager to impress the new owner. As Qin Tianming observed Wang Shichong approaching, he felt a sinking realization. Selling the Flower God Cup today might not go as smoothly as he had hoped. Chapter 104, Toying with Young Master Wang. Wang Shichong reached the counter and scrutinized the porcelain plate for a few moments before turning his attention to Qin Tianming, smiling faintly. I quite like this plate. I had intended to keep it for myself, but alas, it has been sold. What a pity. Upon hearing this, Master Sun was taken aback. Wang Shichong had only recently been dispatched by the Wang family from Magic City to take over Fengyuan Antique Shop and had never even seen the plate. How could he claim to like it? Wang Shichong wore a face of regret and then said, How about this? I want to let you suffer a loss. I'll buy it for 20 million, and you'll make a quick 2 million profit. He hurriedly leaned closer to Wang Shichong and whispered, Boss, the porcelain plate is a replica from the Qianlong era. It's worth at most 5 to 6 million. You mustn't buy it. Wang Shichong turned his head and shot him a fierce glare, his lips moving in a silent curse of fool. Qin Tianming chuckled softly and disdainfully remarked, So, you are Boss Wang. You think you can acquire an authentic Yuan blue and white porcelain plate for 20 million? Do you consider me as short-sighted as your shopkeeper? With a shopkeeper like that, I shudder to think how many treasures have slipped through his fingers. Do you still dare to rely on him? Wang Shichong paused, seemingly surprised that Qin Tianming had discerned the true nature of the porcelain plate, his eyes narrowing. Beside him, shopkeeper's son was incensed and shouted, "You brat. Don't sow discord and tarnish my appraisal skills. This plate is indeed a replica of the yuan blue and white from the Qianlong era. Selling it to you for 10 million is already a generous price. Do you think young Master Wang is incapable of seeing through this? The 20 million you claim is merely charity. Speaking of having no discernment, you remain unconvinced. I suspect your new boss has already recognized it as genuine yuan blue and white. Is he also a fool?" Qin Tianming retorted coldly. He had long harbored disdain for shopkeeper's son and was keen to incite conflict between him and Wang Shichong, relishing the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Flustered, shopkeeper's son exclaimed, "Shut your foul mouth. Young Master Wang is a direct descendant of the Wang family in Magic City. Having been exposed to various antiques since childhood, his appraisal skills are nearly on par with masters in the field. You dare to belittle young Master Wang's capabilities and label him a fool? You deserve to have your mouth ripped apart." Suddenly, Wang Shichong's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across shopkeeper's son's face. "Be quiet, you blind fool. What embarrassment. This is a genuine yuan blue and white piece. A treasure worth over 20 million, and you sold it for merely 10 million. I will dock 3 months of your salary." "What?" Shopkeeper's son was stunned by Wang Shichong's slap, and the revelation left him in disbelief. This was indeed authentic yuan blue and white. Impossible. It can't be true, young master. The inscription clearly states it was made during the Qianlong era. Excellent slap. Qin Tianming clapped his hands in mock applause, taunting. It seems the term having no discernment is quite the understatement. You are utterly useless. Wang Shichong was merely the nominal owner of Fengyuan, which truly belonged to the Wang family in Magic City. Eager to establish his authority, he disdainfully remarked, "I truly wonder how someone with such limited skill became a shopkeeper at Fengyuan during Qianlong's reign. He was eager for glory and ordered the Imperial kiln to produce yuan blue and white porcelain, yet they could not replicate it. They merely gathered some genuine pieces, inscribing them with Qianlong's mark. His public explanations were merely a display of his own erudition." Qin Tianming feigned enlightenment, shaking his head. So, he had indeed recognized it as genuine yuan blue and white. His words were merely intended to provoke. Wang Shichong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was I deceived? Have I been played as well? Had I not transformed into an imbecile akin to shopkeeper's son? His heart surged with a tempest of fury, an impulse to rend Qin Tianming asunder overwhelming him. Shopkeeper's son, equally bewildered, realized after all the commotion that both he and Wang Shichong had been made fools of by this scoundrel, whose lack of integrity was astonishing, truly courting death. Infuriated to the point of spitting blood, yet mindful of the slap he had just received from Wang Shichong, he dared not utter another word. With a heavy, disdainful snort, he suddenly turned his gaze towards shopkeeper Sunday, old son. "Where is the seller of the Flower God Cup? Was it not said that he had already arrived?" Shopkeeper's son, his face a mask of despair, pointed towards Qin Tianming. "It is he." "What?" Wang Shichong, astonished and enraged, felt as though fuel had been poured onto an already raging fire. To his disbelief, the very individual who had toyed with him was indeed the Qin Tianming he sought. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "What a stroke of fate to find you here. Hand over the Flower God Cup and the eyeball-shaped gem at once." Qin Tianming, with a disdainful snort, retorted, "And who might you be, that I should relinquish anything at your command?" Wang Shichong had never endured such an affront. Not even in the bustling metropolis of Magic City had he faced such disrespect. For even the most prominent scions there would show him some measure of deference. After all, he was a direct descendant of the Wang family, a connoisseur of treasures with a commendable skill set, destined to become a significant figure within his clan. Yet, to be ridiculed by such a provincial bumpkin from Zhonghai City was utterly intolerable. Why? Very well, allow me to elucidate. First, the Narcissus Cup was originally a possession of the Wang family, which you have unlawfully taken. Should it not be returned? As he spoke, Wang Shichong's expression grew increasingly frigid, teetering on the brink of rage as he began to issue threats with venomous intent. With a sinister chuckle, he declared, "Qin, you are indeed bold. Should you refuse to surrender what I seek, you shall not set foot outside Fengyuan." Unfazed, Qin Tianming declared, "Is this how Fengyuan treats its patrons? Through coercion and extortion? Do you care nothing for your reputation?